immigrant Redditors. Any funny culture shock stories? When I was in high school, a student in my class told us the story of his family's first night in America. They were from China and moved into a house on October 31st, more commonly known as Halloween. They had never heard of this American holiday. The entire evening, there were people dressed up in crazy costumes coming to their door and ringing the doorbell, and the family had no idea why. He said they spent much of the night huddled together under a table with all the lights off in the house, completely terrified. This happened to me, but in reverse. Just another cool Halloween night in Elizabethtown, KY. I was 7 years old, dressed as a cowboy Dracula, and walked up to the new Asian neighbor's house. It seemed like they'd heard of Halloween as they were handing out candy, but I guess the visage of a little fat-faced ghoul was too much. The mom was trembling as she dropped Smarties into my bag, while the dad was nervously peeking out of the second-story window. Felt bad, man. I didn't want to scare anyone, just wanted to be a fun-loving cowboy vampire. In Turkish, the word for birthday cake is pasta. When my husband was flying to the US for the first time, he saw pasta on the airline menu, and he was so excited at the thought of having birthday cake on the flight that he ordered it. He was sorely disappointed. He was just ordering birthday cake on a plane? I understand that it really wasn't, but just the scenario he was expecting is bizarre. Oh, going to the snack stand at the ball game? I think I'll have the wedding cake. I moved from Colombia to Chile with my family a couple of years ago, and despite both being Spanish-speaking countries, the slang greatly varies. Particularly, our word for straw, pitillo, can be interpreted as a diminutive of Chilean slang for joint, pito. On our first night out at a fancy restaurant to celebrate my dad's relocation, me, "Excuse me, waitress, could I get a joint? Straw." Waitress, sorry, what? Me, "A joint. I just want a little joint." Waitress looks at my dad. "Dad, didn't you hear the kid? Get him a joint." Waitress, "I'm sorry, I don't think we do that here." Dad, "Come on, it's a joint, how hard can it be?" We start realizing she might be misunderstanding us. Dad, "It's a joint." We both pretend to hold our fingers in front of our mouths and inhale to simulate a straw. LOL, in Mexico, both of those words mean penis, so count yourself lucky you didn't move to northern Mexico and order one. German in the US. I was very confused by the greeter in Walmart. Huge African-American greeter. "Welcome to Walmart. Enjoy your stay." Me, "Yes, hello. Do I know you?" Greeter, "What?" Me, "How do I know you?" Greeter, "I just want you to enjoy your stay at Walmart." Me, okay. Then I moved on, thinking he was crazy and tried to combat his loneliness by talking with people he does not know. I was quite surprised when someone explained to me the concept of a greeter. Having a store greeter is one of the several reasons why Walmart failed in Germany. I'm Irish, and when I went to America, no one had a clue what I was saying. Also said, "Any Craig" to a guy in a shop and said he was calling the police. I'm from Denmark, and the first time I was visiting my sister in Glasgow after she moved there, a dude came up to me and asked for a fag. I was a bit confused until I figured out he wanted a cigarette. I was also approached by a drunk guy who wanted to discuss chaos theory in a very heavy Scottish accent. It was very weird. When my dad first came here from Vietnam back in 1975, they believed that they would never see their native foods ever again. These foods included local favorites, but most importantly, rice. They thought they would never see rice again. I can't even imagine my dad and his family when they saw rice in a supermarket. He said they literally bought out the entire store's supply of rice. TLDR, Asians love rice. My friend immigrated to Australia from China when she was 7. She cried in the airport because she thought that China was the only country that had milk. My Chinese parents found out about a special needs school in our area and tried to enroll me. When the principal attempted to explain that I wasn't eligible to attend, they were outraged and thought he was being racist. My parents did the same thing. I'm Indian. They kinda figured it out once the lady asked what my problems were, and it wasn't a special needs school, but some kind of juvenile delinquent place. Not a BD school. I think the kids there committed some kind of crimes. The school they were looking for was a few blocks down the street. Spent a while in the US, originally from UK. You know that thing you use to rub out pencil? That's a rubber in the UK. Apparently, it means something else in the States. Sorry, can you lend me a rubber? I'm sorry? A rubber. Do you have one I can use? I've made a mistake. The rubber is meant to prevent the mistake. Really? Well, I just need to rub one out. Well, you don't need a rubber for that. I immigrated from Korea to the US 10 years back. I was shocked to find out that the public libraries here are huge and free, as long as you are a resident in the area. I was also shocked that there were more than just encyclopedias and dictionaries at the library. My parents are still amazed at how cheap the beef is around here. The first time they realized that the beef at the wholesale store is not only cheap, but very fresh, they went on weekly barbecue binges. We had steak all the time. My mom had a few problems when we moved from the US to Australia in 1962. She invited some friends for tea. They came, we gave them tea, and she was quite astonished that they expected a meal as well. One party invitation asked us to bring a plate. She did. Several of them. All empty. She thought they must be running low on crockery. An Australian friend gave her coffee the real American way, which was, apparently, to boil a cup of milk and put instant coffee in it. They do that coffee thing in Japan. At work, I'll see people just mix instant coffee into a cup of milk. I don't even drink coffee, and I'm a bit offended. That's like making tea with grass clippings. Went to Green Bay for a Packer game years back. Chilling on Saturday afternoon, touring the stadium, feeling a little peckish. We head up to Curly's for a quick snack. The two of us decide to split a plate of nachos. $5.99 on the appetizer menu. When it comes, it takes up nearly the entire small bar table we're at. There is easily 1.5 pounds of meat and an entire brick of shredded cheese on it. Americans and your food, you don't play around. There is an advantage to producing somewhere around 1/4 of the food in the world with something like 5% of the population. My friend told me this one. He's from Singapore. That happened when he was in the UK. Where we live in the UK, it's common to call people dear or darling, honey or hun, etc., especially to people younger than you. He didn't realize this, and for months thought everyone was really into him and even told his mom that. It backfired on him later when he started an order at KFC with, "Hi, sweetie," and got shouted at by the server for trying to hit on her. We do this in the South US too. When I moved to Salt Lake, it became a huge issue because people would think I was being condescending. I finally just explained it to a customer one day after she bit my head off, and she felt like an idiot for yelling at me over what was, to me, normal. I was about 6 years old, and my parents were still pretty fresh to Canada from Iran. My dad decides one day that he wants to go buy a sheep from a livestock auction. When we get there, he finds a butcher shop, and I go in with him. His English wasn't the best, but he looks at the butcher and says, "I want sheep to kill." The shop went silent, and the butcher just stared at my dad until he added, "How much?" I don't remember what happened after that, but we went home empty-handed, and my dad has never been to an animal auction since. On a related note, my sister lives in North Carolina, and she used to raise goats. Every once in a while, when she sold some of the goats, some Latino men would come up and buy the goats. Now, this is fine and all, but instead of transporting the goat elsewhere, they would proceed to butcher the goat on my sister's property. They would give her the money, take the goat outside their living area, kill it, then cut it up. My sister dealt with it because they paid well, but I would have flipped out. In college, a girl told us of a foreign student from Morocco who was rooming with him in college. They were in a traffic jam because people were slowing down, looking at an accident. Anyway, things crept to a standstill, and the Moroccan girl stepped out and raised her middle finger in the air. Naturally, there was a lot of car honks and creative language thrown her way. The girl jumped back in the car, horrified and a bit confused. She explained that in Morocco, when you raise your middle finger, it means for traffic to proceed. Not in Mercado. As Moroccan, I've never seen nor heard of this behavior in Morocco. It might be in certain parts, though. In Italian, a preservative is a condom. I went to the bread store and asked, "Posso avere un pezzo di pane senza preservativi?" Which would mean, can I have a piece of bread without preservatives? Or so I thought. Got a lot of weird looks from the bread maker. I asked for a piece of bread without condoms. It's the same in Spanish. My Spanish teacher was talking about American obesity with her hostess and ended up saying that American food is full of condoms. My class had a good laugh about that one. Not an immigrant, but I was a volunteer for a group that helped foreign students get a feel for what American college life was really like. I was spending a lot of time with some students from China, and I taught them how to play Ultimate Frisbee. We decided on a decent halftime and went into the building to get some water. I went to the water fountain, pushed the bar, leaned over, and drank some water. The Chinese students just stared at me because it was something they'd never seen before. The guy after me just walked up to the water fountain and leaned over, hoping for the water to come out. I indicated the bar that needed to be pushed and he laughed it off, but not having any water fountains seems like a significant culture difference to me. In China, you usually can't drink the tap water without boiling it first. At the university at which I am currently studying, there is a water boiler in each hall instead of a water fountain. Students come by and fill up their water bottles with tea leaves to make tea instead. At first it seemed weird, but now I'm pretty used to drinking tea each day during class.
Ask Reddit. What are some quick, cheap, and effective beauty tips for men? You gotta wash your ass. It's important to practice good hygiene. Clip your nails and keep them clean. Shave your neck. Also, if you have a beard, shave or trim the upper portions on your cheeks so that the edges of your beard don't look scraggly. Most people have a handful of random hairs that look sort of lost above the main part of their beard, and getting rid of those is a really quick and easy way to look more polished. A good night's sleep. So don't read this at 2 a.m. like I am, is what you're saying. Iron your shirts and wear clothes that fit. We'll need a better explanation. I thought clothes that fit meant that they weren't too tight only, and cargo shorts that go past the knees were fine. Apparently that's no longer the case. Skinny jeans are in, and cargo shorts are out. Stop caring about what's for men. Skin is skin, hair is hair for the most part. You don't need to specifically look for products with a black package and a football on the label. If that bright pink conditioner works on her hair, guess what? It'll work on yours too. Women's conditioner works so much better than the ones targeted to males. It doesn't smell manly, but that's perfectly fine, it fades. Your cologne, lotion, hair tonic, etc. will still be your main sense anyways. It always bothers me when people are too nervous to buy the stuff they think is targeted to women when it really works the best for everybody. Change your pillowcase every 2 to 3 nights. Helps clear up my skin. 2 to 3 nights? Not saying you're wrong, but I maybe change my pillowcase every month. I thought that was normal. Skincare is not girly. Invest in a good skincare routine, especially if you have problematic skin. Also, if you have issues that aren't clearing up on their own, there is nothing wrong with going to a dermatologist, if you can afford one. Man, I have a dirty, greasy blue-collar job. I wash my face every day with a gentle face cleaner. Then, every Friday night, I do a face mask. Man, it feels good. I don't care what anyone says. It makes my skin feel so nice. Just because your feet get wet doesn't mean that they're clean. Take the time to actually scrub your feet. Thank you. And please, scrub your whole body while you're at it. That dead skin ain't gonna remove itself. My husband washes his beard with Moroccan argan oil shampoo, and it feels like silk. Can confirm, I have a full kinda bushy goatee that I keep trimmed every 2 or 3 days while I'm having a cigarette waiting for my coffee before my shower. I will soak my goat in argan and wash it out in the shower. Turns the hair from scratchy cables to silky waterfall of face hair. Shower. Clean clothes. Brush your teeth. It's mildly depressing that this even needs to be said. Roll sleeves up, learned here. Heck yeah, son, expose those forearms. Push-up and sit-ups. Not saying do 100 a day, but do some every day. It'll pay off after a bit, and it's free. Sit-ups are like universally loathed by all, except people who are already really fit. Try leg raises instead. It's a much better workout and much easier on your back. Wow, 118 comments and no one's mentioned manscaping? Cleaner, fresher, gain an optical inch. When shaving, prep your face with as hot of water as you can tolerate and then shave. Then wash your face with hot water again with some facial cleanser. As soon as you're done washing your face, rinse with the hot water again. And when the cleanser is off of your face, use either a cold water towel and rub your face or splash your face with cold water. No more acne and a lot less irritation from shaving. Hot water opens pores, cold water closes. Wash daily. Yes, other people can smell if you don't. Chances are they're just too polite to say anything. Huh? I was told by my girlfriend I shower too much and that she only showers like once every 3 days. Apparently it ruins your hair and dries out your skin or something. Definitely noticed I have much healthier and nicer looking hair now. Exfoliate your face. Use moisturizer. Put some conditioner in your hair. Clean up, wax, thread, pluck unruly hair around the eyebrows. The moisturizer thing is huge. It took me months to convince my ex to moisturize his face and hands after he showered, but he finally agreed to. Within a week, he was using it regularly without me reminding him because he realized he really did look a lot better and younger when his face wasn't flaky and dry all the time. For men with unruly and thick eyebrows, eyebrow plucking. But what if my glasses cover my unibrow? Drink more water. Work best with ones having trouble with acne and liver problems. I drink like 2 to 3 liters per day. And please wash your face right after you come back home. You don't know how much dirt you're bringing on your own face, and they're causing acne from the above suggestion. Wash it properly with warm water and face soap and using toner after washing. Ugh, I don't really get acne unless I let my facial hair grow out, but I can't stand not having my face clean. At this point, I wipe it with towels a couple times at work and wash when I get home and usually before bed. I think the caffeine makes my face a bit oily. It's mostly my glasses that bother me, or my mouth if we've had a barbecue or something, but man, I can't stand feeling like my face is dirty. I feel like a cat at this point. Your haircut matters! I spent years trying to style my hair a specific way and just could never get it right. And then I got the proper haircut and found I would wake up and my hair was basically ready to go. If you just get a generic haircut and think your hairstyle is lacking, you need to change it up. Get a picture of what you want and go to a nicer place. Tell them, yes, you are serious about said style. I have had barbers and stylists, whatever, not give me what I asked for because they thought I wasn't serious. Use sunscreen, stop smoking, take a daily shower and use deodorant. Trim those eyebrows, take care of your teeth. Shower daily. But something I haven't really seen in this thread yet, don't wash your hair every day. Especially if you don't use conditioner. Rinse it. Use conditioner. Shampoo dehydrates your skin. Your hair needs its natural oils. Also, make sure you wash your face and other acne-prone areas after your conditioning. It's not the kind of oil you want on your face, particularly if you already have greasy skin. If you're going bald, get a short buzz cut or just shave it off. If you have a receding hairline, a fade will do wonders until your receding gets too bad, then go for the short buzz. This did wonders for me in college and grad school. You don't have to become a meathead if you're going bald. Just do cardio and a push-up, pull-up, shoulder regiment at your house. Abs roller is better than sit-ups too. Somebody already mentioned that you should make 25 push-ups at the beginning and end of every day your new didn't work out today. This is insanely accurate. I work 80+ hour work weeks and I'm easily the most fit person at our office. On the going bald thing, definitely go for the buzz before the shiny bald head. Some guys have weird head shapes that make you question what's going on in there. Guys with major dents, scars and odd-shaped heads should keep a little hair on there until they commit. Sometimes a little shadow can hide your monstrous head. Going for the shiny head, you better have a nice head that people rub for luck. And growing facial hair doesn't compensate for your weird-shaped head, so give it a thought. Get some tweezers and shape your eyebrows, just a little. It's not a lot, it's not a huge hassle, just pull out those few strays on the ends so that you've got a clean border. You won't believe the number of compliments I've gotten on my eyebrows from that alone, and it takes 2 minutes, tops. I found a 3-inch eyebrow hair while exploring up there. The thing was insane, and explains why I always felt like I had animal hair in my face. People, take this man's advice. Be yourself. Don't get too involved in being a stereotypical attractive man. Being a genuine human being can be everything. Now I get that there are some things such as hygiene and keeping yourself trim that are important all around, but when it comes to you personally and the clothing you choose to wear, do what makes you happy and reflect that happiness onto others. Shower. As you buy new clothes, make sure they fit. If you want cheap clothes, buy solid colors rather than graphic tees. Keep a clean haircut if you don't want to grow it out. Shave regularly if you don't want to grow it out. I see so many guys walk around with shaggy hair, patchy beards and baggy tees with stupid things. An occasional nerdy tee is cool, not your entire wardrobe. Plot twist, every single guy that you see wearing a nerdy tee is only wearing it on that occasion when you run into them. Deodorant. I can't believe some people still don't wear deodorant, you stinky man children. Have honestly had a few girls admit they prefer no deodorant. Be clean enough, you only hit musk stage of natural odor, not sour of being yucky. In those cases at least. The color of your belt should match the color of your shoes. What if I wear white sneakers? A white belt seems too pimpish for me. That often repeated trick is only rarely applicable to a formal or semi-formal wear. If you're in a suit or dress shoes and pants, use it brown to brown, black to black. But if you're wearing sneakers, don't. It's not a hard and fast rule. Keep your neck, eyebrows, nose and ears nicely trimmed at all times. Goes a long way. Yes! Nose hairs are gross! I have 2 nose piercings, side and septum, and they push hairs into view, which is gnarly. So every few days, usually once a week, I take my piercings out and trim my nose hairs. A co-worker of mine has the same piercings and he doesn't trim his nose hairs, and you can tell. It's gross. If you want clear skin without all of the extra products, just stay really hydrated. It'll help you get rid of acne scars too. Water is honestly the cure for everything. When I'm sick, I drink a lot of water and it makes me recover faster. When I have a stomach ache, I drink water and feel better. When I have anxiety, I drink some water and feel in a better mental place. Since you say beauty tip, not fashion, exfoliate daily and use a moisturizer with sunscreen, and make sure to drink enough water. Cheap, easy, and effective. It will keep your skin smooth and attractive and prevent premature aging from sun damage. Exfoliate twice a week at most. You don't want to strip your skin and then irritate it. Really depends on your skin type. Dry and sensitive skin people should only exfoliate occasionally. Give yourself a black eye. Chicks dig black eyes. Hey now, we like brown eyes too. No discrimination here.
Pilots of Reddit. What is the scariest moment of your career that passengers may have been oblivious to? ATC, Air Traffic Control, gave my plane clearance to take off on runway 35, north, at airport JFK, while simultaneously allowing for a similar aircraft to depart from runway 26, west. These runways cross one another. We almost collided at 500 AGL, above ground level. The other aircraft was so close, I could make out the expression on the pilot's face. I think we can all make out the other pilot's expression from reading that. Not my passengers, but I've intercepted an unidentified aircraft that turned out to be an airliner. Everyone is always worried about the fighter they see flying formation outside their window. What they should really be nervous about is the fighter hanging out a mile in trail. If you have ever seen Olympus Has Fallen, this formation you speak of was not present in the movie when an unidentified AC-130 entered DC airspace. There was no trail A or C, so the rogue gunship shot down the two fighters. Knowing how this procedure works, the rest of the movie was a loss to me. Finally, my time to shine. Airline pilot here, going on 4 years now. I was flying into a small Midwestern airport in the middle of summer. On approach to the airport, we received an alert by the onboard equipment to climb immediately to avoid hitting another plane. Fair enough, climb as instructed, see the offending aircraft below us, and decide to continue the approach. On a 3-mile straight-in final to the runway, we spot a wall of torrential rain rapidly approaching the field. Looks far enough away that we think that we can beat it to the airport. About 100 feet off the runway, the rain hits us and we go complete whiteout. Can't see anything out of the windshield. Immediately start a go-around, and we get as low as 20 feet before the airplane finally starts climbing. Upon exiting the rain, and at about 500 feet, we finally are able to see again and get another alert for a helicopter right in front of us. This time, we are told to descend. All in all, the most hectic and terrifying series of events in my entire time in aviation. About 10 years total now. Now, I'm not in the industry, so I'm not exactly a beacon of knowledge, but isn't a TCAS alarm a pretty good indicator that ATC aren't doing their job? And to have two in such a short space of time? If the Delta pilots that flew my flight and landed on August 9th, 2003 from Atlanta to Narita Airport are reading this, I want to say thank you for your balls of steel. You had me a little worried when you said, "We will make an attempt to land," while Typhoon Ito was passing over the airport, but you did it. I have never in my life seen flight attendants so much as blink when hitting rough weather. The flight attendant sitting up the aisle from me was strapped into her seat, looking out the window to her right in tear. The way the plane would twist, get forced down by wind, and then the engine attempts to climb to recover, causing the whole plane to vibrate violently was scary, but also pretty badass as to the demonstration as to how tough those planes truly are. The plane not only being blown up and down, but being blown laterally seemed like a difficult situation to control a plane in. I hope somebody bought you guys a drink afterwards. I was truly impressed, but I needed to change my pants after that. I similarly once was in an airplane that attempted to land at Hong Kong International Airport during a typhoon. Had to abort a few landing attempts, and the cabin crew were busy handing out doggy bags for people to vomit into during the severe turbulence, but somehow they managed to land the plane safely. Never have I heard the pilots earn a bigger round of applause for landing the plane than that journey. Since there are a lot of pilots here, is it horrible if I ask a question? Well, my whole life I've always wanted to be a pilot, and I want to know what I need to do to get started. I'm 17 with no job experience. I took a 3-month-long course on aviation about 8 months ago, and many flight simulators, and at the end of the program, we got to take turns flying a plane with an experienced pilot next to us for safety. Long story short, I really want to become a pilot. What's the best way I can? Is college necessary? Is it helpful? Also, I've always wanted to be a pilot for an airlines company, if that helps. Like, if you were going to Florida, to Ohio for vacation, I'd want to be the one flying you there. I am graduating in May with a BS in Aviation Management and Flight Operations from Jacksonville University. I did the military track, which only took me up to a commercial multi-engine rating, but most people go all the way to be an instrument instructor, CFII. So I'm going to fly for the Navy, but I know people going into the airlines, and yes, you need a college degree. There are several colleges that offer aviation programs if you want to go that route. You can also get a college degree in something, then go to a flight school afterwards, but it'll be longer before you start making money. I actually started flying and got my private in high school. If you have some money, you can join a local flying club and fly with them a few times to see if you're truly interested. I know people that got to college, burned a few $1,000s, and realized flying wasn't for them. PM me if you have any questions. Commercial pilot here. Not at the airlines, but I did have a passenger. Working with a newer pilot, we were flying a VOR approach into a smaller airport. We were on with center, en route control, and were cleared into the airport with no other traffic in the area. We were flying in the clouds, and once we get to about 10 miles out, we started announcing on the CTAF, airport traffic radio. No answer. About 3 minutes later, right after a radio call, we broke out of clouds on the approach about 2 miles out, just in time to see another aircraft opposite direction entering the clouds, about 100 yards off our right wing. Someone was trying the big sky theory and not talking on the radio. Scarred the life out of me. I hate those old people that don't need to, smartasses that don't want to, or unsecure people avoiding it because they don't remember procedures. Oh, RJ, unidentified traffic at your 11 o'clock? 2 miles? No altitude on crossing vector? Report traffic in sight? Or gliders? I fly them myself, but Christ, in contact with approach when suddenly a glider appears? Approach is unaware of illegal traffic? Report filed on landing? Dumb people always ruin it. A friend of mine was flying his single-prop Comanche from FTL to Naples, FL with a couple passengers. About 10 minutes out from the airport, I believe a piston blew in the engine and it cut out. He had to make an emergency landing on a road in between some orange groves. Having heard that story made me trust him all the more as a pilot, though. Good question. I was flying from Boston to Columbus, Ohio, and in between us was a huge line of thunderstorms. In events like that, ATC will, in short, let you draw your own flight path to dodge the intense weather cells. The plane has weather radar in the nose and gives us a visual map of red spots to avoid. The flight was 3 hours long, and the captain and I were spending every second of that time flying up, down, left and right, dodging lightning and turbulence. Sweat was pouring down my face as I was using my best judgment on which direction to fly. We must have done a good job because the flight attendant called up to the flight deck to say all the passengers were sound asleep. That's awesome. I'm terrified of turbulence, so when the pilots try really hard to avoid the rough spots, it makes me happy. My mom is a flight attendant and has been since the early 1970s. She was on a flight home last month, and as they touched down, the entire window on the co-pilot side of the flight deck popped out from its frame and fell away. Luckily, they remained calm and neither pilot was injured. She has complained before about some of the bad mechanics that get hired to work out of the smaller hubs. My uncle was a mechanic at the United Hub here in Indiana. He had a huge alcoholism problem, and when the company became aware of the issue, they suspended him, with pay, and put him in a rehab program. The issue is, though, that it took a while for them to catch him. Scary, right? I'm a private pilot, and was flying 3 of my friends around when my GPS started acting up. I'd grown to rely on the darn thing and forgotten how to triangulate my position using VORs. Took me about half an hour to remember how to do it and figure out where I was. Not a near-death experience or anything overly exciting, but being lost in an airplane is terrifying. It's not like you can pull over. This doesn't 100% count, but currently in flight school, and I've got to say doing stall training. My only passenger was my instructor, who obviously knew what was going on and instructed me on how to do it, but nonetheless, being in a stalled aircraft dropping like a rock is scary stuff until you pull out of it. I had the distinct picture in my mind of an NTSB investigator standing over my charred intestines intermingled with tiny bits of aluminum spread across some farm in the middle of nowhere if I somehow never pulled out of it. Ironically, spin recovery was actually a lot less scary, just seemed like a roller coaster. In flight school, my scariest moment was when we were coming in on approach and the instructor says, "Today you're learning about unpowered landings," and reaches over and kills the engine. To be fair, I was so paranoid of that happening again that I was always prepared for him to do it afterwards. Although not a pilot, I was in the operations center of an airline as this happened. At almost exactly the midway point across the Pacific to Hawaii from LA, a 757 lost an engine. With the winds and available fuel on board, it became a critical situation. The aircraft had diverted to Hilo, but even then, all calculations said it would come up short. We went as far as to begin activating the crash team and started the crash checklist, preparing the manifest and such. Somehow, the pilots managed to conserve enough fuel to make it to Hilo. The passengers may have known there was an engine not working, but they surely had no clue how dire the situation was. This is because of that airlines won't let planes carry extra fuel thing that pilots complain about, right? Not a pilot. I wasn't even on the plane. I was at the airport waiting for a plane coming in from a long flight. From Hawaii? This was back when you could wait at the gate for incoming flights. They announced that the pilot had died en route and that the co-pilot was flying the plane. Now, why would they tell us that? My friend on the plane was told nothing. They had asked if there was a doctor aboard, who disappeared forward, but he heard nothing more and didn't see anything. It wasn't until after the landing, when the passengers talked to those waiting for them, did they find out. What only exists because humans are dumb? This is for external use only. Puts Clorox container down. Do not eat contents on a claymore mine. World War II, or maybe Vietnam, soldiers actually did eat bits of C4 occasionally because it would give them symptoms mimicking that of a flu, which they'd use to get out of combat. Warnings on hammers saying this object can cause damage if you strike yourself. Step 1. Hit someone else with hammer. Step 2. Act outraged discovering it causes harm without being warned against. Step 3. Sue company to your heart's content. Step 4. Profit. Bonus points if you hit someone you don't like. I know a lot of people say warning labels, but let's be honest. Warning labels have probably never stopped stupid people from doing stupid things. They're just there to protect corporations from getting lawsuits. But the most ridiculous warnings only exist because some idiot actually did that stupid thing. They're there to protect the company, sure, but they wouldn't be necessary if the dumb thing hadn't already happened in an earlier iteration. Flammable tags on underwear. Some of us need that warning label. Licks finger and touches ass. Let's not get on a tangent about the topic of TV ads for prescription medication, but recently, last couple years, they started adding a sentence in the commercials. Do not take Trevexica if you are allergic to Trevexica. What happened to make that a thing that they need to mention now? Why the hell would anyone knowingly continue to put a drug in their body if they knew or realized that they were allergic to it? Answer: people are stupid. I get that it's to protect them legally, but it's mind-blowing to me that it needs to be said even to do that. The part that gets me is that the statement provides no new information. For example, I would say, don't eat Snickers if you are allergic to peanuts. I wouldn't say, don't eat Snickers if you are allergic to Snickers. Some really strange laws, like handling fish suspiciously, can end you up in jail in the UK. I believe it's in Massachusetts, but there is a law that says you are not allowed to keep a mule on the second floor of your home or something along those lines. Wearing this costume does not enable you to fly. Tag on a Superman Halloween costume. Jerry Seinfeld had this joke. I liked his follow-up. I want to meet the person dumb enough to think that this might make them fly, yet smart enough to think to check the instructions. The Darwin Awards. My favorite is the gasoline truck driver. When they get back to the yard, they would fill the tanks with water to evacuate the leftover fumes. It was late at night and he wanted to see how full his tanks were, but he didn't have a flashlight to see into the tank. But he did have a cigarette lighter. You can see where this goes. Several warning markings like, don't put your cat inside your microwave. What kind of cat did you buy that came with a warning label? Right? Mine only says, hand wash only, not dishwasher safe. About half of what a hospital does. Of course, the side that deals with sickness isn't there because we're dumb, but the part that deals with glass bottles being stuck inside anuses is there because we're dumb. I'd argue half of what the emergency room at a hospital does, but not half of what the entire hospital does. A hospital does a lot of things outside of the ER. The belief of a flat earth. This is by far my favorite conspiracy just to laugh at, just cause why? Who would lie about that? What is there to gain from people thinking the earth is actually a globe? Peanut allergy warnings on jars of peanut butter. Jar of peanuts. Ingredients, peanuts. Warning, contains peanuts. Pyramid schemes, spam email, and pool gates. I wouldn't say pyramid schemes exist because people are dumb, they exist because people are greedy. The Emoji Movie. Having watched it, I firmly believe it was the product of Columbia Pictures going through Pixar's trash and finding an initial concept for Inside Out. Let's see. Don't stop on the tracks. Contents are hot. Straw paper can go in your eye. The list goes on and on. Well, I will say this. The biggest talking point on the coffee is hot label is because a woman spilled coffee on herself that wasn't just hot, but closing to boiling. Somewhere between 180 to 190 Fahrenheit, with a boiling point of water being 212 Fahrenheit, and she suffered third-degree burns and was hospitalized for 6 days due to McDonald's negligence. She sued them, which ended up on a settlement. After this, McDonald's put the warnings on their coffee so they couldn't be sued again. And to add insult to injury, put a smear campaign against this woman to completely downplay this incident. I would take a look at Liebeck versus McDonald's restaurants on Wikipedia. Zero tolerance policies. Zero tolerance policies are not about the welfare of the kids. They're about abdicating the administrators from the expectation of good judgment and the accountability that entails. You can't get in trouble for making the wrong decision if there are no decisions. I used to love working on health and safety. It's almost a nature documentary on how little people think before something messes up. Drove me nuts sitting in meetings listening to the endless possibilities of what could happen if someone did stupid thing, so we should make rules so it can't ever happen. Measles. In 2000, measles was nearly eradicated, but then anti-vaxxers brought it back to popularity. Measles were almost eradicated by human intelligence, only to be brought back by human stupidity. Nice. The warning on my dad's old motorcycle saying, "This is a motorcycle and only to be used as such." I used mine as a ram once and it was pretty ineffective. It only left a small bump on the guy's cars, but it totaled me and my bike. Babysitters. If babies weren't so stupid, you wouldn't need one. If loser, unemployed babies would just get off their fat ass and get a job, society would be so much more productive. Warning signs next to large waterfalls, cliffs, any other potentially lethal terrain. Sometimes I can understand. At one of our old vacation spots, there was a cliff that you couldn't see until it was too late. Popular hiking trail. The word ambulance written in reverse on an ambulance for those people that don't realize that the huge vehicle behind them with the flashing lights and siren is in fact an ambulance. Gluten-free on bottled water. Fun fact, many shampoos and body washes contain gluten and will make people, like my mother with celiac, break out. Sadly, these labels are necessary because it's in a ridiculous amount of stuff. The warning label on my scooter. Caution. Object moves when used. Reality TV stars. But the people who produced those shows are genius. TikTok. I swear TikTok is a plot to make people addicted to short bursts of information and reduce their attention span to make them dumb in the long run. That's in addition to being an easy platform to float really bad ideas and bad information to the easily impressionable. It is such a stupid platform. Labels that say, allergy advice contains X, on packets or bottles or whatever, where X is the only thing in there, like contains nuts on a packet of peanuts. Peanuts are legumes and the coconut is a drop. Neither are nuts, botanically speaking. Could be the reason for such labels? I wish there was an AMA from someone who makes these labels. Modern politics. If we were smarter, there would be a better collective decision-making process. But democracy is only as good as the educated system in it. If you have a population of ignorant people, you have a flawed democracy. You know those labels on buckets with an upside-down drowning baby? Yeah, probably had to start using those for a reason. People often don't realize how top-heavy toddlers are. They can be looking into something and topple forward and get stuck, not having the proper strength and leverage to remove themselves from the position. I've not personally seen it happen with a bucket, but I've watched my child get stuck in a laundry basket. It was harmless and amusing. Less so if it had been a bucket filled with liquid. TV ads for water. And prescription medicine when you can't even buy it without your doctor specifically telling you to. People who genuinely believe 5G is bad and that coronavirus is fake. My friend's older brother is all about this. He thinks the radiation from Wi-Fi is going to make him do things, and so he sleeps with a special bedsheet that plugs into the wall. He also believes in hollow earth and tried to show me pics of the hole in the top of the earth. LMFAO. Daylight saving time. Daylight savings time is really just an odd response to rigid working hours. Pugs and bulldogs. And many health issues in farm animals for a related reason. Because of extreme breeding goals, the Holstein breed, one of the most popular dairy breeds in the world, has extremely poor fertility and health. Breeding can be animal abuse. HOAs. HOAs don't exist because people are stupid. They exist because people are selfish. Troom. My sisters watch this channel on the daily, and I don't understand how anyone can without losing brain cells. The lottery. In high school, 12th grade, my calculus professor said, on average, you need to spend 50% of any jackpot to win. Would you be better off just saving that money? In the US, the government takes like 40% anyway. The ability to opt your kids out of vaccines. Let me tweak this a bit. The ability to opt out is good. Personal liberty. The choice to opt out is likely dumb. Personal responsibility. I only say likely because I don't know everyone's medical status, so I'm not sure everyone can safely be vaccinated. Password strength checks. I'd argue that it's because humans are smart. I think that if people were smart and didn't use passwords like password1, there wouldn't be a need for any type of check. Global warming. I mean, it doesn't exist because humans are dumb. It exists because we didn't know what we were doing in the Industrial Revolution. It thrives because humans are dumb. The Kardashians. Not a fan, but I actually think they are kinda genius for having carved out such large businesses and profiles. They were wealthy, but now they are mega rich, and all because of a sex tape? I don't watch their shows or follow them on social media, and even I know a lot about them, because they are everywhere. Sure, it's annoying, but when you reach that level of exposure and wealth, I don't think they care about anybody calling them sluts or fake or whatever.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit, what is that one compliment you got that you'll never forget? I was out back building a new deck on my house, and my daughter came outside to tell me she thought I was doing a good job and that she was proud of me for being able to build a deck. Tell your parents you are proud of them. As kids, we always want to hear this from our parents, but as we grow into adulthood, we never think to tell it to our parents. Sadly, it's not normally something that we ever say out loud until we are speaking at their funeral. If you have parents who are still alive and who you are genuinely proud of, I know not everyone has had parents that qualify. Be sure to tell them. Those words mean as much coming from child to parent as they do coming from parent to child. I've been walking the same route for over a year for exercise, trying to lose weight. I had lost about 120 pounds by this time when I heard a woman voice I did not know call out to me from her backyard. I'm proud of you. You have lost a lot of weight. I haven't seen her since, but to me that helped me stay motivated hearing that. Good for you. I hope you managed to achieve your goals. It's so motivating when people notice your weight loss and throw a compliment your way. Definitely helps keep me on track. Some little girl in a cart in a grocery store once said, "He's pretty," about me, to her mother. I could hear her mother telling her, "That's not what we say to boys." I didn't bother to say anything, but I would have told her that it's okay to call anyone pretty. Considering children are notoriously brutally honest, you must be gorgeous. Or the kid needed glasses. Delivered a pizza to two drunk chicks. As I was walking away, they yelled that I should turn on the AC in my car. I turned around just as one yelled, "'Cause you're looking pretty hot," as she slammed the door. That was a good day. Yes, this reminds me of one of my few compliments. I was delivering pizza. As they were closing the door when I was leaving, the girls in the background yelled, "Bye, cutie." Best tip ever. I really like your speech pattern. One of my old co-workers. You have a voice that is calming. You should read stories to children. Your voice is very soothing, like an NPR commentator. You should do voiceovers for TV. On a night out, I had a girl tell me I looked like Waldo, then proceeded to flirt with me. 11 out of 10, the funniest compliment I've ever received. I once won a costume contest by telling everyone I was coming as Waldo and then not showing up. It was awesome. Was working in a restaurant and told a guest that I would have the bartender make them a really annoying off-menu cocktail. Put in the order, walked to the bar to beg her to make this cocktail that I know she hates dealing with. She looks at me and sighs and says, "That grin should be illegal," and proceeds to make the cocktail. Still makes me smile to myself. Grin and tonic. The last words my grandma said to me, "Oh, look, you're so handsome." My grandpa, the last days I saw him, "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. This is the best day of my life." I'm a little self-conscious of my laugh because it literally sounds like I'm a dying hyena. And I've a couple girls tell me, "Oh my God, I love your laugh." And "You have the best laugh." That always puts a smile on my face thinking about that. Also, I met one other person in my life who has the same laugh as me, and we actually met in school. And we would sometimes sit on opposite sides of the classroom, and then when one of us would laugh, the other one would laugh, and then it sounded like an echo chamber or a zoo or something. It was really funny. People like those very enthusiastic, uncontrollable laughs. You make others laugh. My aunt has one like this. We went to a live theater comedy. She started laughing, couldn't stop. They had to stop the show so the actors could laugh for a minute. I was talking to my ex and a few of his friends about this girl I knew in high school. I said, "She's the kind of person that makes you feel like you're the only person in the world when you're talking to her. She engages so deeply and always seems really interested in what you're saying to her." One of his friends said, "Downvote all of them. I think you're one of those people." And everyone else in the car voiced their agreement. It was the coolest thing that ever happened to me. I'll never forget that. I really wish I was one of those people. I know I would be if I didn't have this ADD. My brain is continually moving and it's hard to stay focused no matter how much I care. I really do care about my friends and family, but I cannot stop thinking about what I am having for dinner that night, or what I could have said differently to a client earlier in the day, or a fan theory about the next Avengers movie, etc. It never stops. Once, a blind girl that I helped to arrive at her place told me that she could feel my very good vibes, and she was comfortable walking with me because of that. I won't forget that. I might not be able to see my surroundings, but I can see you're a good person. A girl I worked with once asked if I could give her a ride home because her ride wasn't able to pick her up. I did and asked her out to dinner, which she agreed to. While we were at dinner, she confessed, "I didn't actually need a ride home. I just wanted a ride from a cute guy." I was riding that compliment for months. Call me old-fashioned, but the fact that she lied to get me to do something for her would be a huge red flag for me. When I got my MA, a professor of mine came over to congratulate me after the ceremony. She said, "You didn't speak much in my class, but when you did, I always listened because I knew what you said would matter." It was a really simple statement at the time, but I think about it often. This thread is full of girls' comments, but you reminded me of one of my favorite compliments. A PhD professor at my college graded a final paper of mine and called it brilliant. Made me feel like I was legit in college. I was at a funeral, and my old school bus driver's wife, who I had never met, looked up at me and said, "You must be one of those, my last name." I said, "Yes." She said, "I knew it when I saw your eyes." It made sense to me. It's happened my whole life. My whole family has large brown eyes, and I'm always recognized for that, so I said, "Yeah, we all have big brown eyes." She said, "That's not exactly it. You all have kind eyes. You can tell by looking at my last name, they are genuine and good people." Probably the most sincere compliment I've gotten. I used to tell my ex all the time that I loved his eyes because they looked so kind. I don't know what he thought about it though. He never commented on it. I've been very depressed lately. I've never felt a low like this before. My roommate noticed because I stopped doing the dishes on my designated days, which is unlike me. I just couldn't find the energy or motivation. I told her, and she started writing encouraging notes on our shared bathroom mirror with dry erase markers. Yesterday, she wrote 5 things that make Colorful Functor awesome. And today she wrote, I am a better person because of you, Colorful Functor. I think she literally saved my life. I'm still struggling, but I'm so lucky to have her. I've been ever so slowly climbing out of my deepest low yet. Just remember that your friends choose to be friends with you over everyone else. Things hurt and will take a long time to get better. Sometimes it'll feel like you're not moving anywhere or even backwards. But you are something special and unique. They can see that and want to see that sparkle in your eye. Sincerely, a random stranger. Was walking to a bar, 2 black girls coming the other way looking me up and down, and when we crossed paths, one said, healthy. Drunk people compliments are honestly the best. Had a gay dude and a couple of girls walk past me while I was bar hopping. As I crossed paths with them, the gay man checked me out, then looked over at his friend and just said, woof. Felt nice, LOL. I was grocery shopping with my wife, and this adorable little old lady stopped me and said, you are so handsome. You should be a movie star. I looked over my shoulder to make sure she was talking to me, then watched my wife eye roll her so hard. Anyway, very sweet and totally made my day. I had a similar run-in with an old lady on the New York subway. She said I was incredibly charming. Was at Starbucks and the attractive barista asked for my name to put on the cup. I told her, but when I got my cup it said, handsome guy. Made my week. Ha ha. Oh man, forgot that guy's name. My uncle was a world-renowned chef. Cooked for kings, queens, and every U.S. president from Nixon to Clinton. I grilled him a venison steak once and he said, wow, this is really good. I will wear that as a badge of honor for the rest of my days. When I was young, I lived in an institution for insert reason here, and I made a dish we call fake hair. Basically, you take 1 kilogram of pig mincemeat, mix it with milk, eggs, flour, onions, and salt and pepper. Form it into a loaf and put it in the oven. Then you make gravy from the juices. Anyway, I served this dish and everybody loved it. Then like 10 to 15 years later, I met one of the people who worked there, and he bloody remembered my dish XD. I mean, how delicious does something have to be for you to remember that specific dish? Especially since it wasn't a special occasion or anything, just normal everyday food. It made my entire day. I feel safe when I'm with you. I had this once. I was in high school and dating a girl a few years older than me who I thought was absolutely out of my league. We were laying in her bed with her head on my chest and she just said, you make me feel really safe. It blew me away. A man came up to me and asked me if I would be available for a date. I said I wasn't in a relationship, but also wasn't homosexual, and afterwards said I appreciated the offer. That's okay, buddy. I'm sure you'll make some girl very happy one day. That man was very good with rejection, I think.
What was the please stop school presentation that you witnessed? Part 1. In college, during abnormal psychology, a student did an entire presentation on Obama's bipolar disorder. She kept citing an article from The Onion. I think that's part of what happens when you just tell kids that Wikipedia isn't reliable and then don't really elaborate from there, because they didn't use Wikipedia as a source, therefore it must be reliable. Was in a video and filmmaking class in high school. One group of guys did a parody of those Gatorade commercials where the athlete's sweat is colored like Gatorade, but it was a sweaty guy jerking off. Apparently, there was a Gatorade cum shot, but the teacher just turned that off immediately before it got that far. Reminds me of the fake Skittles, where the newlyweds are banging in a cheap hotel and gives the bride a Skittles facial. LOL. The anti-vaxxer chick that did a presentation on why vaccines cause autism, followed up by someone else's presentation on how vaccines do not cause autism. It was a weird day. I bet the guy who went after her felt pretty confident when he walked up. Presentation on World War II. Student had just discovered all the neat transitions you can use between slides and decided to use a different one each slide. They used the flashing heart transition between a photo slide of a mass grave and a photo slide of Hitler. Oof. This reminded me of something that happened to me in college. I was part of a group project on mass graves, and we needed to do a PowerPoint presentation. One guy was in charge of the presentation formatting and visuals. Like 2 days before the presentation, he comes up to us, giddy as heck, and shows us the presentation. He'd put those animated flaming skulls everywhere, on top of the World War II photos, plus wacky transitions like you described. I think we all just stared at him. For 8th grade talent show, 2 girls sang the Mr. Bladell song. Mr. Bladell was a good-looking, recently college-graduated teacher that basically was about how cute they thought he was. Even then, it was incredibly uncomfortable, and I remember looking at the teacher's face, and he didn't seem very amused. I remember in high school, one young and cool English teacher had to stop teaching English to seniors because they were so obviously obsessed with him. It was gross and uncomfortable. In my high school current events class, 2 freshman girls got a little lost in their research about ISIS. They somehow connected this terrorist group to the magic bullet theory used in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Me and the few other seniors were holding back laughter the entire presentation. Had to look it up. Apparently, there are some fringe groups actually promoting this as a thing. What the heck, world? What the heck? Once in college, I was in my Spanish class and our desks were in a U shape. I was on the very end of the U. So some guy is giving a presentation. He is standing behind a podium. Gets a boner. I'm on the side and no one is opposite, so I can see it. Dude just kept going on and on and on. I think he was trying to outlast the boner. He ended up getting it down before he had to sit down. Was like a 10-minute presentation that only needed to be like 3 minutes though. I remember the same situation happening during the 6th grade during a lecture, but instead of a student, it was a 50-year-old male teacher. Science went on for a bit longer than usual. I was in 4th grade, and a girl in my class did an oral report on Martin Luther King and how he was a hero for freeing the slaves. To be fair, my 5th grade teacher thought the same thing, a woman with her master's degree. People wonder why my state is one of the lowest ranked in the US, and I tell them that. In high school, a student died in a car accident where she was driving. There was no record that stated she was distracted by her phone or anything, but the school decided to have an assembly shortly after talking about distracted driving and using her as an example, telling the whole school she'd be alive if she was doing what she was supposed to. This is really late to the game, but I experienced something similar. I was in the Air Force, and a guy that got to tech school around the same time as a big group of us was up late studying, not drinking, and his buddy called him for a ride home because Buddy was drunk. Dude got in his car to get him and didn't put on his seatbelt, got in an accident, and died. We then, during his memorial type thing, got a lecture about wearing a seatbelt at all times in a car, and how his wife might not get his life insurance now since he wasn't wearing his. It almost turned into basically blaming him for dying. Most of us were young 20s experiencing our first death or death of a friend. It was really tone deaf and insensitive. Late to this, but grade 12 advanced placement English. We were assigned books, then had to do a presentation on a topic somehow related to it. The book I was assigned was The Stranger by Camus, so I presented on existentialism in literature. One girl was assigned Animal Farm. She started her presentation on kinds of tractors used in farming. She hadn't read the book and assumed it was about actual animal husbandry. It was a very long presentation. The teacher had to actually hide her face. I love that the teacher let it continue. Like, wow, I'm going to see you fail already, but let's see how badly you can embarrass yourself on the way down. Some guy in my class, about 12 to 13 years old, confused heroic and erotic. The teacher asked if he really read an erotic book, and he said yes, as the student watched in disbelief. Took the teacher 30 seconds to catch up the misunderstanding. I used to know a guy who... he realized he needed glasses because he picked a topic from the board, cadavers. Turned out it had actually said Dadaism. Not a presentation, but during our school assemblies, we often had student performers, which were usually musically inclined individuals or theater kids doing a scene or monologue. One kid decided to do a stand-up comedy routine about a girl giving him a blowjob. So awkward, and the principal had to interrupt him. That reminds of drama class, where a girl got a D for a skit she made and she was playing a prostitute. In 1984, when I was in 6th grade, each class did a winter concert. The 8th grade football team sang "I'm Dreaming of a Black Christmas" in blackface. Green Bay, Wisconsin, Bayview Middle School. Better than my school, where we had 4 white girls wear a blackface to dress up as the Jamaican bobsled team. In 2013, in Ireland. The teachers did nothing, and I still cringe every time I remember it. The one where my school got ripped off by paying a guy who claimed to be on SpongeBob to come talk to us about drugs. He did look kind of like Tom Kenny, I guess. I was also thinking backward about the question. I thought OP meant, when did the school have to tell everyone to quit doing something? For me, it was banning Pokemon cards in 1998, because toddlers were brawling over that first edition Charizard. In history class, we all had to do a presentation about some sort of injustice in the world. One kid chose a prison camp for his topic. All his PowerPoint slides were photos of men being stripped, chained, whipped, sodomized, and forced to give blowjobs. We were 13. Sounds like Abu Ghraib. You are correct. This was a Spanish class in college, and I think the assignment was something like, talk about your best friend or some such. Just kind of a softball assignment so you could practice using the vocabulary. And one classmate's friend was evidently a friend with benefits. Oh, you reminded me of high school French, sophomore year. We had to do show and tell. One girl brought her ultrasound photos and told us all about her bébé. She wasn't showing yet, so it was quite the surprise. Our adorably sheltered teacher was too shocked to figure out how to stop the presentation. Not at school, but when I was in high school, my church youth group went to this church camp. For those uninitiated, Thursday nights are normally the really emotional nights. Well, this camp was different. Thursday night, the guy that started the camp comes on stage and begins giving a bunch of middle school and high school boys and girls the sex talk. All I remember from that night was the quote, "Just because there's a hole there doesn't mean you have to stick something in it." Church kid here. I always thought those sex talks were cringy and rather out of place. I get they're trying to educate kids about safe sex, but I feel it's not their place to do so. I can't imagine talking to random people's kids about sex, like, who volunteers to do that? An anti-bullying campaign. They spent most of the presentation explaining different types and ways to bully and harass people. Bullying increased in school, and everything got 10 times worse now that the students were more educated on the subject. I was once in a group that was being trained to proctor in-person tests in a college testing center, and it included a heavy dose of what to watch for. Same problem. It was basically a seminar in how to cheat better. Both of these examples remind me of reading about Colditz Castle, which was a German POW camp during World War II. They sent prisoners there who had escaped and been recaptured. Their intent was to put all of the bad eggs in one basket so they could be watched more closely. According to the author, who had been a POW there, this backfired big time. Lots of ambitious would-be escapees helping each other, benefiting from collective experience, and so on. He said it was like getting a graduate-level education in escape techniques. Compared to some other stories in here, this is minor, but it was a group project for one of my literature classes. There were 5 people in this group. According to the rubric for this assignment, everyone was supposed to have equal speaking parts. One of the members in this group would just not stop talking. Half of their presentation was just her talking, and she went on about each of her slides for like 5 minutes. The rest of her group members had like 1 or 2 slides each, and she had IIRC 5 or 6. She would also interject into the other group members' parts to add her opinions. The look on my professor's face screamed, "Just shut up already," every time she talked. We had to give 5 to 10 minute group presentations once, and one group had the genius idea of just copying an entire Wikipedia page as their script. Like 30 minutes in, I hear someone laughing behind me, and I look back to see everyone on the row behind me laughing at our teacher, giving the most exaggerated look of boredom I've ever seen every time they start reading another line. In college, someone was doing a presentation on Nelson Mandela and kept referring to Africans as African Americans. Something similar happened in my school, too. The kids were supposed to be presenting on African music, literature, and art, and they started talking about Kendrick Lamar. What was the "please stop" school presentation that you witnessed? Part 2. My junior year in French class. This one girl did not know French at all, despite taking the class for 4 years. She was pretty open about it too, laughing and saying how she didn't need this class in the middle of the presentation. The teacher asked her to sit. I had issues presenting in French all the time, even though I absolutely love it in English. I think people, including myself, get too in their heads about getting everything perfect when, in reality, most people probably aren't even listening, and a lot of the time, we don't speak our first language properly. It always felt kinda bad because I knew how to write and understand French perfectly, but looked like an idiot whenever I actually had to speak it. It's me. I did this. I cringe about it to this day, nearly 20 years later. I was 16 and in high school. My high school was going to do a spring talent show. I wanted to be in the talent show and show off my talents. The problem was, my actual talents are not ones that I could show off at a talent show, so I decided to try singing. I have never sung in my life. I have never had voice lessons. I was in my prime weeb stage and chose an anime song to sing. I didn't know any actual Japanese. I had just memorized the lyrics from hearing the song so many times. Luckily, I didn't make it past auditions, but several people saw an overweight girl in a Sailor Moon shirt try to sing Butterfly, despite having never done any singing or voice training ever in her life. Nearly 20 years later, and remembering it keeps me awake at night. A girl in my school danced to Hatsune Miku for a presentation. I cringed, but I admired her guts to do something like that. I never did this, but my dream was to include a slide of a bear running toward us, and then me yelling, "Oh no, a bear!" and then quickly going to the next slide, saying, "Whoa, that was close," and then going on like nothing happened. I have a feeling I would have ended up in this thread. As long as it's a GIF. Even better, have it start as a full screen GIF of a forest and start giving a long explanation on something before it comes. Yeah, it prob would have ended up here. I was a teacher's aide at my son's school, and I sat in on his class one day as a first grader did show and tell. She held up a book and said, "This is my diarrhea." Half the class looked confused, the rest looked intrigued. She continued to mix up diary with diarrhea for several more sentences, as the teacher and I were silently crying with hysteria. If just one kid had laughed, we would have jumped in, but everyone listened with respect and applauded at the end, so we moved on. Lois: "Chris, have you done your science homework?" Chris: "All done. We had to make a shoebox diarrhea on the evolution of man." Lois: "You mean diorama." Chris: "Uh-oh." I was doing work experience with a bunch of special needs kids at a school. We were watching a play that I don't remember the name of, which was about someone who was in a gang or something and got HIV. Instead of having any action or dialogue, the story was told through characters standing out the front and telling the story to the audience. It was dull as hell. The special needs kids were getting so restless, and I couldn't blame them because it was terrible. Straight Outta Compton. Not exactly something I'd show to special needs kids or any kid for that matter. Us. We were to make a film retelling the story of Hamlet. It was supposed to be 5 minutes. Being the creative nutcases we were, we made a 22-minute film, complete with a commercial break, which made fun of prior books we had to read. Ophelia was a Jersey Shore whore who refused to take her Prozac. Polonius was a perverted Greek philosopher, and Hamlet was a depressed emo. Sword fights were video game based, with Mortal Kombat themes. We presented it to the class and were cut off after 5 minutes. We received an A-. This sounds like my group. We had to do a project on Romeo and Juliet, so we submitted a half-hour film that we created. It was titled CSI Verona, so you can probably imagine what occurred. Someone gave a speech about durian in a class once. She brought a small, frozen sample that thawed as the class went on. The professor let students step out the room. Coincidentally, one of the culinary classes reported a gas leak and pulled a fire alarm. I didn't think durians gave off that particular mercaptan. That being said, warm durian does smell pretty wretched, and if you haven't smelled natural gas in a durian, I could see how they could be swapped. Natural gas, well, the mercaptan added to it, has a more acrid smell than durians. In my world cultures class in middle school, we had to take a different country and compare it to America. A kid proceeded to pick the United States and even converted the currency, and on his slides said, $1 US equals $1. The teacher made him stop, but I kinda wish I saw the rest. It was a presentation that my art teacher made for the rules of the classroom, and it was full of Minion memes. One of my teachers did a presentation that also had Minion memes in it, and to make matters worse, all of the walls of her classroom are covered in Minion posters or Minion-related things. That room was by far the most uncomfortable classroom I have ever been in. When I was a 9th grade student, we had to present the poems we made in English class. Most people wrote about embracing their culture, loving their friends, etc. And then there was that one kid who recited a lifestyle poem, which compared fat people to beached whales and said that people who don't work out will die before they're 20. Reminds me of my idiot friend in middle school who gave a persuasive speech on why it's bad to be obese to an incredibly overweight teacher. We could pick literally any topic. One girl literally did hers on why saltwater taffy was the best candy. My friend got a D. High school junior English class. An easy 6 or 7 years ago, so details are fuzzy, but we had weeks to prepare a presentation alongside an informative essay that we wrote. Weeks of in-class time, like 3 to 4 weeks of full 5 days, 50-minute classes for this essay, presentation, and the actual presenting. This kid in the class decided to write about the problems of procrastination. For the essay, it was a few sentences, something like, I procrastinated and this was the result, nothing done, etc. The presentation, a few slides, all white with the default texts and sizes, and it was something along the same lines of, I have nothing prepared because my topic is procrastination. The teacher was disturbingly unimpressed, and the kid threw such a fit about failing this major project. Seriously, it was a hefty portion of the class that he transferred out of the class. I've done projects like this before, hinging it all on some stupid joke theming the project on it and failing. Except I didn't care if I failed, or if people laughed. I just did what I had fun doing. You shouldn't do stuff like that if you genuinely want to achieve something because the chances of it working are 1 in a million. Student gave a presentation on the need to strap laser beams to deer heads that trigger sonic waves so that the deer are detracted from crossing highways. Context, I wasn't a grading teacher, but I was asked to supervise the teacher. Theme was supposed to be on how to solve a problem youth is facing. For example, how to be a solutionary. Student was in 10th grade. We had similar final presentation for my 12th grade English class, where the topic could be literally anything as long as it didn't violate school rules, because we were seniors and it didn't matter. I did a serious and satirical discussion on why we need to land on Mars. Some other were cool. One girl talked about her dog she'd had since she was little and got to bring in. Then there were 2 guys who went. One did a thorough explanation of why the Earth is flat, and the other was on why Trump should be president. Pretty liberal town and school, and consisted almost entirely of buttery males. I'll let you guess which one was satire. I've told this on Reddit a few times, but it's truly unforgettable. Smart kid in the class was giving a deeply sourced PowerPoint presentation on religion in Europe. He opens up his files, proceeds to click on his project named. He says, clearly I wasn't really paying any attention when I named my file. He gives the presentation. He stutters and sweats bullets while we watch in utter disbelief. The word is sitting there on the top of the file heading the whole time. This was during a study abroad semester while attending a cultural communication class. He had to rot in his own world after that. One time, my friend had to go to his Stuff I Don't Care About folder to open a project in front of the whole class and teacher. In sophomore year of high school, we had to do a presentation on a story or memory of ours and bring something in to show the class. A guy did it on his addiction to porn and played Christian rock for us. It was awkward. I was in a Japanese film class for a credit I needed, and the final project was some open-ended paper where you got to choose the topic, and our Japanese-born teacher told us some story about a creepy neckbeard who did this on Japanese porn and how no one should do anything like that. Anyways, on the day it was due, the creepiest neckbeard stereotype I've ever seen, who was in my class, presented his long, cringe presentation on Japanese porn in the class that no one wanted to hear, already knowing the teacher has seen this before and wasn't about it at all. If I were the teacher, I would have stopped him the moment he said Japanese porn and given him an F. Sophomore year of high school, we were tasked with bringing in an object from home and giving a presentation on how or why the object explains you as a person. Kid brought in a knife, not a big one, but a knife nonetheless. He actually gave a decent presentation, but ended getting expelled because of it later that day. Are you sure expelled and not suspended? Yeah, it's definitely a terrible idea to bring a knife into school, but is it worth potentially ruining some kid's life for bringing it in? During our practice rounds for senior presentations, a girl got up with her PowerPoint that had paragraphs of text on each slide, and then proceeded to read the paragraphs word for word from her note cards. The teacher stopped her and asked if this is how her whole presentation was, and when she responded yes, the teacher stopped her and asked her to change her presentation. She wasn't understanding what was wrong, so we kindly gave her some feedback. She redid the presentation a few days later, but the original was rough. Sounds like an awkward situation was turned into a teaching moment with a whole class involved, and it sounds like it was helpful rather than mean-spirited, and she learned from it. Good work all around. I've seen work groups of adults that couldn't do that.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit, what is a Christmas gift you would like to receive from your significant other? Something handmade if you are an artist. My last girlfriend was a pretty good gift giver, just never seemed to get it right until my last birthday. She would always try and outdo herself, trying to get me expensive things. My favorite gift she ever got me was a drawing of my name with a lot of my hobbies in the picture. I know that thing took her hours to draw, and the entire time she was thinking about me. That's what made me feel special. I always felt like my little drawings and art project gifts were a cheap cop-out. I don't make a lot of money and I have a baby on the way. I've drawn all kinds of little things for him over the years, and he says he loves them, but I suppose it's in my nature as an artsy gal that I hate everything that I create. My wife passed away last year, but I would love to find a note from her to me tucked away somewhere. It would be a wonderful gift. I'm conflicted. I lost mine in 2015, and I feel that would open a fresh wound for me. Finding her journals was already weepy enough. On the one hand, yeah, that would be touching, but on the other, I need to keep moving and not let the depression catch me. Weekend holiday with her. If I could give more than one upvote, I would. Experiences with someone I care about are much better than a new video game or a shirt. Lots of inexpensive things in different packages. I just like opening things. You sound like a cheap date. The coolest thing I opened recently was one of those roll-out mattresses in a box all over the internet. It came vacuum sealed, and when you punctured the seal, it inflated and you could hear the air rushing out. What a time to be alive, people. Herself in some fancy lingerie. I love lingerie, but there's no way I dare to guess what would fit her. Stuff for myself I can just buy myself. My husband asked me for measurements and helped measure me so that he could buy lingerie he liked. He promptly lost my measurements, but it's the thought that counts. My point is that it's not awkward to ask, although it might spoil the surprise. For her to treat herself to a weekend away with friends, so I can slob about the house in my shorts and flip-flops and eat pizza for breakfast, play the PS4, and watch It's Always Sunny. I love being in a relationship, but I love some alone time just to chill out and switch off and not worry about having to interact with someone. Put some money in an envelope, call one of her friends, and make that friend do the planning. Give her the money, kiss her goodbye, collect awesome points for having the idea and helping pay for it. Enjoy your slob weekend. An eating tour. We toured Chinatown in Manhattan once, and it was delicious and very informative. We did a cupcake crawl once, like a pub crawl, but not. So much fun. I highly recommend it. Actual list of things I'm asking for this year. Cotopaxi messenger bag. New can opener. A solid vegetable peeler. New awesome indoor slippers. Like my hobbies. Board games and books on my Amazon wish list. Nothing crazy. Check out the Kuhn Recon can opener. It doesn't cut the can, it uncrimps the lid. No sharp edges. I've had 100% success opening cans on the first attempt. It's awesome. Probably too specific to me to help anyone, but I've already been hinting to my girlfriend that I really want one of those vintage flip alarm clock radios. Also, I have an Amazon wish list set up exactly for this purpose, so something off of there would be cool too. Every day would start like an 80s movie where, although the alarm goes off, you are late for work. Again. Cue credits over journey to said job. Nintendo Switch. My wife keeps bringing up getting a Switch for Christmas as our gift to ourselves. She keeps trying to frame it like we would be getting it for both of us, but I really think she wants it for herself. Windshield wipers. Straight up. I've needed new ones for like 3 months and haven't gotten around to getting them and probably won't in the near future. Treated myself to the Rain-X no pressure points fancy ones after needing new ones for a year. So satisfying. I'm in a long distance relationship with my fiance and starting a new job today. I won't be able to request time off for at least 3 months, so what I'd like most is for her to be able to visit me. Long distance is tough, but causes you both to embrace the time together and love more intensely. If she's worth it, it's worth it. A day with just me and her to do whatever we want. Her to dress up in a slutty Santa outfit and then slide into your chimney? Jelly of the Month Club. I prefer a limed flavored jello mold with cat food, but hey, I have a refined palate. Red headband, survival knife, and not feeling like I'm expendable. Happy 30th anniversary of First Blood. I will be in Hope, BC tomorrow where it was filmed. They sell some good shirts at the visitor center. I want her to say to me, "Hey baby, if you just want to skip Christmas altogether, that would be completely fine with me," and have her actually mean it. My ideal Christmas would be sitting around my house, make dinner for my significant other and my dog, and just generally not be bothered. Life is stressful enough. Oh man, this is so much. Since we're living in an apartment, we can't host any holidays. All of our families live in town, so Christmas is just a cluster of driving around to see everyone and checking the clock to make sure that you fit everything in. Would be nice to just skip it all and hang out on the couch with a fire in the fireplace, rain outside the window, and hot cocoa in my hand. Something artsy we can do together. Jigsaw puzzles, masterclass paint by numbers. Anything that can suck up a lot of time and attention to detail that gives you something cool at the end. My boyfriend and I recently got into 3D puzzles. I highly recommend them. Together take teamwork, especially for the final assembly. A card with a heartfelt message that is handwritten. We had a baby this year, so I don't really want stuff. This just in. Babies equals expensive. So just something I can read about how I'm cool or something. I'm due before this Christmas. He intends to get me something at some point, even though all I really want is to be able to sleep again. And oral. And neither of these things will be happening. Matching ugly slippers. Finally have a significant other who gets me, so she'd be down for that. She already has one. Would be nice if I got one too, so we could be wearing them together. LOL. How could I forget this? I'd beyond love to have matching ugly sweaters with my girlfriend. I'd do one with my whole family just for comedy, to be honest. Anything really. It's not about the gift. It's about the person giving it to you. In college, me and my ex-girlfriend were both super broke, especially during the holidays. We barely had enough money to get gifts for our family, so getting gifts for each other felt like too much. So instead, we'd agreed to buy each other cheap $10 to $20 sets of Legos. We'd open them, get really stoned, and have a blast acting like little kids again putting them together. Then we would arrange them on a little shelf and save them. It might seem stupid to some people, but those were some of my favorite Christmas memories. Sex. Not had any since our 8-month son was conceived. Don't worry, bro. It will happen. I went through the same. Just be there for her and bring it up and say what you can do for her to get her in the mood. Remember, it's all about her first. box of hot chocolate with marshmallows or hot apple cider, Polar Express on a Blu-ray, a bowl of popcorn, and cuddles under a nice cozy blanket wearing our pajamas. That would be the best gift ever. I wish I could cuddle under a cozy blanket on Christmas. Was hot as heck in the shorts last year, so blankets probably won't be happening. Maybe I will crank the AC to as low as it goes and throw some logs in the fireplace for simulated coziness. Him visiting for Christmas from America. I'm lucky enough that I know he has tickets booked already. I want to visit my Canadian girlfriend for Christmas from America. She visited me last year for my birthday, but we're both so broke we haven't seen each other since March. I doubt it, but if I could see her around or even after Christmas time, I'd be so happy. A booster box of iconic masters would be the sweetest thing. Last year I got a box of Eternal Masters and pulled a Mana Crypt. What I'll actually get is probably nowhere near as cool. Maybe socks. Magic has been the standing instructions to my wife for the better part of 20 years. I explain that each booster is like opening a different gift. Got a Masterpiece Lotus Petal out of my box last Christmas. This year I've asked for a retro gaming system. SNES, NES, Amiga games, etc. Tickets to somewhere is always nice. So is autograph stuff. A Raspberry Pi is super easy to set up as a retro emulator, and with everything you need to have it running and look nice, is only like $50. You can spend a whole lot more than that depending on how hardcore you want to go. Bluetooth gamepads run like $20 each for quality pieces, but definitely add something. You could build an arcade machine style enclosure and spend a ton more if you really wanted to, but a basic setup with cheap USB controllers is what I use and I love it. I'd recommend the Bluetooth controllers just because cords are annoying. One year, I got my husband the Playboy magazine from his month and year of birth, a humidor full of cigars, and a big bottle of nice bourbon. I dislike Christmas, however, I enjoy buying expensive gifts for my family. However, if you buy me a 6-pack of beer and a keychain, I would be the happiest person alive. Ask for a tile. You hook it up to your keys and you'll never lose them. So I got my husband some things that he had always wanted. I'm definitely the Leslie Knope of the family. 2 years ago, I got him a Yeti cooler, clothes, he wouldn't buy them for himself, and some nice office items for his new office. I hid the Yeti in almost plain sight behind towels on the bottom rack of a bathroom organizer. Then I put a note in a ring box and wrapped it up under the tree. The note said where he could find his actual present and that I loved him. I think whatever you get, just make opening it fun.
What job would be most destructive to society if you did it in reverse? Sewage engineers. You design a system that pumps garbage into people's homes. Similarly, waste removal. You get a week's worth of rotting food and plastic dumped at your door on a regular basis. Taxis. They snatch you up from where you need to be and take you far away from it. At least they hand you some money. As an unemployed student with Pokemon Go, this would be quite a good thing because if they drop me somewhere and hand me cash equal to the taxi fare price, I would be happy walking home catching Pokemon with a little extra. I would have to say diplomats. Primary job is to facilitate peaceful communication between nations. If the job was reversed, we would already have had several nuclear wars and probably be back to the Stone Age. Maybe not overly destructive, but a soup kitchen would be funny to imagine. Stealing whatever food the homeless have and selling it back to the supermarket. Except the supermarket would sell the food back to the distributors, who would give it back to the farmers to plow into the ground. Heck, the homeless would all of a sudden be the only ones with homes. Bomb disposal. They go into safe areas and leave explosives. For crying out loud, attach the red wire or we're all gonna live! Firefighters become arsonists. Librarians destroy books. Doctors give you vaccines containing Ebola, AIDS, etc. Architects go around blowing up buildings. Computer programmers hack everything. Garbage disposal companies just dump trash at your house once a week. I don't know what's wrong with me. Teaching. You can only actively suck away knowledge from people for so long until they start being unable to do all but the most simple tasks. No, stupid kid, there were never dinosaurs. It was unicorns, chimeras, and pixies. We find no trace of them because Merlin was in a bad mood one day and made them all disappear. Scientists speculate that the sand isn't sand at all and is made of their ashes. Every emergency room doctor would become a serial killer. Fortunately, we would have tons of murderers running around bringing people back to life. I'm tech support for enterprise firewall support. If I did the opposite, I'd be breaking internet access and internal access to internal devices for lots of small governments and multinational corporations. That could potentially interrupt food delivery networks, GPS tracking, communications networks, social media access, email, text, TV, anything involving delivering content digitally. That would be pretty bad. The CDC, spreading diseases everywhere, also destroying research and erasing public health warnings and dismantling quarantine areas. Firefighter. I'm picturing a big red truck pulling up to a house and setting it on fire. A therapist. They'd emotionally break you. Devil's advocate to your idea, though. How many people go to therapists these days anyway? Not many compared to the total population. If everyone knew therapists tried to mentally and emotionally break you, people would just stop going to therapists. Mining. We'd look like overgrown squirrels tucking away diamonds for later. Ever been to an outdoor shooting range? That's basically what it is. Injecting metals back into the earth. Reverse mining. Gravedigger. Digging up all of your dead relatives and bringing them back home? Don't want none of that. When Timmy's father passed away, he didn't turn to drink. He simply dug him up one day and kept him in the sink. Animal control. People in uniform showing up dropping off aggressive animals. I'd be more worried about a junkyard cat. TSA. Instead of taking dangerous things off you, they pass you a weapon before boarding a plane. Yes, let me see your ID and ticket. Thank you, sir. Here is your machete. Enjoy the flight. Wait a second. Doesn't this mean that a pilot's job would be to crash the plane? No wonder they're getting weapons. They have to hijack the plane in order to get to their destination. Construction. Attractive women whistle and hoot at the construction workers as they dismantle buildings. Wastewater management. Take clean water, bathe in it, use it to wash your laundry, have a pee and poop in it, and add any leftover medications you have lying around. Then pipe it to the consumer so they can boil their pasta with a few mystery croutons. Then put it in plastic bottles and charge $3 for it. Chemical or nuclear waste cleanup. Meanwhile, terrorists are the ones saving everyone's life. I would have been dead if not for that terrorist. Trash guy. While I was in Italy for a few years, the garbage men went on strike fairly often. Walking in downtown Naples, you could walk by 30-foot-high trash piles on the side of almost every street. It wouldn't ruin society or anything, but I have a part-time job delivering flowers, like sympathy and congratulations, and I pictured myself going to people's houses and weddings and stealing their flowers. Throws open doors of the church sanctuary in the middle of a wedding ceremony. I got a code 305, Bridezilla alert. Forcefully removes bouquet from bride. Ma'am, you don't deserve these. Walks out of sanctuary like a boss. Personal trainer. You actively push people to lift lighter and lighter weights and increase their calories at a steady pace until all signals of that beach body disappear. Obstetrician. Hunters of babies. Midwife. Trying to stuff babies back in there. Jailer. Letting criminals loose on a daily basis. Wouldn't the criminals be good guys in this reversed world, though? In which case, the jailer would be releasing a bunch of innocent philanthropists upon the world. I would say shelf stackers. You wouldn't have a single thing to buy, to eat or drink. They control your shopping trips. Beware. Either prostitutes, put the jizz back in, or surgeons, sew cancer into you. Nah, prostitutes are people who visit, who suck STIs out of your body. Farming. So the farmers would be consumers and the consumers would be farmers. There would be crops everywhere. My job. Behavioral healthcare manager. I normally help people with certain mental health diagnosis treatment, plan their medical and behavioral care, and ensure it is effective. In order to do the opposite, I would find sane and healthy people and do my best to make them sick and crazy. Therapist here. I've occasionally met people who fit that description. Sigh. Some people should not be in this field. The guy whose job is to hold all the codes for the nuclear missiles and vow never to share them with anyone. Doctor. Imagine going in for the flu and walking out with a puncture wound, HIV, and a bad liver. Ain't no normal world doctor gonna take away your HIV. Teacher. Jimmy, you know way too much. Time for the mallet again. I work in a library, and I immediately thought of breaking into people's homes to steal all of their books. I'm a librarian. I have to stop people from getting information at all costs. Step away from the books, please. Being a telecommunications installation technician. Slowly but surely, we would effectively remove all the network cables in buildings. No more Google Fiber, no more internets. Subtle, but accounting. Your job becomes willfully lying about numbers and hiding money and committing fraud. The economies of the world would collapse and turn this whole planet into a disaster zone. I think it would be more like taking a well-formatted Excel spreadsheet or report and using that data to create a bunch of poorly managed receipts, invoices, etc., and distributing them to random people in the company. Also, unboxing years of financial records from storage and placing them on the desks of the other accountants. Engineering. Reverse engineering is actually not bad though, taking things apart to figure out how they work. Politicians. They would actually help everyone while making their country a better place. Janitor. I feel like the reverse of a janitor would be a drunk college kid. Walks around throwing stuff down, puking and pooping on the floor, maybe lays down somewhere and pisses. Chef. I'll make it my life's mission to see you starve to death. Makes you vomit food, which he then sells to the grocery store, which then sells to the farmer, who buries it. In our current society, IT. Everything runs on computers now. All of a sudden, we would be in the dark ages. Aside from a small sum of us, people would be freaking out and panicking as their credit and debit cards are reduced to useless pieces of plastic, business stops dead still, former records are no longer accessible, and internet goes down, cars stop running, and everything else that came 90s and after goes down for sure. Probably the worst hit would be those that were born in the 80s and later. Most of us would not know what to do with ourselves, unless we grew up poor or without as much technology reliance. I help fundraising for nonprofits, so yeah, it'll be like a reverse Robin Hood. They are real. We call them politicians. Historians. It brings a whole new meaning to this quote. God cannot alter the past, though historians can. Doomed to repeat it. I guess it's time for a second round, guys. Delivery man. Steals your stuff without you knowing, but rings your doorbell in victory when he is successful. Coroner. Putting dead bodies around the place. Or take it one step further and they reanimate bodies. The guy that pushes the nuke button. Road construction crews. They build roads in a timely fashion. Who is the most attractive person in history? Oh no, this is how the Trojan War started. The face that launched 1,000 ships, the other way. Monica Bellucci, no question. Put her at any time in history and she's the most beautiful woman around. According to my grandma, it's me. I need 3 words to tear her argument apart. Your granny lied. Taking this question more literally, as in historical figures, apparently Cyrus the Great of Persia was incredibly attractive. He was used as the standard for male beauty in Persia, even long after his death. Take with a grain of salt seeing how people under his rule might be motivated to be like, yeah, Cyrus, you're totally hot. Suppose that goes for every ruler on this list. So I'm not nearly as into supernatural as I used to be, but I still think Jensen Ackles is one of the most attractive people I have ever seen. John Brower Minnock, at his peak, weighed around 1,400 pounds, making him the most attractive person according to the inverse square law of gravitation. However, if you're talking about being attractive to other people, in which case I would actually counter with Khalid bin Mohsen Shari, as his mass of 610 kilograms in 2013 means that his attractive force was applied to a population of 7.2 billion, whereas Minok's mass of 635 kilograms in 1978 was only applied to a population of 4.3 billion. Also important to factor was that John Brower Minok was in the United States, whereas Khalid bin Mohsen Shari was in Saudi Arabia, putting him much closer to the two largest population centers of the world. Narcissus. I mean, look, it's even a thing now. Charles II of Spain. The bigger the chin, the manlier the man. That's a very subjective question, but I think there is one person that everyone on Reddit can agree on, and that one person is, of course, OP's mom. Everyone on my hockey team agrees it's my mom too. Grace Kelly would meet almost any era's standard of beauty. Sarah Michelle Gellar in Cruel Intentions will always be my number one. Brando, particularly in A Streetcar Named Desire. Yeah, young Marlon Brando is the most attractive person I've ever seen, and I'm a huge lesbian. He aged like milk, but in his youth he was a physical human perfection. Late 80s Machin Amik in Twin Peaks. In fact, that show is the peak of beauty in television for me. She was still smoking hot in The Return. She is so much better looking than everyone in the original cast. IDK how she wasn't the most famous person from that show. Keanu Reeves. There isn't a negative factor to him. Good looks, beard, amazing personality. He's true to himself, badass, takes care and quality into his work, rides a motorcycle, doesn't boast about his charity work for the fame of it. I mean, the list goes on forever. He is truly, purely breathtaking. Paul Newman. And those eyes. Agreed. On top of being an amazing actor and a good and decent man. As a straight male, my answer is Ewan McGregor. My go-to, who would you sleep with if you had to sleep with a guy, answer as well. Although it's more like, had to, I'd volunteer. Otherwise straight, Jennifer Connelly. The person reading this, you're cute. Most likely, someone no one has ever seen or heard of. Not all well-known celebrities are attractive. 90s Jennifer Connelly is definitely near the top of the list. Yep, she was absolutely stunning in the early 90s. Though she's kinda hitting her second prime now, she's less beautiful but somehow hotter. Fred Rogers. Just a beautiful, beautiful man. A young Mr. Rogers and Edward Norton kinda look alike. I'm thinking Princess Diana. People were instantly mesmerized by her tall, svelte figure, her beautiful blue eyes. People were obsessed with that woman. I feel weird about the fact that I found most of the people that have been listed to be unattractive or boring attractive. When someone's face is super symmetrical and is good looking, but there's nothing particularly unique about their face. PS1 Hagrid would smash though. Monica Bellucci. For sure. Monica Bellucci in Matrix Reloaded. Grace Kelly. I think you could make the argument that her dad, Jack Jelly Sr., is the most attractive man who ever lived. Greta Garbo. What? When drunk, one sees an other woman, one sees in Garbo sober. Kenneth Tynom. Kate Beckinsale. Yeah, she was in Underworld, but even in Click, she was crazy good looking. From the days of I Dream of Jeannie to now, Barbara Eden has always been the most attractive in my opinion. Manny Jacinto. I was at that protest. Crazy how much attention these protests get on social media while very few people come in real life. TBF, it was raining the whole time. While introducing him, Jane Fonda said she enjoyed The Good Place, and that she, like many others, had a huge crush on him. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? Just put your lips together and blow. Lauren Bacall, in her own league. Probably Nefertiti, especially if you factor in that she lived before modern makeup, cosmetics, plastic surgery, and photo filters and edits. Audrey Hepburn. She was still very beautiful in her later years and worked for a lot of humanitarian causes, UNICEF chief among them, and was awarded the Medal of Freedom in 2005. Morena Baccarin. I feel like she's the perfect new Helena Bonham Carter and Monica Bellucci. And for anyone who only remembers Helena from Fight Club and Harry Potter, I present you glamorous Helena. She's like Keira Knightley with curves. Mask of Zorro, Catherine Zeta-Jones for me. I think the most beautiful person ever was Jean Tierney. But beauty and attractiveness are not always the same. Beauty is subjective, but attractiveness can be measured. Probably Cleopatra was one of the most attractive persons ever. Even if she was not very beautiful in most people's eyes, her attractiveness created history. I think Cleopatra VII's attractiveness had more so to do with her youth and power that she held. She was also ambitious, and used the fact that she was female and royalty and exotic to move up the ladder. Caesar got with her to essentially secure power and political backing of Egypt. Egypt was the breadbasket of Rome. Antony might have actually been attracted to her, though. This is like a question, what does a woman want most? It gives King Arthur 1 year to come up with the answer. I nominate Guinevere for most attractive woman in this world. Paul Rudd, every time. They need to conduct experiments on him to discover why he does not age. Alcibiades. I think I spelled that right. He was an Athens steersman that got Athens to go to war with the people of Sicily. Even though it was a dumb plan, everyone went with it because he was hot. Rob Lowe, circa 1980s, will forever be my definition of perfection. 80s Rob Lowe kind of reminds me of Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix. He looks like the midpoint between the two. Impossible to answer. Beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. Wrong. We all have, as a society, agreed on some beauty canons, so there should be someone who can be considered pretty by almost everyone, even if not their type. Young Clint Eastwood. His son, Scott Eastwood, is also a looker. Selma Hayek aged like fine wine. She's always been a 10. She was at least an 11 in From Dusk Till Dawn. This is, of course, a subjective question, but I have always found Alicia Keys to have an absolutely perfect face. I just rewatched Smokin' Aces the other day. Alicia Keys is freaking stunning in that movie. Marissa Tomei in the early 2000s. Even her now, she was smoking in Homecoming. Paul Newman. I'm a straight dude, but put me in a room with young Paul Newman and stuff is gonna happen. I will tell you the same thing I told Redford. It ain't gonna happen. Young Stalin. Almost all the photos of Stalin you can find online are heavily edited. His face was actually highly pockmarked from childhood disease. Tom Hardy. I am a lesbian and he is honestly my male fantasy. Monica Bellucci. Seriously, that woman ages like expensive wine. Marissa Tomei ages very nicely too. Teddy Roosevelt. He was a true man among men. Absolute unit. Teddy Roosevelt. The man that makes all other men feel inadequate. 2019 Sofia Vergara is great, but you ever seen those young Sofia Vergara pics? It's weird how she looks both exactly the same and completely different at the same time. Time is crazy, man. Alison Brie during her Community years. Incomparable. It's funny because in Glow, she's made to look normal or even unattractive. High schoolers of Reddit, what is the current fad, rumor, or scandal going around your school? A freshman got pregnant by a college student, but get this, her middle school sister also got pregnant by the same guy, but their parents are making the older sister marry the college guy. Wait, aren't the pregnancies proof enough to land him in prison? No, in a lot of the US, getting a child pregnant just means now you have a child bride. All of the boys' restrooms, minus one, closed because some kid was smearing poop on the walls and writing Ghost Boy by it. Not sure if it was written in poop too, but they eventually caught him after he hit every restroom over the course of a few weeks. He just ended up becoming a meme and everyone would call each other Ghost Boy. The mad pooper strikes again. Somebody keeps peeling paint off the wall in the bathroom and the staff is uptight about it a lot. Given that my school just painted over the old paint every year, I was so tempted to do this in high school because it just looked so satisfying to peel off. A freshman got expelled for plopping his balls on another guy's shoulder and whispering hello sensually from behind him in the middle of class. Had a classmate flop his wiener on a guy's shoulder and say, "I'll just put this here." Small all-boys class, no teachers present, laughs were had. Somebody saw two teachers in the teacher's lounge exchanging fluids. What's the big deal with teachers drinking coffee or tea? Or letting each other try their drinks? A guy hacked into the school TV announcement system. He played hentai porn for all 800 boys at the school. This hentai porn was a girl being penetrated by an octopus. He is no longer at the school. Teacher, what is this filth? Principal, it's called hentai and it's art. Somebody punched somebody else in the vagina. Same thing happened at my high school about 3 years ago, LOL. One of the cowboy guys knelt down and uppercut this freshman in the cooch. No one knows why he did it. She was an angel and everyone loved her. I guess he just felt like it. Looks like high school hasn't changed much in 25 years. I'm not in high school anymore, but an English teacher at my old school slept with a student multiple times at a local hotel. They were caught, his wife filed for divorce the same day, and he's now serving a 3-year sentence in prison. 15-year-old slept with physics teacher for grades. His wife, another physics teacher in our school, walked in on them. Cigarettes became vaping, and Game Boys became Clash of Clans. I'm reading these and now yearn for the days that we believed that Marilyn Manson removed a rib to give himself blowjobs. I'm so glad there were far less cameras around in the 90s. A girl made an anonymous Instagram fan account for Shrek and posted a bunch of memes and jokes and gave clues to their identity, like some of their classes and teachers, for a few months, while everyone was trying to figure out who they were. It is like a weird Gossip Girl. XOXO. Some girl with an ankle monitor slept with a guy in the multi-gender bathroom, with their friend filming it the whole time. It's been closed ever since. Multi-gender bathrooms in high school? Wow. A couple months ago, all of the freshmen had herpes. No one could use the water fountains. It spread because they all shared vapes. All of the freshmen still have herpes. No past tense with herpes. Freshmen keep kicking the stall doors down while people are taking a dump, so now all the stalls are broken. Also vaping. A lot of vaping. That sounds like the kind of thing they're going to do till they get to the wrong person and get their butts kicked. One of the teachers at a sister school got Chris Hansen. He thought he was going to meet with a 14-year-old boy, but it turned out to be a cop. Sweet victory right there. All the high schools in the district were making memes about it. That reminds me of my own high school in the 90s. In marching band, we had a director that everyone thought was a bit creepy and weird. A few years later, a friend calls me and says, "Turn on the news." Turns out this dude was teaching junior high band class and messing around with the guys there. Some of the kids on the dive team somehow made it up on the roof, where they got caught running around by security, and they all got suspended. Also, Clash of Clans is making a comeback. Clash of Clans has made a comeback in my class, and we made a clan with a bunch of people from our school. A lot of people have their old accounts. It's really fun. The most epic part was when a girl in our class asked if she could join our clan, and her account was Town Hall 11. Previous highest TH member was TH9. Not my school, but a school one of my friends go to. During a pep rally, they got a few football players to sit in chairs and blindfolded them. They told them some female students were gonna kiss them on the cheek, but they brought in their moms after they were blindfolded. It was just supposed to be a peck on the cheek, but one mom started making out with her son, and now I think someone's getting sued. And then the son accidentally kills his father and gouges his eyes out upon realizing his actions. A couple got caught having sex in the bathroom. I'm friends with the dude that got caught, and he only got in trouble for being in the girl's bathroom. To be frank, is having sex expressly prohibited? Maybe they're assuming teenagers aren't stupid enough to bone anywhere they think they can get away with it. One of our teachers quit after flipping out on a student. Now that class just watches Drake and Josh during their class period. Similar experience. English turned into outdoor recreation, basically extra recess with less supervision. Really messed up circumstances, won't detail, but the 3 to 4 months of extra recess made it sting less. Lots of full contact football was played, which was strictly forbidden normally. Expulsion. Was an interesting year for sure. We were idiots back then. Even with pads, football is insanely dangerous. The boys literally made a pee club. They went to the bathroom between 3rd and 4th block and crowded the tiny bathroom chanting, "Pee club, pee club, pee club," over and over and got in big trouble. The leader is the principal's son. I still don't get the point. This is in a lot of schools. I remember my first one was probably 6 years ago, to be honest. We called it the 30 Club because we all met in the 2nd floor old boys' bathroom at 1:30. With every new person that walks in, we all cheer and get hyped for every single person until there's like 40 dudes in one bathroom going bananas for the next guy to walk in. Someone brought a pizza pie on more than one occasion. Protocol was a group picture, then single file out of the bathroom, take a sip of water from the water fountain, and turn around and shake everyone's hand in line behind you. Administration hated us. We've had so many days canceled for snow, ice, or cold, 8 so far since Christmas, that we haven't really gotten back into the routine of school. There have been more fights and kids caught vaping in the last 2 weeks than we had all fall semester. One year, we lost so many days to snow, they added 30 minutes to the day, about 5 to 7 minutes per class, to meet regulations on in-class time. You can imagine how much you get done with an extra 5 minutes. There is a rumor going around that one of my friends used a strap-on with her boyfriend. There are a few holes in the story though. Number 1, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Number 2, she doesn't have a strap-on. Number 3, she's gay. This is like the reverse of what happened to a girl 2 years ahead of me in high school. So she was class of 06, and she was a giant lesbian. Like, lesbian everything. Lesbian, 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 all over MySpace. Sorry, I'm like almost 30, leave me alone. There was a rumor she cheated on her girlfriend and really loves dick. But she passed it off saying she likes when her girlfriend wears strap-ons, but hates dick because she's a super duper lesbian. And like 4 minutes later, she got pregnant, so... 2 people were caught having sex in the stairwell. I don't exactly know how they found out, but I heard that they either pulled up the security cameras to find it or one of the music teachers found them. Back when I was in high school, this happened at least twice a month. A few of those times, it was a security guard with a female student. Kids go to the bathroom and vape between every single period. Entire wings have been closed because someone smoked pot in the bathroom. Also, a girl snorted MDMA off a bathroom sink. This comment reminded me of one time, while in college, I went to use the bathroom in my friend's townhouse, and the way the bathroom is set up, there is a separate door for the toilet and then 2 sinks and a curtain for the shower. Well, I walk up the stairs and walk into 3 girls snorting something off the sinks. I paused, realized that I was in the wrong situation, and walked back downstairs to tell my friend what I just saw. It was an odd scene to walk into. Some kid in my grade level was caught in the bathrooms watching hentai. ROFL, a friend of mine in high school got caught watching hentai and was able to convince the teacher it was just anime. Pictures of dick butt kept popping up around our school, and no one knows where they're coming from. The most impressive one yet is probably the one that was sellotaped on the head teacher's office. At my school, there is this spot under the bleachers where seniors hide a massive stash of condoms, and they stash it there so if there is ever some embarrassed kid that doesn't want to ask anyone for condoms or whatever the reason, they can just go and grab some when they need it. And if anyone sees them do it, they don't talk about it. Kinda strange, but at least they are promoting safe sex. We've had a horrible biology teacher that everyone, including the teachers, disliked. 1 week ago, she was fired, and the day we found out, everyone was making memes about it. Not in high school anymore, but my junior year, this weird kid was caught stealing a pig fetus from the zoology classroom. There was fluid leaking from his backpack. They don't have zoology class anymore, LOL. Someone put a pig fetus in the math teacher's water bottle. He drank out of it before finding out. He was one of my favorite teachers. That whole thing was really messed up. I think the guy who did it got arrested. This was years before I was in high school. That stuff is like in formaldehyde. That's like attempted poisoning. What did your school waste money on that nobody liked? Part 1. They made a huge screen with 4 huge plasma screens and put it in a very random place in a very random building hall. No signal, no signal, no signal, no signal. School spendings in a nutshell. Pay high price and shiny technology. Abundantly congratulate yourself about being a modern and advanced school. Don't use it because complicated and staff is not trained. Nothing changes. Teachers still use old or own equipment. Repeat the next year. A clock tower with no clock. So, a tower? Name tags. Shortly after Columbine and all those other shootings peaked in frequency. It was supposed to keep outsiders from getting in the school unnoticed and shooting everyone, but at the time, people doing the shootings were always students. So we joke they were bulletproof. Why not just school IDs? Why name tags? My school had IDs, but we had to wear them on a lanyard so that everyone could see them. Maybe this is what they meant by name tag. Some of my classmates won a bunch of money for our school. Our school was one of the lowest funded schools in the district. The district took the money and spent it on another school. Reminds me when I was a sophomore, my school was next in line to get renovations and upgrades. Only half classes even had air conditioning. Instead, the district built a new school that took half of my graduating class. They also took teachers, so my classes were still overcrowded. New TVs in the cafeteria that just show the morning announcements. They just need to send out announcements in an email. That's the thing, they already do that. iPads for the kindergarten. They were intended to have educational apps on them that kids could play on at indoor recess. Believe it or not, most kindergarteners would rather play on the swings or play with dolls than learn to write their name on an app. No one used them, no one liked them, and they all broke within 2 months. My indoor recess at that age was the whole group using these big puzzle piece foam blocks to build castles and then crawl all over them. We would not have cared about the iPad either. Trash cans with a school logo on them and banners. They tried hyping us up about new trash cans on the morning show. At my school, they took away some of the tables in the cafeteria until we kept it cleaner. We just sat on the floor instead. Was on boys' varsity soccer team in high school. New head coach, wanted to emphasize more analytical approach, and as such, had Booster Club pay a $10,000 goalpost camera. None of the team liked the idea anyway, especially since the girls' soccer team used their money for new jerseys and nicer balls, and they still made it further in their playoffs than we did almost every year. As it turns out, the coach couldn't figure out how to put the camera together, and we never used it. Biggest waste of $10,000 I've ever seen. $10,000 goalpost camera? How much of that was a kickback to your coach? Because for a tenth of that, I can buy a GoPro and have a custom-made cage to protect it. When 65-inch TVs were like 4K a pop, they set about 8 of them around campus that just displayed the time. $4,000 clocks. Not to mention whatever they used as a video source to send to the display. Not that 4K is a good deal, but you would be shocked at how much even a 16-inch clock that syncs with the internet or atomic radio. Cheap ones exist, but you basically have to take them outside and point them at Colorado to sync. Costs. The price goes up like crazy if you want digits more than an inch or 2 high, and even more if you want an analog one. My high school purchased a vending machine that only contained Swerve. What is Swerve, you ask? Carbonated milk. LOL, I just looked it up on Wiki. It gained the AHA Heart Healthy seal by being 51% actual dairy. 51% is the bare minimum required to gain the seal. Also, an 11-oz can had 160 calories, whereas a 12-oz can of Coca-Cola contains 140. Wild. My college bought a small restaurant out for $1 million to build $1 million brick gate that doesn't close. Mine bought out a shopping center, built a dorm with restaurants no one eats at, and now won't let anyone use it. A 3D printer that the teachers won't learn how to use, so now nobody is allowed to use it. My school got 4 of those, and the teacher responsible for them actually encouraged us to take the SolidWorks course to learn about 3D design. It was actually a lot of fun, and I still have some of the objects I created. A memorial tree was planted for a girl who was killed right before graduation by her family and friends. The school allowed it, and there was a beautiful Japanese maple tree there for like 10 years. Apparently, they just cut it down and had no reason why. Family is pissed, alumni are pissed. The college I work at put a bench in the memory of a girl who was raped and killed 200 meters in the woods behind the building. Guess who sits on a bench dedicated to a murdered girl? Exactly, no one. It's also in a prime spot, and now they can't move it or they'd look bad. They should have put a tree like you normally do instead. And then her body was thrown around and set on fire by 4 dumb students who stumbled on it, ruining chances the police could find clues on who killed her. My son's current school sent out an email to parents announcing that they'd like to add voice projection to every class. He's in 1st grade and there are 20 kids in his class. Totally unnecessary. They had a demo session and it sounded horrible. My high school got these midway through my junior year, and they sucked. The range wasn't great, and the receiver in one classroom would pick up the microphone in another, and the battery life was awful, so the teachers rarely used it. The best thing that they were used for was the one time that my teacher noticed a kid in the room across the hall was asleep in class. They were watching a video and the other teacher had stepped out of the room for a moment and walked over to the door so that the other room's receiver would pick up his mic and said, "Wake up," and then closed his door. When I was still a student, my school spent almost $200K to paint the roads outside our school. You read that right. Almost $200,000 of our precious tuition dollars to paint the roads outside blue and yellow. To pour salt on this painful wound, the paint job didn't even make it through winter. So, just to reiterate, $200,000 for 3 months of painted road. I think I'm still angry about it. That's gotta be the dumbest one I've read in here. A lot of them are dumb in that money was spent on technology or other things that wouldn't be used, but those at least keep some value after being bought. This is just throwing money away. My high school wasted a ton of money buying 2 golf carts. Their reasoning was it allowed staff to get to any dangerous scenes faster. Except we never had any accidents, and they were mostly used for joyrides by the hall monitors. This seems like a bad idea regardless. Driving golf carts indoors in a school sounds dangerous. I imagine that it was a school with multiple buildings and outdoor space, but it's funny to imagine them inside tiny hallways. Our new Slick Willy superintendent insisted on buying an educational product for $500,000 that consisted of software that nobody wanted or could use. It was from his girlfriend. Slick Willy went to jail. One of the schools in our district paid an astronomical fee to an artist to create an artwork for the hall of the school. Paid for the dude's room and board for like a year, and he produced a large polished piece of wood. No, literally, that's it. It was supposed to be shaped like a heart, but looks more like a butt, and is now known as the Bart. Our university did a similar thing. The art they had designed was called the Red Trench. As soon as they hung it, someone said, "Isn't that a giant vagina?" At first, the administration defended it, but every time they stated what it really represented, they had a different story. That lasted a few years while it was prominently displayed for the public. Eventually, it was taken down and put into storage. I think they took it back out and displayed it again, but in a little-used location. My school just spent tens of millions of dollars on a remodel that includes a new commons and front office area, which were not needed, but no new classrooms, which were desperately needed. The old commons was warm, inviting, bright, and beautiful. It wasn't old. The new commons is dark, cold, sterile, and uninviting. The exterior was changed too. The entire front of the school used to be attractive. Now it looks like a prison. I think maybe the architect presented the design as a joke, and our principal liked it, so the architect just rolled with it. My school literally used a prison draft for our school. With guard towers, they just put windows in. The design for the prison was to have many sections that would circle a main yard. They cut out welding, machine shop, wood shop, and graphic design to buy a $1 million scoreboard for football. A scoreboard? Seriously? And I thought my school making an entire sports hall only for football teams was stupid. Our mascot was a rocket, and a certain percentage of school construction money had to be spent on art. They spent $90K commissioning a giant rocket sculpture for the main field entrance. When it was unveiled, the artist had made one tiny change to the design. Instead of a pointy rocket tip, he had gone with a rounded, mushroom tip. I mean, we thought it was hilarious, especially when they cut off the tip as their solution to the problem, but nobody liked it. Same thing happened at my school. They had a new basketball floor made with a tiger mascot face at center court with an extended tongue that looked like a penis. They decided all of the glue sticks had to be purple. With the purple ones, it's easier to see where you have applied the glue. It dries clear, so there is no difference in the finished product. I'm a teacher. My first year, the school leader bought a ping pong table for the lounge in an attempt to make school more fun and relaxing. It simply became a surface to put copies on. It sounds like they had good intent, it just didn't work out. And at least those tables aren't too expensive, so it wasn't a crazy amount. What did your school waste money on that nobody liked? Part 2. The school had a jewel raffle in which they had a raffle in which the person would win a bunch of money via gift cards, and to enter, they had to give up their vape pens. It worked as well as you'd expect it to. I would have thrown in broken USB sticks and painted batteries to win those gift cards. In 2011, my college spent $32,000 to have Snooki come in as an inspirational speaker in some misguided attempt to connect with freshmen. Around the same time, there was a growing student-led movement to make the school more affordable. The student board revolted, people confronted her during her speech. It was a glorious mess. That's a bummer because my school had 2 epic inspo guys. One was a chalk artist and he talked about how he was shy and bullied and stuff, but then found art and it helped him come out of his shell, and while he's talking you this, he was making a massive chalk drawing of mountains and stuff. That was really awesome. Then we had a guy put on a show about the dangers of electricity. He worked for the electrical co-op, so he made some things go bang. Unlike Dare, it was actually effective. No one was messing with electricity after that. Murals in the bathrooms that replaced the mirrors. You sure they replaced them and didn't just put a mural on the wall opposite? i7 workstation laptops with Quadro GPUs, easily $2,500 plus each, for an elementary K6 school. Those machines were designed for CAD work and media production, but were instead solely used for web browsing and Microsoft Word. I don't have any idea why they bought them. Likely bought with grant money that had to be 100% spent. I knew a guy who hopped between schools, getting them all kind of out of the woodwork grants. He would buy tons of tech and hire us to install it. There are some small schools that are loaded with nice tech. It was really cool, IMO. Our school paid to cover a huge lot with cement just to have a ceremony on it announcing a new building. Then they tore it up 2 months later to start construction. My school's fees went towards having nice cement for press pictures. What a joke. My college spent $200,000 on a conference table. It made national headlines. Excuse me, but Dawood Farahi spent $250K on the table. My school wasted so much money on plastic ID cards that you were supposed to scan into every room to assure you were there, and the IDs were also keys to get into the buildings. If you didn't have your card, you didn't get in and also get in school suspension. It wasn't a bad system because you could easily take a photo of your ID to scan into rooms, but you'd have to bum a buddy to get into a building. But once there were internet problems, the whole system would shut down, and living in a rural wheat town, you could expect wind and rain and tornadoes and all that fun junk. Random TVs playing school propaganda by the dining hall. Yes, we have like 5 flat screens, 2 in each cafeteria, and 1 in the EFF lobby. Nobody ever looks at them, and they have slideshows going 24/7 saying be kind or whatever. A poster would suffice, and you can barely see the stuff on the TV anyway because it's so high up. When I went to college, the local NFL team paid for the school to go from a grass field to artificial turf. The school never said it was only half paid for by the team. My siblings had a whole year without paper, printers, no raises for staff, cutting school programs, and they slashed the art budget. The football team still got new uniforms that year, though. It's pretty dumb how schools prioritize sports so much more than anything else. At my tiny rural high school, we had a student go on to work at NASA and help build the big new telescope to replace the Hubble telescope. She was featured in all kinds of newspapers around the state and was a big deal among scientists and engineers in the state. But why should the high school she went to care about her, right? Because this other kid won some little race at some point in time, he needs a giant portrait of himself hung in the main lobby of the school. My university somehow managed to spend $1.4 million on a clock tower, and it's not even a nice clock tower. In fact, it's one of the ugliest structures I've ever seen, and the time is always wrong. The memes are pretty good though, so there is an upside. Also, some students treat it as a god for some reason. They leave offerings of apples from the nearby dining hall at its base. I love those memes. To be fair though, my understanding is that the university didn't decide to spend that money that they just had sitting around. They were given a donation for that amount, for that purpose. It is such an eyesore though. Also sucks for the students who live nearby, as it creates a ton of light pollution. My town got a brand new middle school, and somehow they spent $40,000 on a giant metal palm tree that they called the Learning Tree. One of the chair people essentially commissioned it from a relative. So many of us were super pissed. It didn't even have lights, and there was no way to clean it, so it just sat there like the giant waste of money it is, just collecting dust. A graveyard. Instead of spending money on the students of the school, they decided that a graveyard would make them more money. It's good business. Those plots cost a lot of money, and it's an industry that won't cause pollution or disruption to the school. And it's green space. You kids can go have lunch in a nice graveyard. And it's obvious that the Slayer is rising in your town, so, nice to welcome her. Large concrete blocks that were placed in the middle of the field for no reason. My elementary school did this also. It makes it so you can't use the field for organized sports. I can't recall why they weren't allowed. It's been 30 years. Well, we liked it at first, not so much after. I followed a product development study, and we got a fancy industry-grade laser cutter in our workplace. Then, after a couple of people were able to use it, the teacher decided it needed cleaning. She proceeded to use a toothpick and shove it into the nozzle where the laser comes out, damaging the mirror inside the machine. We had this thing for less than a week. 2 years later, I graduated. As far as I know, that thing is still broken. The mirrors are not that expensive. They're not, but she probably never told management that she broke the machine within a week. For putting more air conditioning in staff rooms, but not in classrooms. My school doesn't even have ACs, LOL, and it's a private school with $800 per month tuition. We have, I think, 1,200 students and 4 or 5 staff rooms. Luckily, the building is so old, it's insulated from the heat by the lack of big windows in the brick walls. Whenever I was in high school, my senior year, they decided to make technology improvements. So, they swapped a lot of old textbooks for iPads. They placed unnecessary TVs in the hallways, waste of money. I don't understand the whole TV fixation thing. My science classroom in high school had a massive flat-screen television which we rarely used for anything. Halfway through the year, they took it out and put in an even bigger flat-screen television that we never used for anything. Bailing out the son of the principal from jail with a grant money from the EU, provided to renew the computer facility. I trust that principal had an embezzlement suit on her hands. I am very sorry to say that she never lost any sleep because of this. Our high school was way too into our football team. One year, they decided to replace our grass football field with a turf one. I don't know why, but even the football players would tell me we had the best grass field in the area. I don't know why they replaced it. You know, when high school football players say the school is spending too much money on them, something is wrong. Turf is an upfront cost, but it's a lot cheaper to maintain over the long term. My country is still a developing country, so many new technologies are not implemented and properly operated. 2 years ago, my high school installed an ID and a fingerprint scanner at the school main entrance gate so they can track whether the student came to school or not. Every student had to pay like $5 to $10 to get a personal ID card and get their fingerprint in the system. The principal was very serious with this the first week. Then, a couple of weeks later, students started forgetting their ID card. Some of them purposely annoyed the teachers as if they don't know how to use the machine or even put their fingers in the scanner. Then, the machine started malfunctioning and eventually just stopped working one day and stood at the entrance gate, all dusty. A year later, they did this again and stopped in a month. I don't know what's happening now. Dude, you know what's sad? I live in Germany and we're supposed to be a progressive and well-developed country. But guess what? We could never even dream of fingerprint scanners or anything. We're already happy that our new school computers only take 2 minutes to boot instead of 5. Renovating parts of my high school where it wasn't needed, especially when they could be funding for better classes. My high school wanted a bigger auditorium, despite little funding elsewhere for theater where it was needed, and put a new gym where the old auditorium was near the band classes. Cause that was smart, having loud gym classes near musicians trying to practice, and got exercise equipment too. Then they cut gym class for juniors and seniors, so now half the students aren't using the space and stuff they paid for. And the acoustics suck in the new auditorium that they needed to install more microphones soon after. I remember it happened in Allen, Texas. They got a bond issue to build a $50 million stadium. Once it was done, they had their final inspection and saw a big crack in the foundation. So basically, the football team couldn't use it for the season due to the school district making the company repair it out their own pocket. It went back and forth, and finally the company who did had to bite the bullet and do the repair. I watched a YouTube video on the largest high school stadiums in the country, and lo and behold, this stadium is the largest high school one in the country. It's larger than about 2/3 of NCAA Division and FCS football stadiums. I get it's one of the best programs in a state known for its love of football, but in all honesty, seriously, why does a high school need a football stadium with a capacity as large as most MLS stadiums? Redditors, what do you regret not doing in high school? Changing friend groups earlier. Randomly, last semester of senior year, I just started spending time with new people, and it significantly improved my life. I wish I just took the plunge earlier. Same. I spent a lot of high school feeling suffocated by one girl, and I think she felt the same way. We were the only person the other hung out with at school, and while we got on fine, we actually had really different interests. We had the friend break up when we were about 16, and we were both so much happier because of it. Everyone tried to make drama, but honestly, it was a simple, I'm going to hang out with some people in my geography class at lunch. Do you want to join? No, I don't really know them. I'll go hang out with some people from basketball instead, if that's all right. Some jerks nominated me for homecoming queen as a joke. You could clearly hear them snickering as they said my name, and I declined. I wish I could go back and accept it. I could be the homecoming queen for the nerds and everyone who ever got nominated as a joke. Oh, homecoming queen had a super short pixie, was 5'10" and funny. Our king was 5'5", fluffy and loud. He dyed his goatee and hair blue to match her dress. It was great. I never had a teenage rebellion phase. I found myself kind of wishing that I had taken risks and tried to have fun while I still had the protection and forgiveness that comes from being a kid. Now I have much fewer experiences than my peers. My teenage rebellion was deciding to become a doctor. I regret spending so much time worrying about what people thought of me. This caused me to be very cautious and risk-averse. Turns out, none of it mattered. I could have dated, learned, and experienced so much more. High schoolers, ask out that person, join that club, take that class, do that activity that you've been daydreaming about. My life is great, no complaints, but I waited too long to get to this point. You do you is not only reserved for post-high school. Try and put yourself in your own mind at 15, though. Could you truly convince yourself to not care what people think? It's painfully obvious in hindsight, but I think it's hard to avoid as a teen. I remember being able to go to Europe with my class. I was more concerned about who I was sitting next to on the bus than seeing the Colosseum. I wish I would have went when I was a little older so I could have appreciated it more. I regret my fear. There was a girl I had been friends with for so many years. We spent basically all day, every day, talking and flirting and hanging out. When the time came for prom, I got scared that she didn't like me, and I never asked her out. The week after, she literally came up to me and was like, "Why didn't you ask me out, idiot? I would have said yes." R.I.P. I wish I had stood up more for the kids who were being bullied for no reason. Yes, I agree. I never participated, but I carried enough respect among my peers back then that I could have made a difference by standing up against the bullying. What you don't realize at the time is that besides the fact that no one deserves to be bullied, all of those kids are going to grow up and remember that you did nothing. I feel guilty when I see them on rare occasions. Asking out a girl I was probably in love with because I was too shy. We both had the same interests, had been friends since elementary school, and we could talk for hours about everything and nothing. The worst part was, I found out my senior year that she also had a crush on me through her entire sophomore year, but by then she had a long-term boyfriend. In hindsight, she was dropping a ton of pretty obvious signs. I have a girl now, and she has a different boyfriend, so everything turned out fine in the end, but there is still that what if. Yeah, I think I have the same problem. This girl I talk to seems to be dropping hints, but the last time I trusted my gut feeling, I got rejected. Getting a picture of the deer that considered murdering me. I was in a morning detention, before school starts, in the basement. When it was over, I went down the hall and through the breezeway where the bathrooms were. When I left the bathroom, a full-grown buck came charging at me but changed direction last second, ran down the hall and started ramming lockers. My dean was down there and told me to run to the office to get help. No one believed I was the first to see it. It got in by smashing its way through the glass doors in the breezeway. A deer broke into my high school too, except the one by me broke through 2 glass doors into the calf and then ran off. Poor little guy was bleeding like crazy. Paying attention, especially in science classes. Chemistry was and is a foreign language to me. I am also shocked that I made it through algebra considering I struggled with math in middle school. Pay attention in class, kids. Don't let your mind wander to imagining what you would do if there was a school shooter or how to seduce your hot teacher. I would fantasize about the school shooter scenario so much, had routes planned out and everything. I think that's just me, as everywhere I go, I think up contingency plans for any possible scenario I can think of. Great way to waste time. Thanking the best teachers I had more. Some of their efforts were beyond what is expected, and it is people like them who are our chance for the future. I remember distinctly my sophomore English teacher telling me that I was earnestly good enough to be a writer, and now I'm pursuing that dream, a decision that has brought me so much joy. If I could go back and thank her for all she did for me, I would 100 times over. You should try and contact her through email or something. I'm sure she'd appreciate it a lot. Going to public school. I was homeschooled from birth through high school. College was the first actual school I went to. I wound up with extreme anxiety and could not handle it. I never had a classroom full of people or a teacher. I never had legit homework with deadlines. I was so unprepared. I basically had to relearn how to learn. It effed me up for a bit. I still have major social anxiety, and I'm still learning things at age 30 that I never learned being so sheltered. Also, I have nothing against homeschooling, especially at younger ages. I just think my parents could have done things better. Feel bad for you, man. I had a similar experience, but luckily, it was in middle school when everyone's super awkward. It really wasn't until the middle of high school that I could say I had decent social skills, though. I was so insecure and shy in high school. I wish I'd been more outgoing. There were so many things I didn't do because it was just that hard to talk to people. I didn't date, I didn't go to prom, I didn't try out for the school play. I especially wish I dated in high school so I could have started to understand how to be in a relationship earlier in life. I'm totally in that boat right now. I only had one love interest throughout high school, and that lasted all of a month. I wouldn't even consider it dating. It was so weird and cringy. Now I'm to where I'm actually talking to a girl who's into me, but I have no clue how relationships work. It's kind of stressing me out. Telling her how much I was in love with her before I lost her to my cousin. I thought that said before I lost my cousin for a second. Thought there was some Alabama crushing going on. I was too cool for school and never went to my prom, never went to any sporting events or pep rallies, never joined any clubs. Don't be like that, kids. Socialization is important. Being part of society is important. Even if you don't like the events, you might like the people. Don't assume that the jocks are meatheads, or the cheerleaders are mean, or the rich kids are snobs. A girl from biology class invited me to sit at her table with a big group at lunch. Instead, I sat outside in the courtyard with my boyfriend. I would go back and change that decision in a heartbeat. Would have opened up a lot of chances for new friendships, parties, conversations, etc. Sports. I remember people telling me, just go join. You probably won't play in college, and it's not the same playing as an adult. High school is the best time to do it. It's really your only opportunity. I really regret not playing team sports. I was a walk-on backup goalie for my hockey team, and eventually the starting and only goalie. We usually got killed, but I'm a hell of a lot better even 10 years later than I would have been if I didn't. 2 other goalies from my minor league were in my classes, but never decided to try out. Also, Ultimate Frisbee was a blast. Great sport for everyone to at least try. In 1 year, I went from basically a decoy to becoming the equivalent of the quarterback of my line. The best time for sports is high school. It can open so many doors. Parties. I got invited to them a lot, but I never got around to actually going. Now I'm in college and still getting invited, but I'm too scared since I don't know anybody here. A sophomore in college. Let me tell you something. The only way to go to a party is with friends or at least acquaintances, especially if you are an introvert. I learned this the hard way last year. Go-to would be more dating, but I was in a small program that made it terrible to be rejected. Plus, it didn't help that I was significantly overweight, so probably lose weight earlier, honestly. I regret taking AP Biology when I could be taking AP Computer Science. I am currently in high school, but realized I don't want to work in the medical field, which was the reason I took a second biology class in the first place. Lots of colleges have bio requirements for every STEM-ish degree, and they're an annoying amount of work. Getting those out of the way with AP classes is way better. You can self-teach the CS now and breeze through the intro CS classes and put your time toward higher priorities, like harder CS material or a math or other STEM major. I regret not dating that one friend I had a crush on. But it's okay, because we reconnected sophomore year of college and are now engaged to be married. I'm a senior in high school, and I regret not dating the girl that I was best friends with. We were really close, talking constantly every day, but I was too worried about ruining that, so I never made a move. Now she has a boyfriend of 1 year, and I have moved on, but I still have those thoughts about what it would have been like. I regret not taking courses that I was interested in, such as music, art, and social sciences. I signed up for courses like physics, chemistry, and advanced mathematics in favor of my parents' wishes. I struggled in many of my classes and had very bad grades. That led to low self-esteem, self-doubt, and depression. My grades were so low that I wasn't qualified to apply for many programs in college. But everything turned out okay for me in the end. I ended up studying design and fine arts later in college and university. I've been working as creative for the last 15 years, and I'm happy now. I wish I had pursued my passion earlier, though. I also regret wasting my time on bad friendships. Oh man, I'm the opposite. I wish I had taken more sciences in high school and actually focused on doing well. I was good at them, but acting was my favorite. In my senior year, half of my classes were acting. So much wasted time, because I've since had to go back and do physics and biology 11 and 12. But I guess I'm not working as a creative. I'm taking STEM courses. It probably varies person to person.
Ask Reddit. Married men of Reddit. What was that dumb thing you did during your dating phase that you can't believe your wife ended up overlooking? Part 1. I get very nervous around women that are into me, and especially when I know she's watching me do something. Even something trivial. On an early date, we went to the local shop to pick up some things for a picnic, including some gum. I was thinking really hard and aware that I was being watched. I had this. Money on the counter, gum in your mouth, money on the counter, gum in your mouth. Easy. Suffice to say, when I put the gum on the counter and the £2 coin in my mouth, the cashier was baffled and my girlfriend, now wife, was crying with laughter. Turned her down when she suggested we go on a date. Read as, I'm super awkward. I was working for Starbucks. She was a regular customer. I was new in town and noticed her a couple of times. She was a regular customer and we got to some small talk, chatting about places to eat. She said there's an amazing taco place down the road we should go to sometime. I misheard her, thinking she said, you should go sometime. I replied with, I'll definitely check it out. I handed her her drink and she left awkwardly. She was back in the next day, and against all odds, I was able to clear up the misunderstanding, and I wrote my number on her Starbucks cup. We went to that taco place for our first date, and she was right. It was amazing. 3 years married and 2 kids later, really glad she saw through my awkwardness. Oh man, that's my story too. She asked me to go to a dorm party, and I said no. She was in my friend zone, and I didn't think about her in a dating context. I talked to her a few hours later and asked if I could change my answer. She said okay. We are coming up on 40 years together. Almost ruined because I'm an idiot. I forgot her name once when introducing her to a friend. This was maybe a month into our relationship. I was all like, hey, and by the way, this is, my girlfriend. I have ADD, and every now and then my brain pulls a stunt like this. My mom was the same. As kids, we'd get called by the name of one of our dogs now and then. I thought it was hilarious. My sister, not so much. Not my story, but my parents. Some backstory. My dad has a brother who's only a couple years older. Growing up, they commonly tried to steal food off each other's plates just to be rude to each other. This was remedied by plate guarding and defensive maneuvers with utensils if hands got too close. On my parents' first date, my mom reached for something to try off my dad's plate, and he instinctively stabbed her hand with his fork. Drew blood and everything. He was obviously mortified. Glad my mom was crazy enough to keep dating, marry, and procreate with a fork stabber. My family has the same thing. My sister went on a date with a guy who said, "Look at the puppy," and took some fries off her plate. The poor guy has no idea the torture my sister, the youngest, has to go through growing up, LOL. All in good fun, we love each other. She laughs when she tells the story, because it seemed all those years bubbled to the top. He didn't get a second date, laughed my ass off. On our second date, I'd arrived 1 hour late. When I went to greet her with a little hug, yep, that's how we greet people around here, I accidentally knocked her phone off her hand. It hit the ground and cracked the screen. But I wasn't sure if it was already cracked. I apologized. She said it was okay and that the screen was already like that before. Almost a year later, she confessed that I actually broke her phone that day. She had just gotten it from her mom. All phones she ever had were secondhand, very simple ones. And she couldn't afford a new one at the time. But still, she lied and kept using the broken phone so I wouldn't feel bad. My heart sank. We've been married for 2 years now, and I've given her a brand new flagship phone every year since. Wife was a devout animal lover and activist. Planned a proposal at a fancy Tokyo restaurant that only takes 3 tables a night and has 11 courses, which was filled with all sorts of innovative things, so you're never quite sure what's coming next. In between one of the courses, the chef brings out a cute little glass bowl for us to play with some squid. The chef informs us these are firefly squid that's local to the bay. My wife is delighted and practically named them. 2 courses later, they reappeared as entrees, floating on a glass plate lit up from below and arranged to look like they're swimming. She still said yes, but have never let me forget that I took her on literally the worst dining experience she had, and I had paid the most ever for. Not going to lie, when I saw the words animal lover and Tokyo, the only thing I could think of was you drifted into an animal. Played Weird Al CDs non-stop for a 6-hour car trip to the beach. She didn't ditch me, but haven't been allowed to play Weird Al in her presence for the past 24 years. Got tickets to see him this year on our anniversary, and knew better than to ask her to join me, so I took a couple of my kids that appreciate the finer things in life. Best anniversary gift ever. Great show. The man is a great performer. I never cared about Weird Al much. Appreciated his songs, but wasn't especially a fan, until I saw him play live at a state fair. He doesn't half-ass it, even for a relatively small crowd. Now I love Weird Al. Your wife is missing out. Soon-to-be wife here. When we first met, it was during an introduction class or something like that. He kept kissing the teacher's ass and talking way too much and just being kind of a show-off. I wanted to punch him in the face. Come to find out, he's in almost all my classes, and for lunch, a couple of girls and I decided to go to McDonald's. He invited himself. I was annoyed. 2 months into our relationship, he confessed that he saw me and was intrigued and wanted to get to know me, so he did everything to get my attention. He's an extrovert, I'm an introvert. I'm surprised he managed to actually get my attention. We've been together for 10 years, getting married on September 23rd. On my first date with my wife, we got talking about tattoos. I have a rule that, if I have an idea for a tattoo, I sit on it for a while to see if I really would still want it. I mentioned this to her and explained how glad I am that I do this because otherwise I'd be covered in Tool, the band, tattoos, or some other dumb shit. She rolled up her sleeve to show me that she had the lyrics to one of their songs tattooed across her arm. Well, did you tell her you liked the band and wanted to tattoo them on your body at some point? That's way better than having to show your Tool lyric tattoo to someone who doesn't even know the band. 5 years ago, after dating for 2 weeks, I accepted a job offer on another continent. I told her we didn't know each other well enough for me to pass up an opportunity like that, and if she was meant to be, it would work itself out. Well, it was meant to be, and we got married this spring. My husband kept calling me by the name of his previous girlfriend on our first date. I finally told him to give her a call because they clearly had unfinished business to talk about. He did, and she reminded him why he was happy to have her out of his life. And he never called me by her name again, 40 years later, and it seems to have worked out in my favor. It's funny how I started out visualizing him picking up his cell phone and calling her, but 40 years ago, he would have had to go to a payphone, remember her number, and hope she picks up. People were indeed more patient back then. My husband broke my thumb one night when we were slightly tipsy. Horseplay got too rough, and I think, drunk memory, he slammed my hand against something. We both heard the pop, and I went to tears. You just reminded me of what I did to my wife back when we were first dating. I was living in a student apartment at college, and we had these twin bed drawers underneath. For some reason, I had a drawer open, but we were laying on the bed. I playfully pushed her off, not realizing the drawer was open, and she fell on top of the drawer. We had a couple of great dates and things were looking promising. Then I got super busy at work and didn't contact her for about 3.5 weeks without giving her a heads up. She decided to move during this time. After things calmed down at work, I text her again. We worked things long distance and finally got married. She reminds me that I didn't ask her out again for a very long time every few months. Not the married man, but on probably our 3rd or 4th date, my man mixed our soups. I got a watermelon gazpacho, a cold soup, and he got a seafood bisque. I'm a sharer, so we both tasted and didn't love mine, but we loved his. After the tasting, he boldly, yet nervously states, "Mine is so great. I got this," while pouring our 2 soups into one. It was the worst lukewarm thing I've ever tasted. 5 years later, and we've never mixed soups again. Too risky. This would make me believe my date was some sort of psychopath. There's no reason that even 2 soups of similar theme should be mixed. It defeats the entire purpose of ordering a specific soup. We drank a lot on our second date. Ubered home. Next day we went to get his car and it wasn't there. He was so devastated. He just bought it recently and it was stolen. We filed a police report. Took forever and just generally sucked. We walked to his friend's house nearby, and there was his car, perfectly unstolen. He drank so much he forgot he moved it before our date. Now, once in a while when we're trying to find our car in the grocery store parking lot or wherever, one of us will say, "It's stolen, call the police." My husband did this once too, and he didn't even have the excuse of being drunk. He was visiting someone in the hospital, and when he went to leave, he couldn't find his truck. He looked around for a while, but swore it wasn't where he parked it. He called the police to report it stolen, and the police show up. They end up finding his truck on another level of the parking garage. We live in a pretty small town and own a little store. Occasionally, an officer will stop by to buy a soda or something and ask my husband if his truck has been stolen lately. I was sitting on the couch as we were playing Wii bowling. She was standing behind the couch, lovingly holding me. I drew back the Wii remote and wham! I whack her in the face with the Wiimote and at full strength. Her mom was also in the room. While my wife and I were dating in high school, we went to Six Flags in San Antonio. She had one of those vans where the back hatch pops open with the key fob, but it wasn't the newer kind where they gently and slowly open up. This one flew open like it was a Dumbledore asking if Harry put his name in the goblet of fire. I had bent over to tie my shoe, so my face was in the path of the door when she hit the button and wham! Right into my face. Got a bloody nose and everything. Spent the day looking like Andrew WK. Insisted that everything in San Francisco was walking distance from everything else, and decided we should walk from Pier 39 to Golden Gate Park. It is walkable, but not third date walkable, or whatever shoes she happened to be wearing that day walkable. Ask Reddit. Married men of Reddit. What was that dumb thing you did during your dating phase that you can't believe your wife ended up overlooking? Part 2. She was about to sneeze and she was sitting half on my lap, so I kind of thought she was going to sneeze on me, and I don't know what I was thinking, but I put my hand up to block her sneeze, except I had a glass in my hand and I blocked her own hand from covering her sneeze, and instead she slammed her face into my glass. Married 6 years now, she still has all her teeth. This made me laugh so much. I think it's kind of cute too. Like you were trying to help but didn't think it through, but told yourself, I'm going to help her anyways. The intentions were good. I hope it's something you both look back at and simply laugh and laugh. We were taking a shower together and she was soaping up while I was under the hot water rinsing off, and she slipped, and instead of helping her, I pulled away, thinking for some reason that I'd already rinsed off and didn't want to get soapy. Thankfully, she caught herself on the shower curtain and didn't get hurt. She was, not happy. My explanation of my faulty thinking didn't help at all either. We laugh about it now, but it took some serious smoothing over at the time. I did something along this line. We were taking a shower together and hubby, boyfriend at the time, decided to have a tickle fight. Well, I hate being tickled, so I instinctively pushed back. This caused him to fall out of the shower and hit his head on the back of the toilet. He ended up with a giant bruise on his back, and I was bawling my eyes out because I thought I killed him and/or our relationship. We have been together for 7 years now, married for 4. I still don't live this one down. I know what my husband would say because I will tease him to this day. We had been dating for 2 weeks and we were spooning on his futon watching a movie. Out of nowhere he says, I'm really sorry, I can't hold it in anymore, and rips a huge fart. My husband was a very clean, tight-knit, prudish kind of guy, so I couldn't help but let out the biggest laugh while he turned about as red as his beard. I've been seeing this girl for a little bit now. We started back in March, took a break because I moved, and we're back on again, just long distance. I will hold in farts for hours just to avoid that. If I can't hold it anymore, I will excuse myself to the bathroom. The last time I left her house and got in my car, I let out one of the biggest in my life. I learned farts do in fact build on each other. Little late to the party, but here's my story. When we had only been dating a month or so, my then boyfriend went to pick me up, I assume, and accidentally threw my head through the ceiling and gave me a concussion. He's 6'8" and just really misjudged the distance. I also had a hard time getting used to his height and very regularly kneed him in the balls for about 2 years while cuddling, so I think we're even. We've been together 6 years now and proud to say we haven't injured each other in about 4. 6'5" here, my wife is 5'3". I've done all kinds of stupid stuff like this. I don't know my own strength or my own size, especially compared to her. I've hit her too hard far too many times to count. I had just started a job working with her, and unbeknownst to me at the time, her mom and I did not get along. My move was, what's up with that thick bitch? She said, "Oh, I'll tell my mom you said hi." I was dead. But hey, here's we are, married 16 years, so... Ha! It was meant to be that you jumped straight into the role of hateful son-in-law. It wasn't until after we were married that my wife told me that I almost didn't get a second date because I talked way too much during the movie. I don't really remember it, but apparently I was leaning over every 30 seconds or so to tell her what I was thinking. Also, Valkyrie with Tom Cruise probably wasn't the greatest of a date movie, but it all worked out in the end. ETA. Please forgive me for my movie talking sins, everybody. I was a dumb teenager and she's really pretty. I was just quite anxious for things to go well. Bad idea to have a movie as a first date. Talk too much and you're self-centered because you shouldn't be doing that during a movie, and otherwise you can't talk at all and get to know them. First date with my wife. End of the night, I went to kiss her on the cheek, being all sweet and stuff. She thought I was leaning in for a hug and leaned in too. As she leaned in, I turned my head and instead of her cheek, I kissed her neck. Turned super red and embarrassed, then goodbye, and almost pushed her out of the door at my apartment. I immediately texted her sorry as well, and she laughed. 3 years into the marriage, she apparently didn't care. Better than me, I went in for a kiss, and this is where our versions differ. She turned her cheek, so I kissed her on the cheek goodnight. Next few dates, I got too scared to try again. Eventually, I straight up asked her if I'd try again, will she turn away. She stood stunned for a minute and then accused me of turning my cheek when we went for a kiss. In summary, we spent 2 months in each other's friend zone because we thought the other didn't want a kiss. On our first dinner date, my husband ordered a ton of food to show me his favorite at an Indian restaurant and forgot his wallet at home, and only discovered doing so when the check had arrived. Cleared me out well over $100, and he was absolutely mortified. But we'd been married for near 2 years, so... My card got declined on the first lunch date we went on. The bill was less than $20. I was mortified. 15 years married now. When we were dating, my husband and I were holding hands when he had to cough. Instead of letting go of my hand and covering his mouth, he continued to hold on, brought it up to his mouth, and coughed into my hand. It was a dry cough. If it was anything more, I would have run. Sometimes a guy needs to do a scratch his jewels, but when you're in public, you just can't reach in. So lots of the time, it's just quickly over the pants. Not sure how I thought it was okay, but did a scratch while holding my girlfriend's hand on the third date. We were on the way to a movie. She was shocked, but burst into laughter at the same time. Luckily, she can see the funny side to it. I just needed to scratch. I didn't ask her for her number the first time we hung out, knowing I may never see her again. My brother got it, and I later got it from him. My boyfriend had a similar experience. We met at a brewery. When he left my place later that night, we hadn't exchanged information. He went back to the pub to try and get my information from the bartender, etc. He ended up downloading an app he knew I used, but my name is not spelled the traditional way. He finally found me by my check-in through the brewery. I was very flattered by all the work he went through to find me. Weird that he didn't just ask for my number the night before. She had an Xbox and staying the night. She woke up to me playing some arcadey hockey game and providing commentary of, "Go! Go, go, go!" Told my then boyfriend at the time that I wanted to have sex for the first time, and he made me wait until his Magic the Gathering tournament was over. Were you gonna give him $50K? Because I think that's the prize pool for larger tournaments. If not, then he made a good decision. I decided to not shave for a few months since I was going to be serving in the jungles of Ecuador and wanted to be a wild man. As it turns out, a thick blonde neckbeard isn't very attractive. My boyfriend did this once because he lost a football-related bet. He can grow a beard pretty much overnight from a clean shaven, so he looked very wild, and it coincided with his work's haunted house in October. Scared a lot of kids. I got fairly intoxicated and decided to tie a towel around my shoulders while completely naked and run in front of her on FaceTime screaming, "Look at my dangle!" She looked at the dangle and liked it. Also, am now disappointed that my fiance never did this. Laugh my ass off. We met our first day of high school, so there are many. My least, her family's favorite, is when I left her messages. This was before cell phones and her parents owned a business. They set their voicemail in a business manner in that you dial 1 for father, 2 for mother, and so on. I found out later it was practice for their office line and that this line went to the same recording, no matter what. I left so many messages of call me ramblings. They were on vacation. Her 4 siblings, and her parents listened to it all on speaker, in a van. We kept it secret for years, until we didn't. It's never stopped. When I kneeled to propose, I landed on a sharp rock and we had to go to the ER because it lodged in my kneecap. Replace rock with rusty nail, and same thing. She had a childhood home she loved, so I bought it without her knowing. Then, I took her back onto it, and when she was reading the deed, I proposed, only to get an old nail in my knee. We got married today. Everything. Just really everything. Our first kiss is one that sticks out in mind. We kissed, and right as we kissed, some air moves in my throat. Sounded like a burp, but it wasn't. It seemed like I burped right into her mouth, and I was mortified. She now knows it wasn't a burp, but at the time, not so much. I'm such a lucky fool and had some big blunders early while learning who I am and who she is. I'm lucky someone so wonderful saw past the stupid young person I was. I hate those esophagus gurgles. My wife and I get them. I get gut gurgles like that too. Sounds like a fart, but it's just my stomach moving around. Transitioning from that uncomfortable to the comfortable phase. I was sitting across the room while she did homework. I farted pretty loudly and she looked at me in the eyes and fired back. Luckily, I had another in the chamber and asserted my dominance, to my surprise, which she matched for a second time, but even louder. Having this all happen in a span of 2 seconds and thinking it was pretty funny, I tried to stop her by forcing one more out to reign supreme. Well, let's just say it wasn't a fart I forced out. One of her favorite stories to tell close friends and family. We've been married for going on 4 years though, so I guess it all worked out for me. TLDR, take a dump in front of potential mates if you are gonna get married. Yeah, I didn't understand this asserting dominance thing, but whenever I fart, my partner matches it. So I say that it's not a competition and he doesn't need to force anything. Turns out he's often holding farts around me, so when I let one loose, he uses it as an opportunity to go for it. Which is stupid. We have been farting around each other for ages. My fartiversary is 28th of May, going on 3 years farting, 6 years of dating, but prior to that, I could always find something to blame it on.
If school was a game, what would be some loading screen tips? You won't care about 99% of the NPCs in the next 10 years. Stop trying so hard. Closer to 100% in my case. I grew up in a very small Midwest town and have traveled quite a bit in Asia. I have lived on the West Coast for quite a while. I can't even try to have a conversation with the people from the town I grew up in. We are so different, it is next to impossible. Remember to take your pen back after the class is done. I'll give it back at the end of the hour is a top 10 anime betrayal. Turn off your HUD so you don't know the time. It goes by faster. I'm a teacher, and I don't have a clock in my wall. My students don't understand this, and they're always asking about the time. I'm like, if you'll just shut up and focus on class, it'll go by so much faster. Just because she doesn't hate you doesn't mean she loves you. But she touched my chair on accident and didn't scream this time. It must be love. There would be no tips on the loading screen, just images of that undying S, locker room drawings, desk carvings, and what's on the cafeteria lunch menu for the day. The undying S is at least a millennia old. Find your teacher's hidden bottle of wine for extra points. Or find the bottled secret to unlock powerful abilities. Be careful, not everything served in the cafeteria is edible. That's incredibly true. I remember my first weeks of high school, I nearly threw up multiple times till I found the 2 foods I could eat and a few snacks. At higher levels, homework may be optional, but so is passing. I did this in my second year. First went fine. Second year, Yeah, now feels like the perfect time to fail 3 classes and a lab. So to avoid the failing grades, I dropped 4 classes that semester. Use your locker to store items you don't need for the next class. Watch out for bullies though, you might get shoved into one. The class quests you choose to take will determine what opportunities unlock at future levels. Better results can unlock especially powerful hidden classes. Pay attention in French. Get left behind and you won't be able to tell when your teacher is poking fun at you to the rest of the class. Jotting down notes by hand in class and then typing them out on your computer strengthens your memorization attribute. I never took notes in high school and college because I always felt like it distracted me from learning. If I took notes, I was too preoccupied with taking the notes and wasn't focused enough on taking in information. I mostly just doodled and listened to lectures and read textbooks, and that worked better for me. It's easier to pay attention if you sit in the front of the class. If you sit in the back of the class, creative mode is activated. Nobody really cares about that pimple. This one hit home. I have pretty clear skin, and I used to get one insanely annoying zit in the most obvious place on my face, and then I would keep my hand or hoodie on my face in that one spot during class, and trying to hide it was probably more noticeable than just not doing anything at all. Eventually, I realized that if I can't remember whether other people have pimples or not, due to obvious concentrations on assignments or upcoming presentations, how would they remember mine, since everyone is going through the same thing I am? It totally changed my perspective and led to a huge confidence boost, and I stopped trying to pointlessly hide my pimples. Shower daily? Had to sit behind someone with horrible BO. I always tried to befriend and talk to everyone around me. I couldn't bring myself to talk to her ever. Studying for long periods of time is less effective than studying frequently for shorter periods of time. I found that studying for 5 to 10 minutes and then playing video games for 10 minutes, then studying again for 5 to 10 minutes helps. If your teacher tells you that you can't use the bathroom during class, pee in the classroom ficus to show superiority. Yes, my friend actually did this in high school. My husband has multiple stories about his classmates doing this. I don't understand teachers that do this. We get it, you are in power, but do you have to be such a totalitarian dictator about it? Tone it down to a casual monarchy, but even those are prone to revolutions. Make friends with your teacher. Tip: knowledge is power, but so is influence. Befriending the school faculty can provide randomly generated bonuses, and low-level rule breaking will not impact your after-school detention meter. Gum can also be used as currency. Memorize TV tropes pages of popular shows to gain charisma points. Do your homework at lunch to free time for side quests. Studying with classmates outside the testing room 5 minutes before it begins will increase your efficiency by 80%, but decrease your accuracy by 30%. Remember, when choosing team members, that everyone has their own strengths. Those who are picked last in physical activities are picked first in academic activities, like trivia or review games for extra credit, and vice versa. Focus on one task at a time. Do things slowly and intentionally. Write it down. You won't remember later. Carl stole my pen. Darn it. People will tell you to go 100K into debt to get a degree. Make sure you choose the right one. Complete the scholarship side quest to reduce or eliminate costs entirely. Community college is a cost-effective means of completing general education credit. Transfer these credits to a 4-year college and fool bosses later in the game. The front door has a metal bar in the middle. Don't be an idiot. My school has them everyone, not just the front door. Walked into 3 during the first week, have been shoved into about 10 since then, since the halls are about 1.5 meters wide and there is about 1,000 students in the main between classes. Stand up to bullies. Zero tolerance policy would get you screwed over anyway. I don't think I get it. I know a guy on my chess team that kept trying to get a bully taken care of through the school, but the other kid was a model student, so nobody listened. Eventually, the model student got physical and my teammate beat the life out of him and got suspended. Everybody kept saying it was self-defense, but no matter what, if you win, then you're punished. I guarantee that if my teammate would have sat down and taken his beating, then the bully would have gotten a slap on the wrist, like he has before. Sometimes anti-bullying policies don't do shiza, as long as the administration doesn't want to do anything. You have to attain the required scores in all subjects to pass on to the next level. Does not matter if you excel in one. Only the grade. You could just pass English and then have to repeat everything else, but then it's the cone of shame. Sometimes you will be approached by other students. 7 out of 10 times, they will ask you to do something that will drop many of your stats, but will unlock exclusive events and instances, while potentially increasing your charisma and social standing. Choose carefully. If you have the weird kid in the back of the class trait, this option will not be available. Burnout is a real thing. Avoid it. LMAO, I chucked through the first 2.5 years of high school, made a great impression on all my teachers. Then I completely burnt out but coasted by on teachers liking me and giving me extra time to finish work. Now I need to unburn out before I go to college at a place that will tear me to shreds if I don't have a pristine work ethic. Do not use Wikipedia, as it will upset the teachers. Pro tip, use the sources cited in the Wikipedia articles instead. No more angry teachers. Your enemies will try to flush you out with Molotovs. Use desks and other obstacles to take cover from gunfire. Black markets can be used for both, selling and purchasing items from common to rare. They can also serve as useful exchanges of obscure information. For some reason, the most common items being bought and sold were foreign gum and Mountain Dew voltage. Befriending the janitors unlocks cheat codes. My nan used to be a janitor at my primary school. She always gave me and my brother lollipops when she saw us. Eating your pencil rubber gives you 20% concentration boost. You can also use chewing gum, but it's a bit risky. Forgot to study for a test? Call in a bomb threat. 2 girls did that during midterms? State standardized tests, something like that. They got expelled. Remember to punch holes in the eraser using your pencil. It's part of the experience. Also helps you relate to some nostalgia memes. Throw pencil up perfectly to stick to the ceiling? Profit. Wear safety goggles during a science lab. If you don't, you are more likely to be hurt by the teacher than anything you might mix in class. Have you seen the pressure on those eye wash stations? They'll poke your eyes out, kid. Marching band is the only way to get out of gym without playing sports. Or having a debilitating medical debuff that will negatively affect gameplay. Learn how to read. It will serve you well. For a better experience, play with friends in coop mode. Remember, the goal is to earn points. If you spend too long trying to actually learn something, you will fail. Test your real skill in new endless college mode. College? Nah. University. Only so long for most undergrad degrees, but you can spend your whole life gathering graduate degrees, postdoc assignments, and non-tenure track faculty positions. Objective: survive. Only move between covers when the weird, quiet kid reloads. Find some friends, create a group, gain popularity to get liked by your teachers, but be aware, some teachers might not like it. Do not call teachers by their first name. It will, in most situations, end badly. Make sure to plant the bomb when no one is looking so you don't raise suspicion. And remember, no Russian. Zero tolerance policy at your school? This favors the bully. If you're going to get suspended either way, at least make your bully pay for it with a broken nose. He probably won't bother you again. Only if you're from a rich family, though.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit, what stupid thing happened while you were gawking at a girl? I was on a family skiing vacation in Norway when I was 13. I was cruising down the slopes when I see the most beautiful, perfect, start a war over her beautiful coming down the slopes beside me. I completely lose my composure and just stare. I stared all the way into the pine tree I didn't see rapidly approaching. No injuries, just the realization at the age of 13, beautiful women will be the end of me. Skiing down a mountain at 13 or 14, I barrel down and pull a sharp side-skidding stop to a halt at the top of another large hill. I figured I'd rest for a second, then turn and continue down. but as I was stopping, I caught a half of a second glance at this fantastically gorgeous blonde woman. And instead of stopping on the lip of the hill, I flipped over and ate dirt. I fell into a hole. Full story. I was working at Philmont for my second year. My department was setting up a staff event, and she was jogging the trail near the Frisbee golf course. We were walking kind of perpendicular and crossed the path behind her, and then I straight up Looney Tuned into a pit, complete with popping up afterwards with an, "I'm okay." I guess she had stopped when she heard the crack of the branch I fell on, so she saw my head pop up out of the hole and started giggling. She was stunning, and it was very hard to focus on work around her. The bruises were totally worth it. I was a venture scout that went to Philmont with my crew. There were 2 other teenage girls in my crew on that trip, and about halfway through, our group was running dangerously low on toilet paper. The boys in my crew were getting understandably nervous about this. The dehydrated trail food caused a lot of gas and encouraged us ladies to go to the next scout troop group over, strike up a conversation with the teenage boys, and somehow secure toilet paper. I honestly didn't think it would work, being a shy, insecure teenage girl myself. 20 minutes later, came back to our camp with rolls and rolls of toilet paper. Those boys were just so happy to see 3 teenage girls materialize out of those pine trees. I think they thought we were some kind of mirage. I forgot to spot my buddy in the gym and gave him a mouthful of testicles when I attempted to save him from his failed bench press. Legend has it after that day he never failed a rep again in his life. I was driving and gawking at a pretty girl jogging one time. A highway patrol officer was in front of me and another car in front of him. The car in front of him decides to turn left. While the car is waiting for oncoming traffic to pass so he can go, I'm staring wide-eyed at this girl, and the cop is a sitting duck in the road. I have no idea. I come down the hill at like 35 miles per hour and slam on the brakes only to stop like 3 inches from his rear bumper. My heart is pounding after what had just happened. I looked up at him, and he's looking at me in his mirror, shaking his finger back and forth. He was well aware of what I was doing. The reason he immediately did that is because he saw you almost hit him because he was gawking too. My friend was walking down the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets watching some girls sunbathing when he trips and lands right on his face. I usually cringe when I see people hurting themselves, but this time I just laughed out loud. I was like 11 riding my bike and saw a college girl jumping on a trampoline in her bikini, slipped off the seat and crashed. Early warning system for lesbians too, it seems. I met a Russian exchange student with a face that looked like he'd gotten the bad end of a bar fight. I asked him what the other guy looked like, and he said, "Not guy, girl." Apparently, he'd been biking to work, gotten distracted by a girl, and ran face first into a lamppost. Was it worth it? Definitely. Like 20 years ago in Chicago, I saw something that seemed right out of a cartoon. A girl was walking down the street. Guy on bike was gawking at her. Bastard fell right over in the street. It was so funny to me at the time. I didn't realize stuff like that really happened. In high school, I walked into a door. Also, that panic when she sees you staring and then you quickly look away hoping she didn't, but she totally did. In high school, one of my friends managed to walk into the divider beam between 2 double doors because he was staring at a girl while we were walking out of the cafeteria. This one time, a topless chick on my campus was walking around holding a sign that said, #FreeTheNip. Due to the sheer shock given she was walking around the middle of campus, I got distracted and almost ran into a skateboarder who was also staring. "Dude, did we go to school together?" Skateboarder. First day on campus. Walk up to a building when I notice a ridiculously cute redhead is about 15 feet behind me. Play it cool. Hold the door for her so I can get a better look. She says, "Hey, Puggy Pug." Turns out she's a cousin I hadn't seen in 10 years. Sounds like a scene that would be on Arrested Development. Learning how to drive stick in my cousin's loud Jetta, and I'm stopped at a red light when a car pulls beside us, and 2 very attractive females in the car look over and smile at us. Then the light turns green, and I stall. Performance anxiety strikes at the worst time. I was coming out of a dentist appointment. Gingivitis sucks. With my mom and had to be given local anesthetics to soothe the pain down in my gums. So we're walking in downtown on our way to the car when this gorgeous redhead punkish girl, just my type, comes out of the local tattoo shop and passes next to me as she's exiting. We made eye contact and she even smiled at me. Thing is that with a mouthful of cotton and anesthetics and dumbfounded by this beautiful girl, I didn't notice that there was drool coming out of my mouth. So it dawned on me that she was only smiling because I looked like a effing drooling idiot. This gorgeous redhead punkish girl, just my type, I wonder if there is ever a time someone sees a 10 out of 10 alternative dressed girl with a choker and is like, nah, that's not for me. Stuck in traffic, girl next to me flips a dude off for being dumb. I laugh and smile at the scene. She sees me smile, she flips me off. I am sad. My gosh, please, the mental image of just smiling innocently and bam, middle finger, rout at you? LOL. Not me, but back in high school, I was on the load crew of the band truck. We were all loading instruments into the truck after the football game, so we had all stripped out of our uniforms. One cute girl on our crew had on tight shorts. The other team's band was walking past us to their bus. The cute girl bent over to pick up an instrument, and this drummer from the other band had his jaw open and was immediately in love. Bam! He tripped and face-planted the ground, and his nose started to bleed. The girl was clueless, but we were all dying once the kid was taken care of. And that's how I met your mother. I ran into a trash can while rounding a corner because turned my head to look at the ass of a girl who was walking by. Had a big yellow and purple bruise on my hip for weeks. No regrets though, that ass belonged in a museum. What is it about getting to look at a great ass or tits? I don't understand how my brain just wants to get as much time as possible to look at the same thing. I've seen it, I like it, but I just can't appreciate it and move on. I must see it for as long as possible. A female friend and I were going to lunch, and she was pouring her heart out about something really awful and intimate that had happened to her when she was young. As I pulled into a parking space, I saw a hot girl and my head reflectively snapped that direction. While my tearful friend was still in mid-sentence, I slammed my car really hard into the curb. Seriously? Snarled my friend. My brain and heart have your full attention, I promise. Not a man, but I fell down the stairs in a bar because I was busy watching a girl who just walked past me wearing next to nothing. Guys reading these is turning the whole thread into a montage in my head, and it's 10 out of 10. Extra points if you imagine the voice from the Wonder Years narrating them like letters written to OP. I once told a girl I met in a tourist beach town, Montanita, Ecuador, that I knew she had visited another random tourist beach town, Mancora, Peru, as me 5 years ago. I remembered her face shockingly enough to myself, just from simply seeing her one night out, and her face was so pretty that I remembered it. So when I somehow struck a conversation with her at a bar 5 years later, I stupidly brought that up within a minute. Hey, this is crazy, and I just met you, but here is my number. By the way, I know where you traveled 5 summers ago. She obviously got creeped out. I think you meant I once told a girl I met in a tourist town that I knew she had visited the same tourist town as me 5 years ago. But yeah, that's really one of those situations where your timing, phrasing makes the difference in her being creeped out or not. I can see why she got creeped out. She actually came up to say hi. It was wild. That's insane. Don't tell me she was interested in you as a person too. She was a gorgeous rep for skincare products in a mall during Christmas, which was totally deliberate, and without an ounce of tact, I slowed down and changed my course for her and slowly zombie in her direction. Since the initial eye contact, she had begun her sales pitch that I didn't hear a word of. I mindlessly listened to every word and even let her test some of the sea salt stuff on my hands for about 10 minutes. When it came time for the sale, things got awkward. So are you interested? I don't really use these products. Maybe a gift for your mother. I finished shopping for my mother. Girlfriend? I don't have one. A sister maybe? She lives in another province. Did you just stop because I'm a pretty girl? Nods head like an idiot. Hot girl slowly turns around and goes back to her station. Those skincare stalls are a scam. I listened to her pitch for a minute because I wanted a free sample. I asked how much a jar of that stuff cost. I can give you a special deal today. For you, only $200. I nearly laughed out loud. Driving along when this 10 out of 10 girl goes rollerblading down the street in the tiniest bikini top and short shorts. Keep in mind this is in a colder Canadian climate, so this is a super rare sight. Suddenly, she hits a bump and stumbles. 20 cars swerve all over the road as the guys oogling her all react like they are going to catch her or something. Thought I was going to die in a huge pileup.
Teachers of Reddit, what would you change about the school system? Serious. Members of the community who serve on the Board of Education should be required to spend some time observing classes on a regular basis in order to glean a fuller, more realistic sense of what teaching and learning are all about in contemporary classrooms. Too often, decision makers on boards only have vicarious knowledge of topics they are voting on, including budgets, which directly impact the education system and its results. At the same time, when important people do come and observe, teachers will teach and behave differently, usually the bad ones, that is. It's the same as when a parent of a troublesome student comes to observe. The normal, obnoxious student is suddenly a little angel. I'm in the UK. Give teachers more time to prepare lessons away from the classroom. I teach for the majority of the day, with an hour off for lunch and perhaps another hour of non-contact time to do all of my marking, planning, etc. Sometimes I want to set up an amazing lesson. I'm computer science, but it's quite often a choice of doing it in the evening and neglecting my own kids, or rushing it to be good enough but not amazing. I feel like in business, if you were pitching to a client, you'd give the presenter a decent amount of time to sort out the pitch, surely, not expect him to half-ass it in his own time in the evening. In UK, our maths department would just share some PowerPoints and resources with each other. The lessons were structured around tests though. We did mock GCSEs, then marked them to see how well we did, and had lessons on what we didn't do very well. UK high school teachers here allow students to fail. Not all of them, obviously, just the ones that decide not to take the help on offer. If I have a classroom of 30 students, 27 of them will do the work I set, turn up to the lessons, ask for help when they don't get it. However, the 2 or 3 that don't want to be there take up so much more of my time than the other. And at the end of the year, I get dragged over the coals to explain why these 3 students didn't do as well as their previous data shows. For those who didn't understand it, if you say a student should not pass a grade, you, as the teacher, are the one who failed, get dragged over the coals, etc. Every teacher has met a student who should be failing or not passing the grade. But bureaucracy says it looks bad if we have failing students. Taught a college-level chemistry class, I'd definitely say do away with busy work and focus on enforcing concepts. Critical thinking is definitely lacking in most education systems. Have a school start a little later so people don't have to wake up at 5 or 6 a.m. My high school requires us to be in homeroom by 7:15 a.m. We were done by 2 p.m, but the schedule was a vestige from agricultural days. Most of the area has been suburban for decades, with few working farms and even fewer family farms. During much of the school year, the trip to school happened in darkness or the break of dawn at best. Most families no longer have a stay-at-home parent, so schools should generally reflect regular working hours. American teacher here. 2 things. First, make teaching a true 9 to 5. Start at a reasonable time and build in enough time in the school day for teachers and students alike to get their outside of classwork done. Second, give up the notion that every child needs or should go to college. There's not even room in our colleges for that to happen anyway, and there are plenty of good jobs that need doing that do not involve a 4-year degree. Focus more on education beyond high school, less on college or university education. At my high school, one of our students went to a firefighter and eventually paramedic school instead of college. The school just about flipped its mind, convincing him not to because it would ruin their 100% HS college ratio, but he did it anyways. Reduce the amount of standardized testing. especially at the elementary school level. The kids I work with have so many different forms of standardized, multiple choice assessment that it's exhausting for them. I've worked with usually good students who happen to have test anxiety, and these tests might not even be an accurate measure of their knowledge, since they've become so psyched out in the high-stakes testing mentality. Yep, and on the other side of the coin, you have students, especially at the high school level, who couldn't care less about school being asked to take a test, where there's no incentive for them to do well. When using this information to grade teachers and determine school funding, what could possibly go wrong? For those not college bound, I would make the last year or two of high school focus on a trade skill and balancing a budget. My school had this for the last 2 years somewhat. You could take auto body, auto mechanics, food services, welding, machining, construction, and computer programming. The classes were half day and you could only take one per year. Some started in the morning and then you went to lunch, and others started lunch to when you left, 4 hours a day. They still made you take 3 regular classes, but if you planned it out from the start, you could take the 1-hour version of the trade classes that were just like some basic intro classes. If you didn't plan ahead, you could get stuck with a math and English because you got to do so many credits for those. As mentioned before, the day should start a little later. It's almost like morning lessons are a waste because pretty much everyone in the classroom is exhausted. Also, high school should have a lesson purely based around the student's future, such as how to buy a house, how to pay bills, how to write a CV, etc. I'm from the UK and I don't have a clue if this kind of thing exists elsewhere. We tried that in my high school. It was called TAG, Teacher Advisory Group, and we were meant to do those things. The result was as you'd expect. Kids showed up for the first 20 minutes and did not want to do these boring modules. So the 4 years, 20 minutes a day was more or less spent talking to a friend or two and nothing more. I teach math at the high school level. I think more block scheduling should benefit students learning greatly. It is ineffective for students to constantly switch between topics taught in 7 classes every single day. Block scheduling can grant more integrated instruction, more project-based learning, and possibly less homework. I am aware that many high schools do block scheduling. I just wish mine did. Possibly less homework. I have block scheduling, but I'm still up to 11 or 12 every night doing homework. It is so exhausting. My wife is learning to be a teacher in the preschool kindergarten age range. She feels homework can become too overbearing and says that kids need to spend more time outside or engaged in play. I teach 11 to 16s. I think it widens the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Some kids have parents who will sit down every night and talk through their work with them. Others have parents who can't because they can't or because they're at work. It's most noticeable when they do a project and some bring in beautiful folders with excellent colors and library researched. Obviously, lots of help from parents. Others have a few scraps of paper, given to a student by me, written in biro, and they have no access to color or a parent who can help. When you worked hard on something and it still looks worse than the lazy rich kids who got his tutor to help, it makes you think that you are just no good. I'm from a family of teachers. Not sure I should post, but as a Canadian, I am shocked that schools in the States are funded based on the parents' taxes rather than all the children's schools getting equal funding. Our system is nowhere near perfect, not even close, but at least children from areas struggling with poverty still get decent schooling, and the teachers working there paid decently. I can't speak for other states, but California doesn't quite fund like that. The money does come from taxes, but they are put into a large pool at the state level and then dishes out to district. This was enacted to prevent the poor areas from suffering, while the rich areas flourished. On top of that, there's also Title I funding, which is given to schools where a majority of students are impoverished. I'm talking an extra $1 million a year or so per school that qualifies. It's not a perfect system though. Districts still can make stupid choices on how to handle their money, but at least gives the districts more equal footing. Obviously, remove high school stakes testing. Teaching well requires a certain amount of freedom. Teachers, at least here in Indiana, thanks Pence, are under so much pressure to make the grades. Lesson plans are affected, overall morale is affected, and the kids are affected. They start copying homework and cheating on tests because the system tells them their grades are more important than their integrity. Every day, I have to remind myself that what I'm doing is important, not because of test scores, but because I'm teaching, inspiring, being a role model for young adults. Yes, I went to middle school in Indiana and we had a pep rally before we took our standardized tests. I remember my teacher constantly teaching to the test instead of teaching a variety of interesting subjects. I personally thought it was the worst year of my schooling and I ended up being behind, even though I was in the honors class, when I moved back to the state I'm from. People in management level positions need to understand what a bell curve is. I'm expected to get every child to a certain level by the end of the year. This is impossible unless A, that level is set ridiculously low, or B, I lie about my students' attainment. Realistically, no matter how fabulous a teacher might be, there will always be many children who don't quite make the grade. However, many managers see this as unacceptable and believe they are only doing a good job. If they give teachers a hard time for not raising the achievement of even the most, I'm going to be blunt here, dense students. What really bugs me about teaching, getting all of the blame, is that there are a lot of factors beyond the teacher's control. Even the best teacher in the world won't be able to help every kid on his or her own. So many things. Most of them boil down to this: more love, fewer punishments. There should always be consequences for behavior, yes, but kids need to learn that it's okay to make mistakes and that their good behavior will get them good consequences too. So many kids receive such terrible treatment at home. School should be a safe place for them to make mistakes, grow, and know they're loved no matter what. Source: I work with underprivileged kids in an inner city school.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit, when was the last time you got a compliment, and what was it for? At work, I was recently told I run a good meeting. I credit it to years of running games of D&D. So that's where I get the project management skills from. I have a habit of bobbing my head side to side when I'm thinking, and about a week ago, my coworker noticed and said it was freaking adorable. I appreciate the compliment, but it also made me way more aware of it. Yeah, my friend hums when she eats. It's adorable. She got a little self-conscious after I told her. I kinda had to tell her though, since I smiled and giggled at her. You look bigger. Have you been working out? Nope, just cultivating mass. Nicest way for someone to notice I've gained weight. You went from being a tiny twink to the muscle-bound freak they see before them. A girl I know said I had cool magnets on my fridge. So yeah, things are pretty solid. A friend told me I was the funniest person she knew. She needs to go out more. She wants to stay in more. With you. Women are attracted more to humor and wit than looks alone. So there you go. Still riding the high from when the cute girl at work complimented my shirt back in 2016. LOL. This reminds me of when some bigwig passing through our office when I was a junior said to my buddy, "That's a very checked shirt you're wearing." My buddy replied, "Thank you, sir." And the bigwig just tossed, "That wasn't a compliment," over his shoulder as he walked off. Last week at the dentist, as she was shooting my gums full of Novocaine, she said, "Wow, you've got long eyelashes," and called 2 of her nurses in to admire them. Bit weird, but I'll take it. I've gotten this a lot. Women even said they wish they had my eyelashes. Then I get confused as to whether I should think that's a good thing or a bad thing. Last night, my friends told me that I'm the good-looking one in our friend group and that they're convinced I get hit on a lot. My friends think I am the womanizer because I have a lot of dates, missing the fact that I use Tinder and I very rarely get more than one date with one person. My fiancé told me my new pants make my butt look good. Nice. My butt looks like 2 globs of paste in the process of drying on a padded wall. This very fit girl at the gym, who is dating an absolute unit of a man, complimented me on bench pressing 90 pounds. Ha! I got one too at the gym for finally putting up plates. It was from a beefcake of a dude, but I still appreciated it, LOL. About 30 minutes ago, my wife told me I'm a good man as I left the house. That is all we want. We really are a lot like dogs. Just change boy to man. About 4 years ago, I had a lady call me cutie at a bar. A few years back, I got waved into a car in torrential rain. It was an elderly lady and a small town, so I wasn't worried about any abductions. Anyway, we're chatting and stuff, and I thanked her for the ride, and she said, "It's okay, dear. I like to tell my friends that I pick up hot young men." I was 18, and still am a bit shy, so I couldn't speak well for a few minutes. Saturday, a customer at work asked me how I can be so happy, especially when I'm interrupted while doing something, and I said, "I like to make sure people leave here happy and feeling good." She told me that I am doing something right, and it made her bad day better. This hit me hard because I had a very bad week, which begun with me feeling suicidal, and I had a fight with my dad the day before over the house and almost slept in my van until I was blackmailed to go to a friend's. So I broke down and started to cry a little after she left. I'm not 100% right now, but I'm getting there. Not suicidal currently. Yesterday, from my 7-year-old daughter, I made a comment about my fatness because, well, I am, and she became very, very angry. "You're not fat, Dad." I've been trying to be more mindful about my self-deprecating sense of humor. I don't want it to become a part of their thinking. My mother has this thing when she doesn't get something the first time or makes a mistake, she says, "Man, I'm stupid." Whenever I hear it, I automatically respond with, "No parent of mine is stupid. I mean, who the hell does she think she is insulting my mom?" Last night, my wife said my penis is cute. I don't think that was a compliment. I honestly don't think there is anyone who doesn't love you. Made my day from a great friend. If there is such a person, you show me him and I'll fight them until they love you. My crush complimented my new boots on Sunday. My brain would probably catch fire if my crush acknowledged or complimented me. I got a compliment on my beard by another well-bearded fellow. It was a great day. Us well-bearded men must stick together against the smooth-facers. A coworker said I tell stories well yesterday. You probably took it as an underrated comment. Every group has one friend who can tell stories the best. Wife and I are trying to get pregnant, so had my sperm tested. Her gyno says she is very pleased with my results. Good count, great mobility. Best sperm she's seen so far from military men. Why do military men have a harder time remaining fertile? Besides, those who received injuries. Yeah, high-power radios and exposure to a ton of chemicals on a daily basis can kill off your little swimming buddies. This old woman, as old as my grandma, told me I had my father's beautiful blue eyes, and how it was a shame I wasn't born a girl because my smooth long hair was wasted on a boy. Other than that, I can't remember anything. This was like 3 years ago. Pfft, screw that. I think long hair looks amazing on guys. I wish more guys wore their hair long. The CEO of my company passed me in the office and complimented me on how I looked a few weeks ago. I had just shaved off a rather scraggly beard and gotten a haircut, but that was all. Felt good, man. Keep it up so they think you got interviews, followed by a sneaky raise. You're a great writer. Now get out. I want to watch anime. My wife, as I obsessed over an assignment and interrupted her show. She's my harshest critic, so I trust her. She really is the sweetest thing you'll ever meet. She just has her moments of tough love. I got a new pair of Levi's and a woman at work said, "Nice package." Don't get all bent. She is 74 years old and it made me blush, LOL. I've had a 75-year-old lady at work tell me my voice reminds her of a time when men were men and that I should quit my day job and be on a sex line. I work on the phones in the government. I honestly can't recall. I perhaps somewhat creepily pursued some of your previous comments. You seem like a helpful, friendly, and knowledgeable person. I'm not sure if that will make you feel good about yourself, but it should. Not everyone is considerate, especially online. I got complimented today that I looked dapper. I have to agree. I dressed pretty sharp today. I love the word dapper. I use it all the time to compliment my friends when they look sharp. Some people complimented my haircut today. how it matched my beard length. Also, they liked my brown shoes, blue dress pants combo. Feels good, man. People noticing a great outfit is pretty nice as a guy, right? Dude, add a brass bronze belt buckle to a light brown belt or one that matches your shoes. If those are light blue dress pants, it'll add a little flair to the whole deal. I had a random lady on the elevator tell me she liked my boots and she wasn't used to seeing people wear boots and a tailored suit. Led to a great dinner and conversation about how men should dress. You have the biggest penis among all your friends. My wife. Funny story, my husband and I were hanging out with some of his old high school friends and they revealed to me that they gave each other nicknames for their penises. Laughing hysterically, I asked my husband what his was, and he said Big Zig. No filter response in front of all his friends was, but how do they know? I think I embarrassed and flattered my husband at the same time right then. I tried on a girl's dress for the fun of it. She said my back looks incredible. In college, I wore a dress for a party, borrowed my housemates. Afterwards, when I was returning it, she was like, "You look way better in it than I do. Keep it." She wouldn't let me give it back, so I just take out wearing the dress to different parties over the next few years. Always got compliments on it. It was about 2 weeks ago and the cashier said I was very kind and generous. If I got some junk food at the drive-thru, I randomly pay for people behind me. I had a bad day once and someone did that for me, so ever since then, I've been paying it forward, especially around the holidays. My leather jacket, but that's usually from other guys. But without fail, my best article of clothing is a sweater with some awesome howling wolves on it. I have yet to not get a compliment when I put that bad boy on. I can't figure out why either. I have a red leather biker jacket with leopard print lapels. It is half covered in band patches and pins. I get more compliments on that ridiculous jacket than anything else I have ever owned. Back in June, I was told I have a good heart. That wasn't a compliment, it was your doctor reading the results of the medical report. Gay guy who was much older than me walked past, winked, and shouted, "How you doing, gorgeous?" I spun around instantly, winked straight back and said, "Doing good, sexy," and continued on. Made my day. Not even gonna lie, happily married, heterosexual male here. I kind of like getting hit on by gay dudes because literally nobody else gives me feedback on my appearance. It's a total confidence boost for the rest of the day. My wife might not want to bang, but at least I know I'm still seductive. I was told 2 weeks ago that my hairline isn't bad at all, after muttering that I was feeling down about my receding hair. Not sure if that counts as a compliment or anything, but I have thought about that moment every day since then. Guys don't give guys compliments. Women don't give guys compliments. It can be kind of depressing. I'm a guy and I try to buck that social norm. If I see a guy who clearly spent some time on his appearance, I'll compliment his hair, clothes, whatever. The dudes who go out with perfectly trimmed and oiled mustaches stand out because I know their stuff takes time. I hope men start getting more compliments more regularly and it makes them feel good about themselves. As a woman, I make sure I compliment my boyfriend as much as I possibly can. Definitely more than he compliments me, LOL. He blows my mind how much I love him and how attracted I am to him. Even after a couple of years, it's still butterflies when I look at him. I know how he makes me feel when he compliments me, and I only want him to feel that way back. Every man should. I wrote about this before, but it's a catch-22. On one hand, men get very few compliments, based on my own experience and experience of other similar threads as this. So whenever we do get a compliment, it's seen as a sign of flirting, especially if we're somewhat attracted to them. But if compliments are given all the time for everything, then they lose their meaning since they'd be seen as superficial.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit, what do you really want for Valentine's Day? I want to be the mayor of Titty City. Little Spoon. I call this jetpacking. Hey babe, can you be my jetpack tonight? Feels a lot better than asking to be Little Spoon. I would like Valentine's Day to be abolished and replaced with a second Thanksgiving. Exactly. I like being romantic and cooking dinner and getting her flowers. I hate having a day where I feel obligated to get gifts and do all of that or go out to a fancy dinner. It's a huge marketing day for cards and heart-shaped jewelry, and it's stupid. It also comes off as much less special or spontaneous. Women like when you do these things for no reason, or just because you were thinking of them. This is just some forced BS where they expect at least a little something like flowers or a dinner together. But even if you go all out, it seems less special because it's a scheduled day. Someone to cuddle with. You could adopt a pet. The roles to be reversed. Women care about Valentine's Day more than men do most of the time. But if you want me to care about it as much as you do, maybe you should make it as enjoyable for me as I do for you. If my significant other would tell me, hey, this Valentine's Day I make the plans, it's on me, that would be the best gift. And it would make me want to give her something even better on another day where she won't be expecting it. Having to live up to these expectations drains all the romance the holiday is meant to have. I think it can be restored if she takes the initiative. My husband and I take turns. He does Valentine's on odd years. I do Valentine's on even years. We each get a chance to give and to receive. It's fun. All I want is to sit on my recliner love seat in my favorite spot with her smushed up against me with my arm around her. Sometimes I can cop a feel, which is nice. She don't mind. We watch a movie. I'll try to pick a comedy she likes. She does this thing like where every time she laughs at a line or scene, she looks at me to see if I think it's funny because I don't really laugh out loud. It's so cute. Every time she does it, I fall a tiny bit more in love with her and I can't help but kiss her face. That's all I need. But if I got a full say, I'd also have a 1/8 of Blue Dream, a 6er of Guinness for me, and a bottle of red wine that's as cold as it can be without actually turning to ice, because that's how she likes it. I just really appreciate the fact that you're observant about your significant other and your compliments were catered to her preferences. The Majora's Mask 3D's remake. I'm the girl and I really would prefer this over flowers and chocolate. To make a nice meal for my wife and have my 3-year-old boy be my sous chef. I'm old. But I bet your wife thinks the world of you. Sexiest thing to a mature woman is a husband that cooks for her and is part of her children's life. Naked selfie sent randomly throughout the day. This is actually a great idea. I won't be able to see my boyfriend all day on Valentine's Day. I might actually do this. A date, actually. A female that isn't part of my family that cares. Somebody, oh somebody, can anybody find me? Somebody to love. This song was stuck in my head for days when I realized I'd have to leave my girlfriend of 3 years. If someone could buy me a really good hot dog, that would be great. Just not 2. No one enjoys the second hot dog. I'm taking my girlfriend down to Shed Aquarium and then out to dinner in the city. Chicago, for those wondering. It's our first Valentine's together. I just want it to go as smoothly as I'm envisioning it. Haha. If you have money, go to Gibson's. You'll need a reservation, but it's the best steak ever. Ever. I work in a restaurant. Forget Valentine's Day. I make reservations for other people at restaurants. Don't worry, we hate the month leading up to it almost as much as the day of. Just get to spend the day with her. No interruptions and no obligations. Just being with her is about as good as it can get. As a girl, this is exactly what I want too. I remember the best memories of my ex and me from when we were together. They were the ones where his friends weren't around to message and call him to get online to play some game with them. I don't need the fancy dinner or the gifts. I just want some quiet, alone time with my guy. Well, besides the obvious, sex, I'd like some daisies. They're my favorite flowers. I've hinted throughout the years, 15 years of marriage, but have yet to ever get them. Try graduating from hinting to asking. There's nothing wrong with asking. I actually know a bunch of guys who love getting flowers, but are embarrassed to admit it. And I think many of their significant others wouldn't catch the hint, especially if it was disguised as a joke, because they think it was so unusual. Buy yourself some sexy lingerie and show it off to me. Okay, I'm pretty hairy though. Girlfriend picked our dinner instead of us going out. We are cooking steaks and baked potatoes, having some bourbon and a cigar afterwards. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, but I bet you're playing Clinton Lewinsky too. World domination. To be fair, I want that on other days as well. Alright, Plankton. My girlfriend lives in England. I live in the US. Both of us are in between jobs, thus can't afford to see each other. I would give anything in the world just to hold her for even 5 minutes on Valentine's Day. Probably not the type of answer you're looking for, but remember, a lot of the time all we want is to spend some quality time with you. You don't even have to do anything special. For everyone else, please don't try to take the time you have with your loved one for granted. Some of us don't have that luxury. A kiss and maybe some flowers. You heard me. Flowers. Glad to hear an appreciation for flowers from a guy. I used to work at a flower shop and would bring home my boyfriend any unsold flowers we had and arrange little bouquets for him around his apartment. Some people probably thought giving a guy flowers was weird, but you don't have to have a vagina to appreciate a plant. It seems like most guys want beer, blowjobs, meat, a girlfriend. If my guy already has all that, what else can I get him? I already got him a present I know he's gonna love. I can't say what because he goes on Reddit too. Tickets to a concert, hot air balloon ride, spa day. We love being pampered too, just don't like to show it. If you're able to, no work, kids, family, dress sexy, slutty, or kinky all day and do everything you would normally do in a day, but make it all a long flirting session promising him bedtime fun. Driving him wild all day will make his day. 49 years old, been married 21 years, food and drinks. That is it. You know what bragoli is? Yeah, a piece of meat that you stuff. That's what I want for Valentine's Day. I hate bragoli. Recently, my mom prepares it with terrible meat and stuffing and smothers it in tomato sauce. Pity, it has the potential to rock socks. For those who don't know what bragoli are, basically, you layer at least 2 slices of different kinds of meat on top of each other, place some stuffing on top, and form a sort of roll with them, such that the stuffing is in the middle. This usually requires toothpicks to secure them in place, then cook. We really just want our significant other to be happy. Valentine's Day is pretty much just a woman's day where men cater to their needs and treat them special. An honest, truthful answer though, we just want Valentine's Day to not exist. It's stressful as hell and expensive. Being in a lesbian relationship for the duration of my adulthood has left me with some serious Valentine's anxiety. Chocolate and beer. I was looking for the gift I'm getting my significant other on here. I'm going to bake him a chocolate cake. Beer is a good add-on. Gracias. An actual girlfriend to spend Valentine's Day with. I feel you. I feel too anxious to ask that one girl again if she wants to get to know me again. We were nearly together, but then I was too afraid to ask and we parted away. Now I am pretty unsure what to do. I think so much about her now. For a girl to have feelings for me, heck, at this point, just a female friend to say Happy Valentine's Day. I'd settle for a random female to smile at me instead of scrunching her face in disgust. I'd like a woman to recognize me as a person instead of a guy. I have thoughts, feelings, ambitions, desires. I have a concept of romance. If you don't know what I want for Valentine's Day, you don't know me as a person. You probably just think I'm a guy, big, strong, simple, able to work on machines and do manual labor. But I'm more than that. Most men are. Can you give me some respect for Valentine's Day? Can you treat me with some dignity? This is really important, but one thing. If you don't know what I want for Valentine's Day, you don't know me as a person. If a woman said that, we'd talk about how she's expecting her significant other to read her mind, and how that's such a manipulative way to treat people. Oh, you don't know what to get me for this occasion? Then you don't really know me? No, some people are just bad at gifts, and it's better to just openly discuss what you want than expect him to instinctively know in detail. That said, yes, a girl should ask what you want, because asking each other how we can make each other happy is part of a healthy, loving relationship. She shouldn't just assume you don't want anything because you're an unromantic guy. For people to stop acknowledging that stupid holiday. My best friend told her boyfriend of 10 months that she doesn't want anything, and not a don't get me anything tee-hee, but really no gift, no plans, no acknowledgement at all. He just kissed her. This year, my significant other and I are cooking a surf and turf meal together and watching the Star Wars trilogy, all while building Star Wars Lego sets that we will go out and buy each other earlier that morning. Needless to say, I'm excited as heck. 10-hour-old thread. This will get buried. I want to be able to forgive my wife for what she did and be able to go back in time to make sure she doesn't cheat on me so our marriage wouldn't be over. I mean, if your girl cheated on you, that's really her fault. Sorry, dude. 90% of these replies are guys saying either they want a girlfriend or want their girlfriend to leave them alone. The grass is always greener. Glad I love my girlfriend. TIL, want the holiday to not exist, equals want my girlfriend to leave me alone. Really, if you were reading any of the actual comments, you'd see the majority is either I wish the holiday didn't exist or I wish they would put in as much effort as I'm supposed to, which is a much sadder conclusion than your inaccurate assumptions.
Pilots of Reddit, what has been a scary moment of which the passengers were blissfully unaware? Flocks of birds like to appear out of the grass when rolling down a runway for takeoff. It happens a lot more than passengers would like to know, but usually it's a non-event. Every once in a while though, the flock will appear right in front of us near rotation speed, and we just hope they're gone by the time we're moving through that space. Don't worry if the plane crashes in the middle of the ocean, you will most likely starve or drown. Got struck by lightning the other day. That wasn't fun. Scared the life out of the both of us. Radar wasn't painting anything either. I was in a plane that was hit by lightning, and for sure the passengers were aware that something was going down. Two big flashed, rough ride through the clouds, a huge thump. It was scary. After a few minutes we were above the clouds, in the sun. I saw a couple of people crying. Didn't know that we'd actually been hit by lightning until the pilot announced it. The plane was just fine and we continued on our way to our destination. Everyone was very happy to land safely. A little off topic, but as a passenger on a flight from LAX to the main island of Hawaii on United Flight 83, I plugged my earbuds into an armrest and found the channel that lets you listen to the pilots talking to the tower. About 100 miles out, they were getting in line and the tower called us, United 93. I got a cold chill. The pilots murmured, the tower called back referring to us as United 83, and everything moved along. I could just tell that everyone involved with that conversation just felt sick. You can listen to the ATC channel by plugging in your earbuds into the armrest? Used to be able to on United, not sure anymore. If your captain is telling you to remain calm because there is going to be some turbulence, then there is going to be some turbulence. But if he ends that sentence with cabin crew be seated, then tragedy is about to go down. I was on a transatlantic flight when during the middle of passing out a dinner, the pilot said we were about to hit heavy turbulence and asked the flight attendants to suspend dinner service. And, of course, for everyone to fasten their seatbelts. A few minutes later, we hit heavy chop, and then we planned suddenly dropped. Some things went flying. My dinner tray went up to the air to near my head. I grabbed it before it spilt on me. A guy 3 rows in front of me wasn't wearing his seatbelt and went slamming into the seat in front of him and got a bloody nose. After the turbulence stopped, the flight attendants went through to check on people. The guy with the bloody nose told her what happened and she said, "That is why we told you to put on your seatbelt," and she kept on walking. Not a pilot, but I was a passenger when I overheard a flight attendant speaking to another saying, "They're gonna try fly over it." Shortly after, the pilot announced we would be experiencing some turbulence from a nearby storm. They weren't kidding. That thing hit the plane so hard we had to make an emergency landing in Louisiana. Apparently some electrics were damaged and we had to switch planes. When I was a passenger on a flight, we had to try go over some turbulence. Ended up at 45k feet. My dad has been a commercial pilot for 35 years, and the only thing he recalls that fits here was, a couple of decades ago, old turboprop he was flying. A severe buildup of ice that meant even at full throttle, Flapsy was losing altitude. This quickly turned into a pan call, followed by a mayday a few minutes later. Everything was fine, however he did watch them take the ice off the front of the plane after they landed. The nose cone ice came off in one piece and was so thick he couldn't see through it. Also heard of a pilot who had to land an old turboprop plane by looking through an open window as the ice buildup on the windows was so severe to see through. Scary. I hauled my motorcycle in the bed of my truck in snowstorm 2015. 1/4 of an inch thick ice built up in front of the motorcycle. That's just in highway speeds. Not a pilot, but I was on a flight about a year ago in Queensland, New Zealand. Smooth flight there with no turbulence. All of a sudden, on approach to land, we hear the call for everyone to strap in and for the flight attendants to be seated. We came into some crazy crosswinds. It took 3 attempts to land and still came in pretty much sideways. The pilot was super chilled about it though, seemed like he had it under control. The weather over the Darrells going into Queensland can get intense, but so worth it, the most beautiful approach I've ever experienced. You should try flying around the area in light aircraft. It was a rough ride, haha. A few of my college roommates were commercial pilot majors. It was not uncommon to be woken up on a Saturday and told we were flying 6 states away today. One particular time, I remember being about 10,000 feet over the Mississippi River when my friend Paul says, "Hey, look at that!" just before stalling the engines and falling 1,000 feet in a matter of seconds. All the while, he is fighting the choke, and I watched as the propeller stopped. It is not a good feeling to have been flying for 3 hours with the constant roar of the plane engine not 4 feet in front of you, to sudden engine silence, and the deafening roar of wind going by as you are falling hundreds of feet per second. Freaked the life out of me, but apparently restarting a stalled aircraft is something you must do to get a license. He did it 3 more times that day. It's not actually the engine that stalls, it's the wings and the airflow around them. I get what you're saying, but I guess just FYI. Military pilot here. Can't speak for my commercial bros, but most things that break are minor, and for the more serious stuff, your pilot is more than overqualified to handle it. From my experience, sharing airspace with the bus drivers, most airliners will take precautions to make sure a bad situation, though minor, doesn't get worse. I.e., my buddy's flight across the pond came back for a bad smell in the cockpit. Maybe something is burning, maybe somebody had a peculiarly acrid fart, who knows? Most times, my crew is unaware the particulars of how close we came to smashing that bird I narrowly avoided. Could count the feathers on that guy. Large commercial planes have MMELs, hundreds of pages long, essentially a list of failures that can be tolerated when dispatched. Further failures may occur in flight, and it may still be perfectly safe to fly. For anyone who's curious, there is an interesting series called Mayday Air Crash Investigation, which details many of the terrible crashes and accidents over the years. I have a terrible fear of flying, but honestly, seeing these and how they correct the issue has helped me get over it. So many safety issues were corrected and created to solve the problems over the years, but some of them still just horrify me. My favorite was one with Avianca Airlines. They flew from South America to New York City. Because it was snowing, they were forced to hold for 3 hours plus, and they issued a fuel emergency. The ATC radioed back, "Affirmative, please proceed to Boston, good night." 15 minutes later, they literally dropped out of the sky. I've flown something close to 2 million miles, but I've only had one flight where I was legitimately scared. The turbulence was like nothing I've ever experienced, and the captain started briefing us every 5 minutes. Even then, I was still okay. But then the captain said, with real concern in his voice, thus ending my bliss, "Well, that didn't work. We're going to try something else." Then the plane nosed down really frighteningly sharply. We were all semi-weightless for about 30 seconds. Not a pilot, but I do work for an airline. I was doing a project at our house in LGA and had to fly home to my native Indianapolis, and my only option was to deadhead with a few crew members from my airline back home. I was sitting by myself in first class on an empty plane, save for one pilot, 3 flight attendants, plus the 2 guys flying the plane. Upon landing, we hit the runway really hard and bounced. I didn't think anything of it as I've flown on aeroplanes hundreds of times. However, the captain flying the plane looked white as a ghost and told me he almost flipped us. Not a pilot, but I was once a passenger on a particularly scary landing in New Orleans. We were flying through the darkest, scariest rainstorm I could imagine, with a lot of turbulence. It was scary enough that we just seemed to keep turning and turning, but I couldn't see the end of the wing out the windows due to the rain. When the wheels hit pavement and we started towards the gate, everyone started turning on their cell phones. It was like a great chorus went up as each one connected and immediately made the tornado alert sound. We'd landed during a tornado warning. I was flying in Denver once and the turbulence was horrible on our descent. I can see the landing and we got maybe 50 feet from the ground, and suddenly the plane heads right back up again. A tornado had dropped down right next to the airport. We rerouted to Albuquerque and had to wait a couple of hours there for the weather to change. I was one of those people who cried. I was flying an old Cessna 172 into Harbor Springs with my dad as my passenger. To my right, we were riding up drafts from the wind off of Lake Michigan coming up the trees. The second we got past the first tree line, the updraft stopped and we start sinking fast. At this point, I've got full power and try to pitch up enough to at least maintain level flight with the stall horn starting to chill in the background. With the airspeed picking up, I managed to stabilize the approach and bring it down. Once on the ground, my dad was none the wiser on how close we were to being another statistic. OT, but those of you who suffer with every bump in an aircraft, never accept a seat in the rear of the plane. Movement is noticeably accentuated back there. I was in a rearmost seat last year when my flight hit nasty turbulence and it felt like a carnival ride. Can confirm was on a small jet for domestic flight, hit some wintry turbulence which caused the plane to toss the cabin quite a bit. I was getting up to use the bathroom before we hit, and just as I was getting ready to stand up, we hit the first pocket. I ended up hitting my head on the roof bit where the call button and lights are. It was spectacular. The flight attendant looked scared for my sake, and they were meant with the biggest eating grin, and we responding with, "Thought it only happened in movies. The bathroom can wait." People typically buy flowers for women. What's the equivalent token gift for a man? I buy flowers for my wife from time to time just because. My wife buys me a case of Blue Moon from time to time just because. Our system works pretty well. We're happy. Pretty much all answers will fall into the following 4 categories: sexual acts, food, alcohol or other inebriants, a planned event that helps them relax, trip out or time to relax. I usually get alcohol, whatever I know they like. If they don't drink, I get chocolate. Everyone likes chocolate. I second alcohol, a classy bottle. A woman feels like a princess when she gets flowers. A man feels like a king when he's sipping his scotch late at night. It's also in similar price range to flowers. Most of these answers are falling into the make him something tasty or do something fun / sexy. Whereas with flowers, it's just a token of affection. Let me see. I know one girl who gets her guy cufflinks, but this was the kind of guy who liked cufflinks. That wouldn't be appropriate for most guys. I'm trying to think of a one-size-fits-all gift, but there isn't really one. Some ideas? Love notes? Breakfast in bed? Setting up something for him that he'd like? This can be anything. To surprising him with the latest episode of Mad Men and a bottle of wine? Drawing something cool that he'd like? Beer. I like to make my man a 6-pack of nice craft brews. He loves beer and makes his own. So just yesterday, knowing he has been having a hard time at work, went to the store to get him a 6-pack of variety IPAs. My BF is always happy when I bring him something I baked, basing it on his favorites. For instance, he loves Oreos, so I found a cupcake recipe where you open an Oreo and place it icing side up in the bottom and pour the batter over it, creating an Oreo crust on the bottom. It's baked goods, but better because of the thoughtfulness. I also recently signed him up for and funded his subscription to the Dollar Shave Club. My hairy lover man did appreciate that one. I think bottom line is thoughtfulness and making it personal. I really like the idea of making a six-pack. It requires thought and seems to have the same considerate message that flowers do. Also, it applies for friends and family. My GF got me a 24-pack of Dr. Peppers for Valentine's Day. And you got diabetes for Easter. Surprise him with a book by his favorite author that isn't on his bookshelf, or pick something out in the same vein. Perhaps pre-order a game he's mentioned in passing, or get him some tickets to a show or sports event he likes, that he can take a guy friend to. Also, just about anything that saves him time or makes his life easier in some way would likely be appreciated. That could be some better tools, it could be a software program, or to do X faster. It could be some better barbecue stuff or lawn care equipment. Be prepared for the backlash if you get him a game. He might spend all his free time in the next few months playing with the game instead of you. I was literally just asked this by my wife a couple of weeks ago, verbatim. The correct answer really is there is none. Flowers are an aesthetic token of affection, and for most men, we just really appreciate things like that. Sure, there are some small tokens of affection that you can get for a man, such as food, cigars, etc. But these are consumed or otherwise have practical uses. Flowers just look nice, and women especially take a pride in them and like to show them off. A guy might go to work and say, "My wife made me cookies for no reason and they were delicious." But he's never going to bring something to work, sit on his desk and tell everyone, "My wife got that for me." I told my fiancé about my childhood playing with Transformers and Beast Wars, and how sad I was when I found out my folks had donated them a while back. Recognizing my love for Transformers, she bought me one, and it sits proudly on my desk. It is a reminder of my childhood and is a source of both happiness and sadness at the same time. My boyfriend gave me a lot of flowers when we first started dating. I have some dried out and pressed in between a book. They're nice to have, but I hate it when they start to die and stink up the water. The smell of rotten rose water was the most disgusting thing I ever smelled, and it's gross. Depending on the occasion, I don't think it's the right girl's job to buy him gifts. I wrote my boyfriend love letters when he gave me flowers, and for his graduation gift, I'm getting him a personalized watch. Anything the guy will actually use. We don't want something that just looks nice and sits somewhere. Buy us what we need. New tools, a basketball, get our car detailed, buy us a nice alcohol, some cologne we really like or that you really like on us. There is always an exception. Like my girlfriend bought me a canvas print of a Banksy piece that I like. But the safe bet is anything a guy will actually put to use. See, my problem is that if my fiancé wants something, he buys it for himself. He has more discretionary income than I do. Okay, well really, he's just bad with money and spends money on stuff instead of his bills. But anyway, when he's gifting me, I have to figure out something that he doesn't know he wanted. Alcohol is out because he's an alcoholic. He doesn't use tools, he doesn't care about his car, and he doesn't wear cologne. Grrr. As a man, I'm not offended by the idea that so many men seem to find food, the token gift, as something very special. But it makes me feel like the odd one out. Certainly food's great, but it's not like you can get them every day. A gift, even a small one, should be something you don't see every day. Something special, and maybe something that lasts a little. What would a flowers equivalent be for me? A book from my favorite author, or perhaps a DVD of an old classic from my childhood. I'm a girl, and I would very much rather receive a book or a DVD than flowers. Of course I like flowers, but there's actually no present I like more than books, and no one ever seems to get them for me. DVDs are a bit trickier because I'm much pickier with movies than with books. But anyone who knows me well, like an SO, would know what movies I like. But both those things are more expensive than flowers, and harder to select. So I get why people will buy girls flowers instead of books, even if I'd rather have books. It's just one of those things that works for every girl. I don't think books or DVDs work the same way. They're a thoughtful gift, but not a flower kind of gift. And you have to know what the person likes and what they already have. Not so with flowers. Actually, my girlfriend has gotten me flowers before, and I really like the gift. I think it's perfectly fine as a gift if your boyfriend likes flowers. Still, I'm not so sure there's such a thing as a good token gift, since obviously each gift has to be based on what the person likes. For example, I don't drink scotch, so it would be a bad gift for me. My girlfriend can't wear jewelry, so that would be a terrible gift likewise. Back when a dinosaur treaded powered by magic moving picture machine, there was the sitcom called Facts of Life. Oh, I bask in the glow of the downvotes for merely mentioning that abomination. The tomboy character Joe received a bouquet of flowers from a suitor, and she gave him a well-deserved criticizing look. He then explained that the flowers were because of social convention, and hidden among them was a socket wrench, which she loved. I said it then, and I'll say it now. Socket wrenches are great gifts, but only giving one socket is not just stupid, it's cruel. Give the whole set. Perhaps you can really only give a complete set of one occasion. 2, if you present the metric system separately. Baking cookies or brownies or cupcakes, though I try to surprise him once in a while with a shirt he was eyeing up, or a video game. Though there are anytime gifts too. I don't have a job anymore, so I just try to make him something special. People here are young. The traditional default gift for Father's Day, a man's birthday, etc., is a necktie. There are all kinds of comics and stories about getting a bad tie or a generic tie as a gift. Cheers. Aren't necktie sort of jokes people bring up when talking about boring gifts, like socks? Flowers aren't exactly exciting either. To be honest, most of my ex-girlfriends have usually been high maintenance and have gotten pretty pissed off at me when I didn't shower them with gifts. Needless to say, they were the ones that didn't last. So it was nice to get anything off my last girlfriend, but she got me something awesome. I got home really late from work one day. She bought me the biggest steak ever. It was really hot one weekend. She bought me an inflatable boat so I could go out in the sea and drink in a boat. I'm pretty sure guys just love it when a girl buys something fun. Here's a serious answer. Cigars and scotch are the most appropriate token gifts for men. Even a guy who doesn't ordinarily like to smoke will like, or at least pretend to like, a cigar. Better to get him 2 so he can share one with his buddy. If you want to spend $30 plus, scotch is the way to go. Cigars are bad advice. Any guy who doesn't smoke will likely wonder why the hell you got him cigars, unless he golfs or just had a kid. Reading this thread for ideas of my own, it's not very helpful, unfortunately. Baked goods. He doesn't eat anything I make for him. Need to work on this. Pretty much all food options, sandwiches, steaks, etc. are out. Bacon, well duh, but that doesn't seem special enough. Alcohol. We always go booze shopping together, so it'd be impossible to surprise him. Tools. He already has a variety of tools. He needs a cabinet, but that's not an everyday thing. Though it's one of my ideas for his birthday. Video games, he never plays anything I buy or loan him unless he has a co-op setting and I can coax him to play it with me. The best I could think of for a random gift would be parts for his computer, like SSDs or RAM. He might say I bought the wrong one or something. What is a job? When done right, no one notices. But the moment it's done wrong, all eyes are on you. Part 1. Water waste operator. The only time most of the public even thinks about where their dump goes when they flush it is if it has to be bypassed to the river or backs up into houses. I just moved to an area with septic. Man, I miss my magic poop portal. The people who do their very best in setting up before a concert, all those lights, decorations, etc. Hardly anyone noticed their impeccable good work, but they will be recognized when the lights suddenly go out. I was a lighting guy for a while. Honestly, one of the funniest jobs ever. Second to lumberjack. Until you mess up the color scheme at a wedding, then there is hell to pay. Air traffic controller. One of my favorite documentaries talks about how the air traffic controllers got all the planes out of NA, US and Canadian airspaces on 9/11. Just absolutely unbelievable how quickly they responded and that all the planes landed safely. Sound tech. Completely ignored until the screech comes. So true. It's everyone's last thought when doing any kind of show or performance. If it's good, no one knows. If it's bad, you ruin the show. Nuclear power plant safety inspector, water quality inspector, waste management, any job that monitors the quality of infrastructure. I saw a documentary on a nuclear safety inspector. This guy was overweight and boorish, unbelievably lazy, especially on the job. He would take naps while monitoring his plant. And a total pig too. He would gobble up all the donuts and even shorted out his workstation by spilling fondue on it. I also got the impression that he wasn't that smart either. Literally a spy. Hi, military intelligence person here. You have no idea. When something as small as a 3-day weather forecast can disrupt missions like you wouldn't believe, knowledge truly is power. Line cook. Nobody says good job about the other 300 dishes that went out perfect, but one steak comes back a little overdone and you are the focus. I don't miss that feeling. I got compliments to the chef all the time working at a bad Italian restaurant. Maybe your servers just don't actually pass it on to you. I saw a great YouTube video explaining why we think CGI today sucks. Essentially because it's so good we never noticed it until it became a crutch. That is why I love Mad Max, because people are always praising it for its lack of CGI when it's filled with it. I work in blood processing. When I do my job right, hospitals have clean tested safe blood plasma, platelets and granulocytes to transfuse into patients. And no one bears any mind as to what happens in between donor and patient. When I mess up, patients die. Sad story coming. When I was 11, I fractured my spine. The doctors had the option of putting me through surgery or putting me in this full torso cast. They opted for the cast. I shared a room with a 5-year-old. She needed some hip surgery done. No cast option for that. Fast forward a few months and we saw the little girl's mom on the news. She had been infected with HIV from the blood used during surgery. This was 18 years ago, so I'm sure standards are much, much better today. But man, bass player. Nobody notices him until he stops playing. The first rule of drumming is that if you make a mistake, turn and look angrily at the bass player. Nick Mason, drummer for Pink Floyd. When the church organist plays Here Comes the Bride by mistake as they bring the coffin in for a funeral on a busy weekend with multiple weddings and funeral services scheduled in the church. Everyone stops, looks at the organist, including the pastor, followed by deadly silence. I would probably turn my head and look for the bride. Washing dishes. Ever been in a kitchen on a day when the dishy calls in sick? Pure and absolute panic. That stuff doesn't put itself back on the shelves. The trash doesn't take itself out. The compost doesn't magically make it to the bin. That's all me. Worked in a dish pit in the most popular restaurant in my town. I know all too well your pain. The part that sucks the most is that people in the kitchen always yelling for more dishes and they don't care how far back you are or the fact the machine can only clean so fast. Airline baggage resolution. You have no idea we even exist. No idea what your bag actually goes through from check-in to pick-up. When I tell people I'm a tracer, they always look puzzled. I usually say, don't feel bad, no one even knows we exist. Payroll. People get paid fine. No one spares a thought for those who made that happen. Any slight change in what they were expecting? What have you done with my money? You need to fix this now, blah, blah, blah. When most of the time, it's something completely out of our control. To be fair, almost everyone is relying on that money to come in at a specific time. Lots of monthly payments have late fees. My rent goes up by £6 per day if it's late. So someone else's screws up giving you money you earned can cost you. Still, should obviously not just scream at people, but getting paid late is incredibly stressful. Housework. Clean every day and no one realizes or appreciates it. Stop doing it for a week and the house falls to pieces. It takes a week? I cannot do something for a day and I get screamed at about it in the evening. It happened today. For once, I decided I wouldn't tidy up the dining room and kitchen because no one else in the house was bothering. And I was the one to cop the abuse despite the fact that I'd been doing other stuff all morning when someone else just slept the morning away, as the usual do. The guy who gives everyone internet. Hi, I'm from under the hood of the internet. Guess how many Christmas holidays we aren't getting? As working in a NOC, specifically on DWDM systems and DCS equipment, I know the answer is... anyone having internet service on Christmas? Everybody. I'll be here in the cave. Movie and TV sound design. Can you guys turn the dialogue up and the music down? Every single show. Computers. 100k hour in lost revenue if things are down. You don't look busy. What do? Well, when I don't look busy, that's a good thing. That means everything is operating as designed. Also, when you tell me 100k per hour and show me proof, then bulk because of a 50k piece of hardware, I will remind you that if it prevents 30 minutes of downtime, then you have made a wise investment. Software QA. When we do our jobs right, upper management wonders why they pay us. When we do our jobs right and delay the release, upper management wonders why we hate progress. And when we do our job wrong, upper management wonders what we were doing, probably trying to get as much coverage as possible because their release date was set in stone and we only got a dev complete build a week prior. Yep, no matter what we do, we are always hated. No defects equals you are useless. Defects equals, why would you do this to us? We are perfect, you must be wrong. Mistake equals, the triggers to the apocalypse. Offensive lineman in American football. Stop the guy in the front of you 29 times, but the 30th time he sacks your quarterback, now you're a goat. As long snapper, the guy who snaps the ball on punts and field goals, the Bears had the same long snapper for well over a decade, and our kicker, Robbie Gould, was on the cusp of being the most accurate kicker of all time. Then Pat Manley retired, and the last 2 years Gould had been pretty bad. The timing on the snap is everything. The Super Bowl electrician. Any aspect of live production really. Same goes for the San Antonio Spurs air conditioning maintenance team. Being a healer on a multiple player video game. Healed a player in a D&D game. Paladin kills Orc, King everyone praises him. I heal the party plus boost their stats, it's expected. I haven't screwed up personally, but there's always someone that does something you hear about from other plants, like employees losing appendages, etc. The nuclear field is very safely orientated, so anytime there's some kind of incident, even competing companies will share that information in order to prevent similar situations from happening at their plants. The people keeping up Reddit service. Never forget Reddit down 2015. If only DJ Khaled had given the okay to add more servers, we wouldn't have had any of those problems. Aircraft maintenance. Related, be someone who keeps track of a shop's tools. Now, misplace any of them? Child protection social workers. They save thousands upon thousands of kids every year from hideous situations and possibly death, and they get paid a disgustingly low salary. The workload is abhorrent. Working with highly abusive and idiotic people to help them parent is a thankless and heartbreaking job. Then, as soon as one child slips through the net, normally because of the aforementioned horrendous caseload, or because nobody reported the issue, or the school didn't flag concerns with them, they get blamed for not intervening and plastered all over the news for being terrible people who are terrible at their jobs. One of my friends worked for CPS for a while, and she was told over and over that she was destroying families. When I came up to her and asked if it was true that she worked there, she flinched because she was expecting me to tell her off. I actually wanted to let her know I appreciate the tough work she did. My brother is adopted and was pulled from a bad situation due to CPS. User interfaces. I work in brokerage, and we still use those green and black screens from the 80s to analyze clients' accounts. Directional drilling. Since you're drilling in the ground, nobody can see your work or how well you kept it level or how much planning it takes to follow a bend and to do it consistently. So many people have lost their jobs because of one mistake. Almost all IT. What do you mean we need new equipment? Those computers are barely 15 years old. What is a job that when done right, no one notices, but the moment it's done wrong, all eyes are on you, part 2. Nursing. Here in the UK, I feel nursing goes pretty underappreciated. These people deal with the literal front-line mess every day in the NHS, but are paid pretty poorly and are never seen to be thanked in as much appreciation as the doctors. However, as soon as a nurse messes something up, all hell breaks loose, even when it isn't the nurse's fault. Thank you for all your work. I work direct services with people who have brain injuries and the pay sucks. I do a lot of cleaning wounds, changing adult diapers, as well as household chores, so I know exactly how you feel. As long as I do it right, no big deal. But if I forget one thing or he's hiring more than usual, it's my fault. Eyelids. As soon as they stop working, everyone immediately starts staring or falls asleep. Wiring as a correctional officer. If we do our job, you never see the inmates. One screw up and it's national news. Definitely air traffic controller. Yes, and if you fail in your job, you're not just in the spotlight, but a relative of a killed passenger might come for revenge, as happened after a 2002 crash in Germany. Every single job in the army, except this weird thing with the guys in S shops. Whether they perfectly file every single document ever given to them or perfectly lose every document, they somehow pick up RCOMs for outstanding performance in their fields. I'll never understand it. Police officers. I don't think it's one mistake. I think that there is a certain percentage of them that can't treat everyone like a human being. Yes, people are going to act jerks to cops. Generally, if you're having an interaction with a police officer, you're not having your best day. But that doesn't justify beating or shooting them. There are people who don't have the temperament to be cops, and they should be fired when there is misconduct, and encouraged to leave if it's obvious they aren't cut out for it. Police unions don't help either, since they rush to defend even the worst cops and refuse to call out bad behavior and misconduct from one of their own. I write clinic letters for doctors. The doctors dictate them and I type them. I don't think anyone realizes how difficult it is for us typists to try and decipher mumbling doctors speaking medical jargon at the speed of light, while simultaneously changing what they want to say without making anything clear. For example, I reviewed this patient who had a lesion excised from her right, left knee, head, eye in February, but we managed to get done, even if it is as frustrating as hell. And we have to learn all the medical terminology on top of that, despite it being a low-paid job requiring no medical experience. But the absolute worst thing is that even though you will struggle so much with these bloody letters, you never get any praise for it. However, the second you get a word or two wrong, you are shat on like an ant under a pigeon's bum. Running cables. One of my favorite experiences from my college days was working in the summer and pulling cable between manholes for traffic signals. Hell, any successful fish, even just in wool, for AV cables is a great joy. Teaching. I was in special education. Some of the teachers were pretty abusive, but one, hoo boy, you see, I saved her once. Another student went at her with a knife. I knocked the knife out of the student's hand. Every day after that, I left school. She treated me like an adult and an equal, and it turned out being exactly what I needed. Tech support, period. It is the most thankless job when done properly, but the split second something goes wrong, heaven above save you, because you will know hell and torment unlike anything you have ever faced, especially if you work for a large enterprise like a school system. Theatre tech. One missed cue and then they notice you. I volunteered as a fellow spot operator for the drama festival back when I was in grade 9. One of the stage lights burst halfway through the second play of the night, but the show went on. For the third play, there was a scene where the main character delivered a monologue lit mainly by one light, with gentle light everywhere else, but that light was the one that had burst. The actor was standing in dim light. I realized that the problem was the broken light and a few sentences into the monologue, so I turned the follow spot onto her. To the audience members, it looked like I was late on the cue. In my world, I saved the show. People cleaning up the street. No garbage man, but really the people who sweep the streets. 9 times out of 10, you don't notice or see them, but if they'd stop, you'd notice. Epidemiologist here. Public health departments are defined by this concept. They work in prevention, which no one considers until the moment a health disaster strikes, at which point health departments are readily blamed for inaction. So frustrating. Yes, public health in general is a disaster. If you are effective at prevention in public companies that a bunch of money was wasted on something that was overblown in the media. If you don't manage to prevent things, it's all your fault. I don't work in public health anymore, but I stand up for it every time I can. Translator. If done well, people will praise the author of the book they wrote. If done badly, people will notice there's something off and the translator will look like garbage. Cleaner. I do 15-minute rotation, which means toilets get checked then cleaned at least once every hour. But still, people manage to liquid dump blast all over everything like their asses have sprinkler extensions, which makes me a bad cleaner because for 5 minutes between rotations, I haven't been able to clean up the spontaneous mess and someone has complained to management. So yeah, if you go to a public place and you don't come home with E. coli or hepatitis, then thank your local cleaner. Window washer. When you do your work, no one sees it, but the minute it's done wrong, it's seen. Except when they are outside your window washing. As a drummer, this is the story of my life. After being in multiple bands with multiple different drummers, the trick to getting noticed is to just mess up the second of the final song. One of my friends once ended up kicking the floor tom so hard it fell off the stage, and another ran through the bar carrying some kind of the kit. If it's not at the end of the set, then it sounds like it's supposed to be there and works. Happy days. Any job concerning spacecraft. Dozens of rockets take off all around the world each day without problem or public attention. But when one goes wrong, people start questioning if these experts know what they're doing. That's the name of the game in IT networking. There is even a well-known joke in the field that goes something along the lines of, Company A, IT guy is walking around because he has all his P's and Q's in order and the entire business is running perfectly from a computer's perspective. The CEO sees him walking around doing nothing and wonders, why do we pay this guy so much? He isn't even doing anything. IT guy gets fired. Company B. IT guy is running around like the building is on fire. Everything's broke. Nothing works. Computers are down. Printers are down. The network is down. The CEO sees him running around like a madman and wonders, why do we pay this guy so much? He can't even do his job correctly. IT guy gets fired. Not only do we not get noticed when doing our jobs right, people wonder why we are even employed. I work in IT and literally couldn't tell you what the likes of SIS admins, DBAs, third line tech supports, etc. do all day. What do the 24-hour shift engineers do when there are no ticket or outages to deal with? Everything seems to be working perfectly. Reddit o'clock. I'm an editor. If a story is clean, the writer is amazing. If a story has a single mistake, the editors are idiots and clearly uneducated and should all be fired. And film editor here. We have the same problem. If the picture is great, the director is an amazing artist. If shots are jarring and the movie drags on too long, grab your pitchforks, the editor is about to die. Detox caseworker here. Everybody relies on you to give information on probation officers, cops, parole officers and families, etc. Because we do the intake when they walk in the door and enter the info needed. Sometimes the client is so sloshed or so violent we can't get anything. So when that occurs, which is very often, everyone yells at you for being incompetent and useless. Without a doubt, Secret Service agent. I notice them every time, mainly because I think it would be fun to hang out with one. Power systems engineer. Basically, the people who run the electricity grid, which is up 99.99999% of the time. But that's 0.0001% ends up costing billions. Try not to shut down the entire East Coast next time and we won't give you such a hard time there, buddy. Your makeup. It's a chore to put it on, and if you do it right, no one notices because you look like your normal self. But mess up your eyeliner and everyone notices and no one tells you to fix it. Then you catch a glimpse of yourself and wonder how long you've looked like that. Pharmacist here. It's my job to catch the doctor's prescribing errors. But if I ever make an error myself or let someone else's mistake slip, if we do our job right, people treat us like fast food and say we just put pills in a bottle. If something goes wrong from billing, which we don't control, it's a dispensing error, people go without medication and possibly die. Food server. You're seated right away, give your drink order, they appear when you're ready to order, food comes out and quickly and correctly. Drinks are refilled at the right time, they appear when you're ready for the check. If all that goes smoothly, it's what you expect. But so many points of failure. I'm pretty sure it doesn't go unnoticed. High tips are pretty much the ultimate sign of noticing. I'm in charge of the inventory for all the precious metals and stones for one of the largest online jewelers around. Most of the time, people just go to the bins, pull out the piece they need, and then go about their day without a thought of all the processing and association that goes into tracking that piece. But the second one is missing, everyone has to tell me that I personally lost this $30,000 necklace. Of course, the majority of the time someone else already pulled the piece and didn't process it out like they are supposed to, even though I'm always arguing that every single movement needs to be tracked in the system, but it's still my fault. Hockey goalie, especially when playing pros. The second you make a mistake, a large horn goes off and thousands of people go nuts. On an NHL level, the commentators often focus on the defense instead, because if the goalie messes up, the defense usually messed up worse.
Ask Reddit. I was requested to compile all of the real-life cheats into an easy-to-read list. Here is a compilation of the top 35 real-life cheat codes written by the Reddit community. This is a compilation of tips from the internet, and although everything on the internet is true, check the comments of this thread and do your own research before attempting them. Number 1. Stop, play. Skip advertisements in movies and go straight to the movie. Number 2. Dial 0 during most automatic menu phone systems to be taken to the operator to route your call. Also, mashing buttons may work as well. Whenever you have a voice automated phone system, typically saying representative gets you someone right away. Update in regards to cheat code. Number 3. Keep a spare car key in your wallet or purse. If you have a bulky key that won't fit in your wallet, get a key that doesn't have the electronic chip on it. It will still unlock the car, it just won't start it. Changed by popular request, risk update. If your wallet is stolen, they have your car key. All they need to do is go to your house sometime later and take your car out of your driveway. Number 4. Riding a bicycle will save you lots of money on gas, parking, medical bills, and gym memberships. Number 5. If you're speeding and suddenly up ahead see a cop that clearly just tagged you, slow down and wave to him or her. Your odds of being pulled over are quite a bit reduced. Number 6. Don't be rude, but never answer any cop's questions when they call you in for questioning. Number 7. When getting lectured into voicemail, hit 1. Pause momentarily. If you aren't put through immediately, hit star, pause. Finally, hit pound, if neither 1 or star worked. It's called the 1 star pound technique, and it works for all cell carriers. Number 8. If your credit card magnetic stripe starts to get worn from use and being in your wallet and doesn't always read in the card reader, you can use the plastic bag trick. Put the card in a plastic grocery bag and then swipe it. Not sure why it works, but it does. Taking it farther though, you can simply apply a piece of quality cellophane tape over the mag strip for a permanent plastic bag trick. Number 9. At the end of your shower, turn the water really all the way cold. This will make you wake up and get blood flowing. Update 9. It also closes your pores to allow for less dirt and bacteria to get in to help reduce acne problems. Number 10. Macy's credit cards usually have a 20% discount on purchases. I pay with the Macy's card, then while still at the register, I immediately pay off the charge with my debit card. I just got 20% off my purchase, and I never get a credit card bill. This also works with JCP and Kohl's cards. Number 11. When you buy something online, you usually get a chance to enter a promo code before you purchase. Google the promo codes. They're out there. You can get anything from free shipping to 25% off the purchase. Number 12. Turn it off, then on again. Number 13. Buy things out of season. This can save you money. Unless it's food, then buy it in season. Number 14. When you have forgotten someone's name, simply say, "I'm sorry, but what was your name one more time?" They may act offended, but when they give you their first name, you simply reply, "No, I meant your last name." More socially acceptable to forget. Bingo! First and last names. Number 15. When eating buffalo wings, the flat portions, You can detach the smaller bone on one end very easily, then twist it a bit and it will just slide out. Now you're left with a big hunk of meat and only one bone. You can just bite it off into your mouth in one piece, Flintstone style. Number 16. Gently work an orange in your hands to loosen the peel from the fruit. This makes it easy enough to get the whole peel in one shot. Number 17. Can't find your car in a parking lot? Hitting the lock button trying to get it to beep? Extend the distance of keyless entry by putting the key under your chin. The signal will resonate in your skull, increasing the range dramatically. Promise this works. And I'm told it's safe because the radiation is non-ionizing. Number 18. If you get a ticket on the windshield of your car, you can potentially get away with parking illegally in the same lot for the rest of the day by keeping the ticket on your windshield. Number 19. Most tinfoil and saran wrap boxes have little push-in tabs on the side. If you push them in, the roll won't fall out when you're trying to rip out a sheet of it. Number 20. Keep a list of all the credit card phone numbers 1-800 in your cell phone. This way, if your wallet is ever lost, you can call them immediately to have them disabled. It's also a good idea to place all the cards in your wallet on a copier and print a page to keep at home. This will give you access to your license number, etc. Update. You should update 20. If you lose your wallet, as in misplace it, put a hold on your credit cards. Do not cancel. If you cancel it, it can later show up on your credit report. If you believe you're going to find it later, placing a hold saves you that red mark on your report. Number 21. If you're driving an unfamiliar car and you don't know which side the gas tank is on, just look at the little pump icon next to the gas gauge on the dashboard. The pump handle on the icon will be on the side of the tank. Update. Saw the gas tank one on an older Reddit. It turns out the handle thing is not consistent, but there is usually a little arrow next to the icon. Second update. 99% of the time the gas door is opposite of the tailpipe. So far I've only found that early mid-2000 Pontiac vibes break this trend. A third update, if there is an arrow, then it most likely is on the passenger side. I've yet to see one without an arrow that wasn't on the passenger side. Number 22. This tip was unpopular, so I'm changing it. This one changed my life. If you're at home, or work, or party, or God forbid your girlfriend's house and the toilet starts to overflow, take the lid off the back reservoir part and lift the long handle up as far as it will go. The water will stop rising and then you can quietly mutter curses at it till it goes back down, which it does more often than not. Number 23. To peel a boiled egg, roll it around on your plate for a while until all of the eggshells are cracked evenly. Then it's easy to remove the complete shell at once. After you boil eggs, immediately place them in ice cold water for a few minutes. No vinegar or salt or oil or whatever people use. Shells slip right off. Number 24. You spill any liquid that will stain on your carpet, red wine, juice, etc. Pour some salt onto it. Work it into the carpet, just rub it in with your hands. Leave it there for a few hours. For serious stains up to a day, and vacuum it out. Voila! Stain gone. Number 25. If you park in a large parking garage or shopping center, get out and take a photo on your cell phone of the nearest parking sign, area B2, etc. You will never lose your car again. Number 26. If you drive stick and the battery's dead, get some friends, put the key to the on position, put the car in second, and push the clutch down. Have your friends push your car. When you get a decent speed, let the clutch up. This is called popping the clutch. Your car will start and you can drive around for a while to recharge your battery, provided nothing is wrong with the battery or the alternator. Update. Thanks for the input, guys. I switched it from first gear to second gear. Number 27. Tapping on the top of a beer or soda can will make it fizz less. This has been proven wrong in the comment section, but you can tap the side of the can to get rid of the bubbles or fizz, as seen here, so the can doesn't explode. Number 28. Peel a banana from the bottom, which is one of Reddit scientists' second highest scoring link of all time. Number 29. 4231. Vending machine cheat code will grant access to vending machine's diagnostic menu, and most times the fun features are disabled, but I've gotten a free Powerade and a couple of Cokes in the past. Number 30. Use this at your own risk. Number 30. I worked as a parking enforcement officer during college, and we can tell when it's fake. The fine for this offense at the university I worked at was $250 and usually a ban from parking at the university, that is booted or towed on site. College parking cheat code. Anyone who's gone to a college or university knows they usually charge a ridiculous amount of money for parking, usually $300 plus for a semester pass or $10 plus for the daily passes. A service that should be free for students, considering the high cost of education. Forget them. Buy one daily pass at the beginning of the school year, usually a small paper ticket printed out a machine on the lot. Take it home and scan it. Photoshop the date for tomorrow and print. Repeat for the next 4 years. Anyone with even the most rudimentary Photoshop skills can pull this off convincingly. Even if your printer is terrible, from behind the tint and glare of a car windshield, it might as well be a 7-Eleven receipt. I did this for 2 years at a UC and saved hundreds of dollars. Number 31. When you go to a restaurant where they bring you your drink in a cup or glass, ask for no ice or for ice on the side. Often what they do is load your drink with ice so it seems as if there's more in there, especially at bars. Number 32. When you pour soda, pour it along the side of the cup instead of directly into it like they do at bars. This keeps a lot of the fizziness in the drink, and as a result, it keeps a lot of the texture and flavor. Number 33. If you need to withdraw more money than your limit, if you do it quickly enough, you can withdraw your limit twice from the same ATM and sometimes the one next to it before it stops you from withdrawing anymore. Number 34. If you back up the toilet at work or someone's house with no plunger available, look for liquid hand soap. Dump some in the toilet and wait about 5 minutes and flush again. The soap lubricates the nasties so they'll flush away. If it's still clogged, find a way to dump hot water in the toilet as it can have the same effect. Use the trash can or something. If it's still clogged, kick the door open and run like hell. Find a new job or new friends. You just left that toilet full of hot, soapy soup, you weirdo. Number 35. When I'm in a large shopping center or mall, I take a photo of the information board on my phone so I can look up how to get to stores without having to go back to the board.
Parents with toddlers, what was today's irrational meltdown moment? Part 2. My 3-year-old threw a fit because she didn't want to eat the popsicle in the freezer that I didn't offer her. Yes, you read that correctly. She's trying reverse psychology on you, better watch out. She kept messing with our senior cat, and when I told her the cat didn't want to be bothered, she said, "Fine, I don't want Kitty anymore. I'm telling Nana to get rid of her." Then stomped off crying. That's just one of many. I'm sorry, but the cat was here first. Did not want to poop. Haha, the clock is ticking to the meltdown they will have when they can't poop now from holding it. Not my kid, but today I was at the courthouse going over a case and a toddler flipped her mind because sheriffs are supposed to wear hats. He's not a sheriff. I mean, technically she is correct. Might want to talk to the budget committee about adding hats for the sheriffs. She told me she wanted a quesadilla, so I made her one and set it on a plate in front of her. She's never been so insulted in her life, apparently. She sounds like my cat. You have cheese? I demand cheese. Me, gives her cheese. Cat, how dare you? Sulks under table. Other cat, ooh, cheese. Not the parent, but I just watched my cousin's kid melt down over having to get out of the pool for lightning. I mean, that's just irrational. What are the real odds of being struck by lightning? Totally could have stayed in the pool for longer. He wanted to disarm the security system this morning. I remember wanting to do that a few times as a kid. Thing is, they couldn't trust me with the code because I might tell someone, not understanding how important it is to keep it a secret. 3-year-old's not happy that it's hot and yet refuses to take off his Spider-Man jacket or his socks while throwing a fit that he's hot. Just take off your clothes, you dramatic child. Don't try me with your logic, parent unit. I'm the alpha male in this house. Don't you see the Spider-Man jacket? That makes me the boss. I don't have kids, thank goodness, but I heard my neighbor's 3-year-old have a meltdown today because her older sister, who's about 6, wouldn't let her eat a donut that she found in the grass, was as soggy from last night's rain, and may not have been a donut or even food at all. older sisters, am I right? The nerve of that sister, how dare you protect me from myself? A couple of days ago, my 3-year-old daughter cried because I cleaned up some cat puke before she could look at it. It's like, relax kiddo, there'll surely be more cat puke in our future. But not that cat puke combo, Mom. Geez, why don't people understand that each pile of puke is unique in its own way? Same as it ever was. Didn't want to take a nap. This was my son as a toddler. He's 16 now and he still hates going to bed. My daughter, now 13, used to go down sweet as pie and sing herself to sleep. Not a parent, but a nanny. Twin 1 got mad because her older brother was in the cabinet. Well, lesson learned. Lock them both in the cabinet and enjoy a glass of wine. I accidentally called her baby when she specifically told me her name was Princess Purple today. He didn't want me to clip his fingernails that were long enough to scratch everyone. I cut mine first. Then he's jealous he's not getting his cut and lets me do it. Literally yelling at the sun because it was too bright and it hurt his eyes to stare at it. I hate the sun. Make it go away. I was walking with my young son and the sun was in our faces. He starts complaining and just then some clouds drifted over the sun. He thanked me. I was like, oh, no problem. You're welcome. I'm about to jinx myself. She hasn't had a meltdown today yet. This must be why I'm having a pressure headache and feeling dizzy. She has mastered the art of mind control. That headache is her digging into your mind. Watch out. Mad because there was a bow in her hair, so she pulled it out and threw it on the unreachable cargo area of our SUV. Even madder because there is now no longer a bow in her hair. Screamed at the top of her lungs for 25 minutes while we were stuck in heavy traffic. I think I might have ground my teeth down to nubs. I think a lot of kiddie tantrums are the equivalent of a dog with a tennis ball thinking, no, take, only throw. Walking through the hardware store and he is sobbing and crying because Daddy keeps following me. And then you leave him and it's, well, Daddy forgot me. Then CPS gets involved. This past month, I had to break it to my son that his mom's cat died. He looks at me, tears swelling, and says, but I don't want him to die. So I give him a hug. The whole pat, there routine. He's really shaken up about it. The cat really hated people. Bath days was a nightmare, and if a person walked inside, the cat vanished. Clearly, they weren't close. I asked him why he's so sad. Because I wanted to watch him die. Yep, my 4-year-old isn't bothered by death unless he doesn't see it. Not a toddler, but my newly turned 12-year-old son had a meltdown because I told him to put on deodorant. He is very distraught that he has to waste his entire life putting on deodorant. In the same day, he also blurted out that frogs are just mermaids because they live both in water and on land. He gave a very detailed breakdown of reasons. He also pointed out that cows who've been picked up by a tornado and dropped somewhere else were marked by aliens for abduction, but were too heavy to make it to the ship. My kid is the king of random. I really enjoy that he appears to be having a midlife crisis at 12. He thought he was going to get to play outside. Then we put him in the car. The ultimate betrayal. How dare you? Better lock the door to your room tonight. Wasn't today, thankfully, but I've had a 10-minute video of a little pint-sized nutbag having a full-on meltdown because I wouldn't let him play with the toilet brush. It's how I got to be known as a no-fun daddy. Rough. I mean, you missed your chance to have a dedicated toilet scrubber, but I guess we see opportunities in different lights. He was mad that we only had peach juice and not corn juice, and even madder when he learned corn juice doesn't even exist, and even madder when I laughed. Freaking three-nagers. Might not want to tell him this, but corn juice actually does exist in Brazil. My BIL thought it was OJ and made a horrific face when he took a sip. I've never tried it, but I don't think he is missing out on much. Some Asian countries have it too. Hey, not a parent, but uncle and brother. Me and my niece, 6 years old, were playing Ludo on my phone. I was winning, so she started crying, and then my 3 sisters, her mother and aunts, told me to let her win. But this is a luck game. I kept winning and she kept crying. Eventually, she took the phone to herself and kept playing my turn and losing. And then some miracle happened and she won. Enter my kid brother, 5 years old, who was jealous of his niece playing with me, said, hey, let's play and I will lose and you win. Naturally, he hates losing as well and cries when I find him in hide and seek, despite the fact that he literally yell, I'm here, I'm here. Then again, we played. This time he competed who could lose first. He did, and he looked proud, as if he won me back. The rule for playing games with small children is that at any time they can switch sides with you. Even if you let them do it repeatedly, just make them pick when. And the agency of getting to make such a tactical decision leaves them happy that they won on merit. I work with kids. For me, I asked a girl if she needed another minute to eat her meal. She screamed and melted down. Don't rush me, this is my time and I'm going to spend it how I please. I have a 5-year-old. I was rather chip in the AM. Asked if he wanted to walk with me, like the occasional walks we do to get the morning donut. He freaks out and tantrums that he has had to change from an overnight diaper to underwear before we walk, and how he doesn't want a donut. I lost my mind. Just a simple action and we can have yummy food, right? Cute. 25 minutes later, after having moaned his way through getting dressed and was like ready for donut now. And I laughed and said no, not after that unsolicited outburst. Cue another 20 minutes of tantrum. Hats off to you for standing your ground. He needs to know who make the decisions in your household. But I would have really wanted a donut and don't know if my willpower would have held up. I wouldn't let her eat chalk. I also wouldn't let her play in the garage. Chalk is an essential part of child's diet. How else do you think magenta poops are created? Just the right amount of beetroot. We went to the National History Museum today. We tried to get her excited for it by telling her there would be dinosaurs. She got scared and started melting down. So we then explained that it's okay, the dinosaurs are extinct and dead forever. She then became inconsolable because they are gone and never coming back. That's when you bring up the 19th century lost world hypothesis that maybe some are still around on a faraway island somewhere. Not a human, but I'm babysitting a kitten. My friend found a 4-day-old until he can eat solid foods and is litter box trained. He just started a new job and can't be there to feed him every 2 to 3 hours, and I have broken a foot, so I have plenty of time to take care of the little fuzzball. He visits every other day to check in on his baby. He is 2 weeks old now and was screaming his head off at 4 a.m. because he finished off his formula and wanted more. I gave in and made another batch, only for him to take 2 sips from the bottle, then refuse any more. I hope you and your friend enjoy him. Bottle-raised cats tend to be really nice and bond very closely to the humans. Of course, non-bottle-fed cats can too, but bottle-fed ones tend to be especially well bonded to their humans. I wouldn't let her wear her underwear on the outside of her shorts. Compromise, let her wear a pair on the outside only if she wears another pair on the inside. For all you know, she could have superpowers and just lacks a costume. Me. Gives 3-year-old niece slice of pizza. Niece. Immediately lip wobbles and tears welling up. That's too much. Me. That's okay. Just eat what you can. Niece. I can't. It's too much. Me. Okay. We can just cut it in half. Now there's 2. Why? Noises easily mistaken for a murder taking place. It took an hour to get her back to anything slightly resembling human. In her defense, I probably should have learned from when I broke her piece of chicken. Parents with toddlers. What was today's irrational meltdown moment? Part 1. His grandma is his cousin's grandma too. That was not acceptable for him. Better make sure he doesn't smother his cousin. The whole grandma thing gets pretty serious. He asked me if Spider-Man was Lightning McQueen and I said no. I mean, we have never seen them in the same room together. I captured a spider so I can set it outside. Cried when he saw it. Cried when I kept it in a glass. Cried when I showed him the spider was okay. Cried when I set the spider outside. Cried that there was now no more spider. That's where you create deep-seated childhood trauma and lock him in a closet with the spider and turn off the lights. Ha! Got you good, you man. Not CPS recommended either, FYI. Cried because his shorts couldn't be pants. I was going to say there are pants with extra legs cut off, but that would have opened up a whole new can of worms. Our house is too square. He doesn't want to live in this square house. It needs to be a triangle. Triangles are the best shape. He's not wrong. Best solution is to teach him that all squares are made of 2 triangles, so his house is really twice as cool. The rice and the beans in his bowl of beans and rice were touching. An index card will solve that problem. He was already crying and got more upset because his tears kept falling off his face and wouldn't stay on. This is glorious. Thank you for your suffering. Asked for mashed potatoes for dinner. Didn't want mashed potatoes for dinner. Threw mashed potatoes at Dad. Cried because Dad had mashed potatoes on his face. Ate Dad's mashed potato. Cried because Dad had no mashed potato left. Pooped in the bath. 5-month-old daughter had a potty blowout. While I was cleaning her up, my toddler ran into the room with his diaper off. Poop was falling everywhere out of his diaper. Wife was in the backyard, out of earshot on the phone. There are days I come really close to starting to smoke again. His brother yelled at him in his dream. I can relate to this. I've never actually acted badly to someone because of what happened in my dream, but I often have to repeatedly remind myself to not have words with my friends, boyfriends, because of what he said to her in my dream last night, etc. I hope that grows out of the dreams where his brother yells at him. A couple of days ago, my 3-year-old daughter cried because I cleaned up some cat puke before she could look at it. It's like, relax, kiddo. There'll surely be more cat puke in our future. But not that cat puke combo, Mom. Jeez, why don't people understand that each pile of puke is unique in its own way? I had stashed an extra sippy in my purse in case we got lunch while we were out. She found it and threw a fit that it was empty, so I went out of my way to fill it, and when I got it to her, she threw it on the ground. It's the only way you're going to learn, Mother. Crying because the puppy was sleeping and didn't want to play. That and me not letting her have 5 straws for her chocolate milk. I actually cried in, I think, 1st grade because I took 4 straws and put them in my milk at school. The lunch aide took my milk and threw it out and said, "You're wasting straws." So I just bawled my eyes out. He wanted to swim in the deep end without his floaties. He doesn't know how to swim. This is where the saying sink or swim becomes literal. Let's go lead feet into the deep end we go. My daughter scraped her knee, and even though it's not bleeding anymore, and I tricked her into running to prove it didn't hurt, she can't go on living without a band-aid on both knees. My parents always gave us a piece of candy and put it on the sore spot, saying we can't eat it until the pain was gone. It was always gone very quickly. He skinned his knees at Easter. He asked for band-aids when we had knee wounds. Over a month ago, I went to get the band-aids. I don't want any band-aids. Also, the garbage man stole our trash. Your kid and my dog should get together and fight the evil garbage man. I wouldn't let him put the battery-powered car tires on his penis because I remembered what happened last time. This will be one of those memories that either makes him need therapy or have a really weird fetish that he's going to have to explain to someone. I say it's a 60-40 either way. I gave her an ice cream cone, and instead of eating it, she offered it to the cat. When he wasn't interested, she proceeded to chase him around, screaming, "Eat my ice cream!" It's not polite to turn down a gift. That cat thinks he's done doesn't stink or what. The tomato sauce in McDonald's tastes funny. The pear is too soft. I only wanted half a sandwich. It's raining in June and June is supposed to be hot. The Hoover is too loud. The cat is sitting in the wrong place. I was asking for toddler stories, not about your mother-in-law. A fly landed on his forehead. Update, another tantrum. This time because I wouldn't let him eat yesterday's hot dog that he stashed in his play barbecue. I mean, have you seen where flies spend most of their day? I wouldn't want poop on my forehead either. I'm the SAHD. My wife came home after a 10-hour Monday. It's been a great toddler day. A nap, good eating, no insanity. He's very excited to see Aunt Jessie. Great bonding time between the two of them. Aunt Jessie needs to use the potty. We allow privacy with the potty. Toddler was convinced she was leaving again, forever. On the floor, screaming, then up pounding on the bathroom door, screaming. That toddler scream. Uncle Jay is into the rum. I worked with a young toddler for 2 months. Every time I left for the bathroom, it was a tragedy, even if I was only gone for 30 seconds. A teacher watching them for me while I went said that one tried to climb up the door to get to me. My son was hungry, so I made him chicken nuggets. There's too many. There's 6 nuggets there. That's too many. Take it off. Just eat the dang nuggets. No, too many. Starts crying. Oh, fine. Takes 1 nugget off the plate, puts it on a napkin on the table. Kid starts crying harder. I took the nugget off. What's wrong now? I want my nugget. Takes nugget back, puts it back on his plate, eats all of them, dies silently inside. Has a plate of nuggets. Ketchup. Okay, I'll get it. Ketchup. I'm getting it. It's in the fridge. Ketchup. Starts pointing at plate. Okay, pours ketchup on plate. Starts crying. No, I don't want it on my plate. Where do you want it? Stops crying and grabs napkin, then folds it. Here? Scrapes most of the ketchup on the napkin. Happy? Yes. Thank you, Daddy. Starts dipping nuggets into leftover ketchup on plate while never using the napkin ketchup. My grandson and I went to the pond to look at frogs. Apparently he wanted ribbit frogs, not croak frogs. Tell them they only ribbit if there are happy people nearby. Crying and sadness makes them croak. My little guy cried because his mom told him blue can be other people's favorite color. He said, no, only he can have blue as his favorite color. You have no idea how much I enjoy that. I was home alone with a little girl of about 3. Her parents were gone, that's why. They were staying at my home and she was wrecking everything and even touched something she would scream. I touched the wall and she screamed, mine. So I asked her favorite color. Green, she said. I said, no, that's my favorite color. A huge fit. She kept crying for 15 minutes, but I was giggling the entire time. It's too spicy, he wailed repeatedly for a good 20 minutes. He had white bread for dinner. Some kids use the word spicy when describing an allergic reaction in their mouth. Very unlikely for white bread though. I said zucchini and squash were spicy for ages and my parents laughed, but I just refused to eat them. Early 20s, I decided to try it again and got a rash on my arm. My parents listened because my sister has a ton of allergies that's all started with, it's spicy. She can't even have white rice now. Turns out kiwis aren't supposed to make your mouth bleed. Daddy cried because he didn't want to bath, only to cry to not get out of the bath when done. This is literally me as an adult. I don't want to shower, but then I don't want to get out of the shower. Not a parent, but I work in childcare. We have a toy doctor set and the kids love to pretend to take my blood pressure. Only instead of high or low, they tell me if my blood pressure is hot or cold. Today a girl cried because my blood pressure was too hot. See, a real doctor. The little one is up to something. She wanted a sausage. I cut off the little tied off end of the sausage. She very much wanted that not to happen. I remember when I was a kid, I saw Scooby-Doo eat like a whole string of sausages like spaghetti noodle and thought that was just normal thing. We really disappointed to find out to eat them individually. That today, June 10th, was not Halloween. We did nothing to indicate it could be. Summerween, it's June 21st this year. I bet you didn't even know your kid was a fan of Gravity Falls. This morning, my son did not want socks on, so we didn't put socks on when getting ready. Then when done, he stands there screaming about how he wants socks on. So we start putting socks on, and he's screaming, no socks, no socks. So I relent and don't put socks on. Guess where that put us? Back to screaming and crying that he wanted socks. Simple solution. Sit the child down and put both socks on. Then put the shoes on with double knots so they can't take them off. Source. I'm a dad who is always the bad guy. Not me, co-worker's kid. He's upset that his chocolate is gone. He ate the chocolate. Apparently, he wants an everlasting gobstopper. The idiom about having your cake and eating it too is definitely invented after interacting with a toddler. Pick me up and hold me. No, put me down. How dare you? Now pick me up and hold me. Repeat multiple times. Think they were referring to a child and not the cat, though both have about the same meltdown levels. I wouldn't help her climb onto the roof of a building so she could hug the pigeon she was chasing after it flew off. Oh my god, you just reminded me of the time my daughter stopped to pet an ant. Then she asked if she could eat it. What's a job that was critical 100 years ago but doesn't exist today? Log drivers. When cutting wood, they used to put the logs in the river to let them float downstream to the mill. There was so much that they would often get stuck, so people had to help them flow to their destinations. This was extremely dangerous. In Minnesota, they were called river rats, and many died during the job. John Jeremy was a famous corpse recovery man, and he pulled 104 river rats from the St. Croix during the lumber boom. Gaslighter, lamplighter. Street lights were gas, and someone would go around lighting them. I mean, there are still gaslighters, but the meaning is totally different. Delivering blocks of ice for people to put in their ice boxes, fridges. You're going to have to start charging more than $1 a bag. We lost 3 men on the last expedition. If you can't think of a better way to get ice, I'd like to hear it. The stoke-on trains and ships will literally shovel coal all day in intense heat. There's a tourist railroad in the White Mountains of New Hampshire that still employs stocks for their coal train. They may be the last ones in the US. Today we have garbage men, but at least in Victorian England there were men in cities, London for sure, who would come by to collect ashes from your fireplace and or stove. Likewise, there were men who would collect your night soil from your cesspit. They had to shovel it out. In the 1980s, one of my friend's house in the outer suburbs of Melbourne was scheduled to be connected to the sewage because their house was at the end of a long street. The quote for the connection was astronomical and my mate's stepfather refused to pay it. But in order to force them, the council regulated against septic tanks. Well, stepdad went all the castle on the council and found an old regulation on the books that the council still had to provide a night soil man. So, in the 1980s, this family was still going in a bucket, and once a week, a very disgruntled council employee would have to come and collect it. Having to deliver water house by house, carrying it in a huge container on your back. In Spanish, it was called aguatero. Have this in Zimbabwe. Some areas of the capital city are lucky if they get municipal water twice a week. Some haven't had for close on 15 years. So those who don't have a borehole save 5,000 litre tanks and have to pay for a truck to deliver the water. Telegraph operator. Not only did they send the usual routine stuff we would now put in an email, but also sent emergency messages, death notices to military families in wartime, and on ships were often the only means of communication to other ships or to shore. Telephone operators too couldn't just directly call someone. It was a person's job to connect your calls. Milkman. My house is pretty old and still has a slot with a dial to let the milkman know what we needed the following day. Where I live, we still have a milkman that delivers milk around the town. I didn't know it was that uncommon. Whoa. The job of the kid who stood on the corner yelling, "Extra, extra, read all about it." I haven't worried until now, but what is exactly it means by the word extra, extra? That you have more newspaper to sell than you normally would? That there's extra special news in the papers today? If anybody knows, please let me know. Extra edition. Normally there would be, say, a morning paper and an evening paper. When there was a large enough news event, an extra edition of the paper would be printed, ASAP, to cover it. Pin setters. Back before bowling alleys automatically set the pins for you, they had people, usually young children, setting the pins by hand. I recall reading a law years ago that allowed children to work at a young age as a pin setter, and a few other things in most jobs. My father worked as a pin setter and loves mentioning it any time he sees an automated bowling alley on TV. A typist. I remember my grandma saying that it was a real job security if you could type. I work at a print and mail shop about 15 years ago. Among other things, I processed mailing lists using software to format and create mailing label files used by specialized high-speed printers to the production floor. A lady in her 80s would come in every once in a while to perform data entry into an old DOS DB2 edit database 2. Database. She had been an employee since the 50s when she used a typewriter to address envelopes. There was a team of ladies that would spend all day at their typewriters and they could address 1,000 or 2,000 envelopes. Between me and 2 inject operators, we could do 100K on a long day. Computers. People would just do maths all the time, manually update spreadsheets, do iterative calculate by hand. NASA and large engineering companies just had departments full of people doing math. The Lensman science fiction series from the 1950s had a situation where the bad guy tried to seize control of the computers on the hero's spaceship. Stripper in the print industry. If you ever go on a tour of a print house, feel free to use the out-of-work stripper joke. Lots of people sent countless nights stripping on tables back then. Scriveners. They were human Xerox machines. Handwritten copies of contracts needed to be done in triplicate for contracts. It was horrible, tedious work for people who were functionally literate and desperate for work. Scriveners were alcoholics and often paid in whiskey while they worked. Compared to all the other horrible, tedious work to be done in those days, maybe it wasn't so bad. It was an indoor job. a sitting down job, and a job that did not require one to lift heavy objects, deal with molten metal or flying sparks, or breathe toxic fumes. Perhaps some were drunken, old dropouts desperate for work, but it was more of an entry-level office work position than a lifetime job. You'd start as a scrivener copying things out, but then work your way up within the office hierarchy to some other more cerebral job. According to Gilbert and Sullivan, if you copied all the letters with a big round hand and did it admirably, you could end up a lawyer, a politician, and even First Lord of the Admiralty. Pre-radar listener for enemy aircraft. Imagine talking badly about this guy and he hears it from across the base. Elevator operators. Don't see many these days. I see them every day. Most freight elevators in New York City have them. A lot of the freight elevators still even have the lever, but not buttons. Newspaper typesetter. There's a really cool documentary on the last NYT typeset issue. I think I saw it on Artisan Videos. It's really amazing to see how many people it used to take and how many jobs were replaced by one person on a computer. I never lost my fascination for all things print related, especially these historical docs. It really saddens me that an entire craft is all but extinct. Just us dinosaurs and our nostalgia for keeping it on life support. The milkman used to come every day to make sure your wife was feeling happy and taken care of before you got home. My dad was a milkman. I like that my birth certificate says milkman for father's occupation. Knocker upper. A guy who went around town hitting people's windows with a long stick to wake them up for work before alarm clocks came about. 100 years ago we had planes, man. Alarm clocks existed. Maybe a little more than 100 years, but in the 18th, 19th century-ish England, there was a designated man at local pubs who would be in charge of swallowing the dice should the police walk in. I like to imagine that there were tables full of cards, ticket stubs, money, and monkeys wielding knives, but because some guy swallowed some dice, the police were none the wiser. The guy who works in switching train lanes. I don't know what they call it. Although most switching is controlled remotely and electronically, some railways still use old school switch levers. The subway in Toronto still has an old section that is capable of being controlled by switch levers in the event of electricity or computer signal failure. Calculator. Literally a room full of people, usually women, who did arithmetic. They did one operation, then passed it on to the next calculator. I think they were also called computers. I saw it in a 1910 dictionary. Horse manure removal from cities. I saw a digitalized article from around the turn of the 20th century that warned that the number of horses that would be needed to keep up with growth in New York City in the future would exceed the capabilities of city services in clearing the towns of manure excrement daily. The streets were perpetually 2 feet deep in horse dump. Then, automobiles, freight and delivery trucks saved New York from drowning in horse dump. Neckerman would buy or collect old, broken, beyond work horses and kill them, or buy the corpses of the dead ones and sell them to the glue factory or for dog food. Think of one of the James Herriot books. The local one would take livestock too. Horses are mostly pets now in the UK. It wasn't just Mallock and Harriet's book that took livestock in addition to horses. Most Neckermen would take any livestock that wasn't for human consumption. The local blacksmith. They made or repaired almost anything. Wagons, check. Cutlery, check. Hardware and latches, check. Hammer and tools, check. Plows and implements, check. Nowadays, blacksmiths make custom knives and decorative items and are no longer the hardware store for the whole town. Small metalworking shops do similar things nowadays. If you need a custom metal part, you go there and get one made up in per spec. Newsies were a critical way to get the newspaper 100 years ago, but no longer really exist. To add to that, paperboys are not as critical as they were. Used to be a great way for kids to earn some spending money. Here in Spain, there used to be a job called sereno, who were men who patrolled the neighborhood during the nighttime to watch out for robberies. They carried a huge stick, a whistle, and the keys to all the homes from the neighborhood. People who arrived home at night shouted "Sereno" for him to reply by hitting his stick hard against the pavement to let them know how far he was. Then he opened the door to their homes and continued his patrol. They also lit street lights, announced the time if someone shouted for it, warned and called for help in case of a fire, etc. This job disappeared during the 60s or early 70s. When I lived in Pakistan in the late 70s, there was a guy who went around with a stick like that, and his job was combined watchman and to make sure your house guard stayed awake. Someone murdered our guard. What's the most embarrassing thing a parent has done to you? Part 1. Had my first boyfriend in middle school and brought him home one time. At one point, my mom made him bring me my clean laundry. And by that, I mean a single pair of pink High School Musical underwear. I cried from embarrassment, but he was actually pretty cool about it and comforted me. Then he cheated on me. Oh, I would have thought it was really cute. And then not banged you because I'm not into chicks. My dad, influenced partly by Bad Boys 2, decided to mess with my boyfriend on my first date by acting like a hard ass. He filled a whiskey bottle with tea, and when he answered the door, he chugged the whole thing while staring my boyfriend down, then tried to break the bottle over his own head. The date was cancelled due to the hospital trip, and I became known as the girl with the batshit insane father. Don't concuss yourself this time became the running joke once I was able to get a date again. I want to know what the hospital people said. I know when my partner had an oral allergic reaction to my rats and his face started swelling up like those pics of dogs that ate bees, the healthy center staff was highly entertained. My ass was sitting there in the waiting room like, yes, he understands allergies. Yes, he knew he was allergic to them. Yes, he insists on petting them. Yes, he had an oral allergic reaction to them because he was feeding them tiny pieces of gummy bear by pinching pieces off, then ate the rest of the gummy bear. Yes, I am questioning my assertion that he is very smart. When I was a senior in college, I was working a part-time job. They offered to make my current position full-time once I graduated. Before I got a chance to respond, my father found out and contacted my supervisor, expressing concern about the offer and the fact I was still in college. But my father found out still boggles my mind, but when my supervisor told me that my dad called him was probably the most embarrassing thing either of my parents have done. Wow! Op, you're lucky. I've heard of people rescinding the job offers if a parent intervenes like that. After I submitted a job application to a manager when I was 16, my mother barged up and started going on and on and on about how I was really shy and not much of a people person. Yeah, that's what a manager wants to hear about an applicant for customer services. She obviously wanted you at home, where she can see what you do every time you do something, or maybe she just didn't want you to get paid at the age of 16. When I was 8 years old, I was obsessed with the new Charlie's Angels movie with Cameron Diaz, Lucy Liu, and Drew Barrymore. There's a scene in the movie where Drew is dressed in a patriotic jumpsuit at NASCAR racetrack, and I really wanted to have that outfit for my Halloween costume. My mom is a costumer, and bless her, made my costume from scratch to resemble Drew's jumpsuit. Well, as you can probably imagine, an 8-year-old girl does not have the cleavage to fill that jumpsuit out. So my mother decided to add massive fake tits to this costume. I have to disagree. I think the story is awesome. Maybe a bit embarrassing from the person telling it, you, but from an outsider's perspective, it sounds like she really cared. Many parents would never have gone to these lengths to make their kid happy. You are lucky. She Googles my boss's phone number, called him in his office, asked him to put me on the phone. In his office, I was in a meeting with a client. I didn't answer her call on my cell phone in the middle of a workday. She wanted to complain that my stepfather and wanted to talk now. No emergency or anything, she just wanted to talk and gave zero cares about the consequences of her action, as usual. And that's the day my boss and pretty much the entire company lost respect for me. When the mom of their co-worker calls him on his phone to talk about her personal stuff, a few months later I resigned. There was nowhere to go in that place anymore. Same thing happened to me. My mom called my boss to tell him that my house, company housing, has a leaky roof and depressed about it. She wonders why I didn't take up that permanent job there. I was humiliated. Maybe not the most embarrassing, but certainly top 10. My mom went through this phase where she would talk during movies, specifically about what's going on in the movies. She was terrible at paying attention to what was going on, so oftentimes she was explaining was incorrect. In addition, she would try to talk over the movie. Mom would occasionally have to yell to make sure she was heard above the action scenes. Imagine, if you will, watching the aftermath of the stampede scene from The Lion King and the person next to you yelling, "Simba is sad because her dad died." My late mom got worse and worse about this as she got older, chatting through church services, movies, TV shows, using a loud voice in otherwise quiet environments like public transportation, etc. Like, did that part of etiquette fall away out of her brain at some point? You taught 2 kids how to act right, and now you're off the hook? My sister's college graduation, my dad, and now husband, and I all ignored her, so she proceeded to talk to everyone around us as though all through the entire ceremony. Not horrible compared with a lot of these, but I had a male friend come over after school, and my best friend neighbor was going to join soon after. They were dating at the time. Anyway, B, get off the bus. Start walking down the alleyway and notice my mom pull out of the driveway. So we walk up the car and ask where she's going. We're heading to the grocery store. Did you need anything? Me, no, I think I'm good. Mom, okay, well I noticed the cucumber in your room was looking a bit soft, so I'll grab you another one. My friend looked like he was about to piss himself. Was there an actual cucumber or was she messing with you? She was definitely just messing with me, but she did come home with a cucumber. My mom told everyone, 20 to 30 people, I got my period. Thanks, Mom. Mine did the same thing, knowing I was a very private person. Like, it wasn't bad enough I had to share a room with a younger sister opposite in personality, but to go and tell people that? Still angry with her about it 20 plus years later. I'm 21 and my mom still tries to order my steak for me. I ask for medium rare and she says, no, he'll have medium. And I say, no, medium rare. And she goes, okay, whatever, that's fine. Why? Does she think your taste will have changed, or is she that insistent that she knows what you like better than you do? I don't know. I think she's just kind of a control freak and thinks she knows better a lot of the time. She struggles to admit it when she's wrong type of person. She's a great mom. She's just stubborn sometimes. My 350-pound mother streaked in front of my boyfriend and my friends for $100. I was only 16, and that image still haunts me. When I was 13 or 14, we were at home with a bunch of family. It was pretty casual, so I was lounging around in sweatpants. Out of nowhere, when I was walking past my mom, she just reached out and yanked my pants down in front of everyone. She thought it was hilarious, as did everyone else, aunts, uncles, cousins, and my sister. She didn't seem to understand why I didn't laugh at her prank. I was in tears, hiding. She ridiculed me for being so upset and even said it's not like I pulled your underwear down too. The only person who took my side was my dad. Mom tried to talk to a girl on my behalf. Turns out she was in 9th grade. I'm 21. I had someone's mum try to set me up with her son. I'd never seen her before and she was a granny. I was in a shop and she stopped to talk about how nice my hair was, and that led into me asking if I wanted to date her son. I have no idea how old he is, but I'm 21 and look 15 or 16. So freaking weird. Bought me a diary, encouraging me to write in it. Later, stole said diary, broke the lock off, forgot a bunch of made-up crushes in there, and then read it aloud at the dinner table to humiliate me. My mother was not very kind. My mum is going through a phase when she believes privacy is a curse that will lead to being raped in an alley. Moms are weird. When I was 10 or so, I was struggling with being too big for kids' clothes and too skinny for most junior clothes. I was trying on this dress with a mesh area around the neck in the department store dressing room, and it was so big on me that my nipples literally showed through the mesh part that was supposed to be around my collarbones. Kids that age are moody, so I just lost it in frustration and started crying. My mom was like, oh, let me see. But I didn't want her to see because that meant showing the whole fitting room my nipples. Finally, I showed her, and when she saw how upset I was, instead of comforting me, she decided to mimic me, fake crying in my voice, saying, oh my gosh, everyone can see my nipples, and flashed everyone in the dressing room. Your mom flashed everyone? Yes, it was horrible. She was wearing a beige see-through bra that was actually the same color as the mesh yoke, so it was very on point, to be honest. My parents, Southeast Asian, told one of my best friends, who's a girl and Caucasian, behind my back that if she was the same ethnicity as me, they would ask me to marry her. I'm sure they thought this would be very flattering. I found out later, and to this day, over a decade later, it still makes me cringe big time. I was dating a lovely guy from South Korea. We hit it off and everything was great up until his mother called me and told me that her son, a 37-year-old man, was no longer allowed to date me because I was white and she would never allow him to marry me. Messed me up for a bit because I truly loved that idiot, but he dropped me like I never meant a thing to him. Never spoke to me again after his mother called me. It was awful. It was my 16th birthday and my family went to a fancy Italian restaurant. The staff came over to sing happy birthday to me and my dad started singing along loudly in a bad Italian opera kind of accent. We are not Italian. The staff were so stunned, they just stopped singing. The other customers around us laughed and applauded, and the staff just walked away. I was mortified. Ha ha ha. My mother and a friend who used to sing happy birthday in an opera kind of way with my brothers, it escalated to us imitating her to every birthday party. It was good fun. When I was young, we had a pajama day at school, and I always just wore my boxers to sleep. Well, obviously a kid can't show up to school in just underwear, but I was too little or dumb to understand that. My mom allowed me to go and even drove me there. I have no idea. It was the most embarrassing day of my life, and the school had to call my parents to come pick me up halfway through the day. My son sleeps in boxers. He has pajamas just for pajama day and sleepovers. I had C-cup boobs when I was 11 years old. My mom loved to loudly talk about them to everyone who would listen. Tell everybody at Thanksgiving dinner at her boyfriend's house about my tween bout with anorexia. I didn't want to be there in that first place, but she just kept going on and on and on about how I had carrots for dinner for a year until I had to shout at her to stop. What's the most embarrassing thing a parent has done to you? Part 2. My father was a huge racist and used pejorative terms to describe other people. I knew about the bad words for African Americans, Chinese people, and Japanese people, so I never said them. Little me didn't know about the other words. I used one in class to answer a question my history teacher asked, and he was properly horrified. I was immediately removed from the class, and my confused ass was grilled for hours about my word usage. I finally said I don't know what I did wrong. My dad says it all the time to describe people from that country. They called my mom. I had to go home. There was a shouting match between my parents and my dad's mother that night, and I was beaten soundly by my father. That's really sad. The school handled that horribly. Obviously, your dad did too. My mom is kind of mean, so take that for what it is. My first major high school boyfriend, he came to our house. My mother literally put me in the living room, stand with my feet apart and my arms open, and she pointed on my body where he was allowed to touch me. I felt like I wasn't even human or able to consent to my own autonomy. Maybe I didn't want to be touched where she pointed. It was mortifying. We didn't date much longer after that. My mother has always tried to be that edgy mom that she thinks she's funny and is the cool mom, but everyone have always found her cringy, especially as we got older. On the flip side, when my brother was at the same age, he was thrown a pack of condoms and was told she wasn't taking care of a grandchild. My mother once made a guy I was with apologize for being intimate with me. Not apologize to me, mind you. He had to apologize to her because apparently that counted as disrespect towards her. My mother insisted on seeing exactly what I bought for clothes to make sure they weren't too baggy until I went away to college. When I was 17, we were buying jeans at the Gap. And when I wouldn't basically do a fashion show for her for every pair of pants I tried on, she crawled her 58-year-old self under the door of the dressing room where I was trying them on. I'm a guy, and the dressing room had a line out the door. Everybody saw, everybody heard. To make sure they weren't too baggy. Wait, isn't it usually the opposite? Clothes are not allowed to be tight because that's too sexy. I'm going to regret this, but I don't think my mom thought I was sexy enough to pull off tight pants. Mom made me call my 8th grade social studies teacher at home to ask if I could use him as a job reference. He lived with his parents still, and I asked for him by first name. He waited for me at my locker the next day to tell me to never phone his house again, parents' house, and never call him by his first name again. Didn't get the job either. Mom denies this ever happened and claims she would never demand I do something so strange. Ha! Gotta love it when moms deny the stuff they're ashamed of doing. I came home from school with head lice. Instead of telling the teacher, who would send a letter home to everyone without specifically naming which child they noticed had lice, my mother rang every person in my class that she had the phone number of. She would have a chat with the parent, all, yeah, she has head lice, so you need to check your kid. I probably got it from someone in my class, and the whole class likely already had lice. But kids don't realize that, so the whole class were calling me dirty and saying I infected them. It was horrible. I was hysterically crying while she called people. I had lice in 7th grade. My mom was really nice about it, but the whole process was mortifying. Without your mom blabbing to everyone, I still get really upset if someone tries to put a hat on me that isn't mine or whatever. If it ever happened again, so help me, I just shave my head down to the skin no matter the length of my hair. When I was in my early 20s and living at home, my father took a business call for me. People say we sound exactly alike on the phone, so when he was mistaken for me, he ran with it and was a jerk to the caller. I probably lost out on a low 4-figure amount of money because of it. I used to think it was because he didn't approve of who I was dating at the time. But after events in recent years, I think it was just letting his mean side shine because of the opportunity to do so. I do this, but to my dad, boomer that he is, he doesn't always have his phone on him and prefers to leave it on the breakfast bar when he's at home. My youngest brother and I sound just like him over the phone, so whenever his siblings call, we pick up the phone and we'll carry on a 10-minute conversation with him while he's doing whatever. And when he gets near, we'll say, "Hey, hold on a sec. Dad, uncle or aunt is on the phone for you." And we're usually answered with profanity over the cell, but it's so worth it. I have aggressive Crohn's that started showing up around 8th grade. My mom took me to all of my doctor's appointments, which were all pretty embarrassing, because no teenage boy wants their mom involved in their butt-related illness. One particular visit, we were about halfway through the appointment when she whipped out a Cool Whip tub. Turns out, the following night I used the bathroom and it didn't all go down, so she thought it would be helpful to load that up in our poor people Tupperware and haul it to the doctor so he could look it over. He had the confused, what am I supposed to do with poop in a Cool Whip tub face for a good 5 to 10 seconds, then politely dismissed it. Who'd have thought that there isn't any medical knowledge to be gained from fishing poop out of the toilet, refrigerating it overnight, and schlepping it up for an office visit? I will say someone I know was trying to get a diagnosis for digestive issues, and their doc told them to have a dump in a bucket, put it in the fridge, and bring it to the next appointment. 3 days hence. The doctor's office provided the bucket and detailed directions. When I was a senior in high school, I had left the lights on in my truck all day and had to call my dad to come jumpstart my car. Now, my father is 6'1" and has a very large belly. He rolls up in clothes, shorts, and no shirt to jumpstart my car. Then there was a time a few years earlier that my mother had sent him up to school to give me a sandwich before a football game. The man's boxers were longer than his shorts. He's always there for you when you mess up though, isn't he? He'd give you the shirt off his back, if he was wearing one. My mom is the worst. She does it unintentionally. I'm 34 and we hang out a lot. In stores, when we split up, I can hear her yelling my name from across the store. I've asked her 100 times to use her cell phone and look for me. I never hear anyone else's names being yelled out. It happens so much that I've stopped going out with her as much. We also had a family dinner with aunts and uncles and cousins, and I don't know how it came up because I was in another conversation, but I heard her say, "Has a gynecologist appointment next week." Why? We were at a restaurant too. Everything went silent. Are you my long-lost sister? I vividly remember a family barbecue a few years ago, and at a certain moment I hear my mother tell my aunt and uncle that Jacaro has such hairy legs you could knit a sweater out of it. And like you, I'm puzzled. Why? Why would she? Why? Why does she think this is relevant information for somebody to know? Why does she think my aunt and uncle were even remotely interested in this information? It's like sometimes she thinks she has to fill up every silent moment with chatter, no matter how inane. My mother dressed me and my sister as Nazis to a local fete. We sat on a float and waved at people. We won the competition, but I don't feel right about it. I've mentioned it before on r/askreddit, but when I was 11, I was taken in for questioning regarding drug distribution out of our house. My dad had marijuana growing in the basement, and he used and sold it to the neighbors and friends. When the police raided the house, my dad was at work, they asked me if I knew what was in the room. Because I had knowledge of it, I guess it was enough to bring me in for questioning. Even cuffed me and everything. My dad didn't show up for almost 8 hours. As you can imagine, in a small town like this one I grew up, people talked, and I lived next to a massive apartment complex. I was the talk of the town for almost 2 years because of it. Who cuffs a frickin' 11-year-old? To be fair, it was 1990 and I looked 15 or 16. In like 5th grade, there was a girl I was friends with, and we would always joke around and make fun of each other. So one day my mom was picking me up from school and me and the girl were walking out together and she said, "See you tomorrow, Dumbo." I had big ears as a kid. Thankfully, I grew into them. My mom heard her say that and wasn't having any of it. She stormed over and started yelling at her, saying things like, "Don't ever talk to my kid like that again. How would you like it if kids made fun of the freckles on your face?" She started bawling. I was so embarrassed. My mom was yelling at this innocent little girl in front of dozens of kids. We left, and I didn't talk to my mom at all on our way home. Thanks, Mom, I love you, but that was mean. I was on the receiving end of a mom like that in middle school. Whenever I'd see a classmate in the hall, I'd walk over and gently pinch him on the arm and say, "Pinch as I did it." Why I did this and how it started, I have no clue anymore. But I did it one day in the hall, not realizing he was walking with his mom. She flipped on me, saying, "How dare I speak to her son like that, and how dare I bully him, etc., etc." I just stood there confused, and they walked off. The next day, he explained to me that she thought I had said bitch to him when I pinched his arm. When I was really young, maybe 5 or so, my dad got into a conversation with the cashier at the movie rental place. I had to pee, but every time I tried to get his attention, he brushed me off. I ended up peeing myself, but he didn't notice until we got into the car, and it smelled like pee. At least he was apologetic when he asked why I didn't tell him, and I explained what happened. This exact thing happened to me, but it was at a baseball game, and I was sitting next to my crush. My mom kept telling me to just wait a minute, and I couldn't wait any longer. She then got upset with me because I, apparently, could have held it in longer. Right, Mom, because I wanted to pee all over myself. Sure. Every time I made a mistake, big or small, my mom would tell my grandma. Then my grandma would proceed to tell the entire family. So when we had meetups, I would never hear the end of it. On top of that same grandma would always tell me I didn't know anything and proceed to tell others I didn't know anything. If I didn't have an answer to something, I had to wait, for example, my work schedule. I'm still insecure about that to this very day. And when you don't want to hang out with your family because of this, they get mad at you. A Polish expression translates as, "Not my circus, not my monkeys." It means, not my problem. Redditors, what other great expressions do you know in another language? One I heard in Finland that is either specifically to children who are being stubborn. Either you'll do it or you'll cry and do it. Our first sergeant used to tell us, you can cut the grass or you can cut the grass angry. Either way, you're still going to be cutting the grass. As I can recall, the grass was mostly sand and pine needles. Frank Skinner was a QI and he recalled a Greek proverb that translated to, "There is trouble in the gypsy village," basically meaning, who cares? It's a little more like, tell me something I don't already know, but yeah, it's a not caring vibe. Not funny, but I like it. From Russia. In times like these, it helps to remember there have always been times like these. I'm not Russian and my experience of the Russian people has been a bit limited, but this is exactly what I found the Russian sense of humor to be like. I think it's hilarious. A Dutch phrase translates roughly to hero at night, hero in the morning. It basically means get plastered at night and don't be grumpy about the hangover when you wake up. There is a Korean expression for coming up with a solution that is no solution at all. It translates as roughly, you got a cat to watch your fish. In Finnish, a similar idiom is goat guarding the field of cabbage. Australia has some great expressions. They are in English but can be ambiguous to any native English speaker. One of my favorites is float out like a lizard drinkin', which literally means you're extremely busy. Oh man, what is with Australians and ambiguous idioms? I never knew whether to grin or nod solemnly. There is a Danish saying that goes, a thief thinks every man steals. I really like that one, but we actually have a lot of good expressions here in Denmark. In Spanish, we use that too. In Finnish, when you do something in a greatly idiotic and or inefficient way, you can say that they climbed up the tree ass first. I don't recognize this. How's it written? Tried to Google it, but I don't find anything. In Spanish, there's one that says, a closed mouth swallows no flies. In other words, keep quit if you don't know what you're talking about. Some other Spanish ones, don't enter a kicking contest with Samson, so don't bite off more than you can chew. And the devil knows more because he's old rather than because he's the devil. Old people are crafty. In Italian, you can't have the wine cask full and your wife drunk. Basically the equivalent of you can't have your cake and eat it too. Since there's so many Russian expressions here, I'll add my own. Never heard it used by anyone else, but this is a favorite of my dad when something goes wrong or makes him angry or surprised. Translated, it means the dog screwed the wolf. There are similar versions. Frog screwed a snake means there are two bad people arguing. I like that goodbye in Japanese literally means to if it must be so. You use it when you're not going to see the other person for a while. In Scotland, we have a saying which literally means lots of small things make a big thing. It's used pretty much the same way, look after the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves. We're pretty tight here. There's a Russian phrase I love. Stop messing with my brain with all of your questions. Another Russian saying, don't put noodles on my ears. It basically means stop lying to me. It's like a pupil is making up a ridiculous story to his class teacher and why he is late for class. Then his teacher tells pupil's story to the school principal, who then tells it to the whole school. It is funny even if you don't speak the language. Making blue in German means being lazy. The reason is that it took so long to make blue dye, the chemist would sit around and wait for the reaction to occur. Therefore, if you're making blue, you're just sitting around not doing anything. There are so many little phrases in German that mean very, very different things than they do in English. Fuck you in Boston means that is not happening. Depending on intonation and context, this could also be a friendly greeting, surprised skepticism, or a chortle in appreciation of a good joke or witty turn of phrase. The British, or at least the English, use the phrase higgledy-piggledy when describing something that is messy or disorderly. I.e., I couldn't find my blue shoes because the wardrobe is higgledy-piggledy. I have no clue how that translates into other languages. I remember hearing this phrase on the American cartoon Doug. If anybody said whatever they thought, everything would be all higgledy-piggledy. I didn't know that this was a British phrase. Here are some French-Canadian stuff. Dressed like a Jack's dog, dress poorly. Equipped to stay up all night, very well endowed when speaking about a male. She's got people on the balcony, busty. Crapping staples, being very nervous or afraid of something. Changing 4/4 into a buck. Coming back to the same thing. Talking in the helmet. Angrily yelling at someone, giving someone problems. My favorite is making the monster cry, which means to go take a pee. I'm Polish and haven't ever heard or read anything like that. These are more common though. Somewhat related. My world, my crayons, own opinion. A skife met the rock, someone has found a match. Grandmothers like to tell their grandchildren, do not sit on the stonework or you'll catch a wolf, meaning unknown. A popular phrase here. In a place where 6 female cooks cook, there's nothing to eat. The meaning, if too many people try to do one task, the task won't be done. A person who accidentally omits good aspects while omitting bad ones will pour out a child with the bathwater. In the moment of death, a person kicks the calendar. Grandma's warning you mentioned isn't really a saying, it's an old conviction that sitting on a cold surface may cause bladder infection. Wolf is a pretty old euphemism for it. I heard the one about circus and monkeys quite often, usually when people gossip about horrors on the other's projects and are blissfully happy it's not their responsibility to deal with the mess. Have a few Dutch ones. To have butter on your head, also being guilty. You can imbibe some poison to that. You can be sure of that. That hits like pliers on a pig. That doesn't make any sense. To kick down an open door. To do something that's already been done, or say something that it's already been said. Obvious. Having the bullet pass through the church. Announcing a big decision. While we're at it, with the cats. Tell that to the cat. I'm not so gullible as to believe what you just said. A cat in a cramped space will make strange jumps. People will try anything when they're desperate enough. The Irish language has so many expressions perfect for this thread. One of them mean it's generally a person's mouth that gets its nose broken. One of the most beautiful ones I know is in Arabic. We use this expression only in Lebanon, maybe Syria, Palestine, Jordan as well, not sure. It literally means, you bury me, as in, I love you so much, I want to die before you do. Here's one in my Spanish phrase book. You're about as useful as an octopus in a garage. There's another Spanish expression about octopodes, which means you're going to kick someone like an octopus. It's apparently a reference to the historical method of octopus tenderization in Galicia. I will, yeah, in Ireland means whatever you asked me to do, there is no hope of it ever getting done. Or you will in your eye, or you'll never do that. In French, to say mind your own business, it literally means mix your own onions. Actually, the literal translation is more concern yourself with your own onions. A Czech told me this one developed after years of Nazi Soviet rule. Don't think it. If you think it, don't say it. If you say it, don't write it down. If you write it down, don't sign it. If you sign it, don't be surprised. A very old one. I fear the Greeks even when they bring gifts. When someone is uncharacteristically nice. When they want something. That one I have heard of as beware Greeks bearing gifts, i.e. the Trojan horse. There's a German expression that translates to, what do you think I poo money? Also a Russian one that's like, I need that, like I need teeth in my butt. In English, it's I need that, like I need another hole in the head. Or I miss it, like a hole in the head, i.e. not at all.
Men of Reddit, what does being a man mean to you? Boys make excuses, men take responsibility. A teacher told me that senior year of high school, and it has stuck with me ever since. Don't mean to make this political, but that above everything else is what pisses me off about President Trump. Nothing is ever his fault. I respect the office of the President of the United States, but I do not respect the man that holds it. This is the first time I can say that. You make no excuses for yourself. You are self-contained, self-reliant. You can be depended on. You bang like a romance novel. It's all about being able to pee on trees. I missed the tree and hit my leg. What now? Being a man is conditional upon hitting the tree. Sorry, buddy. Knowing how to be happy without relying on other people. Knowing how and when to stick up for yourself without being overly cocky. Having conviction in your beliefs, but willing to be corrected when you're wrong. Basically, just being able to rise above all the chaos surrounding you. Being independent and able to focus on your own goals and projects. Being toughened by the hard lessons in life, while allowing all of it to humble you instead of drag you down. Knowing how and when to stick up for yourself without being cocky. I would add being assertive without being a jerk, but well said. Also, getting down to business and defeating the Huns. Being a man is knowing when to go it alone, knowing when to ask for help, and being the person think of first to call when life goes sideways. Doing the things that need done, even if you don't want to do them. So not procrastinating? Hey, I'll go be a man later. He didn't say when. Being calm in a bad situation. I'm a guy and I don't consider a man because he's jacked or something. I've seen jacked guys who hit the gym be the biggest cowards I've ever seen. The guy who is able to remain calm and try to figure out a solution to a bad situation is the guy everyone ends up looking up to. The guy who's like this in my group of friends is Dan. Not the loudest, not the best looking, and not the most fit. But when things get crazy or we're in some bad situation, we all turn to him. Just being in his presence makes me calm. Exactly this. This is why in certain emergency situations, the public will do what paramedics, firefighters, etc. tell them to do. Yes, paramedics don't have any power to order the public to do anything, but people tend to look to them for advice because they're usually calm and collected and more in control. Knowing that I can wear my onesie cuddled up next to my girlfriend or wife because I want to, not just because it's her. Being able to share my feelings with the ones I love and maybe even let out a tear or two. And not caring what anyone but me and a select few who wouldn't judge me. Anyways, think about it. I don't have to be the rock everyone expects me to be. I can be a cuddling 6-foot bearded man with shaggy hair that likes to share feelings and love it. When you're a boy, you are very impressionable. You do what your mom says. You want your dad to be proud of you. You dress how the rock stars and rappers dress on TV, even though they're really just paid to promote those clothes. You care about how your peers look at you. But then you become a man. I think you stop caring about that stuff. You look deep into yourself and you decide for yourself what is and isn't important to you. If you want to have kids and raise a family, then do that. If you want to go to strip clubs every night and smoke weed day, go for it. But you be honest with yourself, accept the consequences, and do your thing without shame. If you blindly do what others want you to do, you're not an adult. You're just a tool. I really like this, but it needs one thing added to it. While doing what makes you happy, do your best to not hurt anyone else, both physically and emotionally. Don't negatively affect others. We must be swift as a coursing river with all the force of a great typhoon, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. P.S. Not actually a man here, just pretending to be one. After saving China, I went home alone. A man takes responsibility for his decisions and doesn't take advantage of people who can't defend themselves. Old David Gemmell, rest in peace, said it better with the Iron Code. Never violate a woman nor harm a child. Do not lie, cheat, or steal. These things are for lesser men. Protect the weak against the evil strong, and never allow thoughts of gain to lead you into the pursuit of evil. Growing a long, luxurious mullet. Going by that, I was once a man, but am no more. Lebowski. What makes a man, Mr. Lebowski? Dude. Lebowski. Huh? Dude. I don't know, sir. Lebowski. Is it being prepared to do the right thing? Whatever the cost. Isn't that what makes a man? Dude. Sure. That and a pair of testicles. Age 15. Your dad tells you to be a man for the 1000th time, and you suck up your emotions, wipe your tears, and vow never to show your fear or frustration to anyone. Age 45. Your marriage is on the rocks because you never share with your wife the feelings that are making you stressed, making you short-tempered, making you drink too much. This is the worst and most damaging advice anyone can give to not only an impressionable child, but to a loving human who is capable of so much more than a stiff upper lip. I'm sorry for your troubles. I really think some counseling would help you. Once you tell your wife what's going on for you, because women want you to be open and to shed a tear. I really feel for you. Knocking out a kangaroo. Like the traditional Christmas in Australia, so you can raid his pouch for all the Fosters. Not caring what being a man means and just being me. Really disappointed I had to go so far down to see this. Being a man is sexist garbage, just like being a proper lady is sexist garbage. Just be a good person and don't act a certain way because society says your particular set of genitals mean you should act that way. Being able to jerk off with sandpaper. At least 120 grit. I don't know what you think jerk off means, but if you do that, I'm pretty sure the whole thing would come off. Just being an all-round good person, I guess. Yep, respect others. Accept constructive criticism. Don't be a jerk. 1. Admit I made a mistake, publicly, and willing to accept consequences. 2. Finding the perfect line between being a hero to someone and allowing them to take advantage. 3. Maintaining a healthy lifestyle that is progressing forward to remove all forms of addiction. 4. Providing a safe environment for my significant other if I have a significant other. 5. Cleaning the toilet seat regularly. 6. Fixing stuff that breaks. 7. Being responsible and independent. 8. Being honest and admit my faults and work to correct them. 9. Always have duct tape on hand. Crush your enemies. See them driven before you and to hear the lamentations of their women. Is this your robe? Priest's robe? Yes, it's all I have. Good. Elbow, hammer first. It's all you'll ever need. This is such a dynamic question. I don't think that being a man can be defined specifically. To me, being a man is simply a matter of age. After you turn 21, you are a man. There is a saying, being a man is a matter of age. Being a gentleman is a matter of class. While this holds true, the common perception of a guy being a man is having a very macho persona. Thinking in context of being a kid, all kids probably look up to their dad, assuming they aren't deadbeats. Most kids think their dads are the strongest, smartest they know, and I think as a father, you have to kind of live up to that for your kids. To me, being a man is living up to your commitments, protecting and providing for your family, sacrificing things to ensure the best for your wife and kids, and being an all-round good person. It means not needing to prove you are a man, not needing to, but still doing it when it is needed. Having a penis mentally, being able to attune your mind into the eternal template of the penis and manifest it into physical being from the other. I'm a man, I should know this. The older I get, the more I think that distinctions like this are meaningless. We're all just people, so be good people. Not really anything. Being an adult is meaningful to me, and in that sense, the difference between being a boy and a man is meaningful to me. But the difference between being a woman and a man doesn't have much personal meaning for me at all. Yeah, just being a person. Honestly, I don't relate to this thread at all. I happen to be male, but that means nothing to me. I'm a person first and foremost. All of the comments I've read so far are gender neutral as far as I'm concerned. The same thing it means to be a decent human being. It means feeling free to ignore nonsense constructs like manhood and work on becoming your true self as a human being. If you asked most women what they consider the ideal man to act like and be, it would be significantly different from what they consider the ideal woman or the ideal person. Look at likes and interests in dating websites split between the sexes. Even if it doesn't apply to you, there are enough differences in the masculinity and femininity to warrant a conversation like this. Doing the right thing even when it is hard. Being brave, helping other people. Admitting that I like feminine things proudly to other men. Steve, you haven't lived until you lit a sweet candle while drinking wine. That's feminine. Where I'm from it is. I've always thought being a man is taking responsibilities for my actions and being a person of integrity. For example, I believe my word is my bond, and I expect that from everyone I meet. If your word means nothing, then I can't consider you a man, so to speak. In short, being a man means maturity. Sure, that and a pair of testicles.
What strange fact do you know only because of your job? Part 1. There was a certain lichen that was only known to live on one boulder in the middle of the Mojave Desert in an army training area. As an endangered species for decades, this rock was strictly off limits for like 100 meters around it. Then the army wanted to expand FD Irwin to include a few more valleys to the south and had to do an EPA impact study, which included a biological survey. They found that stuff everywhere. Came off the endangered species list. It wasn't endangered, just no one ever bothered to look for it before. It's funny how that can totally happen. There's still places in the world that we're exploring. We could find an endangered species thriving in some place. The internet company usually has a Fix My Service button. Want to know what it does? It sends a signal to your modem, which in turn links up with the built-in router and issues a power cycle instruction. It turns it off and back on again. I have definitely called my ISP asking why I was having some issues after spending 3-ish days extensively troubleshooting it myself. And for the first thing they did was give me some long-winded explanation of something that was them actually just resetting my router. In colonial America, they used to give out cake on election day instead of I voted stickers. Pretty sure more people would vote if they brought back free food at the polls. If a person compulsively pulls out their hair, trichotillomania, there's a decent chance they're also eating it. This not only causes some significant gastric issues, but because human hair is fairly absorbent, it can also affect how effective psych meds are, since they may be absorbed by the hair. Wow, I need to talk to my mom about this. I know she pulls her hair out, but I don't know if she eats it. She's always complaining about how her depression meds aren't working as well as they used to. Thanks, internet stranger. The Smithsonian has a faculty where it stores a lot of its large artifacts not currently on exhibit. It also has a room with a pit filled with flesh-eating beetles, which is used to strip skeletons intended for future display. There is a security guard whose sole job is to sit in the room all day and make no one comes in and accidentally gets too close. I work part-time at a science museum, not the Smithsonian, and they have a couple of small aquarium tanks on display where you can watch the flesh-eating beetles at work on a specimen. Usually a small mammal or bird. Pretty interesting, if a little creepy for some folks. Surgeons are called to remove body bits, not even parts, from the mechanical parts of trains after fatalities. Wait, why surgeons? What can they do that a maintenance team can't? I would imagine it's so they can readily identify human remains as they are used to seeing them all nice and bloody. Physically, anthropologists serve a similar function when it comes to skeletal remains. It's usually a piece of pig skull next to dog femur. Further down, but not at the bottom, is a piece of coconut hull. A typical treated wood privacy fence has a life expectancy of 12 years. Popcorn ceiling, the popcorn itself, has a life expectancy of 150 years. PSA, do not ever paint a popcorn ceiling. I charge way more money to remove a painted popcorn ceiling than a non-painted. Beef goes off color and turns a bruised brown color when not exposed to oxygen. It seems most often in the middle of a tightly packed ground beef. A lot of people mistake this for spoilage. It's not, and there are other indications of spoilage when beef is starting to rot. And yes, I do have to explain this at least once in a regular work week. What are some other indicators that beef is starting to rot or go bad? A bad smell and slimy texture. At Walgreens, you can return basically anything as long as you have a receipt and it's within 30 days. Someone once returned ice cream because they didn't like the flavor. The return policy at Bed Bath & Beyond was absurd too. Once had a lady exchange a very used comforter for a brand new one. There is a distinct difference in smell that sets apart dead animals and dead humans. It gets more unpleasant. That human smell is like a cross between bad deli meat left in the sun and overripe cantaloupe. Also, if you have a dog and a cat in your apartment and you die, the cat will eat you first. They start with the lips and eyes. Source: work in EMS and have found my scarce of bodies. The bare chamber of the combustion integrated rack aboard the International Space Station has a volume of 105 litres. It's configurable. Maybe you mean the maximum volume? Thought that was 100 litres though. I used to work in a commercial laundry facility. We washed and packaged towels for hotels. If you stain a towel with hair dye, menstrual blood, food, etc., the towel will be dyed another colour and is used for pet groomers instead. My uncle worked in maintenance at a hospital, and when he told us that they boiled the blood out of scrubs, my mind was blown. Those surgical techs could get anything off their scrubs, rags, jackets, and as long as it wasn't alien fluids, it came off with a good long boiling. Target folds their towels differently to make their store look more upper class than Walmart and other stores. I know when I want to pay an extra 15 to 30% and be exclusively amongst angular white women with designer bags buying Eat, Pray, Love, fake iron scroll work for the maid to read while she's making whatever dumbass recipe the missus found in Red Book that week, I head straight for my nearest Tarzay. I bet those upper manager wives love those towel folds. Capacity at gigs can be determined by how fat or thin the venue expects the fans of the band to be. 13-year-old girls, increased capacity. Older male metal fans equals decreased. I assume this is for outdoor venues. I thought the indoor ones were limited due to exits and some corrections as to floors and some other factors, but I've never heard of them adjusting for size of the fans. Do you know what some airlines use to charge seat pitch for the packs? Asians were smaller, Europeans and American larger. Software can be considered a medical device and may require FDA approval. I would imagine so, after that whole radiation software bug killing so many people. I can't recall the name at that moment, but anyone who's taken an engineering ethics course probably knows what I'm talking about. If a business does not file a 5500SF form for their 401k, the IRS will charge them $100,000 per day if it's late. In 2018, this number is changing to $2,063 per day. Also, there is a limit on how many days this charge will apply. Joke's on you, I don't get benefits. The barcode number for Cadbury cream eggs, 502-01600. Most retail workers in Britain will learn that number wherever they want to or not. Is it because the wrap is wrinkly and it won't scan, or do you type a lot of items manually? Usually because they won't scan. Quicker to type than spend ages waving it in front of the scanner. Some retail stores' security cameras are able to capture what you watch type view on your phone. I sometimes work for loss prevention and have seen other LBs read texts people were sending. I didn't stores had such high quality cameras until now. The camera quality isn't the hard part. The hard part is all the data you now need to store. If you're ever at an accident scene and you hear a cop, fireman, EMT say something is DRT, it means dead right there, as opposed to DOA, which generally means they have been pronounced dead by a competent medical professional. My cousin is a nurse in a smallish town. She told me if you ever hear on the news about an accident where someone was taken to the hospital she works at, it means they were already dead. The EMT just needed a doctor to call it. The average homeowner keeps a mortgage for 7 years. They either sell or refi at some point. I once had a real estate agent phone my house to ask if I was interested in selling. No, I like my house and area. How long had I lived in it? About 10 years. Didn't I want to move up? No, why? Because most people move up every 7 years. So, I prefer to pay off my mortgage. I don't want a bigger house to clean. He hung up. Radiation can only travel in a straight line and can't penetrate through more than a few feet of concrete. If you were to jump into a spent fuel pool and tread water at the surface, you'd experience a smaller dose of radiation than if you were to simply walk around outside and get the normal background radiation dose. Also, radiation worker love telling people about their banana equivalent dose on reactor tours. Area codes with a 0 in the middle are some of the first area codes that were issued. Assignment of the best area codes, lowest total dial time on a rotary telephone, went to the most influential areas. New York City is 212, the Cadillac of area codes, Chicago 312 and LA 213. The hinterlands got the 8s and 9s and 0s. This was a big deal until push-button phones became common. When Brooklyn had to give up its beloved 212 for the awful 718, we were pissed. Some still are. I'm now at the point where I can look at a cruise ship, tell you the name of the ship, the parent company, how many passengers and crew she can house, the gross tonnage, the different stateroom categories, and any standout features the ship may have. Tell me about the Princess cruise ships? Owned by Carnival. I think they have 6 or 7 different classes of ships. Their newest ship, Majestic Princess, has the largest outdoor movie theatre screen at sea. To avoid paying taxes on your Maserati or 300 RV, set up a POB in Montana and an LLC. Then you can have your vehicle titled and registered in that state under an LLC and avoid sales tax and higher DMV fees. I usually see people from Colorado and California do this. Would this be worth it on a 20k car as well, or does the savings only kick in at larger purchases? I'd say no. If you don't already have an LLC established, if the MSRP is $80k or more, it'd be worth your while to title in an LLC in Montana. Your registration fee is based on your MSRP in California, so the nicer and more expensive the vehicle, the more you're going to pay the DMV. What strange fact do you know only because of your job? Part 2. I teach about the Holocaust and the Nazi concentration and death camps. When Auschwitz was liberated, 7 tons of human hair was found bundled in sacks. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the hair had been sheared from the heads of women after they were killed in the gas chambers. Documents were also found that led to the factory where the hair had been destined. Another 2 tons of hair was found at the factory, as well as the hair cloth the hair was being turned into. Due to the shortages in textiles, the Nazis were selling the hair to factories so that lining for clothes and upholstery for vehicles could be made in secret. The hair was also used as stuffing in mattresses. Nobody outside the camps and factories was supposed to know this was being done. Oh, and not to forget about all the hair being on display in Auschwitz now, plus a ton of other personal belongings the prisoners had with them when they arrived. A person on their deathbed will occasionally stop breathing for upwards of a minute, only to start again. Maybe not strange, but it sure scared the hell out of me the first time I was sitting vigil over someone. I work in an old folks' home. That would be terrifying. Any idea why that is? I don't actually. It occurs as death draws near, so I assume it could be related to the body shutting down. But I've no real facts to back that up. All I know is to contact the nurse if someone stops breathing and starts again. Some people with schizophrenia, when experiencing an acute psychotic episode after experiencing hypersexuality at the same time. Related story. The smoking area outside the psych ward is a great place to pick up women. Land surveyor. Most people don't know where their property ends. They just assume based on fences and streets. This is made worse when people don't understand what the public work right of way is. I'm downstream of your property surveys and work in property records. There is a fairly decent chance someone can produce a document showing they have a legitimate claim for owning your land. Modern surveys are wonderful, but old survey Civil War era records that weren't all that well kept and government giveaways of land means someone could show up with a big surprise for you one day. Title insurance is mandatory for a good reason. I work at a school. 75% of the children that go to my school are from absentee mother households. 75% out of 900 kids, single fathers. There's an interesting theory that single parent households contribute to a lot of societal issues down the road. I don't subscribe to either the mother or father being absent as taking precedent over one or the other, but I truly think that kids need the duality of having two different yet partnered parents to raise them properly. I don't know, food for thought. Surgeons are called to remove body bits, not even parts, from the mechanical parts of trains after fatalities. Wouldn't you keep your fingers open? Well, if you wave to someone, of course, but if you want to signal that you want to talk to you normally, keep a fist and only raise your pointing finger. Less chance of getting a false picture taken. The German military doesn't take chances when it's about Nazis. People who were part of a right-wing party weren't allowed to come to the military. We once had at our base the thing that someone had a swastika wallpaper in his room, which led to control of every single housing unit by military police to see if someone else had the same thing. A lot of people don't realize that renting an apartment requires signing a legal binding document. I always thought it was common sense, but the amount of people that show up to my office expecting to pick up keys without ever signing the lease or trying to move out when they have 6 months left of their lease and getting upset when they realize there's financial consequences is astounding to me. These are all people over the age of 18. It's a strange fact about people that are somehow independent enough to live on their own. They aren't really. School doesn't teach finances or even basic contract law. Parents don't either. Out on your own, an adult without the tools to operate as such. Steakhouse restaurants generally make less than $1 on a dry-aged steak that costs $50 when you factor in the cooking, gas, labor, and recooks due to server guest error. They usually make more than 50% of their money on the booze. It's like a movie theater and popcorn. Now I kind of feel bad that I love to eat meat but I don't drink alcohol. Texas has 65 public water systems and the same levels or worse of contaminated that Flint, Michigan. The epoch time reference used by Microsoft Excel is very different compared to any other Linux, Unix, Windows server system. And yet, if you ever had to do any work with any time values in Excel, you switch to 1904 mode, because for some stupid reason, 1900 has no idea what to do with the negative time, but 1904 does. The picture of toothpaste on a toothbrush in a toothpaste ad is called a nurdle. Inside a lot of people's drywalls is a construction worker's lunch wrapper. I always try to write notes or jokes on drywall after installing cabinetry. I try to remember to toss in a newspaper before drywall install, but I've only done it a few times. It's always so cool coming across a little scrap of a past time when demoing. I work in the EMS billing. It's perfectly normal for EMS companies to have only 1 in 10 or 20 uninsured people pay their bill. I know of at least one client of ours that has a 1 in 40 payment rate. Oh man, that is super frustrating for me. On the one hand, I want everyone who needs a ride to the hospital to get one. On the other hand, if they don't pay their bills, I don't get paid. Running an ALS ambulance isn't cheap. But I'm not allowed to tell someone that you don't need an ambulance ride or we won't take you to the ER. We had a dude who was under 30 call for an ambulance over 230 times in a year for anxiety. We brought him into the ER most of the time because we can't tell him no. Most of those bills didn't get paid, but that cost gets factored into the budget and passed on to the average person. Schizophrenics are statistically more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. Aren't people in general more likely to be victims than perpetrators? I suspect more people were victimized once than were violent once. True. This focuses more on the perception that crazy people are violent. There is an old man in California that runs 3 times a week and has a healthy sex life. Thanks for the resume summary, Glenn, but we are moving forward with additional candidates at this time. Would you have hired him if he had an unhealthy sex life? I'm looking for tips. Tip: only put comments about your sex life in the awards or achievement section of your resume. In your car, most modern vehicles, they use what's called a rack and pinion system that gives you power steering to turn your wheels. In most large trucks or heavy-duty trucks, F-350, Dodge, Ram, Cummins, so on, use what's called a steering box setup, which gives power steering to turn the wheels. To give you the power steering assist, a valve moves in whatever which way to direct the power steering fluid to give you power steering. That valve moves by 0.003 inches, 0.003 of an inch, or 0.0762 millimeters. A valve needs to move less than the width of your hair for you to turn your 300-pound vehicle with ease. Now some cars are using electric power steering. The steering wheel is only attached to a sensor that tells the motor what direction to go. The metal that makes up a space shuttle rocket satellite has to go through heat treatments, where it's basically brought to a screaming hot temp of almost melted, then plunged into a nitrogen bath of freezing temperatures. It goes through this process multiple times over days and weeks. Every type and combo of metals has its own specific temp needs to be treated to before it's signed off as ready. The process simulates what happens in takeoff, frozen outer space, flying back through the atmosphere. When you see Star Trek, it's mind-boggling to imagine every single piece of metal on all of those ships had to go through that process. It's a lot easier when you can replicate the raw stock to extract molecule specifications. I work for a big box retailer. In most retail stores, theft is referred to as shrink, and all store brand products at any store are usually sold to customers at huge markups for their cost. The latter is what employees can get the items for. I once bought something for $8 on employee pricing that would have cost a customer $50. I used to work at Circuit City. Our employee discount was that we could get stuff at cost, which was incredible. We had access to the cost price of everything in the store. I couldn't convince one of my co-workers that our computers were being sold at our below cost. Why do you think they give us a sales quota for accessories and warranties? I used to buy $15 USB cables for $3. The garbage inkjet printers cost like $20. It was literally cheaper to buy another printer than to replace the starter ink cartridge. Your brain beats along with your heart. It obviously doesn't push blood around the body, but it pulses along with every heartbeat in a visible manner. Is that why my head beats along with my heart so loud it feels like when I have a massive headache? Maybe it's the other way around. You might have high blood pressure, which you can hear and which can lead to massive headaches. Source: happened to me. Had high blood pressure, 22/110 at rest, which resulted in cluster migraines. Thank goodness for medication. I know all the best places to poop in downtown Atlanta. Hint: Marriott in downtown. Only public restroom that I can actually say is maybe better than home. I can see it from my office now. I might drop some kids off at the Marriott pool later today instead of fouling up my office bathroom, which is a desk away from the new cute girl. Really shop around when looking to buy insurance, because it seems like a lot of agents are pretending to know what they're doing, and sometimes the lack of knowledge is frightening. On the flip side, my fallback job has escalated from barista to insurance salesman. It's all about digging for the right answers, IMO. I sell insurance, and sometimes, there's questions I don't know the answer to, but the important thing is to always find the right answer. My dad is currently being conned by his insurance company. More important, the broker he bought his insurance from. Humans and giraffes possess the same number of neck bones, 7 vertebrae. The mind boggles. All animals pretty much have the same skeleton, just with variations. Whales will also have the same number of vertebrae as a mouse, giraffe, and human. How do you survive working in a job you hate? Part 1. By thinking of the best ways to tell your boss that you quit. My favorite one is when my friend taps on my work window, calls me outside. There is a limo waiting with champagne, and he tells me he has won lotto and giving me $1 million. I walk back inside, get my bag, say, forget this place, and walk out. 911 dispatcher. The stress is literally killing me, but the insurance is the best in my state. Without it, as a single earner for a household of 6, I couldn't get by. I sacrifice for my family. This is one of the most real answers here. The insurance package is a make or break decision when looking at other job options. Keep it up, and I hope things get better for you. You have an important job and you help people more than you may ever know. I grew up in poverty, like no toilet paper or food in the house, often no electricity. My job pays well and allows me the stability of a good apartment and luxuries like internet and being able to buy the 48-pack of toilet paper from Costco. I never thought I would be able to shop at Costco. I don't live in extravagant lifestyle, but being able to buy new shoes when I need them or having well-stocked fridge is something I value above having a job I love. Truth, I personally have not lived in poverty but have observed it and been near poverty. It's nice to have food, a reliable car, and not have to stack rocks for $1 per day. If you can't find an equivalent job elsewhere and you're truly stuck, what worked for me during those years was immersing myself in a personal hobby only for me. Since my job included an ebb and flow of work, I read about my hobby in the few idle minutes at work. Pretty close to this for me. At my 20-year mark for pension, I started looking for another place to build another 20 years. I would lose 1/3 of my pay and 80% of my current insurance plan. Yeah, I'm better off stacking retirement where I started. Get out of there! Watched my wife power through 2 years at her old job that she could not stand. Found a new job that pays a lot less, but she is smiling when she comes home and not mad or sad about her day. Worth it. Couldn't agree more. Left a position with a failing company to get into a different field altogether, since several of my former employees had gone there. After 6 months, I realized that line of work really wasn't for me. Left, spent a month finding a new position and found one that pays me nearly as well as the original position, and I find that I actually enjoy what I do. For me, the pay cut was worth it to not be mentally exhausted every day out of sheer spite of the work. What jobs do you all of you people have that allow you to listen to podcasts and audiobooks? Office jobs? I've been able to do this at every desk job I've had. I spend about 10% of my day actually working, the rest of the time messing around on my phone, watching videos or listening to music or podcasts. I don't. I die at the start of each dreadful workday, only to be reborn as a glorious phoenix. Work is more enjoyable as a mythical bird. Huh? So you died yesterday, huh? Yeah, still going to need you in on your pre-planned vacation days this weekend for overtime. There's no excuse to be late. I think the pay is really good and you're not going to find anything that pays half as well. That is my situation. The pay is quite good, the job is quite boring, mundane, poor status and no opportunity for growth. Other professionals look down on me, but realistically I can't make this money more anything else. So keep my head down and try and ignore the pity and condensation from my colleagues. The pay is good. I listen to music all day, finagled a work from home 2 days a week schedule, and stopped worrying about meeting ridiculous deadlines that aren't of my doing. I just show up, do the work assigned to me, and avoid interaction with co-workers as much as possible. I avoid my co-workers like the plague. The job is great, but the politics are dumb. Go to work, don't care, go home. Been doing it for 7 years. The key here is to give your job enough effort that it looks like something is being accomplished. Every day I draw a 4x4 grid on a blank piece of paper, 16 boxes total. Every half an hour I put a tick in a box. After I put the last tick in the last box, I go home. I have an Excel spreadsheet where I enter in what time I showed up and it tells me what percentage of the day is left. On super slow days, I make all sorts of funny charts and graphs. My job consists of making pizza. A lot of pizza. I survived by eating pizza. A lot of pizza. And you will die from eating a lot of pizza. The domino of life. Think of the money, plan lots of holidays. But I hate my job as a travel agent. Spend all your free time at work looking for another job. Just knowing that you are setting a change into motion will boost your spirits, and eventually you'll find another job that you hopefully don't hate. This is what I've been trying to do. Unfortunately, I've been trying so long that it no longer lifts my spirits at all. I'm very serious considered abandoning my field and getting into something totally unrelated, like patient transport at a hospital or something. It honestly wouldn't be that much of a pay cut for me in my area. TBH Reddit, if it weren't for Reddit, I wouldn't be able to get through the day. I can talk to co-workers or browse other sites. But Reddit has a variety of interesting contents that keeps me interested for long shifts. But in the long term, you would seriously want to work on improving yourself, both internally and outside of the company. Either find ways to move up to better job opportunities or look elsewhere that suits you better. Even it is only slightly better. A new work environment is refreshing, and it's practice for looking for a much better job in the future. They blocked Reddit at my work. Now I have to use my data to browse. Totally worth it though. I remind myself that I have to get the money to pay my psychiatric bill somewhere, so it might as well be the place that causes me to see the psychiatrist. I wish I could afford to quit my job, but I need to afford the coffee. I drink to stay awake for my night job. I break life down into 5 categories, and if I'm developing in 2 or more of these categories, then I consider myself to be succeeding. Financial, romantic, health, social, professional. At the moment, I'm not developing in my job, and I hate it, but it means that I am doing okay financially and socially, which is enough for me right now. I truthfully wish I did not read this comment because I'm not doing so well in all 5 of those categories. Headphones. Stick them in your ears, plug it into your iPod or phone or whatever, and let your music shut out the world for 8 hours. Also, bring a spare music player plus charger so you don't get caught out with a flat battery. I would love to, but I work in a call center. Preparing for the next better job. If you have hope for a brighter tomorrow, you can fight through it. Don't give up. If you have hope for a brighter tomorrow, you can fight through it. Don't give up. I feel like this applies to life in general. Focus on the positives, if there are any. Friends at work if you hate the work itself. The work if you don't like the people. The money if it's good and you don't like either. If you hate the work, the people, and you don't get paid decently, then I would seriously consider a move. Even one that is lateral or a bit of a demotion, if you can get one of those things fixed. I know, looking for a job is awful. But after doing it many times, I have come to feel that looking for a job is like being single when you're in a couple. People dread it, but it's actually fun once you get into your lifestyle. The worst part is just the transition. Don't get trapped in a just not good enough job. You can get out of the same way people get stuck in those types of relationships, but telling themselves, well, it's better than being single. It really isn't. Yeah, I work a job that's really boring and low paid, but the people I work with are nice. My boss is kind and we get small perks like beer at the end of the day on Friday, breakfast on Monday and things like that. I'm also done with work at 5:30 every day, and so I have lots of time for other things I enjoy, which is totally new to me. The job is just a mess to an end. If I start thinking about my qualifications and experience, it can be depressing, but it's not all bad. To be honest, it depends on what kind of job you've got. One thing is to make sure not to give it your everything. What that means can differ from job to job. Don't let it exhaust you so that you can enjoy your time outside of your job. Set your mind to, this is just a job. I do this to earn money so that I can live. I do not live for this job alone. I am one of those people that goes above and beyond, and I didn't give it my all yesterday, and I can confirm this does help. I work in a call center and care about every little detail usually. Right now, I just tune it all out. The nagging co-workers, the radio that plays the bad radio station all day long, working in a trance-like state, focusing on the work itself that isn't everything useful to the world but gets the bills paid. On days the boss isn't here, I put in earbuds. The rest of the time I just listen to a good song before I go inside, so it's stuck in my head all day. That way I don't have to listen to the terrible songs, irritating co-workers, or incompetent bosses. And now I only have 45 minutes left today and I'm home free, ready to waste my night cooking food, playing games with my friends online, and fall asleep. Ready to do it all over again. The terrible music is what's been driving me the most crazy lately. Like, do we really need to listen to top 40 all day long? Was it necessary to listen to Christmas music for a month and a half? By remembering how it felt to be out of options, out of money, with no place to live, disappointed everyone you care about, and most of all, yourself. And suddenly it does not feel so bad anymore to work that terrible job because it is infinitely better than the alternative. Yep, After prolonged unemployment, anything that keeps me in an apartment, not having to borrow money from my parents and crying myself to sleep every night feels like a major step up. Been doing it wrong for years. Just try to never think further ahead than today. Survive this one day, go home and pray the place will burn down or you'll win the lottery. Repeat until retirement. Only 36 more years to go. Inquire how much money do I left on my deposit account and how much do I have to pay for my credit card. And after doing these, calculate how much money can I get per second. Then I can sit there with joy, imagining those cents keep coming into my account and accumulate. Before taxes, I would make 0.004 cents per second. I wait 2.5 seconds for a cent, then every 7.5 seconds, a guy in a suit takes more. How do you survive working in a job you hate? Part 2. My job kinda sucks. It's mentally exhausting at times and can feel like I'm carrying a lot of weight. I just like to be a glass half full type of guy, I guess. I work alone 95% of the time with no one breathing over my shoulder, so that's nice. Plus it pays enough to keep me from being homeless. That's decent. Well, if no one is breathing down your neck, then your job is already slightly better than mine. Do your job well enough that you are above average so you are fairly safe from layoffs. Then spend all the rest of your energy planning activities for you to do after you get off work. I know that after a long day, most people want to just veg in front of the TV. But if you go out and do something 2 to 3 times a week, it really makes life more enjoyable. It doesn't even need to be something lavish. Going to the mall food court for dinner, driving through a part of town you are unfamiliar with, looking at a map for a park you didn't know about, and exploring it. Those are all great, low-energy activities that will leave memories for you and will break up the week. I need money has become my mantra. Me too. But I'm realizing I really don't need it. I don't really get a lot of free time since I work so much, or I'm too tired to do anything. Come home, gym, eat, work, sleep, work, come home. Then on weekends, it's Saturday, I'm exhausted, do chores, clean, veg. Sunday it's sleep in, work, eat, work, sleep. Music. If you don't have to be answering phones all day, ask if you can bring in a pair of earbuds and listen to Spotify's daily mixes. They have one for each genre of music that you like. You keep your head up, put on a fake smile, and search for a new one. Life's too short to be stuck in a job you hate. I recognize that I really need to stop wearing my dissatisfaction on my face. I hate it here, but I really do need the money for student loans until I find something better. I tell myself my bosses failed so hard in life, that's all they have is the company. And that explains why they are so condescending and selfish. Taking the authority out of them and they are just like every other loser I know. I get maybe one day off of work a week, if that, and 3 months ago I tried to get Tuesday and Wednesday off. A whole 2 days off. Wow. And my boss seriously asked me why I needed 2 days off. Like asking to have just those 2 days off that 1 week was like the strangest question he's ever heard. Needless to say, I actually wanted to kill him on the spot and still do a lot of the time. I'm not a huge fan of my job, but the perks are what keeps me here. Pays pretty well, super lenient during the holidays about you taking off. We basically just don't work for 2 weeks from Christmas through New Year's. But if you want to work, you can come in and work. The open door policy between all the partners works well too. If you don't get along with one of them, don't sweat. There's 5 to choose from. Anyways, yeah, I'm not a fan of my job, but like I said, these are what keep me here. Lisa, if you don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and you do it really half-assed. That's the American way. Except if enough people did strike, then maybe they'd be able to force positive changes so that they wouldn't hate their job and therefore their life, considering how we spend almost half the day either there or operating to be there. I know it's a Simpsons joke and not too serious, but it's still stuck in my craw. I was at this place not too long ago. I worked hard to start thinking of a work merely a means to an end. It keeps my paycheck and I'm not going to climb any ladder here. I then used all my free time doing what I love. Reading, studying, researching various topics of interest, planning fun things to do with friends, travel when I could, etc. That got me through the job. I buy lottery tickets and fantasize about how I'd quit if I win. I know the odds are terrible, but sometimes the fantasy gets me through the week. I have found that I can buy a lottery ticket and then just not check it for a while, months, and the possibility of having it be a winner and I don't know it gives me the same escapism without the cost. I work as a bike messenger, so I survive mostly by actually surviving. Don't let your Uber driver murder me, please. Oh, as a biker, I've always wondered what that would be like as a job. What's a normal day like? What city? I live in Vancouver and the drivers here are terrible, so it seems like a pretty death-defying gig. You pretend like you're a British spy and you got assigned working a dead-end job you hate to further your appearances as an average Joe. Every morning you wake up, you wait for reassignment and then it doesn't come, you just say, tomorrow. I just do it because I have to. I look forward to the things I love outside of this place and I remind myself my family depends on me, not to be homeless, and that's a hell of a motivator. I hate my professional life, but I love my personal life and family more. So yeah, just play the game until you can move on to the next level and get a career that won't make you want to bang a cactus. That's 100%. Andre Agassi had a quote in his autobiography, something along the lines of, lots of people do something that they don't want to do, but they're very clear on why they do it. Same applies to me. Work is just meh, but that's fine because it provides an excellent work/life balance, and that's what's most important to me. At the minute, I'm not sure I am. I despise my job, but what I'm doing required a degree which is sort of specific to this role, meaning any significant enough change would require going back to school, which isn't a possibility. I've got a family to consider, and weirdly, the biggest issue is I'm paid pretty well, so any job change will be a salary reduction, and that's where the family obligations come in. I've spoken about it to my wife, and I've reduced some hours at work so I get some free time to myself. This has helped immensely, even for doing stuff I like, being able to book a GP appointment, etc. If I was single, I'd have gone back to university years ago and done something else. Now I just feel trapped. That's kind of where I am right now though. I'm single, I have a management job in finance, and am a college dropout. I worked my way up from an office clerk in about 6 years. I feel like it's mostly luck and don't want to throw that away. I'm paid well, but the stress is crazy. I'm an introvert and all my energy is gone at the end of the day. I really feel like I'd have to start at the bottom again where I do leave. I'm also kind of lost about what I really want to do. Make your job some sort of game. I'm a waitress at a fairly large restaurant, and all my co-workers play a game called Peg Wars to make the shift go by faster. In the back kitchen, we have 3 buckets, each containing the same number of pegs. These buckets correspond to the 3 dining rooms in our restaurant. Example, if your tables are in dining room 2, you're on team 2 and defend bucket number 2. Each time you clear dishes or wipe tables from another team's dining room, you move a peg from their bucket to yours. Whichever team has the most pegs in their bucket at the end of the day wins. If you work alone, there are still plenty of ways to make a game out of your work. Just get creative and have fun. I'm fairly close to cracking actually. Me too, and I'm scared. I feel my body shut down. I'm pretty sure I had a mini stroke. My one side of my face has been derpy last month or so. I take my motorbike to and from work every day. Gives me an extra thing to look forward to on those days a week where it feels like you're doing nothing but work. True that, I feel like the only thing I look forward to is riding, and doing it to and from work definitely helps. Sometimes I fantasize about just leaving work on my bike and never coming back. Just riding to the coast and starting it all over again. In a couple of years though, I'm gonna do it. I'll be debt free with a good amount of savings. Me and my best friend are gonna buy a sailboat and leave the current situation behind. Sorry for the rant, just had to get it out. I'll be taking my bike with me too, on the boat. Only thing I truly care about. I just kept giving my previous jobs 100% while looking for a new job. I eventually landed in an amazing job with better pay. But giving 100% at my previous jobs helped me get there. It helped me build a good standing with people, a good work ethic, and I will always have something to fall back on if something goes wrong with this job. Just think that life/job may be a struggle now, but it will be worth it in the future, to keep pushing. Maybe once a week sit down and look for a new job. Talk to people, but don't get desperate for a new job, because that's where people tend to give up on their current job and screw themselves. It's not selling out, it's buying in. Recently retired from a job after 33 years. The last 2 years really sucked. I took my personal laptop and Kindle to work every day and signed on to our computer's public Wi-Fi. I would knock all of my work out first thing in the morning and play the rest of the day. 33 years in one job. Man, I can't even begin to comprehend that. I'm only 25 and have been working full-time since 20. The thing is, I've had 7 jobs since then. I cannot for the life of me keep a job longer than a year, on average, because of the repetitiveness and boredom that comes with the job. Kudos to you, man. My passion are in my hobbies, and while I could make a living out of personal training or game design or blacksmithing, do it under the pressure of supporting myself kills the passion for me a bit. And I have done the first 2 as a profession in the past. I have a comfortable, consistent and secure office job with great benefits. It's incredibly dull, but I fill my downtime with planning new things for those passions and hobbies and work on them in my spare time at my own pace. Makes it much easier and even comforting despite the job itself being dull and unfulfilling. I don't really. I've had a succession of jobs out of university and I wonder how almost everyone does it. I'm not talking about just not liking work like everyone does. I'm talking about hating every second of existing because of working. I long for retirement even though I'm a couple of years out of university. I worry I'll hate all my jobs and that if I keep switching, that no one will hire me. Every job I've had just makes me miserable and hate it within a month of starting. I need money, but it makes me hate existence. I don't want to die, but I don't want to exist like this either. I should take up drinking, to be honest. What are some common mistakes that parents make but don't realize? Part 1. For parents of teens, the kids should feel comfortable going to them about any problem, not afraid to tell them anything for fear of punishment. This is why I appreciate my parents so much. They make it incredibly easy for me to talk to them about anything, which was a saving grace in high school when I actually needed or wanted their advice. Being overprotective, shielding them from everything means when they're gone, the child has no idea what to do. Part of this is crucial. Do not freak out if your kid gets hurt. If they fall, tell them it's okay and get up. If you run over to comfort them, they will start crying since they see their role model getting anxious because of the fall. You are basically teaching them that the correct response to a setback or accident is to cry for attention. Don't worry too much. If your kid really hurt themselves, they will let you know. It's interesting seeing my niece playing, as her mother has consistently refused to make any fuss over things like these. Whenever she falls, she gets very quiet for a second, looks at her mom, then she will get back up and keep playing. Please don't give your kid too hard a time about liking a boy or girl. It just makes them not want to open up later when they actually like someone. Yep, I will never talk about girls with my parents now because of this. Even a date, I'd just say, it's hanging out with a friend. Punishing their kids but not actually telling them why they are being punished. It's very possible that they don't know what they did was wrong. Possibly they thought what they did was allowed, or they could be innocent of the crime they apparently committed. I know parents think they are teaching their kid right from wrong, but this is what your child is actually learning. I must have done something wrong, but I don't know what it is. Why the hell aren't my parents telling me what I did wrong? I am trying to think of what I did, but I cannot think of anything I did wrong. Clearly I did nothing wrong. And my parents are complete bullies who get off on punishing their kid for no reason. This also works for teachers as well. But what did I do? You know what you did, young man. No, I don't. Not enforcing rules consistently. It teaches your children to not take you seriously and also frustrates them because they never know what to expect from you. While they may not be happy with the consequences, your relationship will be much better when they know you will stick to your word. To piggyback on that, don't not let the oldest do something till 13 years old and let their siblings do it at an earlier age. It will be the biggest "what the heck are you kidding me" moment in that teen's life. Hold your kids to the same standard. Also, don't visibly have favorites. It messes with your kid's head. There might be a child that you connect with more than based on the same tastes late in life, but you don't love them all equally. Don't punish accidents. Everyone drops something once in a while, unless they did it on purpose or tried to balance it on their heads. Don't get angry about a couple of shards. You needed nicer glasses anyway. My kids love to tell people one of the big rules in our house. If you break something, you have to help fix it. Kids are kids. They do stupid stuff all of the time. Sometimes it's immensely frustrating, but unless they are deliberately doing it, getting angry and or punishing them doesn't make any sense. expecting them to be an adult but still treat their 20-something son or daughter like they're still 15. I know how you feel. I'm 18, just turned in April. My dad treats me like an adult and lets me generally make my own decisions, but still offering advice when he sees fit. On the other hand, my mom treats me like I'm a 12-year-old, not admitting to their own mistakes or imperfections. I'm 24 years old and my parents are still determined to make me think they've never done anything wrong in their lives. I didn't make them better role models like they'd hoped. While growing up, it made me feel like I couldn't be open and honest with them if I did something wrong. I was an adult before I felt like I had any real, genuine relationships with family members. My entire life, my parents have always pointed out every little imperfection in anything I do. So I'm terrified of doing anything in front of anyone because I'm worried and I'll do something and get made fun for it. I mentioned my parents were wrong about something. Now I'm a child who doesn't know anything and I can't say anything because they're not actually wrong. Denying your kids their emotions. You're not tired, you just took a nap. You're not hungry, you just ate. You like hot dogs though. Kids don't like to feel invalidated because you think you know their emotions better than they do. A better way to go about it would be, you're tired even though you just took a nap? Would you like to take a longer nap next time? You're hungry still? Do you want more, or I'll get you more when we get home? You used to like hot dogs, but don't anymore? Interesting. Every day I'm with my mom, she constantly denies me. Like I said, I've brushed my teeth and she'll go, no you haven't, go brush. I freaking have. It's not just things like brushing your teeth though. It's things that matter, and she just takes the piss. Make children think for themselves. If they ask you a question that they would probably figure out the answer to themselves, ask them what they think instead of spoon-feeding them the answer. Later in life, this is the difference between somebody who asks for help all the time and can't work things out, and the person who figures everything out and overcomes their own problems. This is where my parents are polar opposites. My mom would spend all day working on math homework for me, while my dad would say something along the lines of, well, what do you think? I have difficulty answering questions now because I don't want the work done for me, but I also don't want to go back to where I was before the question. Not teaching your child to make choices. You can't ask, what do you want for dinner, and then get ticked when they say ice cream. Give them choices, mac and cheese or spaghetti, grapes or apples, and so on. Don't ask them questions you don't want them to answer no to. Don't say, are you ready for bed? Because they will say no. It's time for bed, go use the bathroom, etc. It will cause a lot less arguing. This can be applied to pretty much any situation. Although it may not work every time, laying out some options rather than asking what somebody wants makes decision making a lot less stressful. Comparing their kids to other children. This kills the kids. Until the other kids do just as bad on the test as you did and you tell them everyone else did bad, suddenly it doesn't matter what everyone else. The clear your plate mentality. I work in a restaurant and I always see parents forcing food down their kids' throats after they've said they're full. It creates an unhealthy relationship with food and teaches kids to eat when they're not hungry or even to the point of feeling sick. Eat everything on your plate does nothing to help starving children in Africa. Railroading their teenage child down a path they don't necessarily want to go, and getting supremely angry when the child resists or thinks about resisting, and being overly controlling in general. And for frail's sake, don't blow things out of proportion. Don't hold mistakes that are over 10 years old over the child's head. As a 26-year-old making a second run at college after being forced into a mechanical engineering program when I can't do calculus, I cannot stress this enough. My parents still assume I don't go to class and play video games all day. You need to world-proof your child instead of trying to child-proof the world. Explain the reason. If the kid wants to play with the fire, you can't just say no. You need to explain why. This reminds me of a story from a cousin of mine who was young. For whatever reason, his favorite question was, is this hot? Condiments, surfaces, food, you name it. If it had a temperature or a flavor, he asked if it was hot. One day on Thanksgiving, my mom is cooking and he points to the stove and asks, is it hot? Yes, it's hot, so don't touch it. Okay. Is it hot? Yes. Is it hot? You know what? Touch it and find out. The stovetop was really hot. Not spending enough time with their kids while they're still at an age where they want to spend time with their parents. And whining after retirement that they never got to know their kids. If you didn't care about getting to know your kids for the first 18 years of your life, they are unlikely to want to hang out with you later. Praise your children when they do good. Obviously, point out wrong behavior and correct it, but also acknowledge the good that children do. I'm proud of you for doing X, or even I'm proud of you in general, goes a long, long ways. I wish my parents said this every once in a blue moon. With praise, the key comes from it being tied to a specific accomplishment, i.e., you worked really hard on that project and got an A, good job, that's great, versus a generic, you're so smart, with no specific reasons for the praise. Not having your child deal with mistakes and bailing them out. How else is a person going to learn from their mistakes if no consequences result from their actions? When I was 6, I called the emergency number for pranks and giggles. My mother made me go talk to the officer they sent automatically to every call on my own to explain what happened and to apologize. I was bawling my eyes out. I was scared of going to jail. And guess what? I never called the emergency number again. Raising the child they want, not the child they have. My parents made me play baseball for 4 years when I was a kid. Really hated it after like a year. The only way I got them to realize I didn't like it was by intentionally striking out and not really trying. Not listening, especially with teenagers. Most parents would rather hear the sound of their own voice and opinion than listen to what their kids have to say. Believing that shouting and screaming at them will get them to behave. Mad at your child for yelling and screaming to get what they want? Yell and scream at them to stop. Teasing. You may think it's harmless, but children and teenagers can take it seriously and it can harm their development. Oh man, my mom would do that. The time that I'll never forget is when I was starting to get facial hair. She would tease me about it. I didn't want to ask for a razor or anything, since she would then have another thing to piggyback on the hair. But I finally got one right before I was going on a trip. In my grandparents' kitchen with all kinds of family around, she started teasing me about my chin hair and me shaving it. I was so embarrassed and mad. She knew I was mad and then teased me for getting mad about her teasing about shaving it. I love my mom, but she has taught me a lot about how not to act towards my son. I don't want him to have those same feelings towards me that I did to my mom. Never holding their kids responsible for their own actions. Something messes up teaches them a valuable lesson. What are some common mistakes that parents make but don't realize it? Part 2. Coddling kids. Especially those with mental and even minor mental issues. My brother has mild Asperger's and all he gets is pampering. He cracked eggs and hid all of it under his bed and got no more than a slap on the wrist. He constantly gets away with punching people who don't agree with him, even in school. He's 8 and this is unacceptable. A friend of mine has a younger brother who is autistic and he's getting bigger and bigger and is very violent. But her parents never do anything about it. Her brother destroyed hundreds of pounds worth of their stuff, bullies her other brother and physically hurts her, but gets nothing for it. I am incredibly worried for my friend as her brother is growing up and getting really strong. Misuse of car seats. It's unfortunate the number of parents or caregivers who don't know how to properly strap a child in to keep them safe. The lack of enforcement bugs me. Every day I see very young kids in the front seat with no belt at all, hanging out the window like a dog, and our town cops do nothing. They don't want to rustle any feathers with the locals. They just want the ticket speeders from out of town. Not teaching their children about sex. Do you know how much unprotected sex I had in high school because no one taught me how easy it was to get pregnant or worse, an STD? I was way too young to be having sex in the first place, and I can't help but think that if I had the proper information growing up, I might have saved myself from someone I could have had a future with. Good thing I don't have any babies or incurable STDs, because I could have ruined my life. Please talk to your kids about sex so that they can at least be open with you about it. And people that are sexually active, please use protection if there is any chance of unwanted pregnancy or STDs. Using food as a reward. Working with toddlers, I'm okay with food rewards to a point. Party training is hard and kids get it at different points. An M&M for using the toilet is fine, but it needs to taper off. I don't use rewards for things they should be doing. When a kid asks you the serious questions like, how are babies made? Caitlyn Jenner stuff, drugs, whatever. Most parents either lie outright or distract the kid to avoid answering. Then they go on talk radio and blame others saying, how am I supposed to talk to my 8-year-old about this? How about you just answer their questions? Straight up, no flowery answers. Give them the truth at whatever age they ask for it. I decided to do this with my kids. No regrets. Give them the truth in any age-appropriate way, but just answer the question they ask. Not the whole thing necessarily, just what they asked. Pushing children too hard to perform perfectly in school. I think parents should celebrate their kids' little victories, like passing a test that was really difficult for them, even if it wasn't a perfect A+. I knew too many of my peers throwing up who would break down in tears if they got a B or something, or even an A-, because their parents would be disappointed in them. It's good to encourage kids to do well in school, but not that extreme. I was one of those kids. One of my memories from middle school was getting a 97 on a test and being asked where the other 3 points went. After a while, you start feeling really inadequate. Heavily enforcing their own beliefs on their child and not allowing them to think for themselves or discover themselves. I never thought this was a problem when I was younger, but now that I'm an adult still living with them, I've learned that it kills them that I'm not a conservative Republican who sits there and watches Fox News without question. They made it non-negotiable for me to go to college. And then, as it turns out, they don't like the opinions I formulated about my country and about politics as a result of the government classes. I've taken teaching me to be an informed voter. This is actually something I'm grateful to my parents for. I don't have the same political views as they do. I'm more middle of the road, while they are solidly right-wing. However, they're not mad about that because they were the ones who taught me to think for myself in the first place. They just accept that not everyone thinks alike, have debates about it every now and again, and let it go. Taking their child or children for granted. Similarly, expect respect just because they are their sons, even when they lack to show that some respect towards the children. Don't raise a kid that's going to have to recover from his childhood. Very well said. The expectation that the child fits into the mold that the parent makes needs to go away. Hitting their kids out of anger, or maybe hitting them at all. American Academy of Pediatrics agrees with you. Plenty of people will say, but my parents hit me and I turned out fine. Lots of parents do horribly abusive things to their kids and the kids turn out as high-functioning adults. It does not mean the abuse was a good idea. It does not mean no damage was done. If you can hit your friends, spouse, pets, etc., when you ought not to hit a child either. Assault is assault and there are more appropriate ways to discipline a child. Assuming that their child always tells the truth, more the opposite. When you make a mistake, admit it, apologize, and correct it, especially if it's a mistake that affected your child. It teaches your kids an important lesson about humility. If you get angry about them wanting an apology or something of their like, then they won't want to open up to you later on. Similarly, if you do something your kid doesn't like, even if you find their reaction cute or the act of doing it fun, stop it. It hurts them that you keep on doing this thing at their expense. For example, whenever I brought up a problem to my father, he'd like to say that he'll call the mayor and have him fix it. I never found this to be funny. In fact, I saw it as an insult to my intelligence. But it was only years later that I learned how to articulate it as such. This is good advice. I love my parents, but my mom never apologizes when she's made a mistake. For example, one time she got hair dye on one of my favorite sweaters. And when I told her about it later, she just said, "What? But how could that happen? I was just using the hair dye the time you got into the bathroom." Except clearly not, because there is a big spot of dye right there. No, sorry, no office to replace it, which I didn't want anyway. I just wanted an apology. But she acted like nothing happened. She also never lets her kids own their emotions. Like if my brother or I ever angry at her, she gets all, "Are you mad at me? Why? You shouldn't be mad. I was just blah blah blah." It feels really infantilizing. I don't know. I hope this doesn't get buried. Teach your children respect by respecting them. Reiterate throughout their early years that they are responsible for everything they think, say, and do. And by pointing out that by being responsible for these things, it will lead to their being responsible for the success in their life. Not enough parents respect their children and subsequently do not receive respect. Just bringing up another point. My older brother, best brother ever, seriously, brought up the point that I don't really deserve or can't earn respect. I didn't really know what he meant, but it stuck with me. I agree with your point though. You reap what you sow kind of thing. Making comments that insist that their kid is straight. Or saying, "I'll love you no matter what you are," and then completely going back on that when their kid comes out, or just pretending like the kid is straight anyway. thinking that they are raising children. Instead, they should think about raising future adults. From the beginning of my child's years, when they started talking, my wife and I never spoke to them like they were children. Any conversations used proper grammar and sentence structure. As a result, my youngest daughter has the strangest vocabulary for her age. She's always saying as well, never, also, for example. When you tell your kid they can't do something, don't just say no. And for crying out loud, don't ever say because I said no. Kids aren't stupid. Say no and explain why they can't. 90% of the tactum inciting incidences that I've had come up since becoming a parent have been avoided because of this method. I agree with this a lot. I was responding to another person's post on this thread. My mother would tell me to be more social, so I asked her if I can go to a friend's house the following day as an act of being more social. She said no. I asked why. Because I said so. And of course, this pisses me off a lot because I'd love the actual answer. Tell me that you don't trust me on my own or something. Don't tell me because I said so. When your kids begin having crushes and start relationships, don't undermine their feelings of love by implying their emotions are misguided, immature, and/or childish. I remember when I got into my first semi-serious relationship, my mother looked me in the eye and told me it wouldn't last. I stayed with that abusive person for way too long just to prove to her that she was wrong and that someone was capable of loving me. Being their friend instead of a parent. My best friend's mom is like this. She lets her spend the night with her boyfriend alone. She was okay with her having sex and smoking weed and drinking, all at the age of 12. She now has an 8-month-old son and is raising him on her own at the age of 18. Being told not to talk back. Even though the kid is providing valid arguments, it just prevents them from wanting to discuss things with you because you don't allow open discussions. Yes, talk to your kids like they're actual people. Don't just follow the script of the concerned parent and ignoring what they're actually saying. OFC, still be concerned and caring, but don't fall into the trap of just being concerned and caring and not engaging them on an intellectual level as well as just the emotional level. Positive reinforcement. Don't say, you are stupid. Say, you're smarter than that. I always heard you're smarter than that, and while I agree it's better than calling your kid stupid, I feel like a high expectation has come from me to be a smart person. Sometimes I just want to do stupid stuff that could get me hurt. It's part of growing up. What conspiracy theory, if proven to be 100% true right now, would have the most drastic impact on humanity? Part 1. Ancient aliens. Imagine having to explain to the world Tokololos was right all along. Imagine if he was the one who revealed it. He announces to the world, with proof, that he is an alien, and others like him have been softening the blow for years. In the movie Paul, I think the alien explained that he'd been working for the government for years, helping them make movies, and such to lessen the impact when they eventually announced aliens were real. Hence, the pro-alien movies of guys like Spielberg and Lucas. The one world government thing? I think once exposed, they already would have so much power that they would have no choice but to instantly crack down like a fascist police state in order to keep it. Of course, you'd have to assume that they don't reveal it because they're not ready for full confrontation yet. It's like the Yeeks, who didn't want to reveal themselves early on, until they were sure that Andalites and humans weren't ready to fight back in full strength. A co-worker of mine has an interesting theory about humanity. Basically, we were once a super advanced race living on Mars. However, a giant war erupted and nuclear bombs were used to wipe out the majority of humanity. The remaining 100,000 people got into a spaceship, the moon, and flew it, I repeat the moon, to Earth. They then lived in a cave in Turkey for 2 generations until everyone alive had forgotten this had happened. She knows this to be true because they sent sound waves to the moon and found out it was hollow. Sound waves. To the moon. 250,000 miles away. In space. Which is a vacuum. To prove that it's hollow, but NASA is covering it up. Luckily, she read it on some ancient aliens website or something, so she knows the truth. I remember reading about the hollow moon thing. It didn't sound nearly as stupid as the way this lady described it though. It had to do with a piece of satellite near the moon breaking off and hitting it. Then the piece hit the moon, vibrations were said to be recorded. I shall find the source because my explanation sounds just as odd. Cows are aliens that traveled to Earth long ago, teaching men how to farm to feed them and brainwashing us with their nutrient-rich milk. This went on for 1,000 years or so and everyone forgot. The cows grew stupid and docile, while man became more intelligent and enslaved the cow. I've heard of a similar theory applied to grass. Grass has domesticated humans to spread it everywhere in various forms, while eradicating competitors. A majority of arable land is devoted to some variety of grass. Stargate program is real, working and having alliances with alien races. All the weapons, technology, all the space travel technology. Fun fact, inside the Cayenne Mountain bunker, they have a door labeled Stargate that is bolted shut. They claim it's a joke and the door leads to a broom closet. But who knows? That the ending of MIB is completely accurate, that our galaxy along with others are marble-sized and belong to a giant alien whom lives on a different planet in another galaxy that is the size of another marble, and so on. Mind blown. I used to wonder if our universe is an atom inside another universe, and every atom in our universe is another universe. The aliens creating the pyramid and Thoth's spaceship under the Sphinx. There are some who believe that the Egyptians were in contact with the aliens. They allege that the pyramids are superhuman achievements and that some murals actually depict extraterrestrials. This is simply insulting to the legacy of the ancient Egyptians. While the Great Pyramid at Giza is mathematically astounding, its construction was not beyond the ingenious astronomers, scholars, and architects of the time. And while the Great Pyramid stood as the tallest structure for almost 4,000 years, that does not mean that the Egyptians were friends with aliens. It only means that no culture rivaled the Egyptians at building monuments until the 19th century. This response was automatically generated from lists diverse. If the cold fusion verification experiments in '89 were falsified to keep the status quo energy sector in power, the promise of cold fusion is unlimited energy at virtual no cost. An instant way to squash all reasoning for the current artificial scarcity we're experiencing. The large body of peer-reviewed studies have since proven something is going on, as evidenced by the presence of new elements not present at the start of the experiment, i.e. transmutation. The minute I saw Iron Man's baseball-sized arc reactor, I immediately thought, if I had that, I'd get Tesla and never have to refuel ever. Another one for the house, and I'd be off the grid. That sort of thing would be a game changer. No more oil companies, no more electric companies, no more utility bills, and no one would care about the Middle East. That Star Wars is a documentary. It is a documentary. It just takes place in a galaxy far, far away. The dark side of the moon has buildings above and underground. What better place to watch humanity undercover? They were waiting for us to land. Some of the photos were taken on Earth for public consumption. What if we are on the dark side of the moon and what we see in the sky is Earth? Have you and the dark side of the moon ever been in the same room together? It's kind of a personal theory, but sometimes during the day I get phone calls on my landline where I answer the phone but nobody's there at the other end. Then after 2 or 3 seconds the line goes dead. I get these on average 3 times a week. I have a theory that these are burglars seeing if I'm home. If this was true, I'd freak out. It's an auto dialer. They call multiple numbers at once and the first one to pick up is connected. The others get disconnected. I'm shocked that this hasn't been said yet. Any theory involving the existence of an afterlife would have such gigantic impact and implications, it's hard to get into without writing several paragraphs. This includes reincarnation, heaven or hell, any of these. The confirmation that there is an afterlife would blow humanity's mind. Mass amounts of research would go into figuring out how it works. Whether there's true science behind it, religions would change forever and many would fall to pieces. People would widely change the way they live. They would be a mix of mass panic and at the same time joy. There really isn't a single thing in our lives that wouldn't be altered drastically. To be honest, I think if there is an afterlife, it would still be the interest of the human race to keep it a secret. Things would never be the same. You make an interesting point. However, millions of people believe in the afterlife already, and if such a claim was proven true, a good portion of them would be probably like, well, yeah. Then again, those that believe do so by faith. If there was scientific evidence to back up and actually show such an existence, it would probably still blow a lot of minds. The hollow earth thing, I suppose. This would actually be pretty neat. Imagine massive cities or even entire nations inside the earth, and if you look up, you'd be able to see the other countries. That the earth was going to end in 2012. The world actually ended in 2012, and our consciousness was inserted into a submersive computer capable of sustaining a simulation of the previous world. And what do? We read it. AIDS and crack was in fact manufactured by the US government to try and destabilize the African American community. Theory. If you've studied virology and HIV, there's absolutely no way any government organization could have created it, especially in the 80s. We're just getting to a point where we could make an existing virus better, and we're doing it based off existing designs. People who suggest the government could have come up with something as clever as HIV are comically overestimating the intelligence of their government, and people in general. It's like suggesting the government built the moon to create tides to drive up the cost of beach property. Intentionally spreading it to African Americans is, well, at least it's possible, I suppose. The Roswell UFO crash. Finding proof of life outside of our planet, especially life intelligent enough to build a craft and travel here, would be one of the most important discoveries to date. I don't think we have a ton to worry about. Aliens would never raid Earth for its resources when the solar system around us has considerably more mineral wealth. Slave labor? Well, a civilization advanced enough to travel the cosmos would be able to build robots or machines to do everything for them. A few of us will probably just end up some alien sex doll. If that's the case, I call dibs. If Time Cube is real, the implications would be staggering. One of the implications is that we'd have to rethink our math, since we've been doing it all wrong. Educators are lying, bastards. 1 times 1 equals plus 1 is wrong. It is academically stupid and is evil. The educated stupid should acknowledge the natural antipodes of plus 1 times plus 1 equals plus 1, and minus 1 times minus 1 equals minus 1 exists as plus and minus values of opposite creation, depicted by opposite sexes and opposite hemispheres. Entity is death worship, for it cancels opposites. The one about lizards controlling the government. The robots control the lizards, but the aliens control the robots. Belgium doesn't exist. Then who made French fries? This just adds another layer to the great food naming conspiracy. That there are thousands of Xbox playing pre-teens roaming the country having sex with people's moms. I thought that was silly, but then I thought of the intricacy of the cover-up needed to hide that for so long. It's not really a cover-up. They're explicitly telling you, you just don't believe it. They're hiding it in plain sight. Brilliant, really. The shape-shifting reptilian aliens ruling the planet. It would drastically change the way we view the world in many ways. The obvious one is that every important person is actually an alien. Intelligent extraterrestrial life exists and has been visited our planet. It would be the biggest event in the history of history. It would revolutionize biology and maybe physics and chemistry, depending on how they do this shape-shifting. For one, having an alien species be so similar to a group of animals on Earth would revolutionize evolutionary biology. But the shape-shifting is either physically impossible or uses SAM technique, which could never dream of. What conspiracy theory, if proven to be 100% true right now, would have the most drastic impact on humanity? Part 2. Forget stuff like aliens. I think something like the flat earth conspiracy theory would have the most insane implications on humanity. It would mean that we have been systematically deceived by greater forces, and that our fundamental understanding of basically everything is wrong. I think that if the flat earth idea were to be proven true, it would cast doubt on our own senses to such an extent that we wouldn't even be able to believe the proof. That all crazy people are interdimensional aliens, or other humans, that just can't communicate properly to us since they crossed the boundary. That Carmen Sandiego and Waldo had a child. Who was that child? Dora the Explorer? Add Carmen and Waldo not wanting their daughter to follow in their extremely hard-to-find footsteps made Dora announce where she was and what she was doing there at all times. That the Matrix is real. The script was accidentally leaked during a glitch in the Matrix. Sort of like on The Sopranos, when Christopher wanted to write Hollywood screenplays about his life in The Life. That whatever was in the safe was so unspeakably important to humanity that it needed to be covered up because it might upset the delicate world balance. Very few people even remember anymore. The government has been filing our lives with media, news, movies, TV shows, to force the safe out of our brain. Soon, knowledge of the safe will disappear entirely, and the redacted that control the government will be free to do as they wish. Zuko's mom was an earthbender. How about no? Considering his father seems to be the kind of guy that would be racist to all benders that aren't firebenders, no. There's a single religion. Any one religion currently practiced by people of the world is correct and true. I guess finding out who was Fern. Am I the only one who doesn't get this joke, or whatever the hell it is? Since no one has been kind enough to fill you in, then who was Fern is a meme that comes from a deliberately badly written creepypasta. It was recently revealed that the government is spying on all of our communication, and the people did nothing. I don't think any revelation would have a drastic impact. People nowadays tend to be a bit complacent. None. The one about the government spying on all electronic software and having backdoors into all computer hardware and software was proven 100% true. Didn't change anything. To be honest, finding out that a satanic secret society has been controlling the world for thousands of years would cause a bit more of an uproar than the NASA conspiracy theory did. Santa Claus. That stuff would totally mess you up in the head more than aliens, and you know it. Santa Claus is real. It is just that it is impossible to live in a set of rules that aren't published. With no concept of what SC deems correct behavior, one can't be expected to conform, and therefore in a good year, he has only 1 or 2 people to give presents to. A lot of people are talking about aliens, but they're already 100% proven. I mean, look at ley lines, for example. I mean, if you draw lines between 3 historical locations, it forms a triangle. This topic really shows the age difference in the community. I came here looking for JFK, but younger minds favor aliens, current events, and humor. 2 theories come to my mind. 1, everybody thinks the JFK assassination is conspiracy. No one cares or remembers the impact on the US and the world. Among the conspiracies discussed here, JFK is one of the most plausible, but also probably among those that would cause the least drastic impact if proven true. The theory where the Middle Ages were a myth. We missed like 500 years of relatively recent history. Then the world can still end in 2012. We just haven't made it there yet. World governments are in control with intelligent extraterrestrial beings. Just think about it. Every country has its own conspiracies, but this is something that affects our entire world, past, present, and future. Some would panic, some would be overjoyed. Alien cults would pop up everywhere, etc. That Earth's land masses were completely different from the shown on maps. That would be inhabited now is only a fraction of the total area of the Earth's surface. You could prove this wrong with a stopwatch, 10,000 frequent flyer miles, a globe, and a calculator. That the NWO wants to kill off 90% of the world population. This is why we need to establish my new world order, in which we will gather enough resources to be able to support over 10 times the current world population while allowing the majority of the world to return to a natural state. It actually requires less land than you think to support that many people, but it requires one almighty huge archaeology, 100,000 square miles, 45 miles high, 80 pairs of floors per mile. Every other floor is devoted to agriculture. That should do the trick. But it means that the average person has under 1,200 square feet for living, sleeping, eating, and working. Power would be geothermal to ensure the archaeology is sufficiently stable. About a third of it is below ground level, and so geothermal power becomes an obvious solution. That the medical field really have found the cure for most diseases, but since the treatment of these diseases makes billions and provides millions of jobs, they won't release them. I think they learned their lessons by curing polio. My dad has type 1 diabetes, and we were involved in some charities, but that industry makes so much money for them to want to cure it. I think the conspiracy theory that our own government planned 9/11, that would cause some serious revolutions up the wazoo. Also, if there truly was a very select few rich and powerful Illuminati-like people who were trying to control the world through globalization, I think the start of it, according to the theorists, is the euro, bringing all the countries into one monetary and economic system. I heard they were trying to do that with Canada, the US, and Mexico, but this is all conspiracy theory. Can you imagine the motivation involved for controlling the world secretly? I just flat out wouldn't be able to care enough. Once I get to the point of, can I do pretty much whatever I want, then I'm going to have a hard time caring what currencies countries are using. If the conspiracy that 9/11 was set up by the US government was released as true, watch the movie Zeitgeist on Netflix if you don't know what I'm talking about. I see the US revolution and sorry for the intense nationalism. But the rest of the world would revolt because of the US power and footholds in all other countries. A friend said she thinks immortals live among us. Basically, he thinks it's when telemarketers call and ask for 5 minutes of your time and hang up, we then feel a little bit older. So the telemarketers are immortal? Just another reason to hate them, I guess. The Half-Life 3 came out already, but only the rich and elite have played it. I kind of think if that ever came out with the waiting and hype, you guys will just pick it apart. I waited for this. That the September 11, 2001 attacks on the United States really were an inside job by the US government. It would demolish any standing the US had in the world, quite like trigger a violent revolution, and as a result collapse most of the global economy. Think about the level of influence the US holds over the rest of the world and how the fall of the American empire would affect the world as a whole. The destruction of our economy by a group of government officials and bankers deregulating and corrupting the system of their own personal gain, transferring the wealth of the poor and middle classes of the Western world to themselves and their friends, laying the groundwork for massive social unrest, possible revolutions, and in the worst case scenario, creating a new medieval-like feudal system with 99% serfs ruled by a neo-aristocracy, setting back humanity's progress for hundreds of years. The latter part of this comment may be somewhat exaggerated. Or not, but the first 2 sentences is literally what neoliberalism is about. To quote Subcommandant Marcos, neoliberalism is the crisis-made theory and economic doctrine. The rich don't profit off economic instability and trade agreements, which are terrible for most people, by accident. The one about how amazing technologies have been invented but systematically suppressed by larger corporations because it would ruin their businesses. Things such as water being turned into a viable fuel, full HD movies being able to be held in several bytes of data, cures for cancer, etc. Water being viable fuel would completely screw the world. There is already a freshwater problem, and if we not only used it to drink but also as our fuel, poorer nations would have more problems having drinking water. Using water for fuel would be the worst thing that can happen to this world. Aliens existing and walking among us. Can you imagine? I imagine the less open-minded people would act like asses, whereas the people who feel themselves more refined would suck up to them. I just think I'd be amazing to see the effects of the knowledge that we're not alone in the universe dawn on everyone. Aliens really did invent interstellar travel just to do anal probes on cattle. What are ranchers just not telling us? Nah, they have little interest in backwater planet like Earth. We mostly meet hormonal-fueled joyriding teenagers. If 9/11 was actually orchestrated by the George Bush government, or if he allowed it to happen knowing full well who was doing it and what their plan was, there could be an American or Muslim revolt. I think that would only be the beginning, though. People all over the world have felt the effects of 9/11. For example, it would definitely affect the special relationship that you have with Britain, particularly in light of things like 7/7 underground bombing. I was scrolling to see if anyone brought this up. If 9/11 was an inside job, it would have huge consequences around the world. The war crimes trials against Bush, Cheney et al., the US's world image falling further, if that's possible. Limbaugh, Coulter, Hannity, O'Reilly, and Beck would have to STFU. Putin would be insufferable, and we'd all have to find a way to blame Obama. Is Oprah even real? I have never encountered anyone who has met her or knew someone who has met her. Like, who the heck gives people cars and vacation trips? Simulation theory. If we all knew this is a program, then no holds are barred. Except all the same rules would apply. Death is still death, even if you're a simulation. Parents of Reddit, what is your best? Why is my kid so stupid moment? Part 1. My 12-year-old daughter blamed a squirrel when we asked how the borax for her slime project moved from the garage to the kitchen counter. It is so fulfilling to go from, I'm pretty sure you're lying, to 100% no, you're lying. I've started telling my daughter that her ears wiggle when she lies. Hopefully she learns to cover her wiggling ears when she lies. My older brother carved my name onto the side of my mom's car with a rock for whatever reason and tried to blame it on me. I was like 4 years old and couldn't write yet. My mom told me about when she was a kid and one time she scratched her name into the dining room table. She did it absent-mindedly and freaked out when she realized what she did, and she scratched all her brothers' names in it too. I'm amazed at how many times I've had to say, "Don't lick that." I don't have kids, but my nephews were visiting for Thanksgiving. The youngest was 2.5. We have pet chinchillas, and we showed him that if he offered the chinchillas an apple would stick, the chinchilla would take it from him and start gnawing on it. Well, obviously, this was great fun, so he started giving the chinchillas dozens of sticks, which I'm sure they loved him for. No harm, no foul, by the way. It's not like it's unhealthy for them, it was just getting excessive. At some point, his grandpa said, "Enough," and teasingly, "For every stick you give them, you have to eat one too." Guess who took several nibbles of a stick before anyone could stop him? My daughter insists wearing a jacket will make her cold because she only wears it when she's cold. Force her to wear it in June next year. That'll teach her. My son, who was 8 at the time and an only child, carved his very long name into the toilet seat, then claimed he didn't do it. Lol. When I learned to write my initials, I promptly carved them into the top of our TV. When my parents found it and asked me what about it, I told them I didn't do it, and they asked me who did. Maybe brother did it. Your 2-month-old brother? My toddler watched at least an hour of an animated movie populated entirely by talking animals. Suddenly a giraffe came on screen and said something. My kid stood up, pointed at the TV and angrily yelled, "What? Giraffes can't talk!" Kid logic. The kid probably learned that giraffes don't make noise. Ergo, a cartoon giraffe shouldn't talk. This made me wonder what noises giraffes make, since I've never heard one. Apparently they hum at night, which is a lot weirder than I expected. "Hey mommy, wanna see a trick?" "Sure honey, show me a trick." Kid runs around in circles to build up momentum. Very deliberately crashes headfirst into the wall, then falls down and starts crying. "Good trick, sweetie." So I don't actually remember doing this, can't imagine why, but my mom occasionally likes to tell the story that when I was little, apparently I had a big wheel. I used to ride around with it in the house and I would just ram it into a wall, laugh about it, turn 180, then straight across the room into the opposite wall, laugh and repeat. Strangely enough, somehow I ended up an engineer in my adulthood. When my brother was around 6, he decided to play Tarzan with the cord hanging in his room. However, the cord kept slipping from his hand, so he decided to swing with it around his neck instead. My poor grandmother walked into the room to find her grandchild apparently trying to hang himself. One night, my brother had a dream. He was being chased by a bear through the woods. No matter how fast he ran, the bear continued to gain on him. At last, he came to a cliff. He had 2 options: throw himself from the cliff onto the rocks below or be mauled by the bear. He chose the cliff. But wait, just as he was about to jump, he noticed a vine hanging in mid-air, just a few feet away from the cliff. He leapt for it, just barely escaping the jaws of the hungry grizzly. That was when he woke up. I should mention that my brother and I shared a bunk bed, and he had the top bunk. The cliff was the edge of his bed. The vine was the pull chain for our ceiling fan. He had about half of a second to realize what an idiot he was before crashing to the ground with the broken pull chain in hand. Our daughter, when asked what she wanted to be when she grows up, answered, "I want to be a strawberry. But if that's too hard, I want it to be purple." The color purple. The fruit strawberry. She was 5. I told my class when I was 4 that I wanted to be a parrot. It sounded cool to be a colorful bird, you know. Then some kid told me it was impossible. Little jerk. I suppose your daughter has goals. My son has microwaved ramen noodles with no water a few times. Just so you know, they are flammable and smoke horribly and turn your microwave an awful yellow color. That's nothing. Some grown adult who alleges to be a good chef burned boxed mac and cheese 3 different times. If you burn the same thing the same way 3 times, that's totally on you for being a dum-dum. When I was a kid, my little brother woke up and thought he saw Frankenstein walking down our hallway in the middle of the night. He took off running in his underwear out the door, down the block, several blocks away. A couple picked him up maybe 4 blocks away and brought him home. He was on his way to my grandmother's trailer a good half mile away. Kicker was, the Frankenstein he saw was my grandmother, who was staying with us that night. Took a while to live that one down. He gets extra points for having a decent plan anyway. My son, aged 10. I was trying to figure out why my shower was draining so slowly and wound up pulling the drain strainer out. Inside, I found a bunch of brown paper goop. It took me a while to figure out what it was. I went to my son and asked him, "Did you tear a toilet paper tube into little pieces and cram those pieces down the drain in the shower?" "Yes." "Okay, brain fries. How about not?" "Sure, that's better than what you would find clogging the drain when he's 3 years older. It mixes in with the hair and forms an impenetrable dam, like a beaver dam, but smaller and so much grosser." When a sudden rainstorm hit our campsite, my 11-year-old rescued a full water bucket from the rain and put it under the canopy to keep it dry. You can't let that water get hypothermia. When I caught him peeing in the doorway of his room at the age of 5, his reason? Because I don't want the kitty coming into my room. Smart. Gotta mark your territory. I was that kid. My parents took my siblings and I to a greenhouse garden. Everyone was on their best behavior until I got the sudden urge to lick some foamy stuff off of a window. I was always a good kid, never caused any trouble, but for whatever reason I had this compulsion to lick this foamy stuff off the window. Poison control had to be called. My parents were frantic. It was an ordeal. I was anaphylactic to milk at the time too, and I was definitely old enough to know better. What was the foamy stuff exactly? One time, my mom asked me what color my eyes were, so I started looking around trying to see them. A true visionary. My kid actually seems okay, but there's something I did. Young, about 9, and walking through Paddy's Market in Sydney, about 1971, Dad says I can have $10, a decent amount at the time, to buy anything I want in the market for my birthday. So we're walking around, and I spot a giant crab. This thing is about a foot across. I decided that is what I want for my birthday. I want the crab. Son, we have nowhere to keep it. We can keep it in the bathtub. What if we want a bath? We can take showers instead. I did not get my crab and cried about it and refused to pick anything else too. 10 Aussie dollars in 1971 is worth $110.33 in 2019. When my sister was 18, she was planning a trip to California after HS graduation. She went several days courting banks to get the exchange rate for money because somehow she was absolutely convinced that regular US currency in Pennsylvania was not usable in California. She thought the banks were all lying to her that it was the same money. I'm surprised she even found California. My husband's grandma had to argue with a catalog salesperson that Alaska is part of the US. Person was adamant it was not. Grandma was born in the territory of Alaska, so were her first 2 kids. She was an adult when it became the 49th state. If I can be the kid who made my parents ask this question, I walked into a wall when I was 5 because I was walking around looking through binoculars backwards. Got these 2 massive ring bruises around my eyes. It seems a bit extreme that your parents gave you 2 black eyes for doing that. When the axe challenge was a thing, apparently you spray axe over the front of your shirt, light it on fire, then take the shirt off. I think that's it. Anyway, this genius gets his arm stuck on something as he pulled the shirt off inside out. So, of course, the fire is now burning his face. He gets it off with the help of his friends and gets taken to the hospital with 2-degree burns by his friend's mother because he was staying over. That was a fun call to get at 3 a.m. Dad, I'm okay, but I had an accident and Karen's taking me to the hospital to get treated. I told her it wasn't a big deal, but she made me call. My 14-year-old little brother went through an equally stupid phase of breathing fire. I came home to find him lying on his bed with a fan blowing on his face, 3rd-degree burns on his cheeks and no eyebrows. I filled the sink with ice cubes and water and told him to hold his breath and keep his face underwater for as long as he could until Mom came home to take him to the hospital. His dropkick mates had all pissed off when the flame flared up and ran home without helping him. He's bloody lucky that his skin healed so well. On Mother's Day, when I was a small child, my dad told me for Mother's Day he would give my mum a lion because she had a stressful week between jobs. Of course, tiny me had no concept of what a lion was and assumed my dad said a lion. Are we actually getting a lion? Yes, your mum really deserves a lie-in, so we'll give her one this morning. I then proceeded to sprint excitedly to my parents' room, climb onto the bed, jump up and down over my poor sleeping mother screaming, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! We're getting a lion! Wake up right now!" My mother did not get a lion, or a lie-in for that matter. When I was 8 or so, I just nodded and tried to act excited for a friend telling me he was getting a chocolate lab. I was desperately trying to envision what a miniature laboratory made of chocolate would look like, and why anyone would go through the trouble to make one, and why he'd be receiving one, and why exactly that was so awesome and exciting. I mean, just how large and intricate would this edible structure be? I was asking him questions, clearly looking unsure and confused, but trying my best to be interested in this awesome development for him. Then I found out it was a dog. He was a good dog. Parents of Reddit, what is your favorite "why is my kid so stupid" moment? Part 2. Not my kid, but my niece loves crawling around on the floor trying to lick doorstops. When she's not doing that, she's actively searching for dust lint on the floor and tries to devour it before you take it from her. Prob's gonna die or have a real good immune system. Walked into the bathroom to see my 3-year-old girl with the toilet brush in her mouth. So that was disgusting. What could have possibly be going through her mind? Giant ice cream cone. Hell, I don't know. Kids are dumb. When my daughter was around 5 years old, I told her to start putting her toys away. She told me she couldn't because she didn't have any hands, while showing me her hands. My daughter was wrapped up in a towel like a burrito after a bath, tried to point to something in the book I was reading to her while she dried, and suddenly freaked out because she couldn't find her hands. Lose debit card. Go through painful renewal process. Finally arrives in the mail. Kid asks, "Can I see?" He takes it and bends it in half. When my oldest first started walking, he grabbed my card and waddled away. My mom mentioned it to me that he had it, and I was like, it's okay, he can't run fast. So when I go to grab it, the boy sprints, falls, and lands on the card, snapping it in half. Not me, but my younger brother loved eating ants. He just grabbed a bunch of them and put them in his mouth and started chewing. I guess they bit him, but he didn't care. Fun, sort of related fact. Termites taste minty and are apparently a good source of protein. At least the ones in Belize that look sort of like ants. My little sister said she wanted to become a toilet when she grew up. I reminded her of it quite often. I wanted to be a pram buggy stroller when I was 4. Legit thought I'd get to sprout my own wheels and drive babies around all day. Still gets brought up now, and I'm in my late 20s. I got sand on my Game Boy Advance, so I promptly washed it off in the ocean. Ugh. Sounds like when I tried putting a sandcastle on my brother's N64 as a gift. He wouldn't look at it, so I got mad. Thought I would set it there he was looking so he would have to see it. He still rags on me to this day. I think I was 2. My son came home one afternoon from school with one shoe. What happened to your other shoe? Son, I lost it. Me, what? What do you mean you lost it? Son, I lost it. I don't know where it is. Me, so, when did you lose your shoe? Son, at lunch. So you've been walking around all afternoon with only one shoe? Yep. Me, begins to understand why hamsters eat their young. Nobody at school noticed he was missing a shoe for that long? Evidently not. There are a number of oddities about his story that really make no sense. But he maintains to this day that he just lost the shoe and that nobody said anything about it. It's weird. Probably a tie between he announced he was going to play plastic ghost and pulled the plastic bag over his head, or when he refused to drink water or blow his nose when he had a cold. When I told both of those things help him breathe, his response was, "No breathing, I hate breathing," which plastic ghosts would seem to substantiate. This just dug up an old memory of mine. For some reason, I always wanted to have a plastic bag over my head, but my mom would never let me. My daughter was trying to look over the fence in our yard, so she climbed on top of an aquarium, falling through and requiring stitches in her legs and feet. Immediately adjacent to the aquarium was a stepladder. Our kids were probably 6 and 10. We were at a restaurant and they both ordered hot chocolate. Our drinks came, both my wife and I putting our straws into our own drinks and not paying attention. Both of the children simultaneously stick straws into the steaming hot chocolate and take huge drinks and start freaking out. I'm a 34-year-old man. I suppose at some point I knew this, but does drinking hot things through straws make it burn more? My son was 15 at the time and decided he wanted to make pancakes, so he also decided to use the plastic food cover for the microwave as a mixing bowl. Now, if you haven't used one of these, it's full of holes on the top to let steam out and protect your microwave interior from splatters. Well, I came downstairs and he's mad as hell. There is pancake batter all over the countertop and he's huffing and puffing. This is the worst mixing bowl I've ever seen. He puts holes in the bottom of a mixing bowl. I looked at him, the situation, and said, "Clean this up please," and walked out. I was really worried that he was developing dementia or something. Honestly, one of the greatest smart moments I had as a kid is when my mother refused to let me look in a recipe book or call my grandmother for a pancake recipe. So I called 0800 Pancakes and it actually called a pancake store. Unfortunately, I got blocked for asking for their recipe. My daughter tested as gifted, then got into the bathtub with the socks on that night. I did that too. I'd seen a movie about a guy who could breathe underwater and he had webbed feet. It made sense to me that the webbed feet were related to the breathing underwater, and socks seemed like a good substitute. My 2 kids asked me for bananas for their school lunches. So Monday I bought 4 bananas. On Friday, all the bananas were still there. So I asked why they didn't eat them. They both swore that they ate a banana every day. It must have been the other kid who didn't eat their bananas. As if I can't count to 4. They are 12 and 13. This happened 2 weeks ago. Your kids make their own lunches. You have nothing to complain about. Lol. We get mad props for me only buying 4 because you knew they weren't really going to eat that many bananas. Every week I have to confront my kid with lunch sack evidence of uneaten foods. Child, you said you wanted carrots but you did not eat your carrot. You said you wanted cucumbers but you did not eat the cucumbers. For crying out aloud, tell me what fruit or vegetable you will eat. I will buy pomegranate if that's what it takes. I will buy turnips if that's what it takes. Please just give me something to work with. I was the stupid kid. I was at my cousin's above ground pool when I was around 5 and there was a bumblebee sitting on the deck. My mom saw it and said, "Go around it." I proceeded to step on it and got stung. I think my little brain just said, "Jump over it," and instead I jumped on it. A bee lost its life that day. When I was about 6, I was at a friend's house and sat on a cactus by mistake. Until I was 12, I thought the first month of the year was September because that's when school started. To be fair, I know a number of people, including myself, who say this exact thing. September is always the beginning of the year, in part because it's my birthday month. The summer is over, school for young people or college for others begins, and it's time to get ready for winter. I really feel like a new year begins every single fall. Not my kid, but myself. I shoved a peanut butter jelly sandwich into a VCR slot when I was 9. And then I tried to reach inside to fish it out. I was stuck with my hand in the slot up to my wrist until my mom got home from work a couple of hours later. I don't know why I did it, but we no longer have a VCR player after that. I had a kid shove a Lego into the fan vent of a wood-burning stove. Didn't know until the next firing. Melted plastic, smelly house, mad dad. At one time, when I was half asleep as a kid, I got out of bed to go to the toilet, but instead of turning left into the bathroom, I turned right and pissed down the stairs. Hi, me too. I used to end up peeing in the kitchen trash can. My grandfather ended up coming to the kitchen to see what I was doing, and I just looked up at him, asking what's wrong as I rubbed my eye. It was fun to wake up in the middle of the night and do things wrong. My sister lost their dog and actually had it cremated. It sits in a locked box on her dresser. One day, her 4-year-old knocked over a lamp. He said the dog came out of the box and knocked it over. He doesn't quite understand the concept of death yet. So I'm going to point out my own stupidity. I had to read your first sentence twice because I couldn't figure out how she cremated a dog she couldn't find. Once, when my nephew was around 3 years old, we were eating breakfast when he asked if he could go play. I told him to eat 2 more bites of bacon and he could get down. He said he couldn't because then his muscles would get too big and be too heavy. Good answer, kid. When my sister was 15, she was playing baseball and ended up getting hurt. She goes to the hospital where the doctor tells her she broke her clavicle. My sister's response was, "So I can never have children when I'm old?" Lol, not the brightest bulb. Last year, my son, 12 at the time, was sent to the principal's office and I received a call. The principal was trying not to laugh, which confused me initially, and explained that my son was supposed to be in English class writing an assignment about making mistakes. He couldn't think of an example, decided to skip the assignment and instead made a paper plane and flew it around the classroom. I think he submitted a piece of performance art as his essay. Son always has mystery bruises, swears he doesn't run into things. We hear him yell ouch from his room, the bathroom, or when he opens the fridge into his face. Last night he was on his tiptoes looking at something on the table. He lowered to his flat feet and almost bit his stupid tongue off because his chin was still over the table. So much blood. Not to armchair parent, but you might want to take him to the eye doctor. As a formerly highly uncoordinated small person with glasses, still ran into things at an alarming rate, nearly demolished a painting of a wall once, just trying to go down the hallway. LMOA. Well, I'm not a parent, but I certainly was a child at one point. I'd had an argument with my dad when I was about 7. He told me to go to my room. I wrote, "I hate dad" on the wall in black crayon. Realized I would get my ass verbally beaten if he found it, so I managed to keep it covered with a pile of toys for 2 years until we moved house. By the time he found it, it was too late to tell me off, so we just laughed about it. I had my 4-year-old circle things in toy catalogs to start his Christmas list, since he can't write well yet. He woke up and started absolutely bawling. I rushed in there to make sure he hadn't fallen out of bed or something. Also, he's prone to night terrors, so there's that. When I asked what was wrong, he goes, "I circled something I didn't want." We had a midnight meltdown because he circled toys he didn't want. Not a parent, but my 6-year-old brother. My parents ripped up the carpet to lay down new hardwood flooring. In between laying down the new wood, my brother took a Sharpie, drew his signature potato-shaped caricature on the bare flooring of himself, signed it with his bad 6-year-old handwriting, and then refused it was him when we asked why he felt the need to draw on the floor. My parents loved the stupidity of it all, and it's still there underneath the floorboards. What screams, "I am very smart"? Jimmy Neutron when nobody is around. Jimmy Neutron is a domestic terrorist, but you're all not ready to have that conversation. I tutor middle and high schoolers, so my answer is them. I also tutor kids aged 5 to 18, and I absolutely agree. Some kids are just too dumb to realize they're not the smartest person alive. Unironically, being able to learn skills independently and apply them to whatever task you need to perform. Ironically, normally I'd say overconfidence or one-upping, but I've seen this in really smart people too. But any hint of pride about one's own ignorance is a solid indicator. And apply them to whatever task you need to perform. That is usually what really impresses me. I have a lot of interesting but ultimately useless knowledge. It's all well and good to know things, but to know how to use that knowledge to do something is fantastic. When they brag about their IQ, most smart people I know don't really care. My brother-in-law took the Myers-Briggs personality test and kept bragging that he had the top 1% personality. The test does not rank personalities. It probably said that only 1% of people that have that same personality, which is a good thing. I definitely do not want a personality as bad as his to be more common. Listening instead of trying to talk all the time. See, now I can't tell if OP is asking what ironically or actually screams. I'm very smart. The responses are a bit mismatch of both. Not accepting when you're wrong or don't know something. A truly smart person will accept when they're wrong if they need help understanding something. Source: I'm an idiot surrounded by smart people. One thing that really bums me up is when people call you an idiot for being wrong. Rub your nose in it. I think that's why many hesitate to admit fault, for fear of the backlash it will cause. Me, when someone doubts my smartness. Let me just take the time to cognitively recognize your intelligence. Assless chaps. Chaps are assless. The other things are called pants. Using your IQ as an argument to validate your point. Just recently, I saw an argument on Twitter and the one person was like, "I have an IQ of 130. That's in the top 2% of humanity. It's pretty clear who is right here." Gosh, I hate those people. Yeah, you can totally be smarter than someone else and still be wrong. Source: experience. People who needlessly use complex vocabulary to describe simple things. For example, when using sodium chloride instead of salt. Oh geez, I've been guilty of using a big word when a little one will do, a bit of the old grand eloquence. But if someone says sodium chloride when they mean salt and they aren't making a joke, I'm just going to have to walk out of the room because nothing worthwhile is going to happen in a room that has that person in it. Neil deGrasse Tyson pushed off a bridge? He'll probably mention that it's not falling that kills you, but at the sudden stop on the floor. Interrupting the lecture to ask a question that is really intended to demonstrate to everyone how much you already know about the subject. Excuse me, Professor, but if you were saying it's true, wouldn't there be an evolutionary driving force to maintain PX genes across different clades in spite of how divergent their morphology appears? This happens a lot at academic type conferences. Actually smart? Nothing screams that. Thinking of the 3 smartest people I know, my wife, my best friend, and another really close friend, former roommate, they keep things really low-key, but they have this aura that they really know what they're talking about. But being smart also doesn't define them. They're comfortable with that part of themselves. Negatively, people who try way too hard to act like they know everything. It's okay, no one knows everything. You don't have to be an authority on the 100-year war and leptons, just pulling those out of thin air. Learning stuff is cool. Also, anything you know is dumb and irrelevant, so they are authority on everything that matters. The smartest of the people that I know have the following traits. Actually think before speaking, doesn't mind explaining anything multiple times, shy away when someone comments on his or her intelligence. They are humble and always recognize their mistakes. There are probably more, but that's what I can point at now. I know a smart person. He's the only one I can think of at the moment. He doesn't really care. He gardens, he cooks, he does his thing, and he doesn't constantly talk about other people. He's super interesting, and if you talk to him about his interests, and you can actually have a conversation with him. Just a normal quiet guy who no one would pay attention to. I miss having him around since he moved to another state. Haven't really found another smart person since. I like people like that. Just chill and do your own thing, free of judgment. Solving Rubik's Cubes. I learned to do it in a day and I'm an idiot. It's just memorizing patterns and when to do them. Movies make you believe that people who solve Rubik's Cubes are some kind of intellectual prodigy, but it's just building up the muscle memory. Sure, if you learn someone else's procedure by rote, developing an algorithm from scratch. However, it's no small feat and requires either a formidable ability to store and manipulate interlinked information or commendable patience. Khaki pants and a bowl cut. I dated that guy for a minute. He got some kind of engineering degree when he was like 19, managed to retire at 40, became an RN, then took a $15 hour job he didn't need, where he constantly told everyone about his degrees and drove an $80,000 BMW. He was like a very confused robot. The terrible science jokes I see on my Facebook wall that are only funny because people want to show off the fact that they have an interest in science. This is not me bashing science or having an interest in it, but the jokes seriously are awful. I'm in grad school and people send me jokes in my field all the time. They think they're so funny. I can appreciate their thinking of me, but I can't even pretend to be amused. Does my cousin count? He loves to scream. We all have that one cousin. Buying food based on price per weight rather than the size of the packaging and assuming that bigger comes with better value. In European supermarkets, they have to list the price per kilogram as well, so it isn't really that hard to pick the cheapest. When they say it's leviosa, not leviosa, I can't think of any multi-syllabic Latin words off the top of my head that stress the final syllable. Under the rules of the English pronunciation of Latin, you should stress the penultimate or the anti-penultimate, depending on whether the penultimate is long or short. Hermione was right. Getting 3 questions right on regular Jeopardy. This is the kind of knowledge I have. Useless bits of trivia I've picked up from books, movies, TV, anywhere really. I can remember almost every little thing I read, especially. But ask me to apply that knowledge in any sort of meaningful way, and I end up looking ridiculous and feel like I don't know what I'm talking about. So yeah, I'm dope at Jeopardy and trivia night though. Honestly, that kid in class who asks a question that's not on topic just to show off to the class how much he knows. TBH, when I was in school, I constantly used to ask my teachers unusual questions related to what we were learning because I was genuinely curious. This is just why people get bored of school, because there is no explanation of knowledge, just following the damn trail. I can't remember what it was I asked, but I remember my teacher going, "That's an A-level question." And after gritting my teeth for the 100th time, I just snapped and said, "Okay, can I have an A-level answer?" She sent me out of the room. Someone using big words incorrectly. Like today, someone said, "I can turn an introvert into a socialist." Ha! They should have said syndicalist. Yes, I did use a thesaurus. I guess I'm smart now also. Initially, I was contemplating offering a retort to this posting. However, I pondered the original content creator will be intellectually unable to comprehend the wittiness of my intellectual dialect. In short, you are pedantic and sophomoric. I do find this quite useful for irritating those that have done the clear lack of mental capacity to easily comprehend the particularly obnoxious intellectual tone of the writing, usually demonstrates by them through the uttering of an offensive or ignoratic series of phrases. Yeah, I do see it now. Can I say watching Rick or Morty, or is that meme dead now? Ah yes, Richard and Mortimer, a show in which you require approximately 200 IQ to properly enjoy. Mensa membership. Love in Stargate Atlantis when a character bragged about being in Mensa, then all the scientist characters proceeded to mock him for it. Frequent unsolicited advice or corrections to conversations. I see this a lot. I have adopted the approach to conversations where I understand what you meant. I won't push it. Spelling errors, maybe an incorrect but irrelevant term. Those don't matter if they're communicating an idea. I find it frustrating how modern discourse is so riddled with nitpicky pedantry. Keeping your mouth shut when you don't know the answer. Not necessarily. If I don't know something but I want to, asking friendly isn't a bad thing. The kid who asked the teacher if they're going to collect last night's homework. Hey, I didn't do that homework for nothing. Oh, trust me? Me too, but I let them wait an extra day because it's better than suffering at the hands of my peers. If you mean this seriously, then I would say people who have a wide variety of skills and hobbies. When you take up an activity, your brain becomes wired to that kind of thinking, and you can apply that thinking to any situation. By having multiple activities, you can think differently and are able to learn faster. I believe it's called neuroplasticity. If you mean like a joke, then I would say anyone who mentions their IQ, it's a stupid way to measure capability. For example, I have an IQ of 140, which is above average, but I'm a complete klutz and I mess up constantly. Yep, took an IQ test for work once. It came out high, but I'm a moron. So, not much faith in that stuff, lol. When I was 10 years old, while waiting in a parked car, a man got in and tried to drive away. Reddit, what was your scariest childhood memory? Part 1. I was 7 years old. It was a Saturday morning during the dog days of summer. My mom took my siblings and myself to eat with our grandparents. After the meal, we decided we'd reconvene at their house to visit a bit more. Being a young kid riding with your grandparents was way more exciting, so I hopped in the car. It was nice out, so I rolled down the window and stuck my head out like a dog. We pulled into their driveway after some time, and I continued to enjoy the weather with my head hanging out the window. Grandpa slowly rolls up the window so he can lock the car and go inside, rolls up my neck in it, starts talking to my mom in driveway while I'm being suffocated. 2 minutes later, he realizes window won't go up and is horrified to find me literally choking to death. Grandpa almost killed me with a power window. Same thing happened to me, but it was my little brother who accidentally rolled it up. I was leaning out to look at a dead bird and suddenly I was close to death. You and I are lucky to have made it out alive. That story reminds me of the time I walked back to my parked car. I opened the door and sat down. Then I looked over to see a woman in the passenger seat staring at me with eyes filled with fear. Only then did I realize this was not my car. When I was 8 or 9, my mom had taken my little sister and I to Ireland. We were at some fair or something, I can't remember, but I got bored and wandered back to our rental car. I hop inside, find a disposable camera and take some pictures of the inside of the car. I was 8 and really artsy or something. That's when I noticed the pack of cigarettes in the cup holder. My mom doesn't smoke. I noticed the pacifier and car seat in the back, and it finally dawns on me that I'm in someone else's, thankfully, empty car. I bolted out of there pretty fast. My mom thought that stuff was hysterical. When I found my neighbor lying dead beside his back door, nothing suspicious or anything, he was just a very sick man. It did freak me out though. I was about 9 at the time. A couple in a blue car tried to abduct me while I was playing on the sidewalk outside my house. I was 5. They kept telling me how good I looked, that they would take me to a water park and introduce me to their puppy. When I made it clear I had no intention of going with them, the woman freaked out and started screaming at me to get in the car. Later, my mom told me to stay with Gracie, my friend at school, the next day because there were people in the light blue sedan creeping around the schools in the area. Who takes their puppy to the water park? When I was 10, my family were installing a deck on our second floor. I was running around the house playing tag with my sister, and we took that stuff seriously. It was like parkour. Anyway, I'm chasing my sister towards the door they installed for the deck. She opens the door to run. Big mistake. There is no deck. I watched my sister fall 2 stories, hit her back on the diving board, and land in the pool. She ended up with a bruise across her back and a chipped tooth, but it could have been so much worse. As I read this, I picture a very Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner scenario. A full 2 sick paws in the air, swallowing a gulp, and then gravity takes its course. I'm glad she didn't break anything. Still to this day, my sister compares her brush with death to Cowboy Bebop. I was really young, probably like 3 or 4, but I remember it pretty well. I had been sick and found out about the existence of children's Tylenol, so I climbed up to the top cupboard and ate the entire pack. I was rushed to the hospital and they had to shove a tube down my throat because I couldn't drink this charcoal stuff. The whole time I was kicking and screaming, not understanding why I was being held down. After the whole ordeal was done, I was offered an orange popsicle from a nurse. I was pissed and didn't take it. I regret it the minute she walked away. We get a lot of parents who don't know this kind of stuff. Just because it's over the counter does not mean it's safe. For anyone who's wondering, here's a little information. Tylenol is toxic to the liver in small doses. It's a great drug with essentially no side effects. Overdose on it and your liver dies, shortly thereafter followed by you unless you can find a transplant. Same thing with stuff like NSAIDs like naproxen or ibuprofen, except they kill the kidneys and the stomach. Kidney failure, ulcers and the like. It's very easy to overdose on vitamins. Iron toxicity is seen especially in kids, and it's a nasty way to go. Never give aspirin to a child unless explicitly told to by a doctor. It causes Ray's syndrome, which is lethal, something like 1/3 of the time. Basically, don't assume anything is safe just because you can get it without a prescription. Not that Declaration's parents didn't know that, but for the rest of y'all who might benefit from this information someday. One time when I was in 5th grade, I was walking home like usual and then some truck pulled up next to me. It was some bald guy who just kept smiling when I would glance back at him. So I started walking faster and faster until I heard him say, "Hey, do you want to ride?" At this point he got off his truck and started coming towards me, so I ran like crazy down the road. I ran until I couldn't see him anymore and ran to a random house, opened the door and ran to a couch right next to the door and dug my face in the cushion. About 10 minutes passed, so I decided to poke my head out to see where I was. There was a man and a woman just staring at me like I was robbing their house or something. Then I walked out and went home without saying a word. It was pretty cool. They didn't say anything to you? Not even, "Are you okay, little kid?" Nope. I didn't even give them a chance to either. I saw them, got up, and walked out the door. I don't walk in front of that house anymore in case they recognize me somehow. My mom was putting me to bed when I was about 5. As she turned off the light and closed the door, she said to me, "Watch out for the man in your closet." I sprang out of bed to open the door and she was holding the handle from the other side. To this day, she thinks it's hilarious. My mom used to wait a little bit after I went to bed, made sure the lights were off in my room and the hallway, and crawled down quietly through the hallway. I used to sleep with my door open and could see the hallway from where I lay in bed, and move really slowly until she was a dark shape in my line of vision, at which point she would speed up with jerky body motions and freak me out. My dad used to hide behind my curtains and wait for me to fall half asleep and scare the life out of me. My parents were bullies. I was 8 and vacationing in China with my parents. Apparently, I don't remember this, in a crowded train station we were walking and some man grabbed my hand and tried to lead me away. I wasn't paying attention and I thought he was my dad. Fortunately, my dad saw and beat the life out of that guy. Go dad! Relevant story. I was 7 years old in Tenerife on holiday. Some random dude in his marketplace starts stroking my sister's, 5-ish at the time, face and calling her princess. Without missing a beat, my dad turned around, punched the guy in the face, took my sister's hand and carried on walking. Went for ice cream on my bike with my brother when I was 9 and he was 6. We had to bike down kind of a deserted country road in broad daylight, but it was usually pretty safe. I heard a car coming fast and told my brother to get out of the way, but I wasn't so lucky. The car sideswiped me on the shoulder, totaled my bike, and I broke a few bones on my right side. There is no way that person wasn't aiming for me. I haven't ridden a bike since. Who does that? I know these identical twins in high school. They were very smart, fun, great guys. Everyone loved them. They walked several miles twice a week to go to church. One evening when they were walking home, a drunk driver came speeding down the road. They didn't really think anything of it at first, and then one of them, realizing that the car was going to hit them, at the last second he pushed his brother out of the way. He didn't have enough time to move himself. He died that night. His brother didn't have a scratch on him. People that get behind the wheel of a car sometimes do horrible things. I'm glad you're okay, and I hope that person got what was coming to them. A death like that can really devastate a community. Our little hometown was never quite the same. When I was a kid, my parents took me to NYC all the time. I was pretty comfortable there. Being around all those people in such a busy city didn't really faze me. One day, I somehow got separated from them and just sort of started looking around for them, a bit without getting scared at all. After about 15 minutes though, I started crying my eyes out thinking they left without me. I didn't know anyone. No one would even look at me, and I just felt so alone and suddenly overwhelmed by my surroundings. This woman came over to me and picked me up. She didn't speak any English but spoke to me in a calm, relaxed tone and made me calm down and not be as scared. My parents showed up not long after in a complete panic. If it wasn't for that woman, I would have wandered even further and it could have ended up much worse. Now imagine that, except being a 5-year-old white girl in Japan. For some quick backstory, we lived there. From school, I was supposed to take the bus to the end of the line. But instead, I got off at my normal stop where my mom usually picked me up. And after waiting like 10 minutes or so, realized what I did and started bawling, thinking they wouldn't know to come get me. I didn't live on the base and I couldn't speak Japanese yet, and where we lived, most people only knew a little English. Anyway, this nice Japanese woman with a daughter or granddaughter my age started feeding me tissues and saying, "No cry, no cry," until my parents showed up. So scary when you can't even speak the language and explain to people what's wrong. When I was around 6, my mom was crossing a street at a crosswalk with me and a few kids we babysat, all younger than me, 2 in a stroller. Suddenly, this truck came barreling around a curve at least 70 kilometers per hour. And my mom had to shove the stroller ahead of her while quickly grabbing me and the other kid by the arms and flinging us out of the way. She barely made it herself. She screamed something like, "You lunatic," at the driver and cried when we got home. My mom took great pains in our younger years not to swear in front of us at that time. For some reason, I wasn't scared and didn't think it was that big a deal since we were all okay. But thinking about it now and how well I remember it, I can't imagine what must have went through my mom's head. When I was in kindergarten, I played with my older brother at my parents' dry cleaners every day after school. We would usually just run around the alley out back, and one late afternoon while we were playing, my brother runs to the car across the alley and gets his Game Boy. I start to follow him but hesitate when I see a car coming pretty quickly to the right. I had an unusual lack of common sense at that time and thought I can totally make it, so I went for it. When I got halfway though, I tripped at the same time the car screeched to a halt, just barely grazing my shoulder. The lady got out of the car and ran over to see if I was okay. I was fine, just had a slightly bruised shoulder and scraped knee. She felt so bad she took me to the subway next door and brought me a cookie. When I was 10 years old, while waiting in a parked car, a man got in and tried to drive away. Reddit, what was your scariest childhood memory? Part 2. When I was in kindergarten, I was waiting for my bus with my older sister, 6-ish, and a couple neighborhood boys. Apparently, we were being too loud at our corner of the street because this older gentleman proceeded to fly out of his front door, popping bullets at us in every direction we ran. The very same week, my older sister and I decided to walk the block to school. The very first time we were making our way to school, we had another older man try and lure us into his car, telling us about his puppies at home. My sister didn't even let him finish his ramblings before she grabbed my arm and dragged me into a fenced backyard. As luck would have it, the backyard was complete with its very own Doberman. Yay! I believe that dog is the main reason the man peeled off. I don't remember if my mom knew about it. Got shot at, then almost got picked up by a pedophile in the same week. You had a smart sister, considering she was only 6. You have no idea. That girl has saved my life so many times, it's unreal. The scariest part of my childhood was being in my basement when the power went out, and my family forgot about me. I was stuck down there for an hour screaming. Why couldn't you leave? It was pitch black, so I couldn't find the door, and I was young and scared witless. When I was 9 or 10, my best friend lived across the street from me, and behind his house were several square miles of woods. One day we were running around in the woods exploring or whatever, and we stumbled upon the sleeping bag and a bunch of beer cans. Then we look up and see this old shirtless Native American man standing there. He walks towards us and we run away. Turns out this homeless dude had been living in the woods behind my friend's house. Not even that far from his house. Like we could see his house from the little campsite. My friend's parents never believed him that there was a homeless guy in their woods for at least half a year. What freaked us out more was one night I was sleeping over at his house during an ice storm, and we saw a flashlight shining from my friend's treehouse around midnight. The dude was taking shelter in my friend's treehouse in an ice storm. Probably not as scary as a lot of things here, but we were 9 and 10 and that stuff freaked us out. When I was in 5th grade, I was at a friend's house with another friend, 3 of us. My 2 friends who were familiar with the area wanted to show me a pond in the woods. On the way to the pond, there was a newly built house on the edge of the woods. While we were passing, a man just closed the dumpster and spotted us. I remember him as a very creepy looking man with dirty clothes. The weird and creepy part is he did not say a word, not even, "Hey, what are you guys doing back here?" He followed us for a few feet. We turned, and as we were facing him, and he was on the other side of the bush. As we walked to the left side, he walked to his left. We all circled the bush going the same way. Once we had a direct path going back to my friend's house, we booked it. From the time we spotted the man to the time we got back, no words were spoken. That was long and badly worded. When I was 6 years old, one day I was playing out in my friend's yard with my little brother and 2 neighbor kids. When my neighbor from 3 houses down and across the street came running down the street with her 2-year-old in her arms. She was yelling something, and as she got closer, I heard, "Get your mom! Please go get her!" My mom works in the ER, and something was very clearly wrong. The lady was screaming and crying, and I only took one look before I sprinted inside to get my mom. My mom and I ran out, and all I saw was a limp 2-year-old and his crying mother. Before my mom made me and my brother and the neighbor kids go next door to their house. The 2-year-old looked dead, and I was scared. The ambulance came, and they couldn't save him either. He choked on a cheese cube. His family moved away soon after. I learned how to perform the Heimlich maneuver and do a makeshift tracheoscopy using a knife and pen or a straw. It won't be elegant, but if it comes to it, nobody is ever going to choke to death while I'm around. I was 9 and just got off the bus. I was walking with a friend on our way back to the apartment complex, and we later parted ways when I got to my apartment. I noticed the door was wide open, so I figured it was my mom who just wanted to let some fresh air in. I walked in and the place was trashed. TV shattered, torn piles of clothing and jewelry on the floor, glasses and plates broken in the kitchen, our safe was missing, and more. We were robbed, and I called my mom. I wasn't exactly frightened, just very confused. Anyone could still have been in there, but I had the audacity to just walk in. As I look back on it, I tried to remind myself just how badly that could have turned out. Same story. Came home from school and the camper in front of our house had the door hanging open. I had to walk past it to get to the front door. I was utterly terrified, but I just stood there and listened for a while, and after not hearing anything, peeked my head around the corner. It was trashed but empty, ran inside and called my dad. I think I was around 4 or 5 at the time. I was at a pool with my dad outside our apartment complex. He dives a lot, so we would just lay down at the bottom of the pool for around 2 minutes before he had to come up for air. My stepbrother had just shown me how you can suck air off the ladder going into the pool. Dumbass me gets between the ladder and the wall wanting to try it out. Obviously I get stuck. I start freaking out because I knew how long my dad could stay down and wouldn't see me. He was on his stomach looking down. I don't remember how long I was there, but he looked up and saw I was stuck and helped me out. Still freaks me out now. I've done that before. Was so scared. I used to be really fascinated with those pool ladders for whatever reason, and would pretend the ladder was like a building and each step was a different floor in the building. One might have been a candy shop, one was a puppy store, etc. I don't even know why I did that. One day I got in between the ladder to play my game from a different point of view and got stuck for only a few seconds, but it freaked me out pretty bad. Getting stuck is not fun. I have to add a funny story. I was traumatized at the time. My aunt said she thought I'd never be the same, but I laugh now. When I was 4, my uncle convinced me he could pop his eye out if he wanted. I didn't believe him, of course, so he sits in the back of his head and pops out his eye into his hand. I was still doubtful, but a little unsure now. So he says, try and open my eye if you don't believe me. My 4-year-old self couldn't pry his eyelids apart. I was still adamant that you couldn't just pop your eye out and told him he was lying. He said, all right then, I'll just eat it, and proceeds to bite through into it, squirting blood all over. I let out such a scream, my family came running thinking I was dying. I was crying so hard, just yelling, Mark ate his eyeball, he ate it. It was a gumball made to look like an eye, and it had a red liquid center. I'm fairly certain I was almost devoured by blue jays as a 3-year-old. Those things are huge to a 3-year-old. To be fair, blue jays are pretty big in the first place. The time I slipped in a friend's pool without my floaty and nearly drowned. My 7-year-old friends just stood there mouths agape as I floundered in the water. I tried signaling to the parents, but they were not paying attention. Finally, one of my friends had the common sense to get an adult. Maybe I would have drowned if someone hadn't gone for help when they did. Another floaty story. I wanted to see if I could walk on water by putting them on my feet. Thank goodness there were family members around to get me out of that predicament. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. My scariest childhood memory was when 10-year-old me went to the carnival. Sure enough, the Ferris wheel malfunctioned as I was holding the door to my swinging basket. It flung open, taking me with it. All of the doors opened, and because I was gripping so hard, I was dangling high enough to fall to my death if I let go. Luckily, my aunt grabbed my shirt and pulled me back into the cart, where I soiled my pants. Ultimately, the scariest experience ever. I will never be allowing my daughter to ride a Ferris wheel. Ever. When I was 10, I went swimming, and a teenager jumped in the pool and held my head underwater until I almost passed out. When I came up gasping for air, doesn't help that I'm asthmatic, he just swam away and laughed with his friends. When I was 12 and swimming at a high school pool for this elementary field trip, some bully tried that. Except some bully had the same gym class as my brother, and some bully had many a bruise. And you had a terrible lifeguard. Well, as I walk out the door, I notice this van slowly rolling up the street, but I don't think anything's wrong. But as I walk down my street and go into my friend's house, I see the van stop on the opposite side of the street as my friend's house. Well, we roll out and reach the bottom of our street, and we hear the van rumble to life. We keep walking, thinking the van will go back up our street. As soon as he turned onto the same street we did, we just took off running. We knew this little shortcut and took it so that we could lose him, and we did. We called our parents, they called the cops, and the guy gets brought in. Turns out he was a mentally retarded homeless guy, and he was kicked out of our town. I still think back to it and don't think he was so innocent. When I was 8 or 9, I lived in Honduras. My mom and I were walking through the bus station, me wearing a brand new cap. While walking, I felt someone touching me on the head, and I was thinking it was a friend of my mom's or someone playing a prank. When I feel the hat flying off my head into the hands of some middle-aged man, mid-air I managed to grab it and was in a tug-of-war with this thief trying to steal my hat while my mom was screaming to let it go. This was in broad daylight, and a bunch of people were just there gawking and watching this scrawny little kid fighting for his hat. After a few seconds, the guy let go and ran away, and my mom pulled us onto the bus. I was terrified, but to this day I pat myself on the back for having the balls to hold on to that hat. It must have been a pretty cool hat. At the age of 6, I was a really weak swimmer. I was at Daytona Beach in Florida, and I was in the water with my sister. A big wave came and swept me out to sea. I got caught in a really strong riptide. Luckily, I had a life jacket on, otherwise I would have drowned probably. My parents even had a hard time getting out to me to save me. Yeah, the riptides are pretty sick on the east coast of Florida. A couple of weeks ago, I saw a shark at New Samara, and when I tried to swim in away from it, I realized I was at the start of a rip current. Luckily, my adrenaline allowed me to get out of there. When my absolute psychopath of an 8-year-old neighbor convinced me when I was 6 that a contract killer was after me. I really do wish I was making this up. I'm sorry, but that sounds like something I would do when I was 8. Too bad my neighbors didn't have children. I'm a political science professor. I gave my students an assignment to write a paper about last night's debate. One of them copied posts on our politics and added them to his paper. What's the most entertaining way to let him know I realize what he's done? The irony is that you will be copying the solution to your problem from a Reddit post. What a day! If this post is on page 1, see if he comes clean. Better yet, post his whole paper here and we'll upvote it to the top comment. Or just write upvote or downvote on the front of it. Remember, you need to add a asterisk before quoted text. Then, if you need formatting help, click the formatting help link, but put formatting help in the format of a Reddit link. Draw the Reddit alien taking a dump on his grade. I draw a downvote and comment downvote for repost. Next time, try OC. It might be too subtle, but I like the idea of giving him a grade of r/F. But since the subreddit doesn't exist, create it and post his paper as the only submission. Repost it in big red letters across the top of the page with a nice big blue downvote arrow next to it. A look of disapproval would be a nice touch as well. Draw the downvote thing on his paper, then paste a bad luck Brian meme on his paper as well. Use a caption like, plagiarize political comments for paper from one of the world's biggest websites. Busted. A political science professor that can browse r/politics without killing himself, I call fake. A conservative political science professor at that. I was explaining a few things to some posters in the debate topic. Not much worse than some students I've had. Easy, print it out, downvote arrow with that link has already been submitted written on it. Return the printed screenshots of the comments instead of what he submitted with an F on it. As a high school English teacher, this is my preferred method of plagiarism response. Also, let him or her know that you upvoted the comments he or she copied because you wanted to give the authors credit. Draw a giant Reddit alien and the stare of disapproval on the board with the words, I too enjoy the internet. Plot twists. Comments on r/politics were all posted by your student. OP gives his student a grade of downvote, accompanied by printouts of the comments made on Reddit with quoted material highlighted on the paper. The next day, OP says he'll read some political comments from a popular social media site called Reddit. OP students is humiliated in front of a class. Student then reveals himself to be a poster of said comments. OP also gives student a picture of the Reddit alien dressed as Gandalf, labeled "You shall not pass," made by shitty watercolor. Bonus twist, student is also shitty watercolor. Triple twist, OP and his student are really characters in a film by M. Night Shyamalan. I guess the student wasn't able to use his own judgment about the debate and wanted Reddit to prove him with the thoughts of others. It's similar to a professor who needs Reddit to give him thoughts on how to deal with this student rather than coming up with his own thoughts. Put quotes around the plagiarized parts and put the usernames of the people's work next to them. Then draw a downvote with a minus where his grade should be. Plagiarism is plagiarism is plagiarism. Fail his lazy ass. Also, annotate those parts with the top reply. Bonus if it's a meme. When a student is caught cheating at the university level, aren't the consequences pretty serious, i.e. permanent? It's likely his chances of graduate school will now be non-existent due to a letter in his file or something. Even though that kid completely deserves what's coming, I kinda feel bad for him, lol. As a college student myself who's trying to get into graduate school, this is no joke. My biggest fear. I really don't know what I would do if something like that were on my record. Honestly, if I procrastinated to the point where I'd have to resort to cheating, I would much rather just straight up take the 0. That's what they say, but I haven't really heard of many cases of any actual follow through. A girl that was in my plagiarism in grade school plagiarized parts of her thesis and was caught. They made her rewrite several rounds of rewrites due to ongoing plagiarism, but let her graduate anyway, despite threats that if anyone was caught, they'd be expelled from the university. I'd say give the guy a shot to pass the class, but make him write an obscenely long paper in exchange for a C grade. See how badly he wants to pass. If he doesn't care enough to write the paper, then no one can feel bad for him getting an F. Hypothetically, if say I was said student, is there anything I can do at this point? Apologize and turn in a new assignment, etc.? Your best bet is to come up with a way to convince the prof that the comments you quoted are all your accounts. Maybe pay them off to PM him and say they are you. I hope you have lots of money. Write something seems r/funny about this. r/humor me and r/explain like I'm 5. Why your r/answers seem a little r/offbeat. Alternatively, he could include r/explain it like I'm jive. Make a success kid meme that says something to the effect of, gave assignment in poli-sci, didn't have to finish reading due to reposts. You gave a paper assignment due the next day after a debate that ended at 10:30 Eastern? Kind of a bad move. Draw an orange upvote at the top of his page before you return it. Don't you mean a blue downvote? Get this page upvoted to the top. Reading this reminds me of the intern post during the summer, when all of us interns collectively shat our pants. It'll be interesting to see how many people freak out because they copied straight out of the r/politics for an assignment. Copy the comments from the post he copied onto his paper, vote status and all, or just write the link to this post on his paper just below the F. I'd take screenshots of the posts he stole, put them in some kind of PowerPoint, and make a presentation to the class using them. He. Title the presentation, "This is how you get downvotes in real life." Instead of an F, write "banned" for reposting. Then write "submitted by," deleted. Or just give it back with the content missing and simply deleted. I would casually bring up r/politics and explain to the kids you are a redditor and cite the comments which he plagiarized, etc. Just watch him sweat for a while. Then at the end of the class, let him almost get out of the door thinking he got off the hook. Call him to your desk and let him know that the consequences will never be the same. On a serious note, were all the posts he seemed to have copied made by the same user? It seems like that would drastically increase the odds that you simply stumbled upon your student's Reddit account. I say this as a history grad student / TA who was spotted more plagiarism than I could shake a downvote at. Odds are good, especially if this work was even marginally better than what they usually turn in. That your student is a big cheater, but better to give him a chance first. It's a safe bet the professor is no one's fool, hence, unless he can prove he wrote those comments. How about sitting him down to have an adult discussion about plagiarism, give him feedback for any of the original material in the paper, and letting him know of the dire consequences of his actions, so he might have a chance of sorting himself out. Or, make fun of him. I'm pretty sure that's what good teachers are meant to do, or bad students. Plot twist. Redditor stole from his paper. What if he posted on Reddit and was like, that worked for my assignment? Or what if he wrote the assignment and then put it on Reddit because he thought it was good and CBF, retyping? Sounds like me when I do assignments. Have a lecture, about the importance of the internet on modern politics. Reference sites and add Reddit at the end. Tell the class you are actively reading the post. Show posts that you find interesting, including the post she copied. Bring in the fact you haven't checked the assignments yet, but if any of them wants to redo their assignment rather than failing for copying the internet, they should come up with right now, and not after class. If you copy your paper from Reddit posts, you're gonna have a bad time. He could even make his meme, print it out and staple it to his essay to make it 10 times better. I call fake on the idea that a professor assigned a paper to be written about last night's debate, had people hand it in today, read them already, and then noticed plagiarism, which is a lot of effort to report. So said professor is turning to Reddit for advice, verify, or at least post his work so we can laugh at it. It was a one-page opinion paper, nothing complex. I teach at a community college and I know lots of students have family jobs, etc. Many of them told me they'd be unable to watch the debate, so I gave them extra time. I wanted them in today because I won't be able to give feedback by Friday, as they have a bigger paper due Monday. I only graded a few of them so far too. He made a mistake and you're going to fail him. He doesn't deserve a massive public humiliation as well. I'm probably missing the point here, but what if he in fact agreed with the comments he stole? Would the professor just be failing him and his inability / laziness to reword concepts? Pull up Reddit during class and watch them sweat. Also, how long was it? OP said it was just a one-page summary. Your mom said it was 9.5 inches. Fail him for using such a terrible source. That's what I was thinking, Nan. r/politics is a circle jerk. Politicians plagiarize each other's speeches all the time. The student should just claim he was practicing the actual practice of politics. Have him 1. Rewrite the paper, 2. Double the length requirement, and 3. Tell him it is due within 24 hours. Or he fails the class, or whatever appropriate punishment. Attach the specific posts from the subreddit to the paper he submitted and ensure he plagiarized multiple people because you don't want to fail him on something he posted. He committed a serious academic offense. He is lucky not to get thrown out of university. He deserves a class failure. There shouldn't be a second chance. That is unfair to everyone else who didn't cheat.
Ask Reddit. What was the worst change in a person you saw at your high school reunion? Part 1. Obviously, she didn't make it to the reunion, but one of the sweetest and kindest girls in my class became a hooker. My best friend dated her for years in school. She got hooked on heroin, started turning tricks to pay for it, and was murdered. The saddest part was seeing what it did to her mom and dad, who are just wonderful people, and raising her daughter that she never knew. The bastards who killed her dumped her in a ditch. Forget heroin, man, and curse anyone who sells that death sentence. Curse heroin, man, and curse anyone who sells that death sentence. Also, curse the pharmaceutical reps who treated doctors to lunch to subtly insinuate the idea that opiates are appropriate for long-term pain management and oxycodone is not addictive. Also, curse the investors who made money on that scheme, whose dividends cannot be clawed back despite the number of lives they destroyed. As the evening wore on, it became apparent that the crazy fun party guy who seemed awesome at the beginning of the night was really the weepy alcoholic crying about having nothing left to live for. It was very depressing. Wow, that's basically my New Year's Eve from last year. Now I can't enter the bar without someone asking about my mental health. One guy who was a total jerk to me apparently fathered children with several classmates in the first few years after school, including both my ex-girlfriends. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. How nice is it for the kids to have so many half-siblings in town? So much family. How many kids is several? 3 to 5? What were the last few women thinking before they slept with him? The first 2 were accidents, but after the third kid was someone you knew in high school, that's a red flag. This girl was one of the nicest people you'd ever meet. And not in that, oh, I'll be nice to you so you're nice to me mindset. No, she was just a genuinely nice person to everyone. But she was really sheltered. Like, she wasn't allowed at school dances, no dating, no makeup. Not that she needed it, she was freaking gorgeous. No drama cast parties, no field trips unless her parents were allowed to chaperone, no sleepovers, and all that jazz. Always dressed super modestly. My 10-year reunion was this year, and she was basically Skeletor, the red-nosed crack whore. I guess she went off to college and went absolutely wild with her newfound freedom, went right over the deep end, and never climbed back. It's sad. Their parents tried to shield them from so many imaginary dangers that they can no longer recognize real dangers. I think 27 people were recently arrested for heroin trafficking in my town, most of them from my high school. I only graduated with 100 people, so it was Vermont. What's really gross is this. One of the girls who was in my grade was wanted for a while. Someone said she fled when that went down. When she was 17, 18, she thought it would be cool, funny to jerk off 2 11-year-olds at a party. Everyone came away from it feeling weird because she did it in front of the entire party, but brushes that off like, oh well, she really just wants attention and she is still a virgin, so she's starving for sex. They were 11 for crying out loud. She's on parole, I guess. Curse her. Same. But it was weed trafficking, and instead of 150 graduates, it turned to be 92. That's what happens when you go to a ghetto school. Found out a girl I dated married a guy in Turkey, and they were both killed in the honeymoon hotel a few weeks after the wedding. I went to my 20-year reunion a few years back. The girl who organized the whole thing was, and is, pretty popular and intelligent. She also turned out to be a high-level member of the Keith Raniere cult, NXIVM, which has been in the news lately. She was using the event to recruit people. That's the sex slave thing, right? She was advertising it as a self-help life coach thing. I got an email later from ESP in Los Angeles, and after thinking that sounded kind of out there, I looked them up and noped the life right out of that conversation. Well, 2 classmates got married, and then one murdered their toddlers and killed himself. I have a similar story. Girl on my old cheerleading squad shot her 2 younger daughters, then herself. She brought her children. There were 12 of them. She was drunk, really drunk. Like she turned up drunk. She didn't leave until 11 p.m. She left her baby in the bathroom. She used to be president of the Chastity Club. 100% serious. Somehow I just expect the president of the Chastity Club to have a ton of babies. Well, since I was the only one to show up for my 10-year reunion, it would be me. I got fat. Still better than my reunion. One girl that I remember as slightly chubby in high school showed to the reunion obviously anorexic. She looked just like a skeleton with skin pulled over it. When she walked in, everyone stopped talking and just stared in horror. Meth user. It was a 10-year reunion, but I swear she looked 50 years old. Nothing will age you and change your life for the worse faster than meth. Heroin gives it a good run for the money, though. Just had our 20th. 2 people we could not locate, but both are known to be big drug addicts and homeless. I hope they're both doing okay because they were good kids who had a hard upbringing. I always wondered what people think if someone doesn't show up to a reunion. Do they just forget you existed? My band got booked by a restaurant bar to play some class reunion. We showed up to set up for the show, and it was my class reunion. I wasn't even invited. I went to high school with a disorganized but well-mannered kid who was pretty well known and not unpopular. He ended up dropping out of college to travel in Asia, where he got into a bar fight, hit someone, and badly injured him. Spent the rest of his college years in an Asian, can't remember where, prison. When I saw him at our reunion, he had a massive face tattoo and was using every racial slur known to man, loudly. Nothing says I've been to prison as effectively as a face tattoo. They were all pleasant. The surprise for me was 2 of the ultra stud guys now had some severe male pattern baldness. One guy tried to keep it going with an extremely thin forest on the top of his head. Looked awful. The other guy just shaved it clean. Looked great. If you are balding, your options are Jason Statham or George Costanza. Choose wisely. In high school, I was more than 100 pounds overweight. By my senior year, I think I was the heaviest in my school of 1,500. I was picked on like you might guess for my weight. I ended up losing all the weight and hit the gym hardcore, building up a nice physique. At my 10-year, it was crazy seeing how many of the skinny guys who had picked on me were now really overweight. So many dad bods. Great job on the weight loss. I've noticed that lots of the formerly popular athletic guys from high school, my 20th reunion was last summer, are nearly all overweight. I love seeing the people who changed, physically or otherwise, for the better. In high school, there was a girl I envied because she was the stereotypical popular girl. Blonde hair, blue eyes, full of pep. She had dreams of going to medical school and being a pediatric cardiologist. She was a star in my dance class, the lead in the plays. She could sing. She took advanced placement classes. She was nice, too. On our senior trip at the end of the senior year, she told me about how she takes speed to be up for days at a time, so she didn't have to sleep and could do so much. She never went to college. She looks really bad. Had a few babies, one of them born addicted to drugs, I believe. She walks around town with her head down, all in black. She doesn't talk to anyone. It's really, really sad, honestly. I went to a pretty competitive college, and it was crazy to see all the students abusing Adderall and drugs like that. Some people just feel so much pressure to perform academically that they mess themselves up. Just the overwhelming amount of obesity. I just got out of high school a few years ago and lost 70 pounds. Plan on losing 70 more coming up. I was terribly obese in high school. Now I'm just overweight by 20 pounds. Can't wait for the 10-year reunion. Just the sheer number who had kids straight out of school and lived terrible lives. Felt really sorry for all those kids. I went to a very Christian school, and at least 50% got married before 21, and most have about 3 or more kids now. I'm not sure what was worse, the guys who were full-fledged middle age at 28, or the guys who were still exactly the same, trench coats and top hats included, from high school at 28. This is one of the things I'm musing about. 28 is sort of a weird number. It's still supposed to be youthful and active, but it seems like everyone just ages terribly once past 22. Youth and optimism, just gone. I wasn't invited. The girl organizing it didn't like me after her boyfriend defended me when he heard her making fun of me. Guess she still isn't over it. I didn't get invited to my 10-year high school reunion either. I joined the class in sophomore year, and it was a small school in an area which most kids had known each other their whole lives in one capacity or another. It was very likely just an oversight, but I'm Facebook friends with some of the organizers, and no one reached out for my address. Sorry that it was personal in your case. Sounds like the girl is really terrible. Went to my 10-year a while back. Flew from New York City back to my little one-horse town in Tennessee. Wasn't sure if the trip would be worth it, but it was. Reunion was held at a local bar, and everything was normal for the first half of the night. Caught up with a few old friends, had some drinks, and talked about life. Toward the end of the evening, one of the old class clowns whips his dick out and smacks another guy who is seated right in the face with it. Other guy retaliates by chucking his beer, and a drunken brawl ensues. Apparently, the class clown had a tremendous drinking drug problem since high school, and no one else seemed that surprised by his actions. Last I saw, he had been jailed for meth and leading the cops on a lengthy chase. Sometimes the saddest thing is how certain people never change. Though, seeing that dick slap really did make the trip worthwhile. I too am from a one-horse town in Tennessee, with my tenure coming up in the next few years. This could easily have been some people I graduated with. Never thought about going to my reunion until right now. I'm literally going to pray to whatever benevolent force is out there that a drunken brawl ensues from a tweaker slap to the face. Ex-girlfriend of mine was murdered by the boyfriend that came after me. He used to beat the hell out of her, and she always had an excuse. She finally made up her mind to leave him when he went to work the next day, and that night he killed her, then blew his head off. Sucks. I really liked her at one point, thought we would have had a future together. The most dangerous time for a victim is right after they leave. Sorry for your loss. I think it was me. I was drunk 1 hour in because it was so awkward, so I kept drinking. I got drunk at my 10-year reunion. I was buying people shots, accosted the DJ to play songs from our high school days, started to dance off, and then enthusiastically recruited a group to keep the party going at a local bar. The best part was, I was so shy and withdrawn in high school, no one remembered me, and no one really knew who I was. I threw up in my dog's bed the next morning. Ask Reddit. What was the worst change in a person you saw at your high school reunion? Part 2. Worst change I ever saw was no change at all. This is why I'll be avoiding reunions. That stuff's coming up way too soon. I haven't been out of high school long enough to have a reunion yet. Our class was very small, about 75 people. Deep south, so everybody knew one another. One of my good friends got married a few weeks ago, and a huge portion of our class was invited because of the tight-knit community. Half of them looked horrible. Meth is a very real and very serious problem in the South, and not a lot of people talk about it. Some of them I would never imagine doing that. It was a real growing up moment. Man, it really doesn't matter how hot you were in high school. If you don't care of yourself, your looks will go down the drain. One of the take-homes from this entire thread is really doesn't matter how hot you were in high school, period. Well, the former captain of the football team, who back then looked like he could lift a car with one hand, became a quadriplegic due to a stroke, so I would say he didn't fare too well. What really sucks is, he used to be so nice and funny. Dude didn't have an inside voice at all, but he was awesome. But now he's severely depressed and barely talks above a mumble. Sad to see that happen to someone like him. A girl I graduated with was a bully in high school. She became an even bigger bully post-college. Our respective husbands graduated the same year, so we ran into each other at their reunion. She made eye contact with me, so I, being a mature and forgiving 28-year-old, waved hello. She flipped me off and rolled her eyes at me for the rest of the night. Her husband cheated and left her a few months later. I didn't feel too bad overall. Suck it, Jen. Rude. What is her deal? Not sure. She wasn't the most popular girl in school. Kind of cookie cutter, but in one of those disappointing raisin instead of chocolate chip kind of ways. Somehow, despite that, she was a major bully. The coordinator, if that's what you want to call her, threw together this janky whatever the hell you want to call it, but she claimed it was the reunion. The fee was $100. Now, why in the hell would I pay $100 to spend a weekend doing stuff in the city I can do on my own for cheap with a bunch of people I really don't like? Then she had the nerve to call out on Facebook, I was one of them, the people who didn't want to participate. I quickly learned a lot from my former classmates who were still the same jackasses they were in high school. Not all, but the majority. The only good thing that came out of this was I reunited with an old friend who apparently had a crush on me since middle school. He's now my hubs. She looked like a cross between a Stepford wife and a Barbie. Perfect makeup, blonde blowout, pink mani-pedi, the works. 6-inch heels and minding 2 kids under 2 while her husband, who none of us knew, partied across the room and didn't lift a finger. No career, no friends, no hobbies other than TV and parenting. No social media. Email? Oh, I guess I have an email address. I never use it though. I don't know how to describe how eerie it was. She was always a quiet person, but it was like all the personality had been sucked out of her. I really hope she's happy. I know some people enjoy the stay-at-home trophy wife thing, but this was next level. The allegedly prettiest girl in my high school class. I never thought she was conventionally, or even unconventionally pretty for that matter, but she had a collection of independently pretty features. Has never had any social media that I've ever seen in the 10 years since high school. I assume something like this is what happened to her. We didn't have a 15-year reunion because our class gave it all to a classmate who was fighting stage 4 cancer. In reality, she was scamming everyone and raised $40,000 on a GoFundMe. They are trying to get her committed as a plea deal. I'm almost positive someone I graduated with will see this, so hey, what's up? A sweet, very nice guy I liked in high school became my creepy stalker for about a year following a reunion. It got ugly. How did the matter come to an end? We moved pretty far away. I changed my number and deleted my Facebook account. Nothing terribly dramatic, really. We were planning to relocate anyway. It's frustrating how little help you can get. RO didn't work, involving police didn't help, blocking on phone and social media didn't help, leaving did. I was lucky. My cousin was bullied mercilessly in high school. At her tenure, a guy who loudly called her Fat Cow instead of her name became so drunk and obnoxious that cops were called. He had warrants, and she got to watch him get hauled to jail. Sweet justice. Honestly, I was always afraid it was going to be me because I gained so much weight after high school. My solution to that? I've never been to a reunion. Next year is my 20th reunion, and I'm doing keto and trying to lose weight. I'm down 17.2 pounds so far, 1 month in. I would really love to show up at the 20th reunion looking better than I have looked before. I know the feeling. I have old friends from way back that I've avoided because I've blown up so much. I'm doing intermittent fasting and a more plant-based diet, and have had lots of success, but still have a ways to go. Sometimes I feel so silly for being shallow or vain. Honestly, it was me. High school me was very animated, social, and skinny. 15 years later, me was very withdrawn, sad, and obese. It's so strange. I never fantasized that I'd be the guy that people talked about having really gone downhill. I was always such a great student. I was active. I volunteered for things. I made art. A real type A person. Someone you'd want to be around. But I was the one people whispered about, and it really hurt. You'd think if someone was going through major depression, they would know, right? I didn't. Without drawing this out, the good news is that I'm doing really great now. I'm skinny again, I'm social, I'm out there doing stuff, and I think I can count myself as someone people want to be around. It's kind of scary, having a personality, but exciting scary. Hopefully at the 20-year reunion, the whispers will be different. Take some serious balls to have that kind of introspection and then actually do something to fix it. You have my respect. Sounds like all your problems are in order now. My best friend from high school became a cop and is now a total douche. On the opposite side, almost more awful to me, there was a girl who was fairly cute, but I thought was the typical dingy cheerleader, and she always tried to be friendly to me. But since I was an edgier teenager, I thought I was too cool and always shrugged her off. Cut to a decade later at our reunion. She and I got to talking and really hit it off. Great conversation. She got very attractive as she got older. We could have had something cool, though I doubt her husband would be too thrilled and her 2 kids would just be confused. Basically, don't let cliques determine who you were friends with as a teenager. I graduated in 73, so this was in 78. Worst change. The valedictorian was living with her boyfriend and a kid in a converted shipping crate. Biggest change. One of the biggest jocks and girl magnets in the school showed up out of the closet with huge biceps and working as a dancer at a male strip joint. Best change. The guy that were nerds like me all showed up with joints and we all got stoned outside together. The shipping crate homes are actually common and really efficient. When I lived in Asia, 3 years before coming to the States, we lived in one of those, and in terms of shipping container homes, the interior is clever. It consists of 3 other shipping crates that have been cut at certain place to meet with a specific corner of another section of a separate shipping crate. The one I lived in was made 4 separate long containers cut and welded together. Small rural town, about 100 people in graduating class. Valedictorian as a house mom making bootleg Drake t-shirts. Captain of the football team was extremely overweight and was using a cane to walk around, stumbling drunk before he showed up. All in all though, we all were able to relate as we had grown. Each had a good dose of adulting and were mostly all able to have a really good time. Well, at least it was until it came time to pay the bar tab, and myself and another old buddy ended up paying almost $1,000 because everyone else failed to bring money. Whatever, I'll do it all again in 2 years. Class of 2000. One of my hometown friends who went to my mosque is now a pedophile at age 23. Police busted him for molesting a girl and having pornographic pictures of her. He's spending the next 3 decades in prison. A guy from my high school is doing life for murder at 24. Brutal murder, too. He and another guy from the country murdered a middle-aged black woman, IRC, and beat up the body pretty badly. In school, he was one of the Pokemon-obsessed white kids with divorced lower-middle-income parents and constantly drank Mountain Dew and quoted Will Ferrell films. You seriously never know with people. At my 10-year reunion, no one had changed at all. Everyone was still the same. It's why I'm not going to my 20-year reunion this year, because I never liked any of those people anyway. That was kinda true for me too. 2 kinds of people showed up at the 10-year. Student council and the nerds. I was one of the nerds, so hung out with them. I had a good time, but the crazy student council people were all over this guy who had been on American Idol the previous year. He was the life of the party. Meh, kinda irritated me, since in high school he was stuck up and pissed off a lot of people. I didn't bother either in my 20-year. Me. Was happy, attractive, innocent, loved my upcoming job, physically very active, passionate. 8 years later, I'm sad on average, inactive, have a heart condition, less attractive, jobless, balding, and keep losing girlfriends. There's a positive though. I'm a well-educated person today. I just got invited to our 6th year reunion. Who has a 6th year reunion? But I declined. Facebook really took care of that wondering of what happened. Most people I went to high school with have kids. They're selling some pyramid scheme product. Others just gave up and stayed in my hometown to do who knows what. The worst part is that half of my class stayed in my hometown, and most were the popular kids. They just seemed to peak in high school, and they didn't know what to do. One guy in particular, let's call him Alex, went downhill 2 years out of school. He was a track all-star, best in baseball and football. Then he got domestic abuse charges and DWI. The local paper quoted the judge saying that he was the most spoiled person to walk in his courtroom. So yeah, I think I'm good. The only people who have RSVP'd are those who stayed in that town, and I don't really want to be part of that circle jerk. My school had a 6-year reunion because no one bothered to organize it in 2015, and someone realized that unless they took the initiative, it was never going to happen. It's technically whoever was voted into student government that organizes it, but all of them left this stupid town behind. This sounds exactly like what the reunion turned out to be. I didn't go, but looked at the pictures. It was everyone who never left. I highly doubt a 10-year reunion will happen. Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit. We hear all about horror stories about how crazy men can be when rejected. But what's been your crazy experience when you rejected a woman? Part 1. I rejected a girl once, then about 2 to 3 months later, I was catfished by her. She was only proving that I'd end up going out with her anyway, by pretending to be somebody completely different. A police report and a restraining order later, she's out of my life. You were able to get a restraining order? Did she show up at your place or something? From what I've heard, it's not that easy to get a restraining order. I know someone who had to call the police on his ex several times before they gave the ex an injunction. I'm glossing over a lot, but I will say this. It helped me to have everything documented and on record, chat logs, SMS, MMS, transcripts, and an app that records phone calls is highly recommended. To be fair, I was totally into this girl at first, so my rejection might have stung a little more. We were FWB and she was legitimately super attractive to me. Just as time went on, I learned more and more about her that made me not want to be with her. Sex her, sure, but not like build a life together. So when she made the move for more than friends with benefits, I said no. She told me she was going to sleep with a dude she knew I hated, film it, and send it to me. They're married now with kids, so I mean, good on them, I guess. She's playing long game. She probably recorded the marriage, the birth of her kids, and will film getting old and gray with the new guy and then sending you the final edit on her deathbed. That'll teach 'em. She tried to come over to my house and scream at me from the outside. Little did she know that my mom don't play that garbage and went outside and yelled at her 20 times worse than she ever thought. Laughed my ass off. As a full-grown adult, I had an ex come to my parents' house while I was there. She had found out on Facebook because I was tagged in posts, and I guess wanted to talk to me after I had told her I didn't want to be with her anymore. I had blocked her number and her Facebook after a few attempts to reach me over like 3 weeks. She showed up at my folks' place as I was helping my dad take out the trash. My mom saw her from the garage and start speed walking towards her car saying, "Nuh-uh, get in reverse." She just got to her driver's side window and started yelling that she should be ashamed to show her face here and to have some self-respect. Didn't even get towards the car before my ex started backing out. Never tried to contact me again. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. She slashed my tires when I was at work. My buddies tried telling me to stay away from her because she was nutso. I decided to form my own opinion. Fact? She was nutso. Anytime you tell a friend someone is crazy, they do not take the advice. Instead, they come back X amount of time of later and say, "Oh God, you were right. Why didn't I listen?" Don't feel bad. You're not the only one. Kind of related, but a friend of mine stalked a boy in our high school class for over 2 years and would always tell people, faculty included, how she wanted to marry him, have his kids, keep him in her basement, etc. It was mostly joking, but her crush on him was real. Anyway, one of the teachers ratted her out and she got hit with the threat of a restraining order by the APs if he wanted to press charges. She was mortified, but luckily he didn't want to pursue anything with the law. After that, she cooled down the stalking. A year went by, and she said she was over him, but then decided to solicit him for anal sex via Instagram DMs, and then told everyone about how she did so. She was reported by a faculty member yet again. There was a girl like this in my high school, back before DMs were a thing. So all of her creepy, "I want to shower with you, and I want you to fill me with your seed" messages were notes slipped into his locker. No one did anything about it. Poor guy was super embarrassed and wanted nothing to do with her. So, a little bit of a backstory. I was in high school and found out this girl was cheating on me, so I broke up with her. She wanted to get back together, but I wasn't going to fall into that again. She would text me like once a month trying to start conversation to get back together. I kept it to small talk for about 5 minutes each time before killing the conversation. Every time I rejected her, she would get absolutely pissed. She would badmouth me around the school. She tried convincing my friends that I'm gay. She tried saying I beat her. The list goes on and on. Oh, and she tried convincing me that she was pregnant. She made comments like, "You're gonna be a dad." So I went to her house on a Saturday and told her I will pay for a test. But she got really pissed and started making excuses. Luckily, nobody believed her, and I graduated now, so I don't have to deal with her. She still tries getting back together, though. You went to her house? Shouldn't do that. It just feeds it more. I know, I've been on both situations. Yeah, I know, but her sister was pregnant, and I wanted to make sure she wasn't taking one of her pregnancy tests. I went there to get her to take a test and see her reaction, so I knew for sure if she's lying. Didn't want to take any chances, you know? I dated this girl in high school, and she was just really clingy, so I broke up with her. I came home the next day to find out she had been calling my house every 5 minutes and hanging up. She wouldn't stop calling, even after I picked up and asked her not to. We had to call the police. I ran into her dad a few days later. He apologized for her behavior. Years later, she moved in with a friend of mine and screwed him out of a ton of money. Apparently, he was giving her money for rent and the bills. However, she didn't use it for any of that. She moved out of their apartment, and when my friend got home one night, found out that he was being evicted and his girlfriend was gone. Had a girlfriend holding a knife against my chest when I tried to break up. Needless to say, we ended having sex, and I broke up another day, by phone, because I wouldn't go anywhere near close to her with the bad news. Dude, that sounds like rape. Maybe, but I didn't feel violated. I just felt I was delaying a decision I had already taken. One girl threatened to kill herself if I didn't go out with her. Another girl pretended to be pregnant after I broke up with her, in hopes of getting me to have unprotected sex with her to actually get her pregnant. If someone called me and said they were pregnant, I'd be at their house half an hour later with a test for them. As she is boxing up some stuff, she nonchalantly tells me, "Oh, by the way, my brother says he wants to smash your head in and watch your brains leak out." There had been a lot of yelling between me and her, but never any physical violence. It scared me as to what she might have told him to warrant such statement from him. Proper response? As deadpan as you can? Good. Tell him to stop by sometime. I've been waiting to mess that guy up for a while. When I was in college, my band had a show at a university out of town that's a pretty big party school. This one girl was flirting with me pretty hard. I let her know I had a girlfriend more than once. She didn't care. After we played, we were hopping from party to party, and her and one of her friends were tagging along with our group, and she kept flirting with me. At a certain point, I just started ignoring her because it was getting annoying. She did not like this. Her response was to get 2 guys at one of the parties to double team her in a bedroom and take pictures. She later got one of my drunk friends to give her my phone number, and she started texting me the pictures. It was hilarious. "High five, girlfriend. They're hot. Congrats on living the dream." She created a blog about our interactions. It was strange. I rejected her advances because, firstly, she was underage at the time, and secondly, because she was creepy, despite being very pretty. I was friends with her due to similar interests and never made any remarks or gestures out of the ordinary that could be mistaken as affection. She had taken pictures of me sleeping and captioned them with all the things she wanted me to do to her. This sounds like Debbie Gallagher's storyline from Shameless. You can't be gay. If you are, I will kill myself, is probably the most crazy thing a stranger I met at a club said to me. Proper crying and screaming too. Actual suicidally depressed people tend to not make a habit of screaming about it to perfect strangers while out on the town for a night of clubbing. Now, if your friend who's been down in the dumps and isolating herself for weeks seems uncharacteristically happy, at peace, all of a sudden and gives away a bunch of her possessions, maybe start worrying. I was at a bar when a semi-attractive woman came up to me. I was with a couple of friends and in a solid relationship, so I didn't really want to talk to her at all, but I also didn't want to be rude and completely ignore her. We had a brief 5-minute convo of small talk, and then she asked me to get a drink with her at a table where we can talk, and I declined her offer. Instead of her just going away, she said, "What, am I ugly or something? Is there something wrong with me? Are you gay?" Things like that. Before walking away, she threw her half-full martini in my face. The bartender gave me a free beer after asking her to leave. But in return, you got a free beer and a potential friendly relationship with your bartender. Sounds like an eventual win to me. She slapped me like full-on mark-on-your-face slap. What did I do to deserve it? She asked, "Aren't you sorry you didn't get with me when you had the chance?" I answered, "Not really." Later, I found out she was trying to get pregnant with her newfound boyfriend because she wanted bigger boobs but couldn't afford a boob job. The slap was worth it. Oh, and she was 16. Doesn't she know that's only temporary and the kid is permanent? A good friend was 15 dating a senior who was 18. She made false claims that she had poked holes in his condoms. That was a fun time. Happens a lot in Paris. It might just be me, but I just heard this kind of story 3 times from 3 different people who it happened to. As they all live in the same area, I thought they were referring to the first guy who told me that. But nope, independent craziness. I would lose my mind so fast on this. I met a girl at a party, and we kinda hit it off. She was cute and funny, so we went on a few dates. She turned out not to be a love connection. I broke it off. For the next month, I would get random Facebook messages and texts from members of her family. She had apparently been gushing to them all about how I was the one and she was waiting for me to pop the question. Her aunt was very disappointed in me, her mom did not appreciate me taking advantage of her, and her cousin thinks creeps like me deserve to rot in hell. That was a fun month. She tried to flip the whole situation, went around telling people she was done with me. I was bad in bed, not relationship material, too short for her, etc. Which was funny because she bawled her eyes out and told me she loved me after 2 weeks of dating.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit. We hear all about horror stories about how crazy men can be when rejected. But what's been your crazy experience when you rejected a woman? Part 2. I lived in Denver, Colorado. Had a nice fling with a local woman, and she worked for Marriott, the hotel chain. She was fun and we got along brilliantly. But I was a contractor, engineer, and I tended to move with the work. So I moved to Atlanta. We talked a couple times, but that's about it. Flash forward 3 weeks. She moved into the same apartment complex in Atlanta where I was. She knew the one that I lived in. She went from friends with benefits to insane stalker who moves across country to stalk someone. I moved out of there pretty damn quick and cut off communication. Scary. One of my buddies broke up with his girlfriend because she was getting more and more clingy, possessive as time went on. She just did not consider them broken up. Kept showing up at his place, would go to our place, wait outside for him, kept interacting with his family, basically acted like they were still together. He was in the process of getting a restraining order on her when all of a sudden she stopped all of that. She found some other guy to obsess over. My brother is in such a relationship. He broke up 3 times with her. but she keeps coming back, and he eventually gives in and goes with a, okay, let's try again mentality. I'm not going to meddle with his love life, but I am worried. This actually happened to me twice. I'm really good with girls, evidently. But after about a week or two of the relationship, I wasn't really feeling it and told them, which was met with, "K, guess I'll just eat a whole bottle of pills then," which resulted in me getting trapped in a relationship for about a month both times. Don't date girls who call you daddy. I am female, but just recently my father rejected a woman's sexual advances, so her response was to steal his car and break all of his windows. Did it work? He took her back, right? Sadly, yes. He's a lonely man. Friend's ex, current on and off girlfriend, kissed me and I wasn't into it. I turned down her offers for sex. Later, she went into a whole thing about how long we've wanted each other, how much we flirt, and how this had been inevitable for 5+ years. All untrue, but she unloaded all of it in front of my friends who could bear witness to her admission. She was screaming at me, trying to hug me, putting her hands on my thighs, groin. I'm like, no, you're wrong and insane. Then she runs and tells her ex on and off boyfriend that I'm behind everything and said that I was to blame for everything she just admitted to. Said I kissed her, I didn't. That I've wanted her for 5+ years, didn't. And that I said this was inevitable, didn't. It wasn't. Well, he freaked out. A girl in college once said, "Hey, my name's Marie, let's make out." And I said, "Oh nice, that's my mom's name," and walked away. Batman versus Superman, if he was made by a Tumblr user. Ever have someone you were really into, but the timing never worked out? Well, there was this girl I met in college who was like this. We met in chemistry, but I still had my high school girlfriend. By the time our Thanksgiving breakup came, she had a boyfriend. We ended up studying abroad together. I remember sitting in the pool, flinging her around and teaching her to tango, and smoking in the desert. Ironically enough, we lived next to each other the next year. One thing led to another, we slept together, and it was great. I, however, became the swarthy jerk that I am today and decided to keep playing the field while she wanted a relationship. So she did what any natural girl would do and stabbed me with a butter knife, which caused a nice arm wound. I once went on a Tinder date which was meh at best. We chatted about things, had some drinks, and shared some food. At some point, I tried to end the date and she asked if she could come home with me. I said, "No thanks, I don't think we have that kind of connection, but I had a good time. Thank you, and I'll unmatch you once I am on the metro, but let's be friends." She would not have it that I, a guy, turned down her, a woman, for sex. After all, was I not a man, and do men not always and only want sex? What kind of man am I for not wanting to sleep with her? We did shots and I ended up banging her. Twice. So she was right. I used to reject this girl at least once a week at work. She was nice and all, just wasn't into her. One night I went to hang out at this party with some friends of mine and she was there. Long story short, I drank too much, passed out in my friend's room, and woke up with her naked on top of me. Told her to get off, she told me to go back to sleep and then passed back out. So that was cool. My roommate told his girlfriend, towards the end of their relationship, that he didn't want her to come over right now. She came over. He didn't let her in the house, so she started throwing a tantrum in the street. The police were called and they made her go home. Shortly after that, they broke up and we wound up moving to a new place and he, understandably, didn't tell her. She called to say she was coming over and he said, "No, you're not, because you don't know where I live anymore." A couple of weeks later, she shows up on our doorstep asking to talk to him. Apparently, she had sat outside my work, which she somehow remembered despite never being there, and then followed me when I drove home one day. Scary stuff. Called me a man whore in front of everyone for not going out with her. Made me a whore? Months later, she apologized, but still, odd reaction to have to a conservative choice. Wasn't dating anyone at the time, so still confused how that was warranted. I have been called a whore and a slut for turning down men on the basis of being married. It never seems any less than advanced chicken logic. She went onto the communal kitchen, poked holes in all of my tea bags, and licked all my spaghetti. Oh, and threw an egg at my door. My buddy called a girl for a hookup and shortly after fell asleep, while his roommate, also my buddy, was awake playing video games with headphones on. So this chick drives to his apartment, knocks, and no one answers. She sees an open window and breaks into the apartment. Imagine the roommate's surprise when a completely random girl was standing in their living room. But it all worked out. Friend got laid. Which friend? The one that was asleep at the time. This girl I have dated was acting kinda weird and always wanting to read my phone, but I didn't think much about it until I found out she was cheating on me with 4 other guys at the same time. So I left her, and a couple of weeks later another girl from the next town over asked me out and I said yes. We were dating for about a week when my ex found out and started crying her eyes out and telling the whole school I was a terrible boyfriend for cheating and tried to make the whole school hate me. But she soon found out that dating an entire burger shop and then dumping them all makes you seem just a bit slutty. Nobody believed her, and she eventually dropped out to be a homeschooler because she had no friends left and had no chances of making new ones. High school is crazy. Back in high school, my friend really wanted to date me, but I didn't want to date her. Oh dear, the freak show that ensued. She would send pictures to me of her crying, flipping me off, cutting herself, and other weird stuff for weeks. I can't help but imagine her trying to take a picture of herself crying and just holding still mid-sob for a good shot. Ha ha ha. One of my sons told a young woman he had been out with twice that he didn't want to see her anymore. She went crazy and told her parents she was pregnant by my son. He said he hadn't had sex with her. This was before "you are not the father" paternity tests. She broke into the local church and jumped off the roof and died. Her parents were blaming my son for their daughter's death and were talking to a lawyer. According to the autopsy, she wasn't pregnant. Never heard from them again. She wrote, "You suck" in nail polish on my car's hood. Luckily, regular grocery store acetone doesn't affect the car's finish. She would text me, Snapchat me, call me, and then message me on whatever social media platform she could. After I ignored her and blocked her, she would do a drive-by to see if I had another girl over. Not just one drive-by either. This went on for months. This reminds me of the movie Girl on the Train. I was watching this with my significant other, and the girl in the movie was so crazy it made me uncomfortable. So I told my significant other that I can't watch this, and we turned it off. It was hard to watch. Ex in college dropped by my place and wanted to chat over coffee, which we did while she doodled on a piece of paper. When she left, she handed the paper to me, a picture of a dog being run over by a car and a guy running from the car. "You see this dog? That's your new girlfriend. I just ran her over. That guy running, he's you. I'm gonna get you back or get you. One or the other." Gee, thanks. Oh, plenty. It's crazy how society thinks only men do insane stuff. I had one girl threaten to kill herself and actually try. One girl said that if she would tell everyone I raped her. 2 girls go on total meltdowns using every and any word they thought would hurt me. 2 girls try to force themselves on me, thinking that sex was a bargaining tool to win me. This all randomly over the course of 12 years. While I have had my good experiences with dating and women, the bad ones train your mind to see the slightest red flags and bail before it's too late. Some of the verbal abuse I received, society brushes off, but if it was the other way around, I'd be in prison getting my ass and teeth pushed in at the same time right now. I don't think that society thinks only men do insane stuff. I think society sees that by and large it is mostly men who do truly insane things like, I don't know, literally commit murder against people who reject them. She threatened to slash my car tires and destroy my stereo and to kill my cat. When the cat thing came up and she laughed about it saying, "I guess I'm just really passionate," I knew I had to immediately end the relationship. I discreetly recorded all subsequent interactions I had with this person. She terrified me. I still think about the fact that she could decide one day to ruin my life and business by accusing me of something. Even with proof of my innocence, the damage would be done. She was really pretty though. I had a girl cut in front of me at the bar. Once she realized, she felt really bad, and 5 minutes later had bought me a drink to apologize. I said thanks and no hard feelings, and she begun to flirt with me. After an hour of chatting in a group situation, she propositioned me to go back to her place, and I declined. She then spent a good half hour genuinely confused, and then angry, and then she demanded I tell her why not. I literally had to say the words, "Just because you bought me a drink doesn't mean I owe you anything." It was a refreshing role reversal, but a shocking insight into what girls must go through all the time.
Ask Reddit. Men of Reddit, what are your tips for domestic bliss with your significant other? Wait 5 to 10 minutes before deciding if you really care about whatever it is you're about to argue over. Chances are, you only thought you cared. I like this because a lot of the time, 10 minutes is enough for me to realize that I was actually just hungry, sleepy, horny, or something equally mundane. But those 10 to 20 minutes of silent reflection do tend to freak out my significant other a bit. I wish there was a nice way to say, I'm trying to figure out if I'm mad or not. Here's a few quickie. Give without intention to get. The other day, I did all my chores and my wife's weekly chores and bought her favorite dessert. Did it kill an afternoon? Sure. Has she been in an awesome mood ever since? 1 week later? You betcha. I had no idea, nor did I really care if she would reciprocate or want sex or whatnot. But she is just an overall much happier person right now. Take time to listen and understand. Sitting down and letting her vent if she's in a bad mood. She will probably say something like, "You probably don't even care." That's when you reinforce that you truly do care. It's like with your boss almost. You may not care about a topic that they talk about, but it's important to them, and therefore important to you. Cuddle. Sometimes just because, without intention of anything else happening. Just a nice rub of the shoulders and holding each other tightly. It's showing love rather than just saying. Compliment. Take the time to compliment before prompted. "Hey babe, that dress looks really nice on you," as she's getting ready. "I really like how you did that eyeliner thing last time we went out," as she is doing her makeup. Show her how much you appreciate the effort that she puts in. Ask for opinions. This kind of goes along with listening. Many times guys get gung-ho and start just doing crap. Take the time, especially if it's a two-person project, to get her opinion. Start with something like, "I think we should do X. What do you think?" Instead of, "This is how we are going to, this is how it should be done." You get it. I wish more people thought this way, especially about giving without expecting things in return. It's easy to become self-absorbed and unappreciative of your partner when you've been together a long time. If you have a date night and stick with it, you're doing better than most blokes. Me, want to have a date night? Like when we go out for dinner and drinks or something like that? Her, can't we just sit on the couch and watch Netflix? Me, sheds tears. Yes we can. Try not to spend every second of every day together. Make sure you both have some alone time. You'll value the time you do have together more. You can't miss someone if they're never gone. As much as I love my significant other, I quite like it when she's away for the evening, when I can just lay on the sofa watching all the crap on TV he doesn't like. Talk. If something is pissing you off, or you'd like something done differently or whatever, talk about it rationally and find a solution. If you don't, you'll mention it in a fight or whatever, and then it won't come out rationally. Similarly, if your partner does the same to you, be receptive and try to find a solution. Not everything about a relationship is perfect. Talking about problems or potential problems is not an admission of failure. I wish my boyfriend did this. He grew up in a house with zero communication until everything boiled over. He thinks I'm being mean or rude or trying to be insulting when I say I think he is wrong about something or that I don't like something. Example, a few weeks ago he showed me some YouTube channel he kept insisting I'd love. Some girl named Poppy. Anyways, I watch one video and say, I don't like it. What? Why? I just don't. It seems stupid to me, and she seems very annoying. He gets quiet and the subject is dropped. Fast forward to a few days ago and he wakes up and I'm watching the new Sherlock. He says, "Are you watching Sherlock again? Netflix released the newest one." "What?" He gets out of bed and is heading to go smoke a cig and stops and turns and says, "You know, I'd never tell you the stuff you like is stupid even if I thought it was," and walks out. I'm confused, so I follow him after a few minutes and go out and sit down and ask him what he is talking about. And he had apparently been mad for weeks that I thought some girl's YouTube video was stupid and didn't want to watch more. We had to have a 30-minute conversation, laying out that he will always like things I don't, and vice versa. If we don't like something, we should tell each other so we can find things we both enjoy. And me saying I think a video is stupid is in no way calling him stupid. Treat your significant other as equals in every way. Make quality time to be together, just the two of you. Do things that make both of you happy, rather than to drift apart by overly indulging in activities that only one person likes but the other endures. Very true. I want to add, if one person is making all the plans in the relationship and you don't like what they planned, tell them. If they truly care for you, they will listen and do what you want. The planning things out for the both of you is their way of telling you they want to spend time with you. I was in a relationship where I did all the planning. She broke up with me, and one of the reasons was we didn't spend enough time together. It's not you versus her in anything. It's both of you against the problem. To men who tend to look for solutions in all things, miscommunication can be the problem. Sometimes you shouldn't go into the problem-solving mode if that itself creates problems between you. She may just want someone to vent to commiserate with, or to take her side. If you've had a miscommunication, it's not. You're right and she's wrong, or vice versa. Both your perspectives are valid, and you need to figure out how the both of you can work together to prevent that in the future. Go to bed angry? Wake up and talk it out. There's some bad advice out there about never going to bed angry. When tempers are worn thin and you're both tired, on top of that, you're both more likely to say things which can't be taken back. Just don't invite that into your life. Learn how to get a little space when you need it, for both of you, rather than trying to force a conversation you may both regret. But likewise too, you can't let problems fester. Talk about it, calmly, within 24 hours. The 80-20 rules. You should feel like you're doing 80% of the work, because she'll feel the same. You're aware of everything you're doing for her, even the behind-the-scenes stuff she doesn't realize. Likewise, the other way around. On 80% of those things she does that annoy you, just learn to live with it. No one is the fantasy in your head. If you don't learn to live with a real woman, faults and all, you'll learn to live alone. That's 20% though. That's what you earn by accepting the 80. Some compromises have to be made to live together, so if it really bothers you that much, then she'll have to learn to work with you. Marriage advice. 1. Pick your battles. Seriously, this helped me so much over the years as I've come to understand that most things just aren't important enough to argue over, and that you don't lose anything by letting things go. 2. Don't take your partner for granted. Make sure to tell them that you love them, that you appreciate them, that you're attracted to them. If your partner cooks dinner, even if it's the 10,000th dinner you've had, be gracious and say, "Thank you for making dinner. It was delicious." I know my girl loves me, but she just doesn't get that I want to hear it from her sometimes without me saying it first, even when I tell her. I feel like the woman in this relationship, I swear. Same. My girlfriend translates vocal "I love you" into genuine real-life acts of love. I struggle with it from time to time, being emotionally abused as a child and a young adult. Sometimes I just need to hear it, but it's good to remember that caring isn't just words. It helped me a lot, and maybe remembering that will help you too. Keys to a successful relationship. 1. Have a blanket for each of you on the bed. Blanket hogs end lives. 2. Happy wife equals happy life applies to all. Wives, husbands, Make it your job to make every day better for your significant other. Do things within reason to that end, and you can't go wrong. 3. Pick your battles. My wife needs the apartment clean at all times. Somewhere around year 1, I realized it's just easier to keep it clean. Now our apartment is clean, and we don't fight about it. Conversely, she came to realize online gaming doesn't pause. LOL. 4. Keep separate savings accounts. Use them as you individually see fit. Do you want a PlayStation? Dip into your savings. Does she want an Xbox? She can dip into hers. Having an emergency? Take from both, but always be open and honest about spending. Keep separate savings accounts. Personally, I recommend to also have a shared account. Use this shared account for shared purchases like groceries. Whenever needed, both of you transfer an equal amount of money to this shared account, or roughly equal, or more or less if one of you has far more income. Depends on the situation. Just talk about the details. Don't take anything for granted. The statement is overused, so it loses its potency, but it's true. Suppose your significant other was your dream girl back in the day, and how lucky, awesome you felt to have her be with a schmuck like you. You put in a lot of effort to be worthwhile. That effort is a lifelong commitment if you want domestic bliss. Alternatively, you could constantly lower expectations, which can also result in domestic bliss, but it's riskier and less rewarding. My wife's first husband, married for 24 years, made that mistake. They met as teenagers, 14 and 16, and married when she turned 18. 20 years later, he was taking her massively for granted, and that's why I'm her second husband. My wife and I are 28 and have been together since we were 15. My biggest failure as a husband has been me putting my wife's personality and emotions in a box and limiting my perspective of her to only what I think I understand. She is a human being with layers of complex feelings and emotions that are both spoken and unspoken. We are both ever-changing, but we're not actively acknowledging who the other person was becoming. Not that we were necessarily growing apart, but our intimacy, love languages, hobbies, etc. were slowly changing in time. She is not the same woman she was even a few years back when we were in college. If I don't grow and evolve my pursuit of her, I'll only ever be capable of loving her the way I did in the past. She doesn't receive love the way she once did, and I've learned to change the way I pursue her to match how she receives love. At first it was frustrating, but we've learned that growing up and changing doesn't mean falling out of love, or even that we become less compatible. We just needed to be reminded that marriage is a give and take. We ask each other several times a week, "What do you need from me?" It helps us understand where the other is and allows us to check our pride and motives regularly. Ask Reddit. Teachers, what was the best smartass response from a student you have heard? Part 1. Back when I taught first grade, we were doing a writing assignment about Thanksgiving. The kids had to draw a picture of their family celebrating Thanksgiving and then write about it. One little girl drew the table and chairs, and that was all. I knew she just didn't feel like doing the work, so I tried to prompt her. I asked where the food and her family were, and she snapped right back with, "They're washing the dishes." Had to give her credit for coming up with a logical argument for not doing the work. Honestly, that's all I remember from Thanksgiving when I was really young. Doing the dishes and waiting until I could finally sit down somewhere that wasn't an awful kitchen chair. Not a teacher, but witnessed as a student. There was literally 30 seconds left of class, and my buddy starts to pack up. The teacher didn't seem to mind, but when the bell rang and Buddy got up to leave, the teacher said the classic line, "The bell doesn't dismiss you, I do." And Buddy just continues to leave, gets in the doorway of the class and says, "If it decides when I come, it decides when I leave," and just leaves the class. Used to have a girl in my class who would just leave at random moments and no one stopped her. She'd return 20 minutes later with a coffee or something. If anyone else dared do this, they'd get what for. I think it's because the teachers knew that getting her in trouble didn't change her behavior. My grandson, who lives with my wife and I, was sent to the office one day for breaking the dress code. No belt. The principal asked why he didn't wear it, to which he replied, "My mother stole it and I didn't have time to get another." Principal got super mad and called us to tell us what had happened and what he had said. I confirmed his story. Well, his mother came to visit last night and we didn't realize it was gone until this morning. I could audibly hear him gasp over the phone and immediately started apologizing. And every time I see him now, he mentions it and apologizes. A belt is part of the dress code? Wow. My American friend wasn't pulling my leg. In Europe, belts are just for keeping loose trousers up. Most public schools here don't have a dress code this serious, but some do. I had a teacher tell a classmate, "No drinks in class." He got up from his seat, picked up the teacher's drink, and deposited it in the garbage with his drink. She sent him to the office. I'd say it's fair of the kid to do that. I was doing poorly in a middle school class on account of my mother having terminal brain cancer. This one teacher would constantly get on my case, even though he knew about the situation. I wasn't a bad student. I was just severely distracted from the situation at home and couldn't always focus. I missed 2 days of school due to her worsening condition. The day before she died, he left a voicemail at my house explaining my 5 missing homework assignments, but no one really cared. I didn't go to school for a week after her death, and when I returned, I said to him, "Well, now that she's dead, I can finally finish those assignments, right?" I think he finally understood. The principal gave him a good chewing out, too. This was while working with 9-year-olds. We're doing number problems, and a kid is having trouble with a sum. The sum is, you have 40 sweets. You give half your sweets to your friend. How many sweets do you have? I grab 40 counters and say to the kid, "Here are 40 sweets. If you give me half, how many will you have left?" Kid turns to me and utterly deadpan says, "I can't give you the sweets. You aren't my friend." 9 seems a little old to be having a hard time with half of 40. I guess the context of this kid having particular educational challenge explains that for you. Tangentially related, smartass response from teacher on behalf of the student. Had a student that came back a couple of weeks out of class. Counselor let the teachers know that his father had passed and he was having a rough time. I pulled him aside after class one day, told him not to worry about any of the work he's missed. Focus on getting caught up in your other classes. I'll make things work out here. I was his 10th grade English teacher. We had already taken the end of year exam. As far as the state was concerned, he was done, and that was good enough for me. Kid was straight A's until his dad passed. Cut to a few weeks later, I'm called into the counselor's office for a meeting with the student's other teachers. I double check and he's been doing great in class, and work I've assigned has been turned in on time, even though I told him he didn't have to. So I have no idea what's going on. Come to find out, his other teachers weren't as lenient on the makeup work as I was. He had gotten behind in all his other classes and had stayed behind. Now he was in danger of failing everything but my class. He'd have to repeat the year save for English. Counselor asked me what I did to help the student. Oh, well, I told him not to worry about anything he missed, and that as far as I was concerned, he was already caught up and he could do his best in class going forward. One of the other teachers balked. I don't see why we needed Mr. Hex Dragon's input. He just let the kids skip out on work. That's not helpful. I replied, "The kid's dad just died. You really think the last 6 weeks worth of history matters to him in the slightest?" The counselor smiled and pointed at me. I invited Mr. Hex Dragon because I knew he would say some things I'm not allowed to say. Did they pass the kid? Yeah. After the meeting with the counselor, who already had the approval of the vice principal and principal, the other teachers excused the student from a lot of his missing work. A couple of them wanted to stick to their guns, so we ended up barely passing some of his classes, but he didn't have to repeat anything. School year ended, and after the summer, he had no more serious academic issues. I saw him in the halls and talked to him a few times after he was in my class. I don't know that I could have bounced back as quickly as he did. A fellow student in my class shouted that it was effing freezing in the classroom. The teacher naturally told him not to use the F word, so the kid replied, "It's effing cold in here." Had my class of working class kids at an art gallery. As we waited for our tour to begin, we played on the small playground near the door. A prep school kid in a uniform approached two of my boys and said, "I bet I'm smarter than you are." I watched to make sure no blood was drawn. My students can hold their own pretty much anywhere, and they don't accept insults casually. But they were cool. "No, you're not. Are you in grade 2? The boy said he was, and one of my boys said, "So, then we're all grade 2. So we're all grade 2 smart." He went back to climbing the monkey bars. But the prep school kid continued, "I know I'm smarter. Let's do some math and I'll prove it." The toughest kid in my room looked this guy square in the eye and said, "Well, I'm smart enough not to do math when I'm having fun on a playground." I thought he was going to say something like, the prep school kid wasn't good at math because he failed to realize he was outnumbered. My history teacher would spend half the class making jokes directed at the students. One student in particular always took the jokes on the chin and never really made any comebacks. Eventually, the teacher called him out and jokingly lectured him about standing up for himself. He ended his rant with, "You've got to be a man. You've got to be like me." The student replied with, "Well, which one? Do you want me to be a man or do you want me to be like you?" Did the teacher survive? It was dicey for a while, but after multiple skin grafts, he's returned home. His teaching career is over though. In high school, our functions and relations teacher would always start to say something, forget it, and say, "I lost my train of thought." Well, one day a buddy of mine replies, "It's okay, sir. There were no important passengers on board." To turn the question around, I was in class once and one of the students said, "Wait, I had a thought." And my teacher responded, "Was it lonely?" Why are you all talking? Because you're not. Second grade, kid was sent out of the room. This is in regard to the rule, don't talk when the teacher's talking. I got in trouble once in elementary school because my teacher said, "If you want to talk, you have to raise your hand." I then raised my hands and proceeded to finish telling my best friend a story. Thing is, I legitimately thought it was just some weird rule that only people with their hands in the air could speak. I wasn't even trying to be smart or anything. I'm not a teacher, but I had a friend in school who was always pretty dramatic. She actually did have IBS though. So we're in this teacher's class and she keeps asking to use the bathroom. The teacher says no. My friend's like, "I have IBS though." And the teacher is like, "Tell me what those initials mean and I will let you go." So she screams, "It means I have to," and takes off out of the room. A more common version of this is, "Girl, can I use the bathroom?" Male teacher, "Yes." Girl, picks up bag. Male teacher, loudly, "Why do you need a bag to go to the toilet?" Student A says to student B, "Dude, shut the F up." Staff says, "Student A, we don't talk that way. In the future, find a more appropriate way of expressing yourself." Student A says to staff, "Oh, sorry," then turns to student B and says, "Dude, would you please shut the F up?" Not a teacher, but some kid was cussing a blue streak in social studies and another kid told the teacher. Teacher confronts kid saying, "Tom says you were swearing." Kid replies, "That's BS." Well, this one was during coaching classes for entrance exams. The math teacher reduced a given problem to a simpler form and challenged the students. So this expression doesn't fit any of the given standard forms for us to find the particular integral. So what do you propose we do? A kid from the back shouted, "The next question." Let me point out that I'm a female since people will assume I'm a guy. We were talking about prime numbers, so I would have kids give me a number and we'd work out if the number was a prime number on the board. One kid wasn't paying attention, so me being a young teacher, I thought I'd catch him off guard and call on him. It went something along the lines of, "Mark, do you have a number?" "Huh? I need your number." "Jeez, play it cool, girl. We can talk after class." The whole room lost themselves, and I turned red from embarrassment. They then laughed at how red I got. This is one of my only complaints about being white. Everyone can tell if I'm embarrassed, and all of my non-white friends think it's hilarious. In a high school physics class, we were learning about friction and what varies how strong it is. So the teacher asks, "So, as an engineer, what would be some of the hard parts of designing, say, racing tires?" Some kid in the back says, "Getting out of bed in the morning." That's pretty much the hardest part about engineering anything. Spanish class in high school. Two guys who grew up in Spanish-speaking families were goofing off at the back of the class. One guy says that he could stand the weight of another person standing on his stomach, and the other guy, who is probably just shy of 200 pounds, doesn't believe him. So the first guy gets on the ground in the back of class, and the other guy gets up and stands on his stomach. The teacher sees this and immediately yelled at the guy on the ground to get back into his seat. Without missing a beat, he says, "I can't, he's standing on me." The other guy doesn't move because he wasn't yelled at. Meanwhile, the teacher continues to be upset that the guy on the ground isn't listening to her. Ask Reddit. Teachers, what was the best smartass response from a student you have heard? Part 2. My friend Brian was in his home class back in high school. The topic of abortion came up as everyone was asking each other if, why, they're either against or pro-abortion. We're in Texas, so you can assume the ideas and opinions of the majority of the class. So my friend is very intelligent and a quiet fellow, minding his own business in a corner of the room. The class turns to him to get his opinion on the matter. Someone, "Brian, you've been quiet over there. So what about you? Are you pro-abortion?" Brian, "Well, I wouldn't say I'm pro, but I'm pretty good with a coat hanger." Jaws drop. The room is silent as everyone is registering what just happened. Glad I made it to school that day. There was a kid in my brother's speech class who gave his persuasive speech on pro-abortion. Not pro-choice, pro-abortion. Apparently, it was hilarious. Pro-choice? No, I'm not pro-choice. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like killing babies, but I don't want to give women a choice. Just yesterday, actually. One of my classes is fun in that we give each other hard times, but all in good fun and accomplish a lot. A girl starts giggling uncontrollably for no reason, and she's a bit of an airhead, so I asked her if she saw something shiny and if that entertained her. Another boy jumps in and says, "Yeah, mister, your head." I'm going bald. I wanted to pretend to be mad, but it was just too funny. I have a smartass response from a teacher story to share. In 8th grade science class, we were learning about the planets, and the usual class clown, let's call him K, was making the usual immature jokes about Uranus. Our teacher, Mr. P, who was a younger, pretty chill guy, wasn't having it. So Mr. P tells K to go outside. When K asks which door he should use to leave, Mr. P first says it doesn't matter, but quickly comes back with an answer and says, "You know what? Why don't you go out the back door since you like Uranus so much?" The whole class went crazy. Definitely one of the best teacher responses to dumb student comments that I've witnessed. I feel like the student purposely set the teacher up for that. I went to a Catholic school. Very strict, lots of beatings. Two friends and I had been caught by one of the more violent teachers, Mr. Murphy, off school grounds climbing in the neighboring estate trees. After school detention, we're lined up in his office, where he is screaming at us for our bad behavior, letting the school down, etc. We accept a beating or 500-word essay if we are lucky, or perhaps he'll just punch us a bit. He turns to my friend Dave and shouts, "Do you climb trees in your neighbor's trees at home?" Dave replies, head down and sounding remorseful, "No, sir." "Why not?" "They haven't got any, sir." My other friend literally ended up crying with laughter on the floor. I was shaking with laughter, and Dave just stood there, head down and motionless. Mr. Murphy stood there, momentarily lost for words before shouting at us to get out. And that was it. Funny thing was, Dave never understood why it was so funny. When was this? Did parents know? Private schools don't typically adhere to the same regulations as public schools. I received many a smack or swat, even up until I graduated and left. It is a good method of reinforcement. Personally, not for me, but it sets a lot of kids straight. Parents know what they're signing up for when they send their kiddos off to schools like that. Source: am former Catholic schoolgirl. In high school, one of my teachers was having a disagreement with a student. I can't remember what it was about, but finally the teacher asked him if she wanted to call his mother. The student replies, "Do it then. My mama will agree with me too." The teacher then asks him to leave her class. He goes, "You know what? I'm going to call my mom for you." He then whips out his cell phone and calls his mom on speaker. "Hey Ma, this teacher wants to speak to you." The whole class just lost it. My wife, when she was in high school, had a PE teacher that pulled this kind of thing. The class was doing some exercises, but my wife kept finishing them faster than the lazier students. So she would be standing there waiting around for the rest of the students to finish. The teacher accused her of not doing them. My wife said she had done them, and they argued back and forth a bit. The teacher then decided to call my wife's father to get her in trouble or something. The teacher actually got a hold of him on speakerphone so the whole class could listen. The teacher tells him about how your daughter says she's finished her exercises, but is clearly lying and won't do more exercises or something. My father-in-law, who was a partner in a very successful business law firm, listens quietly through the whole thing and then responds with, "My normal billing rate is large number of dollars per hour. Don't waste my time with this crap. If my daughter says she did the exercises, then she did them. Don't ever call me again," and then hung up. The teacher immediately told everyone to get back to their exercises for the day and never brought it up again. My buddies and I used to like to play ultimate frisbee on the football field during lunch. We were told not to. Organized sports were supposed to be that, organized. They didn't want kids getting hurt without supervision. Anyway, one day we said screw it and decided to do it anyway. So they turned the sprinklers on us. Didn't stop us. We kept playing, and finally they sent a security guard out to get us. Detention for the rest of the day in the cold cafeteria. Soaked and cold, so we started chattering and talking. But it's hard to stay quiet when you're shivering. Anyway, the coach watching over detention told everyone to shut up. You all sound like a bunch of canaries in a cage. Everyone got silent. Then one person started it, and it slowly grew. Cheep, 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 cheep. Moo. Baha. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. The coach couldn't help but start laughing, then turned the air even colder. Bastard. We used to do this to our German teacher. One of us would make a high-pitched yip. A few seconds later, somebody else would yip. Then a third person, more quickly. Soon, half the class would be continuously yipping, while our affable but frustrated teacher tried to make us calm down. I've taught preschool for years, and one of my favorite dad responses to children who are being whiny just to whine is the, "Hi, blank, I'm your teacher." For example, "I'm thirsty." "Hi, thirsty, I'm your teacher." Anyway, one day after a long week, I sat down to lunch with my class, preschool, remember 4 and 5-year-olds, and say to a child, we'll call him Tommy, "Boy, Tommy, I'm really tired today." Without skipping a beat, he swallows his mac and cheese, looks me right in the eyes and says, "Hi, really tired, I'm Tommy." That was the day I knew I had taught them all I could. I'm a preschool teacher too, and for some reason that age group getting humor is the funniest thing ever. We have a student who has English as a second language, and one day as he was eating his lunch, he announced to the group, "I'm really liking this smashed potato." Cue Ben sitting next to him snorting mashed potato out of his nose. Not a teacher, but this happened in an upper-level French class where you can only speak French. If you speak English, the teacher scolds you in French. My friend walked in a few minutes late for a quiz and wasn't allowed to take it. My friend looked at the teacher and said in English, "That's BS." The teacher looked back angrily and said, also in English, "What did you just say?" My friend, "En français, monsieur." He got kicked out of the class. In French class, we had one guy say to his friend, "Oh, you bastard," right as the teacher walked in front of them and the whole class got quiet. We thought they were in for it. Instead, she goes, "En français, c'est bâté." In middle school, in history class, this happened. Girl: "Hey, Mr. C, how do you spell word eater?" Mr. C: D-I-C-T-I-O-N-A-R-Y. She writes it down, stares at it for a moment, trying to comprehend why it doesn't look right. Gets pissed at teacher. Class is dying. Teacher laughing as well. I always wondered how you're supposed to look up in a book a word you don't know how to spell. Like, sure, you've probably got the first letter, so you know roughly which section it's in, but after that, it could be basically anywhere as far as you know. Basically anywhere. Who put knife in with the K's? Not me, but a colleague told me this story. It was one of his first years teaching, so he was just about 22 to 24 at the time. It was a junior high science class, and he told a student to stop messing around and get back to work. The student's response? "Man, I got older than you." My sister, who is a teacher, was taking her kindergarten class through the lunch line. Well, this day was St. Patrick's Day, so there were green cupcakes. My sister told the class jokingly, "Don't eat too many cupcakes or you'll turn green." A young black boy looks up at her and says, "Miss Carey, I ain't never seen a green brother before." Teacher said, "Now, where is my cow?" Friend blurted out, "In my field." In biology during high school, the teacher was teaching us about food chains. In a very the house Jack built manner, he got to cats eat mice, but what eats cats? Although he was referring to fleas, I, being Chinese, immediately said, "Chinese people." The class burst out in laughter, but then I had to stand up and apologize to all the Chinese people. In men's choir in college, we were singing The Little Drummer Boy. The director stopped our singing and explained something to us. He got distracted and went off on a tangent for about 5 to 7 minutes. Then he pulled himself back around but couldn't remember where he had stopped. He asked himself out loud, now, where were we?" Someone in the basses said, "I think we were on a pum." The whole choir just lost it. I was showing Cosmos in a break between classes, and one kid seemed particularly enthralled by the tardigrade, so his wise-ass friend goes, "Small minds are amused by small things." The kid retorted, "Why do you think I hang out with you?" The whole class went bananas, and even I went over and high-fived that kid. It was a great class. The victim was laughing as hard as anyone. I missed those kids.
Ask Reddit. What is something in your search history that you are ashamed of, and it's not porn or hentai of any kind? How long to boil eggs, if it's not the search per se, but the sheer number of times I've searched it? I make hard-boiled eggs at least once a month, and I have to look it up every time. At this point, you'd think I'd just write it down and stick it on the fridge. It wasn't my search history, but I once went to my parents' house and found "Who is Justin Bieber" in their search bar. Who is Justice Beaver? It's a crime-fighting beaver. I draw often, and I have difficulty drawing children's faces, so I have to draw more children so I can learn. So my search history consists of child smiling, child angry, angry child, surprised child, cute baby, cute kid, smiling ugly baby, child wearing hat, baby in a basket, baby eyes, homeless children, third world children, etc. I get scared to let someone use my phone, lest I have to explain myself. I started writing recently. I wanted to know how to properly describe what my characters are wearing. My search history now has more words for different kinds of dresses and women's underwear than any 2 fashion magazines combined with Victoria's Secret entire selection. The names of my exes. My 36-year-old coworker is really happy with his big family and told me he still searches for his exes on LinkedIn. What is Bono's first name? Now, you just made me Google it too. It's Paul, for those who are wondering. Paul David Hewson. Is a bird a mammal? I'm doing an animal-based degree, and ashamedly had to Google that when writing one of my later assignments. Google's response was Quora.com. Box answer is big bold fonts that just said, "No, a bird is a bird." Thanks, Google. Why did I pee myself? Not pregnant or old. Did you find out? Probably drunk or had carbon monoxide. Is noon being or PM? This is why military time is great. Noon is 12 and midnight is 00. Also, no more waking up after a really disorienting nap and wondering if it's 5 a.m. or 5 p.m., which is a good relief. It's called the 24-hour system. The military uses the 24-hour system with a slightly simplified way of saying it. Example, 2100 instead of 21 oog, 9 p.m., 2100. How often I look up size 30A bras. They are so expensive too. I feel your pain. Anything outside the normal carried in store sizes gets expensive fast. I can't get a decent bra under $70 usually. I searched, is Google down on Google? And was it? It said no on the very top of the page. Took a few seconds to realize what I searched. How much time I spend looking at random multi-million-dollar houses on real estate websites. I do it for ideas for Sims builds. How many tampons does a woman use on her in a month? We were talking about how when they sent the first woman to outer space, NASA didn't know how many tampons to send with her. And they made it sound like it was a ridiculous amount, and I agreed. Yeah, it was a ridiculous amount. But then I'm like, I actually don't know it's ridiculous because it was too low or too high, and so I had to Google it. And I could have asked my girlfriend, but I didn't want to feel dumb. And I wonder if any other guys in the room felt dumb for not knowing, or if they had just a better intuition for it than me. But now that I'm writing it out, I realized it was a ridiculous amount because she was only going to be up there for like a week, and they send her like 100 tampons. So I guess I'm stupid in many ways. Why didn't they just ask her? Everybody's different, and she'd know her body best. Maybe add a percentage to be safe, because space might screw with her things a little. That's the point of the story, that a bunch of actual rocket scientists went through all this work to come up with an answer that A, was nowhere near correct, and B, could have been answered correctly in about 5 seconds by just asking her. How to use a washcloth. All my life, I've bathed by lathering up with just the soap bar. Then I saw a web video making fun of people who don't use washcloths, so I relatively recently started experimenting with using a washcloth. Though I haven't experienced enough of a difference to warrant the extra effort, keeping clean ones on hand, etc., thinking maybe I was just doing it wrong. Tried looking up tutorials. Haven't found anything compelling enough so far. My husband doesn't use a washcloth. It never occurred to me that he didn't know how. Don't get me wrong, it's pretty common sense. Soap the rag and lather up from it. I just wanted to know if there was a way to get better results. Melting point of blood. Do you mean boiling point? Isn't it already melted? Or melting point of frozen blood, I guess. The melting point of frozen blood is -2 to -3 degrees Celsius. I was doing some D&D prep and it came up with some interesting things. How much do bones weigh? How much surface area is the moon? How much blood in a person? How viscous is mud? How many noodles for spaghetti? Can I live on lemonade and peanuts? Lots of random things that I won't be sharing with anyone unless they are the entire internet. RPGs are the worst for this. I've GM'd Shadowrun for a few years, and it is one of those games that definitely has gotten me onto a list. Looking up facts on airport security and explosives in the same day is not a good look. I'm convinced the NSA has a screening criteria where if they see you're also searching elves, they let you off the hook. How often do I have to look up normal words to make sure I have spelled them correctly? Looking up words to make sure they mean what I think they mean. Yeah, I do this all the time. Or phrases. I'm a healthcare provider. My Google search history has symptoms and diagnosis. Yeah, sometimes I Google your symptoms too. At least you have the training to know what to Google and what to ignore in the results. Search, runny nose, fever, sore throat. Results, brain, bone, and lung cancer. Get your affairs in order. How to be confident. Fake it till you make it, then keep faking it. I still have to Google how to tie a tie. Loop, swoop, hoop. Had to wear one every day for a job in college for 4 years. I can and have done it in my sleep. And more impressively, while mostly asleep, extremely hungover, and dashing down 6 flights of stairs after sleeping through an alarm. Obama's last name. What is it? Care. Today I Googled a KB to MB converter. I'm a 25-year-old IT support professional. I don't know between kilobytes, kibibytes, and kilobits. It can get out of hand very fast. Nothing. I habitually use incognito for everything like that. Me too. For anything in my career field, I don't want anyone second-guessing my ability to do my job or whether I have the knowledge to accomplish it. For anything slightly awkward, health stuff, common sense, stuff I should know, etc., I'm apparently really insecure. My really poor description of a movie that I can't remember that sounds like my gran typed it. That film with a famous scene where someone is doing a speech and a guy who is crazy stands up and shouts. Surprisingly, haven't found the movie. Now I'm curious about what movie this is too. You got any more info? Like, what year you watched it or something? Was it higher quality or grainier? I'm sure it was an older film. For some reason, I thought it was Citizen Kane. I can barely remember it. But I do know they talk about it on the TV show countdowns of the best movies and things like that. For some reason, I thought it had a really young Al Pacino, but I can't find it. I'm sure it's about this guy who's a bit crazy, and society kind of outcasts him or something. I'd say the film is 50s, 60s. I used to work for KGB, which was this text messaging service where you could text a number, ask any question, and get an answer. This was before smartphones became super huge, so it was a bit of a helpful gimmick back then. However, for everyone that we got asking normal questions like movie times or what restaurants were open near them or stuff like that, we got a lot more people asking very stupid things that I would have to Google. I have this album of a bunch of weird questions that people sent to us. It was an interesting job that helped cover some things when I was in college, but it definitely had me using Google for a lot of embarrassing stuff. I used to use that service or something like that. Never asked anything embarrassing, but I can imagine it wasn't too far off from Yahoo Answers, which I used to spend a lot of time answering bizarre questions on. LOL. You're probably thinking of cha-cha. How many ounces are in a cup? I've been a professional chef for years, and I forget that basic stuff. The only people I've met that know those conversions are chefs, bodybuilders, and potheads. I ran a mile today as fast as I could, and then Googled to see what the average person is supposed to be able to do. Found out that I'm 50% slower than expected for an in-shape 50-year-old. I'm 34. The fact that you even ran a mile probably puts you above the average person. Anyways, what's your mile time? Last time I ran one was in high school, and I think I was around 9 minutes. I hate running. My mile time is 29 years and counting. How to boil an egg. And I'm a chicken farmer. So how do you boil an egg? Boil water, add egg. When I intentionally spell things wrong so I can find out how to spell them correctly. I've done this too. Same here. The 1,000 or so Google.coms I've typed into the Google search bar. Fun fact that Microsoft hates, the #1 search term in Bing is Google. How many stupid things I obsess over. Like, how do I know if my cat loves me? Or, is it bad to crack your neck? Googled multiple times, and I often add the word Reddit for a second search after the first one. How many chocolate-covered espresso beans is too many? If you are not shaking fast enough to pass through walls, then you are still good. I didn't search for it myself, but I'm ashamed that I caused someone to search it. My poor, sweet, sweet mother Google searched, "How can I help my daughter to stop cutting herself?" That broke my heart and has motivated me to get better ever since. Oh, love, I hope you are doing and feeling better now, and hope your mom is less fearful about that. I cannot imagine my reaction if I found that in my daughter's search. Likewise, I would never ever want my mom to see mine, for similar but different reasons. Life is hard. A while ago, I was in a dark spot and would do tons of research on how to kill myself in the least painful way possible. Don't worry, I'm much better now, and getting help. Have a good day, y'all. Ask Reddit. Deep sea fishermen, ocean freighter workers, naval personnel, etc. What is the strangest, creepiest thing you have seen out on the job? Part 1. I've been on large container ships up and down the coast here. Whenever you're in the middle of a storm, it's quite exciting. It's hard to describe the sea in the middle of a storm. The swells get huge and rough. When lightning hits the sea, you see it light up a huge area and start to froth. The scariest, though, is being on the bridge in a trough between two swells and seeing the water rising up on either side of you like a wall. The sea is, in a very real sense, awesome. I've been sailing all my life, and just being out there, out of sight of land, and the weather comes in is an incredible feeling. We live in such sanitized worlds that it can be pretty unnerving to be at the mercy of an uncontrollable force. One of the strangest, most beautiful things to see is when there are dolphins swimming around the ship at night and there is bioluminescence. If there's no light pollution or moonlight, all you can see is ghostly trails of the light in the water and hear something breathing in the water below you. Where in the world might this happen? Genuinely curious. Mosquito Bioluminescent Bay in Vieques, Puerto Rico. It is one of the most bioluminescent bodies of water in the world, and it's awesome. My tour allowed us to swim in the water at night. The fish leave trails as they dart about, and the ray fins leave squiggles. One of the coolest things I've ever seen or done. On the Pacific side of South America, I believe we were off the coast of Peru or Chile. Can't quite remember. I was working the night shift, so I was on the flight deck to watch the sun come up. Strangest thing I've ever seen. The ocean was dead calm like a lake. Seriously, no ripples, no waves, just dead calm. Like you found a small pond up in the mountains that was completely undisturbed. The moon was bright in the sky, still as the sun had not yet begun to rise, but there was still a lot of light from it. The moon made it feel all the more eerie. And besides the noise from the ship, it was completely silent. One of the weirdest experiences I've ever felt. I was caught in an electrical storm while fishing. This was in Lake Ontario, running 8-foot graphite rods on downriggers. I was standing on the deck watching the rods, and I noticed blue sparks start jumping from rod to rod. A split second later, lightning struck directly behind the boat. That was probably the loudest natural sound I will ever hear in my life. Can you compare the sound of that to a gunshot? I have shot lots of guns, the loudest likely being my .22 250 or my dad's .300 Win Mag. Those make my ears ring a bit, but with no ear protection. This not only had my ears ringing so badly I lost sleep over it, but I could feel the sound rip through me. This story is terrifying and awesome at the same time. I enjoy sailing and like to take long trips on my uncle's boat. We usually tried to sail along the east or west coast of the US, but one year he was stationed in Japan, and I got the opportunity to travel to Japan. Great place to visit. I was sailing by the coast of Okinawa when a thunderstorm started up in the middle of the night. Strangely, the ocean was completely still, and the weather was giving us a wonderful light show. Lightning would strike the water and light up everything around us. Suddenly, lightning struck near our boat, and we saw the most incredible sight. Jellyfish. Jellyfish everywhere. These were not the usual jellyfish that you see around the US. These things were huge. The lightning would strike the water, and the jellyfish would light up. The ocean literally looked like it was glowing purple and red that night. Nothing that cool, but we were headed offshore to go fishing once, and there were thousands of cabbage head jellyfish. Apparently, per wiki, these are actually cannonball jellyfish in the water. As far as you could see, they were floating along, but since the waves were 4 to 6 feet, it felt like any time you hit a wave wrong, it could throw one into the boat. When I was younger, my dad and I went deep sea fishing all the time. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me was when we decided to do a little more surface fishing further out on the open ocean, rather than fish for grouper and whatnot. So I'm sitting with my feet off the edge of the boat, and my dad hooks a fish. It seems pretty big, based on the way it was pulling, so I look over to see if he needs help. Then something slowly brushes my legs. I look down, and there was a 4 to 5 foot barracuda brushing against my legs. I froze, and seconds later it shot off. When my dad felt the line go slack, he started reeling in faster. The barracuda had bitten off most of the fish. It was only a mouth on a hook, really. Pretty creepy. Same thing happened fishing out in the Gulf Stream. Departed from Duck, North Carolina, I think. We were catching mahi and I finally landed one. Got in the seat thingy, reeling it in. I then heard the captain say, "Barracuda!" He was on the top of the boat and had a better view, I guess. The line goes slack, and I reel in a very nice mahi head. I'm in the U.S. Coast Guard, and I recently was assigned to a ship. I was going through our logbooks to look up something and noticed that on the bridge, an unknown blue light was observed beneath the water's surface the night before. This intrigued me, so I started looking through more of the logs. Apparently, every 2 to 3 weeks, they enter lights of varying colors in the places you would not expect. Usually white, red, or green lights are on the horizon or in the sky, ships and aircraft. But they seem to report colored lights under the water, sometimes moving around, sometimes stationary. Lights in the sky moving at extreme speeds, then immediately stopping or disappearing altogether. Sometimes lights are visible to the naked eye, but when we try to look at it with FLIR or night vision, they are undetectable. I don't know, not that creepy, but was pretty interesting to me. During my time in the Navy, we once transited through the Bermuda Triangle at night. Being the Navy, there was plenty of people playing on the whole eeriness of our location as it was. But at one point, I stepped outside to have a look. It is typically quite dark on a Navy ship in the middle of the ocean at night, so it was quite a shock to see the water actually glowing green where we were. It looked a lot like we were sailing through an ocean full of chemicals you find in light sticks. It's pretty wild to see, especially in the triangle. I found out later that it was most likely bioluminescence from plankton in the water. The plankton are so cool. I had the opportunity to swim in it once. The plankton only glow when disturbed, so by treading water, you glow green. By making a splash, you make a splash of thousands of tiny green swimming lightning bugs. When I was stationed on the USS Underwood and we were in the Persian Gulf, the water was as flat as glass. We were just streaming along, no land anywhere in sight, and we pass a sheep bobbing in the water. There wasn't a ship to be seen, but there was a sheep in the ocean. We all had a laugh. Livestock ships, which are usually converted car carriers, carry thousands of sheep and/or cattle. Odds are that a few of these animals will die during the passage, and when they do, over the side they go. Merchant seaman here. I have traveled worldwide with over 50,000 miles under my belt, having crossed the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans multiple times. The thing I have seen a few times that really creeped me out were whilst on watch at night, and on several occasions witnessed meteorites similar, if not bigger, to the ones caught on dash cams in Russia, also seemingly close to the ship, even audible to the human ear if outside on the bridge wings. Spectacular sights, but also kind of terrifying. I was coming on watch on the 2000 hour to 0100 hour, and the captain, old man, was covering the first mate's watch, as he had a long night with draft survey stability calculations. I remembered I'd left my laundry down in the dryer and asked the captain if he would excuse me to go and grab my laundry, one deck down. He agreed, and I went down to the laundry for 2 minutes to put my clothes in my cabin, and by the time I got back to the bridge, the old man exclaimed, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" I said, "No, Captain, see what?" Apparently, a meteor flew across the ship's bow, not too far from us. In the 100 years of his and the lookout's combined years at sea, they both said they had never seen anything like it. I was kicking myself. If I stayed, I would have witnessed something amazing. Nothing particularly specific. I've been sailing all of my life and have somewhere around 6,000 sea miles, as well as years and years of inland dinghy racing experience. The sea just does strange things sometimes. Wind against tide and underwater obstacles causing weird currents create unnatural waves, and it starts to feel like the sea is just throwing water at you at random. Fog at sea at night really messes up your senses too. Everything is quiet and you can't see anything but the boat immediately around you. You keep looking for lights on other ships and listening for fog horns or the sound of engines in the distance, and your brain starts playing all manner of tricks on you. In a busy shipping lane, it is a serious business, and in a very real way, it could be life or death if you miss a ship that hits you and sinks you. You start to see lights everywhere around you. You start hearing engines creeping up on you. You stop your boat and cut the engine to see if you're hearing anything real, and you enter an even stranger world of sensory deprivation. It's very eerie. It's one thing to be surrounded by water on all sides, but it's another to be surrounded by water on all sides and being barely able to see it. This was maybe 10 years ago, and I was sailing with my family, moving a sailboat from the Connecticut shore to Boston, and this happened on an extremely foggy day. I also remember the day being pretty windless as well, so we were just motoring along instead of sailing. Now, the general procedure for sailing in such thick fog is to use radar and foghorns to try to prevent any collisions from happening. At some point, we started hearing huge, loud horn blasts, just repeating from somewhere to our right in the fog. It seemed normal enough, someone signaling their position to anyone in the vicinity. Then after maybe 15 or 20 minutes of sailing and listening to these horn blasts, we eventually came upon what was making them. Maybe 100 feet from our boat, a huge submarine appeared, and it looked like it's just sitting still. The weird thing was the suddenness of its appearance. Maybe not the creepiest thing in this thread, but an enormous black shape appearing out of the fog at sea was pretty creepy to me at the time. Probably asking about ocean-related crazy stuff, but was on an aircraft carrier. No flight operations. I was the junior guy that had to sit around and watch the radar, CNN, Basic Instinct on continuous loop. I noticed a blip, which was no big deal. Either commercial or a French carrier, FOC, had something go on. However, the next blip showed it had traveled quite a distance. At 7 seconds per sweep, it was running over 2,000 miles per hour. My first thought was that it was an SR-71 type, but my radar was for ATC. That thing would have had to be pretty low for me to see it, 50,000 feet tops. The next return verified the speed. It was the fourth one that qualifies as creepy. The aircraft had turned 90 degrees, was headed south, then turned east. We had planes that could run that fast, but nothing that could turn that fast. That I'm aware of, early 90s. Another sweep of it, and it was gone. Buddy of mine in the CDC, Combat Direction Center, saw the same thing. Both of us were pretty excited about it, reported it up, and they blew it off. So, I don't know about cow mutilation or alien abductions, things like that, but I am absolutely convinced I saw a UFO. I remember flipping over to the plot page on the CCTV. We were at 41 North, 17, 36 East. Technically speaking, what you saw was the definition of a UFO. Ask Reddit. Deep sea fishermen, ocean freighter workers, naval personnel, etc. What is the strangest, creepiest thing you have seen out on the job? Part 2. A friend of mine, known as Damo, was an avid fisherman, and he and his dad used to go out on the sea fishing whenever they could. A few years ago, he told me this story and it really creeped me out, so this seems like an appropriate place to tell it. Damo and his dad were on the second night of a trip deep-sea fishing, and they decided to get some sleep in the early evening so they could go for whatever fish they were after at around 1 a.m., the best time to get this fish, apparently. Anyway, they only had a smallish boat, but the weather was extremely pleasant, and the sea was calm to the point of stillness, so they figured it would be a great night's fishing for them. Around 12:30 a.m., they started to set their gear up, and as they were on the starboard side and getting bait ready, they heard a loud splash on the port side. As there was almost no swell, they figured it was either a large fish or some gear had somehow fallen in, so they went over to have a look. Floating face up in the water, only a few feet from the side of the boat, was a young woman. They reckoned she couldn't have been more than about 30 at most. She showed absolutely no signs of decomposition, bloating, and there was nothing tangled in her hair, all of which would normally suggest she'd been in the water for some time. She was wearing a simple white skirt and a blue-colored strappy top, both of which were clean and apparently looking barely wet, again, all indicating she had only just gone in the water. She showed no signs of damage, like having been beaten or attacked, and her eyes and mouth were shut. Damo said she looked totally peaceful and like she was simply asleep and just floating on her back in the water. They were both totally freaked out by the whole thing, but reacting more to the need to make sure she was okay, instead of just standing there trying to work out where she came from. They tried to wake her up, shouting to her, etc., and they threw a line to her, hoping they may catch her enough to pull her in. She showed no signs of movement, and the splashing around that they were making with the rope served only to let her body drift further away from the boat. When she was a few meters away, Damo ran off to grab a fishing rod, hoping they could pull her in that way, and his dad ran to the cabin to try and call a Coast Guard for help. When Damo got back to the side, she had vanished. He frantically searched around and splashed into the water with the rod, thinking she had bobbed underwater or even drifted under the boat somehow, but the body had vanished. Eventually, his dad, figuring they just couldn't leave a potential dead, unconscious body floating in the water, jumped in and swam over to where she had last been, hoping he may find her under the surface, but they couldn't find anything. They did eventually drive the boat around in a good half-kilometer circle, but they never saw the body again. The Coast Guard did come out, and obviously Damo and his dad were kind of interrogated to make sure they hadn't dumped the body, but nothing came of it at all. The freakiest thing about it all was that the boat was thoroughly checked before they had set out fishing the day before, so they could say with certainty that there had been no woman on board when they set off, either a dead body or a stowaway homeless woman. The apparently fresh state of the body kind of removed the possibility that she had been in the water a while, and that they just found the body and they were far enough out from land and nowhere near any other boats that her appearance there was just totally unexplainable, as was the way the body just disappeared. Damo and his dad hadn't been gone for more than 20 seconds from the side of the boat, but in that time the body just vanished. They were both really shaken by the whole thing and were most terrified by the fact that her appearance was preceded by the heavy splash in the water, to them suggesting the body had only just entered the water from their own boat. They tell the story now as a kind of "you won't believe what happened to us once" type thing, but it shook them badly, and neither has been back to the same fishing spot since. Some deep-sea fish have lures attached to their bodies to attract prey. Maybe this was some man-eating fish monster with a woman-shaped lure meant to catch unsuspecting fishermen. Pretty creepy. My dad spent years at sea and has many stories from his time on tanker ships as an engineer. One time the ship was being slowed down by something they couldn't explain. Mechanically fine, turns out they had a large dead whale wrapped around the bow of the ship slowing them down. But the creepiest story was a simple one. The crew was shark fishing off the bank of a smaller tanker ship, basically attaching meat chunks to hooks and throwing them off the back to trawl in the ocean, Southeast Asia, Australia area. My dad, for fun, made up this large steel alloy, described it as being incredibly durable hook to use. They attach a large chunk of meat to it and throw it off the back. A while later, they haul it back in, only to find the meat is gone and the hook is bent completely straight. There was nothing it could have snagged on in the deep ocean as the boat was driving through. My dad and the crew were sufficiently unnerved to think that something large down there could have bent a large hook like that. There is always a bigger fish. I was in the Royal Navy and was at sea during Hurricane Andrew. It was the most exciting thing ever. Waves were so big they went over the bridge wings. Awesome stuff. Remember seeing gulls trying to stay in the air and going down behind the waves out of sight. They were that large. It was too rough to feel seasick. I just snuck out onto the bridge and pretended I was on watch and just watched in awe. I was on the USS Clark, a FFG, not a NJR OTC field trip in high school. Got stuck in a nor'easter. On the bridge when all sorts of alarms go off for collision warning. Captain looked at my buddy and I and said we better grab onto something as a rouge wave is coming. Found out that these boats are made to go through waves, not over. It was fun looking out behind the ship as we exited from under the estimated 75-foot rouge wave. While in the Navy, I was an engineer who worked in one of our ship's 2 engine rooms. I was tasked with cleaning out tubes inside a heat exchanger that took in seawater to condense steam. The entire tube system and the end cap was filled to the brim with mud and some sort of sea worms. It looked like it was one giant living brown mass, and I immediately threw up upon smelling and seeing it. We were in the Persian Gulf, and the water was relatively shallow and warm, so lots of creepy crawlies in our seawater pumps and heat exchangers. Reminds me of when my dad was cleaning out a heating duct in the brewery he works at, one of the few macro breweries. He could see that there was a big mass of something. He thought it was dirt or dust. Reached in to scoop it out. It was a load of live cockroaches. The mass hit the floor and scattered. Some crawled into his overalls. It was nasty. So if I had to do what you did, I'd think of the story my dad told me and I'd get right out of there. Former submarine sonar man here. No windows. So it falls outside the creepy things I've seen requisite. More of a creepy thing we heard. I was stationed on the West Coast. Whenever we would transit near a particular Californian city within a specific area, we would hear over the headphones the something that started off sounding like a woman screaming and ended sounding like bullfrogs on a hot summer night. None of the sonar techs up through our chief knew what to make of it. We chalked it up to just being a merfrog and carried on. I'm an officer in the Australian Merchant Navy. The creepiest thing for me is on a daily basis, I have to go into the bosun store, where all the tools and equipment are kept, where a guy I sailed with hanged himself. I was on study leave when he did it, and I had seen him a few months prior and he was all smiles. His wife had decided to leave him and take the kids. A friend of his was killed on the job some years ago by accident, and he blamed himself, which he had no control over. It was largely to do with bad luck and a safety procedure when working with a crane. This guy who I liked hanged himself, and every time I go into the bosun store, I remember him and feel weird, creeped out. Not the strangest on here, but here is my tuppence worth. Last October, I was on a survey vessel between the Shetland Islands and the Faroe Islands. The sea was like a mirror, unusual for the Atlantic, and a thick fog had surrounded us for days. We were collecting core samples from the sea floor, and I was working nights. Out of nowhere, thousands of tiny birds appeared out of the fog. Some settled on the boat, all silent. Others flew clockwise around the boat, darting in and out of the fog. This continued for a few hours until around 4 a.m. The birds just started dropping dead out of the sky. Thump, and a tiny fragile dead bird next to me. This continued until daybreak when the fog finally lifted, and the birds disappeared along with it. We were finding the bodies for days afterwards. This happened about 6 months ago. Bit of background. I've grown up on boats and beaches. Family have always had a boat, and I have always fished. However, this story didn't happen when I was out in the ocean. I was at a friend's house just after the moon had risen. It was a fairly bright night as I was sitting with a group of friends on a beach house deck. Anyway, none of us had actually taken any drugs or started drinking yet. We had just gotten back to the house. I remember looking out at the view of the beach and the moon. The bright moon was shining a fairly wide path from just below it across the water and onto the beach, but all the other water was dark. You can imagine it like this, although you could see the occasional wave break as the whitewash caught some light. Anyway, I noticed a red light going from left to right. This is strange because a starboard green light should have been showing on that side of any boat, at a cracking pace. Like, it looked like some serious type of speedboat flying. I pointed this out to my friends, and a few of us noted how quick and smooth this boat was flying across the bay. It eventually moved near the light of the moon, and as we all watched it fly past, it was literally just a red light, like a giant red ball. As soon as it hit the other side of the moonlight, it disappeared. I kind of assumed it was a drone, but it was seriously quick. It disappeared and was a long way out of skimming what looked very close to the water on a surf beach. Former commercial fisherman here. The number of sharks circling oil rigs is pretty harrowing. Mostly hammerheads, but the sheer volume makes you plant your feet. My uncle used to work on those rigs and said they would fish off of them for shark and bring them up in baskets and kill and grill them all the time. The father of a friend of mine used to work on a boat, and he told me they once had a ball of lightning dancing around on deck. Before he told me about that, I never even knew such a thing existed or it could happen. So I used to deep sea fish a lot. I've seen all sorts of big fish, but the constant that you always see is the barracuda. Barracuda are great predators. They move at lightning fast speed, and their teeth cut so clean and fast they can take your finger and you won't notice until there's blood all over the boat. Anyways, barracuda love deep sea fishermen. Fishermen give them an easy meal of a tired fish who is too weak to get away. I feel sorry for the boat that gets stuck over a school of barracuda. They'll wait until your fish is just in sight range and boom, you'll reel up nothing more than a fish head. You see a large shadow, longer than you, slowly fade into deep water, with your dinner in his belly. It's not the strangest thing, but it scares new fishermen to feel nothing but a gentle tug, and then just reel up the fish head. Ask Reddit. Teachers of Reddit, what is the most stunning failure of class clown tomfoolery you've witnessed? I had a kid rubber cement his hand to his face. No one cared, and the kid that bet him to do it didn't even pay out. Yeah, a sophomore at my school did something kind of similar. He superglued a penny to his forehead. Everyone just thought he was dumb. No one laughed. And then I guess the glue between his skin and the metal had a reaction and caused a really terrible chemical burn that left him with a penny-shaped scar in the middle of his forehead. I teach science, and a student made a good nice rock pun. Then he stood there waiting for a response. No one laughed except me. I think it went over most of their heads. I wish I could remember exactly what he said, because it was clever. I was in history class one time, and some kid said something along the lines of, "I would make my slaves call me daddy." So I quickly made a Thomas Jefferson joke. I don't really remember it, just that it was mildly inappropriate, and I was pretty proud of it. My teacher and I had a good laugh about it, but not even a chuckle from anybody else. "You were too witty for your classmates." My, that's what she said, and fart jokes finally have an audience, however. My sister witnessed a guy yell, "Food fight!" and throw his tray up in the air. The whole cafeteria just stared at him. He sighed and escorted himself to the principal's office. My college was really into ultimate frisbee. When you start the game, the thrower yells, "Ultimate!" and throws the frisbee as far as he can. In the dining hall one night after a game, my teammate thrower grabbed a plate, and after 7 boring minutes of waiting in line, you guessed it, "Ultimate!" Thunk, crash, shatter, silence. Everyone stares at him like he's gone insane. He surveys the scene and realizes that he is screwed up. "That was way funnier in my head," he says as a means of an apology. At least he cleaned up the mess. Walked into a room and a student was at my desk. He jumped up and immediately started gesturing to the whiteboard where he had drawn a lot of squiggles and whatnot. He then started to do a fake lesson to, I suppose, be funny. If he was trying to make fun of me, it failed as no one laughed. I teach community college though. This dude is easily in his mid-20s, and the average of this class was around 30 plus. Most everyone looked like they wanted to die. I always despised class clown wannabes in college. For one, time to grow up. 2, this is costing us all money to be here. And 3, none of it was ever funny anyway. I often encourage witty comments in my classes, and by witty, I mean puns. When a pun fails, I always laugh anyway and try to make the most of it for the student. The last thing I would want is for them to stop taking a risk and speaking up. As for actual tomfoolery, I had this one student in year 8 who would do stupid things like make silly noises, pretend to fall down, etc. for attention. At the beginning of the year, the rest of the kids in his class would laugh. I would take him aside and encourage him not to do it. If I were to call him out at the time, it would simply be reinforcing that behavior. I would tell the class they should ignore such behavior, yada. He would get better for a bit, then revert to his old attention-seeking ways. Anyway, this obviously got old real fast for the other students in his class.
One day he was swinging on his chair and accidentally tipped over backwards. Not a student looked up from their work. I ignored it as well. Watching from the corner of my eye, I could see him up on his elbows looking around the room, a befuddled expression on his face. Why was no one laughing? Why is no one looking at me? Not getting the reaction he wanted, he exclaimed loudly, "Ow! I just fell off my chair!" Still no response from anyone in the class. He then started rolling down around like a soccer player that had been touched in the penalty area, emitting spectacularly fake groans of pain and, I imagine, groans of frustration. Still no response from the class. Eventually, after a minute or so, my route around the class took me to his desk. By this point, he wasn't making noises anymore, just laying on the floor, once again on his elbows, glancing about the class with a look of bewildered frustration on his face. "Hey, Johnny," I say, "why are you on the floor?" With a petulant little pout, he says, "I fell off my chair." Me: "So, were you swinging on it?" Johnny: "Yes, but it was an accident." Me: "Okay, you hurt?" Johnny: "No." Me: "Well, get up and get back to work." And that was the end of his tomfoolery. A few days later, he was out sick. I asked the class what made them to decide to ignore him that day. They said they liked him, but what he was doing was starting to make people not like him because it was annoying. I was pretty impressed with that answer, so we played games for the rest of the lesson. Personal experience. In history class, we were talking about Judaism and how God in their religion, Yahweh, apparently told Abraham to do something and he didn't, and God punished him. Anyway, I said, "Well, I guess it's Yahweh or the highway," really loudly, proud of my pun. Dead silence. Don't make jokes in first period, kids. We weren't goofing around, but the teacher took it as follows. During my junior year of high school, we had a substitute who was just about to call out attendance one morning. Minutes before, our school principal got on the intercom to announce that one of our students had been hit by a car and passed away the night before. The girl was in our class. Most of us sat there shocked. Couple people cried. Sub calls attendance, calls her name. We reply, "She's dead." He gets really angry, yells at us that it isn't funny to joke about that, which we angrily replied to him that the principal had just announced it. He called her name 2 more times and took a couple more minutes for him to grasp the concept that she was dead and we weren't just immaturely joking. What a weird way to announce someone's death. Over the intercom? Her best friends, her classmates all find out through an impersonal announcement over the intercom? That aside, unbelievable teacher. World War II vet came to our school to talk to us. Teacher made it pretty clear, do not ask how many people he has killed. As soon as the veteran was done speaking, he asked if anyone had questions. And of course, there's this girl, she thought she was just hilarious, raises her hand, and I just know what is coming next. "How many people have you killed?" There were sighs from everyone when she asked it. I hope she still cringes at doing that. Our head janitor was a Vietnam vet. Every year he would come to our U.S. history class, and our teacher would make us all ask him a question of our choosing as an assignment. Not wanting to be that kid, none of us asked how many people he had killed. He thought this was strange, and at the end of the lesson, told us how many confirmed kills he had. 17. I taught in Japan and would often kneel down in front of a student's desk to help them through their work. One day, this kid, who was always a smartass, called me over to ask for help, and thinking I wouldn't understand his Japanese, told me to kneel down and suck him off. The class dropped into stunned silence, and I picked up his textbook with 2 hands and smacked him on the top of the head with it. The only time I've ever hit a student, despite my coworkers doing it regularly, literally every class. And I still feel semi-guilty about it, despite the fact that it solved his behavior issues in my class. If you don't speak much Japanese, how are you teaching? I speak Japanese. He just thought I didn't speak enough to understand him. Also, many foreign English teachers aren't required to speak Japanese, and it is sometimes preferred that they don't, because then the students have to use English to communicate. Generally speaking, with my students, I would use as much English as possible and refrain from speaking Japanese. I taught in South Korea for a year, just a little while back. It was hard to adjust to it at first, but I absolutely fell in love with everything about it.
My students are brilliant and talented. It was a genuine pleasure to be part of their education. Anyway, it was nearing the end of the year, and I threw a pizza party on the last day of our after-school creative writing class. I was already in a super emotional state at that time. I was homesick, but I knew I had grown so much more, and these kids had basically become family to me. 5 minutes before our last class was over, I stopped the party so I could just say a few last words of encouragement before I dismissed them for the last time. But this little bastard, Awesome was the English name he picked for himself at the beginning of the year, yelled over me and said, "Darn, after today, I will be the ugliest person at school again." And I just started crying. Not any of that girly "I have something in my eye" business, but full on flowing. I just watched the Iron Giant for the first time, bawling. Of course, I wasn't crying because I was offended. The gravity of my contract being over, going home, and knowing that I will be leaving my 200 or so little brothers and sisters behind just finally hit me. I was going to miss these kids, my kids. Just as I was finding the resolve to explain my tears, Jenny, girl genius, and, between you and me, one of my favorite students, walked over to Awesome and just slapped him right across the face. She screamed at him in Korean, what I would only find out much later to be, "Look what you did. You made him cry. You want to die?" I swear it sounds adorable in Korean. At this point, I'm a complete mess, but I'm the teacher, so I have to lead my students. In a different kind of broken English, I explain through my tears that I'm not crying because of Awesome's bad joke. I'm crying because I won't be able to hear him and the rest of you after today. I went on to explain, tears the whole way through, how I was so proud to be with them this year, how I'll miss them, how they've all impacted me, and lastly, that I love them and will always support them. Maybe because I was so focused on trying to find my own resolve, I didn't notice that my students had lost theirs. It looked like everyone had simultaneously been told their moms have just died. The class was just distraught with tears. In the midst of all this emotion, Awesome, lovable crying bastard that he is, exclaimed, "It's not fair. Your eyes are so big. You're so handsome when you cry." Ephemeral style, teacher. I know that might sound super lame out of context, but it was hilarious at the time, and we half laughed, half cried even harder. Jenny apologized about 1,000,000 times to Awesome and was so embarrassed she couldn't look directly at me till the next day. So I guess my student didn't really end up with a stunning failure for his joke, but it was definitely not the outcome he expected. It was a really wonderful experience though, as awkward and unprofessional as it was. One of my high school freshmen was singing the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse theme song. I then told the class how my 2-year-old daughter loves to sing that song. She'll also always say, "It's me, Mickey," just like the show. The class clown, who frequently speaks before he thinks, said, "Oh man, I would punch her in the face if she did that in front of me." Silence. Ask Reddit. You're 12 years old again. It is 1 a.m. at night. Your parents aren't home. You got lots of snacks ready, and your friends are over. What is the game you play? Manhunt. Manhunt, manhunt, 1, 2, 3, caught, caught, caught. So many awesome memories with this one. It's basically hide and seek and capture the flag. One team hides, the other team tries to capture the hiding team by grabbing them and saying the manhunt line above. If you get caught, you go to jail, aka a stoop or a big tree. Once everyone's caught, the hiding team becomes the seeking team. The big catch is that if someone on the hiding team can tag his teammates who are in jail, they run free, like in some versions of Capture the Flag. So you'd always leave the fat friend, me, behind as the jail guard, and there'd always be a big jailbreak to keep the round going. This one got really sketchy after age 12 or so, when a few of my friends started hitting puberty. Neighbors did not like seeing the 6-foot shadow of one of us climbing on their garage. We called it blindfold. Kids, huh? It's like hide and seek. Basically, we would vote to pick one person to wear a blindfold. The lights would be off, scary that way. Spin that person around 3 times. That person would then have to find us with the blindfold still on. We couldn't leave the room we were all in, or it would be cheating. However, we could give hints and move around as much as we wanted. Once that person touched someone, The cycle continued until someone cheated. And we'd all eat and tell scary stories after that. We called that murder in the dark. I climbed out of my friend's second-story bedroom window and stood on the large windowsill, which I thought was quite brilliant, and his mom just happened to be driving by the house. Got in trouble for that one. We used to play this cool game called How Much Pizza Crust Can Matthew Fit in His Mouth at Once? How does this game work? Like, what are the instructions? You see how much pizza crust Matthew can fit in his mouth at once. Hide and seek or ghost in the graveyard. What is ghost in the graveyard? This was my favorite game as a kid. We played it like this. All but one person counts at base, usually a big tree. You are counting to midnight, so the count goes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, rock. 4 o'clock, always stopping to say Rick every 3 numbers. Don't know why, and the second 12 is midnight. The one ghost hides. At midnight, you go and look for the ghost. The first person to see the ghost shouts, "Ghost in the graveyard!" At which point, everyone runs for the base and the ghost tags everyone they can. All tagged people are ghosts next round. Last one alive wins. Played at night. Lockout. All but one person would be locked outside the house with the end goal being to break in. The person inside must leave at least 2 possible entry points available at any given time, constantly trying to switch them before the would-be robbers figured out how to get inside. Safe to say my parents weren't too fond of finding a bunch of 12-year-olds trying to climb through their windows. Is this a game people actually played, or did you guys come up with it? That sounds immensely fun. I want to play. Accidentally made it up when we decided to mess with one of our friends and locked him out of the house. Had so much fun we put some rules to it and turned it into a proper game. Go to the barnyard. Basically, you need a big country yard, ideally with a barn or shed, at dark and like 4 people or more. One person is it and the others hide. The person who is it roams around trying to find people, but they need not touch anyone. They just need to identify them, hence it needing to be after dark. So if I was found or being chased, the person who it is just needs to yell, "Big T, go to the barnyard," and I would be caught. I would then go to the barnyard, a predetermined place that is a jail of sorts. Goal for the person who is it is to get everyone to the barnyard, but everyone hiding can also free the people getting caught by getting into the barnyard and yelling, "The cows are loose." Game was epic, but also dangerous because some of the games featured hiding on top of 100-foot silos or in an actual barn with 800-pound cows. Only tough part about this game is it can be pretty open to cheating if you're not with honest people, but cheaters eventually are always found out and henceforth left out of the games. We'd do a stealth game in the barn where there'd be several guards patrolling, one with a glow stick key on them that the thief would need to steal. It wasn't a video game, but we called it 007. Basically, we waited until it was dark and had some older sibling with a car drive the group to some point within walking distance of the house. One person stayed in the car with a flashlight, and the rest had to try and get back to the house without being seen by the person in the car. If you were spotted by the car, you got in and helped look for everyone else. We did this when I was in high school. I lived in a small rural town, and we did it a few times. You started west side of town and tried to make it to the east side, avoiding teams of chasers in a couple of cars. Then, someone used their dad's company car, the cops got wise, and a bunch of people called us in for trespassing. Mario Party. Yes, we used to have Mario Party parties all the time when I was a kid. Still do sometimes. I got Mario Party for my 13th birthday. It taught me many things about fairness in life at a very pivotal age. Night crawlers. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it would be better with blankets, right? The blankets can be the dirt. Hide and seek in the dark. We used to call it dark room because all of us hid in one room where the lights were off, and the person whose turn it was supposed to find us in the dark. When I was in boarding school, we used to play hide and seek in the dark in the auditorium with a group of friends. It was awesome because it stayed extremely dark, and we could hide amongst the rows of seats, on the stage somewhere, in the back rooms, or underneath the stage in the green room. Same, also boarding school. Some places were 100% pitch black, and the seeker would be in a lit room before he entered. Over time, they'd adjust and start catching shadows, but it was done 100% by feel and familiarity until then. Rules were only that you couldn't move things that could trip someone up, and if you had to be tagged, which led to some sudden movements when you thought you were caught and basically sprinting across a pitch black room and maiming yourself on something to escape. Some of the best tactics were legit laying flat on the ground against the wall. Had some big rooms in that school, but it always made people laugh to hear the shuffling. Then a little shuffle and a sudden burst of sound as someone tried to escape being tagged. Simpsons Hit and Run featuring cheat sheet. I was just hit by a truck of nostalgia. Thanks. Super Smash Bros., Mario Party, or Kirby's Air Ride. Halo 1 before Xbox Live. My first experience with Halo. I used to get official Xbox magazines as a kid because they came with demo discs. One of them had the level The Silent Cartographer from the first game on it. My best friend, later best man at my wedding, spent the night and we did nothing but jam that demo over and over. MCC was so worth it. We both hop on and jam sometimes on the weekends. Sardines. Like hide and seek in pitch black, but only one person hides and everyone else has to individually find them. When they do, they join the hider, and the last person to find the sardines is the loser and the one to hide first next. I love this game. When my parents would drop me off to church for the parent date night, we would all play this, and the people supervising us allowed the entire church as hiding grounds since we had a group of 40 kids, all younger than 13. It was epic starting out exploring the huge dark church with so many people and then noticing they were disappearing one by one. I had these light up sneakers and would romp around trying to use the light to scope people out, lol. Golden Eye and or NFL Blitz 1999. Bust out the Guitar Hero, Call of Duty, and Monopoly. Guitar Hero had its heyday when I was about 15-16. Or that would have had to be my response. My best friend and I, at the time, were fully obsessed with that game and challenged each other enough to constantly get better. We landed ourselves in the world's top 20 as a guitar-based duo a few times, and once as a guitar-drum pair on Rock Band. Guitar Hero 3 and Rock Band 2, both the PSN and Xbox Live networks. We had 4 different charts for top 20 finishers. Between that and the Call of Duty 4, the first Modern Warfare, man, so many hours. We pretend to smoke cigarettes by lighting incense and putting it in our mouth, called local radio shows and requested songs, made up crazy stories to tell the radio host, made prank calls, snuck some liquor from our parents' liquor cabinet, and at the end of the night when it was absolutely late enough, played Truth or Dare and ended up streaking through all the neighbors' backyards. You drank liquor at 12? I think we leaned toward the flavorful liqueurs actually, like Malibu coconut rum at 21%. I remember that being our favorite, not the hard stuff, from what I remember. I guess it might sound bad, but I think we got it out of our system pretty early. Some of the good kids became pretty messed up by rebelling later in life. Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game. Paper and dice. Old school, baby. Oh yeah. We did this several times. The Tomb of Horrors night was one of my favorite memories. We didn't get too far. My sons used to play Your Mother Gets Called by the Cops at midnight. Loosely tie one willing participant's feet and hands, go to the end of the driveway with him. Have him lay on the ground. Wait for a car to start coming down the lonely main road. Start pretending to kick and punch the crap out of the kid on the ground. Hilarity ensues many cool summer nights. Until a concerned lady calls the cops as she drives off. Kids continue to play high IQ game. A third shift cop from this small town shows up. Kids scatter. Cop pulls his gun and chases kids into the woods. Although the kids that stayed put tell him it's all a joke. Cop yells, kids get to come out of the woods, points gun at a couple, finally rounds them all up. Parents are called. I received the most passive-aggressive cop call ever, along the lines of, "Sorry, madam, we hate to make these kinds of calls, but I need to tell you that this went on forever until I was ready to scream, 'Are my kids alive?' We're asked to come get them. We get there, a statey is there now and trying to talk the angry town cop down. My twins are handcuffed and sitting on a nearby railway tie. I apologize for the 12-13-year-old stupidity. Lecture kids all the way home about how you don't mess with a third shift small town cop. We used to make knives out of foil. In the dark, they looked pretty real. Wait for a car to come, stage a fight, and stab a guy. From a car in the dark, I imagined it looked real. We'd do it until a cop came and take off running. Usually by 2 or 3 cars, someone had called the cops. Thing is, we'd be all, "There's another car, get ready," and then see the police lights on the roof and run. Ask Reddit. Who thinks men's gifts ideas are always super lame? Men of Reddit, what lame guy gifts are you tired of receiving? How would you edit these lists your wives, mothers, sisters are reading? I once bought my dad a complete set of tires for his pickup truck, the best on the market. They lasted 5 years, over all kinds of terrain, hunting, fishing, picking up loads, general driving. He constantly told his friends, "My son bought me these incredible tires." If someone bought me a decent set of snow tires on new Steelies for Christmas, I would just scream. I own 4 flasks. I consider myself a moderate to heavy drinker, but this is overkill. Am I supposed to strap them onto some kind of bandolier and keep it under my poncho when I go to a sporting event? Yes. Yes, you are. Let me just get this out of my system. Unless they have expressly said the kind of animal they want, or they are your child, in which case you were probably planning on taking care of it anyway, never ever buy someone a pet as a gift. I'd go one step further and say don't give animals as gifts. Kids think of gifts and think of toys, which are essentially disposable. Getting a pet should be treated as an adoption. Involve the kids in the process of finding an animal, talk about the responsibility involved, the animal's needs, etc. I've had some great results getting men in my family gifts from American Science and Surplus. This store is in my town, so we shop here so much. Every holiday season, they always do fun experiments that scare the crap out of kids. My boyfriend made everything simple for me. He pointed me in the direction of his Amazon wish list. Can't go wrong. Great idea. I'm so going to do this. I just need to get me a girlfriend. Put one on your Amazon wish list. In my family, we just get each other gift cards for Christmas. $50 each. We've also stopped loving each other. My dad bought me new plates for his house because his plates were old and I didn't like them. New York Magazine suggested beard oil as a gift last year. Beard oil? I've used beard oil before. It's magical. If your man has a full beard, it's practically a necessity. Older guy here. I welcome and appreciate all gifts, but really, I don't need another mug. Here's the proper tip. Don't buy him a mug. Buy him the liquids that go in the mug. Want to spend $5-10? A nice craft beer would be highly appreciated. 10 to 15? A pound of coffee. Want to go over the top and spend $35 to $75? Buy the guy a bottle of scotch. You just gave me a great idea. My husband has really been into craft beers. I can do that for him instead of having him pick out his own gift. I have taken to giving my dad scotch. His birthday was close to Father's Day, so I got him an 18-year-old scotch. He loved it. For Christmas, I will get him the 15-year-old reserve he likes, as it gets expensive buying the 18-year. I know he likes it, and it's better than getting him a gift card. Judging by the things that get my husband's attention in a shop, good gifts are light bulbs, batteries, bungee cords, wire cutters. He doesn't get out much. Please, no page-a-day calendars focused on something that I mentioned in passing that I had a slight interest in 8 months ago. I still get calendars. Who uses paper calendars anyway? Let me set aside space on my desk for this block of paper to track my appointments. And when I'm not at my desk, I'm screwed because I can't access it. Sweet. My wife absolutely cannot believe that I want tools as gifts. I guess to her, it would be more like me buying her a vacuum cleaner or a washing machine. To me, though, getting a chainsaw is like a chance to do something awesome. Gave my dad a steel chainsaw with a 20-inch bar for his birthday one year. A chainsaw. I did a lot of research. You should have seen his eyes light up like there wasn't one safe tree on the property. LOL, his house is surrounded by trees. He loses one every wind or ice storm. A very pragmatic gift. I remember my mom got one of those for my dad for Christmas one year. Later in the day, as I was feeling out over games and stuff I had gotten, he'd gone to the garage to, edit the Christmas tree. As a woman, my proudest gift-giving moment was after my husband proposed to me. I didn't think it was fair that I got a diamond ring and he didn't get anything, so I bought him an engagement PS3. After I proposed to my wife, she got me some cool stuff, including an incredible watch and Batman Arkham City. My response as I was opening the box? Aw, you didn't have to, Batman. Cologne. I have an entire shelf in my medicine cabinet dedicated to the various colognes I've received as gifts. I do not need a bottle every single year. As far as socks and boxer shorts, please leave those to my wife. She knows what fits and looks best on me. Could be a nice way of saying you stink, dude. Normally I'd agree that it might be a gentle suggestion, but I've asked and usually got the response, no, we just don't know what else to get you, despite a few other suggestions I throw out every year. Everyone knows just to buy me booze. I haven't regifted since the first Bush administration. To be more specific, Scotch. Get a reasonably priced but good bottle of Belvany Doublewood 12, Glenfiddich 15, or a Macallan 10, Fine Oak. My mom, for some mystifying reason, used to buy me stuff for bagels. Over the years, I got a plexi bagel storage thingy, a plexi bagel cutting rack, cream cheese seasoning packets, assorted spreaders, and knives. I had no idea there were so many things available. I eventually told her I never wanted anything that had to do with the storage or preparation of a bagel. I think sometimes relatives, especially older ones, get caught in some kind of loop. Maybe she saw you eat a bagel once and she thought, Bongo Zap looks like he's really enjoying that bagel. And then later, when gift-giving time came around, she was like, what does he like again? And some weird neurons fired in her brain and we're all like, bagels. My grandmother does this, except with Hello Kitty, because she saw me use a Hello Kitty folder or something, once in the 8th grade. I'm in my 20s now. Grandma, please don't get me any more Hello Kitty appliances. All I want for Christmas is the will to live and maybe a new hat. And all I got was this hat. That says will to live. Moral of story, buy everyone booze. It's just easier. One of my uncles bought me a bottle of scotch for Christmas one year. I'm a recovering alcoholic and I actually fell off the wagon because of it. Being clean for 10 months now, though. Learn all about the stuff he might actually like as a gift and put some thought into it. For example, if he plays Xbox, take a look at all the stuff he already has. Is he using a wired headset that's crappy? Get him a wireless one. Is he putting regular batteries in the controllers? Get him a battery pack. Does he own copies of Halo 1, 2, and 3? Get him Halo 4. That's a simplistic example, but you could apply it to any hobby. Most of the time, it requires even less effort. Maybe he likes to go fishing. Just go to Cabela's and say, my husband likes to fish, and they'll show you 50 things you could get him. Worst case scenario, he already has the thing you got him and has to take it back, but he won't really care. The effort is what counts. Oh, thanks, you got me an errand. I'd rather just throw it out. This is how I feel about most gifts as someone who isn't very materialistic and already owns basically anything. I would want under $1,000. I never understood why people hated Christmas. After reading this, I realize my parents are the world's best gift givers. I am definitely looking forward to another year of Astro Boy DVDs and action figures. No man gifts for me. I think I've finally gotten my parents to understand that I'm not just joking when I say I want Lego for any and all gift-giving occasions. I'm 27, a woman, and I want Lego for any and every holiday. I was upset my husband didn't get me a Lego set for my birthday when he very well knows my addiction. Gift number 1. Amazon gift cards. Seriously, if you're ever even remotely unsure what to get me, this solves your problem 100%. I get to pick the gift,
so you know I'll like it. It's a store that carries virtually everything, so regardless of what I need, I can buy it. If I get multiples, I can stack them easily on my account instead of keeping track of a million cards in my wallet. Gift number 2. If you are close to me, anything you made yourself that carries emotional meaning or relates to a hobby of mine. The number of times my brothers and I have simply made each other board game stuff for Christmas, and those are always the coolest gifts. What kind of board game stuff have you made each other? Let's say, my oldest brother made a wooden coin set of Dominion, plus 3 expansions for me and the other brother. I crafted my other brother's idea for class-based Monopoly into an actual Monopoly set where the classes are on cards designed to look like the old-school Chance community chest cards. I designed an Adventure Time card game that I got for both of them one year. The middle brother designed a game and was halfway through making a set that he gave me, though he never finished it. Although my gift this year is more in the video game circle of interests, but it's taking me a while to make. People tend to get guys power tools and cologne and boxer shorts and whatnot. Guys, I might not be 30, but I want the same stuff you were getting me when I was 15. Video games, movies, comic books, and toys. I want to rip open a present and see a Mars Attack set of cards staring back at me. That would be the best Christmas ever. I just bought my boyfriend a remote control helicopter for his birthday. He was outrageously excited about it, and he has been chasing the cats around the house with it twice a day ever since. Every single opportunity she has, my aunt always buys me a sweater. I can't complain though, as a Benji is usually tucked in the card. So it's really like a C-note in a wool envelope. That's a good way of looking at it, except I hope she doesn't lick the sweater before giving it to me. Tools. No, wait. I love getting tools, as long as they don't suck. If I'm saving up to buy myself a fancy tool, and somebody beats me to it and gives me a cheap version of that tool, it kind of sucks a little bit because I'm then obligated to use a cheaper tool. I agree. If you know I need tool X, don't go and buy me a crappy version of tool X. Give me however much you are going to spend on crappy tool X and say, here, I know you want tool X, put this money towards it. That way, if I want crappy tool X, I can straight up buy it. If I want awesome tool X, you've helped me get there.